You're not a pineapple pizza person, are you?
I had a couple of
which are supposed to be burned. It went out.
What about you?
As soon as it goes out, those who are involved in the process become
All kinds of things.
Now, it went out,
I mean, not really.
and it came back inside.
I mean, my favorite is probably burrito and arugula. Prosciutto is this like Italian meat. Yummy.
I have to try it.
And we follow.
What's the other one you
She says something very
Arugula. It's like some plant.
I don't mind. I love plant stuff.
The clothing and the people who are involved in it. And then Rashi came as a hugger.
What do you have against pineapple pizza, Riser?
Now, it's interesting.
It's just there's a mesh with my palate.
You know it was first invented. You know it was first invented in Canada, right?
So Rashi seems to
And that's what they call the Hawaiian.
Yeah, it was some guy in Toronto, or it was a Canadian guy who created the Hawaiian pizza. I'll find the Toronto city right now.
I think they did it as like a troll, and then people thought it wasn't a troll or something, because it's very controversial.
It is Chatham, Ontario, Canada, in 1962.
Asks us what is the walls of the Azars like.
I love pineapple. Like I love pineapple, but yeah, I don't think it belongs with cheese or bread.
Dog, it's amazing. I love it.
Where's the mikvah? Where's the Tyra process? How is the person
That's wild.
I like
Chocolate on apples too, or
Yo, absolutely, 100%.
But I think
you put chocolate on.
Just about anything. In fact, I one time did this Ask Me Anything. It's actually in the About Rabbi section of this Discord. And it says, what weird food combination do you like? And it's hot fudge and pickles, or I put chocolate covered pickles. And the reason, like, how did you find out you like that? It's a children's book that was written basically in, I believe, like the 80s or the 90s. And it was just like a weird food combination that I remember we tried as little kids. And we all kind of liked it.
I hate so I probably hated it. So maybe.
I mean, chocolate's good with like
I
everything.
love pickles. You don't like pickles?
No, I absolutely despise pickles. I'm a pretty picky eater.
Pickles are good old man. Hey. Oh my God, I love pickles.
Do you like, Mr. Aquarius, dill pickles or like sweet pickles? Or both?
I like both. I like the pickles.
Same
I
here.
like the sliced pickles. I like them on like a salad or a sandwich.
Same here. And I love going to a deli when they give you a pickle alongside. That's like my favorite.
Yeah.
You're going to say that once a person goes out, it becomes tame, and then someone's there, and it stays there.
Where's the best pastrami sandwich?
I like a place called Otzi Kosher, but that's just because it's kosher. In LA, the most famous is probably Cantor's Deli, which is on Fairfax, but it's not kosher, but it's very famous. It's a Jewish deli, but it's not kosher. But it's where a lot of famous Hollywood stars go. Now in New York City, there are two really famous delis. One's Jewish, one's not. The Jewish one's called Katz's Deli, and they have very famous pastrami on rye. And then there's it's called the Carnegie Deli, which is maybe one of the most famous delis in the world. and that one is not a Jewish deli; it's just a regular deli. But they have a very famous pastrami on rye. But I like my local. There's a market that I think serves an excellent pastrami on rye. So that's where I get mine. But there are some other famous ones. Now, anywhere else in the United States, there's something called, sometimes it's called kosher style or New York style, which is not kosher, but it's like Jewish, like a Jewish deli. So you'll see New York style, which is like code for a Jewish deli, or it will have a lot of Jewish delicacies, but it just so happens to not be kosher. So if you ever see that, that's kind of a tip off that it at least might have a Jewish touch if it isn't kosher. And oh, absolutely, a big old pickle.
Really?
100%. Pickle with everything.
So says the Gemara, if that's the case, that the Azara is in insulation against this Tumah, so the same would be true if you go back in. Because again, the Tumah is dependent on the axe. So they're outside the Azara, they're outside the Azara place, they don't get the insulation of the Azara, they become Tumah. Those who are inside the Azara,
I'll give you the answer in.
They're insulated, they're going to be secure, they're going to be pure, and they can't become tummy even though they're holding onto an axe. Says the Gemara with a riot from here that if you go back inside, you will remove the tumah from yourself.
I'm the ideal candidate. There's no doubt because I stream more than anybody else. But if you weren't going to choose me, you'd pick some really hot chick.
Explains the reason why those people inside don't become.
I mean, it's just the old adage, sex sells. So why not pick a really attractive person?
Now, if you never leave the camp, you can't come
especially
back.
on the internet.
The reason why those people don't accept something has nothing to do
Now they gotta be willing to do
right now.
some crazy stuff.
For the right price.
That's not the
Obama's no filter, which is the type of person I need.
Yeah, but I mean, for the right
Steve-O type of character.
for the right price, you can get anybody to do anything.
So what was he asking exactly? Where it says to go to the keeper of it, but bid back closely. What happened over here is people were pulling it out with these poles. So again, Rashi explained this. What Rashi explained, that what happened was, look at Rashi, it's about 2/3 of the way down the page. Did I keep the lip about closely?
Okay, but how do you make it go viral? You'd have to advertise it a lot because you wouldn't want the same like 5 people always making the decision, you know, for the
inside the Azara for some reason.
The person. I know I'm not making sense. Like you want a diverse group of answers as opposed to just the same, you know, small group of people to make decisions. But I mean, you hear people do this all the time. Influencers they say, chat, what should I do? Chat, what should I do? So it's just basically a poll.
Anybody who's involved in removing this animal, bringing it to its burning is going to become tame.
Yeah.
It doesn't make a difference whether they're touching the animal or not. They're outside.
That's why I don't know if the single creator is like unique enough. I don't know. There's already streamers asking their channel to do this, which is people religious, or like consistent and funded by some transaction fees. There's no like competition.
How is it religious?
Like
I just meant like in a sense that it's like very a consistent thing.
Para refers to the paraduma, which is the heifer that was used for purity of someone who comes to Tali May, someone who comes to contact with the corpse. They need the paraduma to purify them.
How far do you think it'll go if Zoot and Bitcoin and Bomb are involved? I think if Zoot is involved, then Bitcoin and Bomb plus
Oh, it's doomed from the start. If Zoot's involved,
he's not like he's just able to like cast votes. It'll be hard to vote for something that isn't
it was thrown off of the
off the rails, but That's what the moderation does.
You know, you said something that I think is an interesting premise, which would be allow people to, like, maybe it would be better if you had, like, not a whole bunch of people, but just 2 people, and that way you could have people vote on their competition. So, like, instead of it, you know, like, they could be like, who could drink the soda the fastest, or the water the fastest, or who could run to the next destination the fastest. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah,
you could just have it be one person.
It very much reminds me of a show that is my absolute favorite show in the whole world, called Kenny versus Penny. Those filmed in Toronto, Canada, Ontario. The premise of the show is literally 2 friends that are rivals, and they do various competitions, like who can piss off more people, who can sell more Bibles, who can be the best soldier, who can create the best play. And one of the guys always cheats ruthlessly, and the other guy usually loses. And then if the loser has to do a humiliation, which is usually something extremely vile, like rolling in a hamster ball, dog shit in it, down a giant hill, or something even worse than that. And I think if you have 2 people that are just going against each other, it opens up a slippery slope, potentially dangerous. I mean, I guess they're on opposite sides of the world. It doesn't, in the moderation, people can make it not something that is bad. But
it stays alive all
I don't know. Maybe it could work if there's good enough ideas being submitted to keep it constantly going, I guess. Or it could be like, if you've ever heard of this show, it's a cooking show. It's called what's it called? Beat Bobby Filet, and it's about this. The premise of the show is there's this guy, Bobby Filet. He's like
Stop calling him Filet. Quick, stop calling him Bobby Filet. It's Flay, Flay.
Whatever, I've never seen the show, but in that show, I'm sure, as you know, it's like step up and see if you can beat Bobby Filet at cooking a meal, and then usually, like 8 times, at least out of 10, Bobby Filet wins the go, and it's like, can you dethrone Bobby Filet? So potentially it could be like that, and then you have like a main creator that is like the go creator, let's say, and then other people, creators, will get flux, and then flux is people trying to take them down, see if they can win the vote. Was their video better than Obama? Did they win the competition? Now that is an interesting hybrid marriage between those 2 universes.
Okay. So, could you do one where you had Zoot go against Bitcoin Obama?
Which would be like a dead body.
Absolutely. It could be Zoot. It could be any single creator versus Bitcoin Obama. It could be Bitcoin Obama versus any creator. In some Mr. Beast style competition, digitally across the world, doing God knows what.
To the level of being an avatar. So what the Gemara is saying over here is,
anyone could, I guess, be voted on or apply to be voted on. Can
at this point, the Gemara
go up
to become against it has to have, or to
Okay.
it has to have
It's going to be on YouTube, not on all. Would you multi-stream it?
I guess you can call them biblical liquids. Yad Shakat Dam.
I don't think that it would be like a live stream, although it could be, but it's like they cast an idea and then they have to film themselves fulfilling that idea. So,
Doug, how is
whatever
it?
it is,
How aren't you
I
gonna?
guess it could.
How aren't you gonna make this live?
7 typical liquids, and all of those have the ability to repair something.
Like that's what people want.
To be like a, it doesn't need to be synchronistically happening. It's not like a race from point A to point B. I mean, it could be done, but it could, if it's first to do something, then they'll have to submit the video, I guess, and prove that they did it for everyone else.
Now that's a really good idea. Basically, Amazing Race, but unedited. So at any given time, you could see teams racing against each other anywhere in the world, and it wouldn't be cut down to like an hour-long show.
Yeah, I agree that like you could live stream because you'd be able to actually like tune into whoever the hell, Jake Paul or someone that's trying to take down Obama, and who can like instruct the biggest trampoline of non-trampoline materials or whatever it is. Or yeah, who can first get permission, get their virtual crane operator.
Were you going to say crane operator's license?
Yeah, and then I was like, I don't know if that was the greatest idea in the world.
I mean, then they'd have to like take a test, which wouldn't be really that interesting.
I would love to see Bitcoin Obama taking the crane operator's test.
I would too, but I mean, there's a written part of it that like, wouldn't be that interesting.
No, that's not good. Someone understood it.
You'd be surprised. I think if he's talking out loud, thinking like people are trying to understand Bitcoin Obama's thought process, and then he's describing his thought process, and people in the comments are like, "Bro, what are you doing?"
Right. Okay, that's a little bit. That's a little brilliant. That's a little piece of brilliance.
And sorry, Mr. Land. Whereas,
I agree, yeah. That would be pretty funny.
That this time their smell makes it this
I want to make that into like a sword.
You want to make it into a sword pump. What do you mean? Oh yeah. I get it. Like him talking to himself. I wonder if like AI knows who I am. I wonder if they know who Bitcoin Obama is.
Yeah, he's Schiller 690.
Yeah, but I mean,
I believe.
oh yeah, that's right. What I meant to say is like, oh yeah, so then it does know who he is. I wonder if his little friend is on there too. I'm sure somebody's tried to get him on there.
He is. Yeah, I made like multiple. I made reels of him as an alien on top of the pyramid in Egypt. Countless other reels.
All right. Do you think that Bitcoin, Obama, I mean, what's stopping him from saying, I will not continue if you don't pay me money?
I mean, I'd be like, yeah, I mean, you're a core component of this project, and that's how you gain popularity and sponsorships. And of course, you're going to get a fair share of the pie, and we'll do our best to make sure that everyone involved is happy and it's a sustainable project for everyone.
Do you think that's going to work for Bitcoin Obama?
I mean, I don't think he'll want to destroy his golden egg that this could be. And I think that if it's getting enough traction and people see this social experiment and it catches on, headlines popping up. This guy, this new thing on the internet that is like 10 times is a better idea than an ambush podcasting is making waves. I think they'll be on board. I mean, he's a volatile character, but I think based on his initial reaction, there's potential. That's sometimes all you have in this world is an intrigue. You gotta shoot your shot.
Okay. How are you going to fund this game show or whatever?
It's in his hand. It's missing that detail being inside his mouth. The fact that it's
I mean, it doesn't really need
close enough to his mouth
funding per se.
to say that it's
I mean, I guess
It needs its own funding.
it's been a while since I've minted tokens. There's some website. I guess it depends how you mint it, but potentially token sales go directly into funding.
Yeah. Okay.
Or transaction fees, as I mentioned before, at least you work in for funding videos on whatever they need funding for.
Now that makes sense to me
Sponsorships.
because you're going to have people who have really good ideas, but you're going to need funding to be able to do those ideas.
So again, the opposite of what we saw before.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that sometimes, there are many examples of ideas and internet trends that have come up that are very low cost. One of them is the Sway Lee song. I don't know the name of the song. First, I probably did it by singing in my head, but I don't want to sing in my head. It's called Black Beatles. There, I saved you some time.
That's not Sway Lee. That's not Sway Lee. That's Ray Strummer. That's Ray Strummer. And it's Ray Strummer. Sway Lee's only one person of it. Ray Strummer is a band, or it's a duo.
Yeah, Sway Lee is part of that duo.
Okay, but he didn't do it on his own. You need to give credit to the other person as well.
Here clearly says that no, even the size of the egg. I love it, Mayor. Let's assume this.
Okay, well, if you want to be precise about how I define my artist as Black Beatles, you're more than welcome to. And thank you for pointing out that so that the audience in the future, 5 million years from now, will know the true origin of the great Schubert song Black Beatles. I appreciate you highlighting that.
It's Sway Lee and Slim Jimmy.
Yes. But I mean, I wasn't incorrect that, like, I was not technically incorrect in saying that it is Sway Lee's song, because he is definitely has ownership rights of that song. I was not necessarily speaking to the whole
Okay, I can live with that.
Yeah, so anyways, there's a very viral trend of just recording people standing, like freeze recording, like you stay still like a statue, and then people are doing all these kind of like crazy, like Matrix-y, outrageous, like action film type of poses, and then it's an interesting little videos of people walking around, people freeze framing. That costs virtually $0 outside of the cost of the cell phone. Is many people will cell phones. And
So now what we've done is we've
Yeah,
this
I-
together. Now,
Perhaps maybe some person purchased a cell phone so that they could go out and do the race rendered Black Beatles viral TikTok challenge or whatever, but I'm not sure the percentage of the population that is. Another example is the milk crate challenge. I mean, I don't know the retail value of milk crates. Honestly, this is a pretty poor example.
It's super dangerous.
Go to the milk crate store and purchase a bunch of milk crates, then it could actually be costing a lot of money.
Dude, the milk crate challenge.
I agree. It's very dangerous. And I'm not for the milk crate challenge, but it is a viral, somewhat low cost trend. Another one is like the bottle flipping. Another one is the ice bucket. Just jumping a bucket of cold ice on your head. That could be something that people vote on want to see, or God knows what they drink.
Okay, so
you start. My overall point is that you start with very low cost video ideas. Like Mr. Beast, he didn't start out with $1 million budgets each video. He gradually worked his way up progressively. A very common epic ladder and ladder. So, does that answer your question?
I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea. So I think that it has potential. It is something though that you need people who are, if you're going to do it, they already have to be established streamers, right?
I wouldn't say streaming is a requisite, as I said, but just content creator in general. Because the challenges, like I said, are not necessarily synchronistic challenges, but they could be synchronized and make a live streaming potentially. You can do this math test or whatever, like who gets the multiple choice test questions correct the most or whatever. Who can do the best or going out of the giant cardboard box or something.
What happens if while the person is doing the challenge, your coin that is supporting them runs?
And we go straight to second level Tumba. What does that have to do with this?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that question here.
Oh, sure. So you said that you're basically going to crowdsource the expenses for this project through a coin, right?
Through transaction fees.
Okay.
And also potentially merchandise sales.
Okay, fine. What do you do if you say to the winner, like, hey, if you win 100,000 of our coin, and then as you guys are doing the challenges, the coin ends up rugging, and the $100,000 ends up being like worth like $1, and then
that's actually a great idea that I haven't even considered. Not rugging the coin, but literally offering, albeit inflationary rewards, which are generally frowned upon, but it can be justified if there's enough growth potential behind the tokens to warrant the inflationary rewards. If you believe that you're getting more value than you're giving out, and it can be a net positive. Obviously, you have to be careful and not just give someone half of the supply for winning the Oklahoma on a piece of paper contest. It could be used as an incentive, the tokens as well. But I was initially just thinking strictly for voting and speculation. The prizes is a good thing. But again, that could be funded by transaction fees as well.
Right, I know, but if your coin,
and other sponsors.
if you're
It doesn't necessarily have to take away from supply.
if your coin though, as the competitions are going, gets rugged, then that might cause the people to just be like, "Oh, I'm doing all of this for nothing," and then they just quit. So basically,
There's a matter of risk with literally everything in existence practically. If it goes to zero, then we're all gonna be screwed.
no. You could say that you make
The
it.
United States would crumble tomorrow. The GDP drop to zero, right? It's like the thing that's kicking it down the road is like the fact that there's a whole bunch of value behind the country and a whole bunch of manufactured and businesses that are all operating inside of that country to produce value. And there's the value of like what you're building, basically.
Okay, sure. If you think the entire Federal Reserve System will crumble while this coin is being conducted, then yes, I'm in agreement with you. But what I'm saying is that there's far less of a chance that that happens versus somebody just doesn't like your project and rugs your coin.
I mean, what do you think? Like someone can just rub the coin.
They could manipulate the market to be able to screw over your project, to be able to get like to be able to get fame. Like, hey, did you know that competition's going on? Yeah, I'm gonna rug it. I'm gonna rug their project so that the people who think they're gonna win actually get nothing, and it's gonna be hilarious.
No, it's okay. We're at the second cat. How do you know it was out of all three?
Yeah, I mean, that is a very valid concern.
So
Which
what?
is why with greatest crypto, it's doing it with a fair launch so that there's not a centralized group of people that are disproportionate amount of the supply. I feel like that's kind of the way to mitigate it, basically, is you have like even distribution or potentially, you don't release all the supply at once. It can only be like burned and I don't know, whatever safeguards in place to not have it be manipulated and controlled by a small group of people that have way too much control over the project.
Well, I was just thinking that you could fundraise with your coin, having all of the proceeds of the tax or transaction fees go into a pot that becomes the collection for the winner, so that no matter, even if the coin rugs, the winner still gets what they were competing for. So, like, say you are able to collect $100,000 for this pot. At the end of the competition, the winner still gets that $100,000. They don't get perhaps some rugged coin.
Yeah, tokens that are valueless.
Exactly. Which is funny. I know we've talked about this before, but there's that meme of that. I mean, and like they're just like those video game competitions that happened in like 2012. That would be like the winner gets $100, second place $50, third place through 10th place gets 25 Bitcoin each.
Wow, that would be nice.
Well, that's a real thing. That was like for quite a few different competitions. They were just giving away Bitcoin to like places 3rd through 10. And so in the same way, watch your coin has the opposite effect. Like, I'm over here saying, oh, you don't want to give the winners the coin because if you do, there's the potential it could get rugged. But if it becomes very popular, that could be like 25 Bitcoin in the future.
Right, they would be potentially just playing themselves.
Exactly. Which is really an interesting point. Okay, well,
I mean, you don't want to have inflationary rewards, but it seems like the whole idea basically is like banking on, okay, will the internet actually give a shit about these people's competitions that they get, or not, I shouldn't narrow it down to competitions, but just ideas of content that they can create that's voted upon by the community, which could be competition, creating a video about a certain thing, or just making a life decision of some kind, practically anything that you want to see the person do.
dude,
Maybe,
oh, dude, now that you say that, I had this idea with this guy. I gave him this idea, and it was something that you would really like. Okay, let me think about it. I spoke with this guy like 4 months ago, and this was such a good idea. Okay, imagine. Okay, let me think about how this went down. Imagine you you have a project, and you want people to promote the project for you for a low price, and you want quality content. Basically, what this was a marketplace that you could put out jobs like Craigslist or ZipRecruiter or Indeed or something, that you say, hey, we've got this project. It's called the greatest cryptocurrency in the world. And what we're looking for is people to make a 1-minute video. And if you make the video for us, you will be in the running to potentially win whatever the prize is. Let's just say $100. And then what you do is you allow people to make submissions publicly for your project, and then you can choose the winner as a company. And what this does is it was like win-win. It was win for the creator because there's a chance that they could make money. It's a win for the company because they get a ton of social media posts and they get to choose the best one. And it would be a win for the marketplace because they get a small benefit, like a small fee from the competition being hosted. So basically for $100, you might get 1,000 people who make submissions, 1-minute videos, and all you have to do is choose the one that you like, and you give the winner $100, but you're going to have maybe 1,000 people who have posted about your project on their social media. It's like this extreme.
Does it exist, or did you come up with it? That's it.
Isn't it amazing an idea? Yeah, it is an amazing.
That's fucking amazing. Did you came up with it?
Yeah. So this guy, he was in a. Yeah, it even gets better than that. But yeah, it is really good. Okay, so there's this guy who was in a Twitter space, and he had an idea for a marketplace that was like, maybe it wasn't even a marketplace. I don't know. He just came into my Discord, and I was like, all right, well, that's a great idea. Here's a better idea, though, that you should do instead of that idea. And he's like, that is an amazing idea. He was in the same way. He's like, I have to tell my partners about this. And
Was he from Nigeria?
No. It was an American or Canadian project or something. It was North American.
When was this?
Like 4 months ago.
Did he follow through there?
No, I haven't heard from him. Not only haven't I heard from him since, but he hasn't been on Twitter Spaces at all. So I don't know what. So this was his idea. He was gonna launch a coin, and oh man, like so. This is a really good idea. He was gonna launch a coin, and basically the coin was gonna be something like, he was gonna have a website where, basically people could upvote or like vote on different submissions of people, something like that. I don't even think he had that. I think that's something that we came up with, and I was like, okay, well, like that's a good idea or whatever. I was just like multitasking, and I'm like, but you know what a really good idea is if you took your website, which you already have, and you have the LLC and everything, and you just have like, you could go to brands, you could go to like Procter and Gamble or Honda, and you could say, look, oh yeah, this is why this is a really good idea. Like basically, you guys already have like media teams or like social media teams, and you won't need them anymore. This would all of your social media could essentially be grassroots. You just put out a request that, hey, we want even like an hour long. You get what I'm saying? It is. It's a really good idea. And then on top of that, one of the things you have to do to win is post it to your social media. So then it's a free advertisement for your company on all of these grassroots influencers. And I thought to myself, that's how advertising is going to be in the future. It won't be like, hey, we're going to come up with like our video editor at Honda came up with this really good idea. No, it would be like we took the top 1,000 entries and picked the one that we liked the best. We paid the top winner, and then all of the other people posted to their social media. So we already got all of the influence or all of the impressions that we wanted out of those. We paid the winner, and we only had to pay them like $100 or $1,000 instead of paying a full-time design crew, $2.5 million a year.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a win for the company.
It was a win.
Advertising, except if everyone says it's just dog shit.
No. That's the thing. If they do, then you raise the price, and you'll get quality people. That was the thing. We were trying to give jobs to small-time artists who were very creative, and this would give them an outlet. Basically, like you could say, like let's say, your local, you like that juice place, right? They make smoothies for you.
It closed down, but yeah.
Okay, well, it wouldn't have with this idea. So a place like that doesn't have that much money to be able to put out like huge Instagram campaigns and things like that. What they do is they just say, for $100, just make a nice little video for us, and they'll get 20, 30 submissions on it because it's like a contest, and that gets people motivated because it's a competition, and they choose the best one, and they're going to post it on their social media. But that also means that 20 or 30 people who have made submissions do the same. And the other cool thing about it was none of the videos have to be hosted on the website. It's just the links. So the overhead is very small in comparison to all of this data that you would need to host video and pictures and things. It's just on Meta's servers and on Amazon servers and on Google servers. All you get is a link, and then you can also have people vote on it as well. You could say this is the fan favorite, but if the fan favorite isn't what the person wants, then they don't have to choose that one. I remember saying it.
Or they could split, or they could like, they don't have to do like first prize gets the whole thing. It could be like the top five, like the one that we pick, and the five or the four other like fan favorites get prizes of various degrees.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And I when I told this to this guy, he was like, that is the best idea. That, like, it basically took his idea. He already had a website and like a small team, and he had like some programmers.
What was his initial concept?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, it had
Shilling marketplace?
no. It was a coin. It was a coin, and it wasn't a marketplace to my knowledge. Like, I brought that into it, but basically he wanted to have a thing where, like, basically people could vote on content, something like this. People could vote on content, and then a winner could be given his cryptocurrency. And I was like, okay, well, that's cool and everything, but why not just pay them in cash? And instead of going to small time creators, why don't you do this for big businesses that have deep pockets and major advertising budgets? And it's going to save them money. I mean, can you imagine how good an advertising campaign would be if you are on 100 different influencers, like artist influencers pages, that it's just there organically because they made a submission to you 2 months ago and it's still on your page, even though you didn't get picked. You're still proud of the work that you did, so you're going to keep it up on your page.
You know, say, I mean, if it was, I mean, it could be very, like, obviously the applications are, like, endless, practically, but let's say it's, like, a company that sold art supplies, and they're like, okay, so they get a video of using our art supplies, and they just get, like, 1,000 submissions, and they're like, oh, these ones are awesome. We're going to share those officially.
Exactly.
For the free advertisements, the $995.
Exactly. Exactly. And then
when any one of those people posts a video being like, oh, I'm submitting this for this advertising contest, then even more, like, potentially just infinite branches of people will see that and also attempt to create their own submission.
Well, that's exactly right.
It's basically a lottery at this point.
It's a contest website, and that's what we talked about. It's basically a place where people, individuals, or corporations could go to get organic art and basically use crowdsourcing their marketing. But the thing is how much cheaper that route is and how much better the quality will be versus if they just keep it in-house. I know that people might say, oh, well, like, a marketing firm is going to do a really good job for someone. Yeah, they are. And they're going to charge millions of dollars to do that. Or you get some really creative individual who puts a little bit of time into their project and their thing's actually funnier than what the marketing team came up with. And the thing is, the fact that you're...
Yeah, you get William Montgomery shilling your project for pennies on the dollar.
Exactly. The fact that you're crowdsourcing this means that you're going to have so many different choices that, like, one of them is going to be better than what you would have gotten if you go with your advertising company. And that means that you are going to be able to reward a small-time creator and then additionally use their content in your advertising campaign. And then on top of that, you get all the other people who made submissions and keep their submission on their social media, perhaps for years. There are going to be some people who are just like, I'm really proud of that video that I made. Yeah, it didn't win, but I wanted other people to see how creative I am, and they're just going to keep it on there. Basically, what I'm saying is you can turn influencers or even just small-time creators, their timelines into your advertising organically. Instead of paying for clicks, you just basically use this guerrilla like advertising model where you run a contest and give people the opportunity to win, and that rewards small-time creators. And then also it means you don't have to spend so much in advertising. It's like when I thought of it, I was like, that's a fucking brilliant idea. And it wasn't this guy's idea, but I was like, you can take that and take it. I'm not doing anything with it. And he's like,
And you haven't heard shit from that guy?
no, but I mean, I didn't ask him to come back or anything like that. What I did say is, you.
Down 51%.
No, I didn't say that either. Though any idea that I should have probably done that with it was that one. No, I told him, you should, like. This is a really good idea. Like his idea was like, hey, we're gonna launch a coin and we're gonna pay people with the coin.
Even ironically, to even like market this platform to itself is some hilarious inception shit. But
I get you. I know what you're gonna say.
It's like the question of how do we launch the thing? It's like, okay, we go to the platform. $10,000 to the best video that's promoting our platform.
That's exactly right.
Boom, you're now on like every fucking social media. And then you take the money from that, and then you just keep recycling it into ads, and in like 2 days, you're literally the most paid. Like, you know, I mean, clearly the guy didn't take this idea because this is like a Spotify level like idea.
I know it is.
And
you can take it.
If it was popular, then I'll work on it, and I'll give you your 51.
That's what I want. That's what I want. 100%.
We're 50, even though we're always
51-49, baby. 51.
Better in friendship. What's the line? This is hilarious.
Oh, it's undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yes. That'll be the motto for this goddamn thing.
Well, it's a.
Because I've heard a lot of shitty ideas from you, and I've heard a lot of great ideas from you. This is possibly the greatest one. I honestly, like, as you were saying it, I felt like I was exiting the Matrix, and like my whole life was just in like Truman Show or something, because it's just like, how does this not even exist right now?
I know.
It seems like it makes so much sense. And also, one little point about it is like, as a service, like you could, if I'm assuming like Honda may not want to waste time reviewing 10,000 submissions, so potentially you could charge them and just weasel it down to the top 50 for them to pick or something.
Well, the idea with that is that's where you would have people vote on them, so that they just have to vote on the top, or they just have to look at the top 10 or whatever and choose whatever one they want.
Oh, yeah. Very good one.
And then on top of that, that gets people to say, hey, vote for me. And they're going to tweet about it and be like, you know, like getting their friends to come to your website. And it's just think about how cheap it is to advertise this way. Okay, imagine you had a coin and you just say, man, we need people to find out about our coin, but nobody knows about it. Hey, guess what? We're just going to offer $1,000 of our coin or $100 of our coin, which is basically nothing to us. And we're going to get a bunch of really good videos from independent creators. And the thing that I really liked about this idea is it helps artists, because there are a lot of artists out there who are really talented, but don't have a way of making money. So literally you could be an artist on there, and all you do all day is just make little YouTube shorts that are attractive and cool. And you could literally make a lot of money doing that, because you're going to get some companies that really want a lot of submissions, and they're going to offer $25,000. And you know why they're going to do that? Because it is such a cheaper way to advertise than it is to do an Instagram campaign or a Google AdWords campaign. A Google AdWords campaign, if you don't have that's assuming that the end user doesn't have a pop-up blocker. Let's say you're able to get your just an Instagram campaign and they get eyes on it. They just scroll right past it. They don't look at it. But if somebody's posting something organically, voluntarily, of their own volition, not only are people going to be interested in it, but it's going to stay on their page for long periods of time.
Yeah, no, you hit the nail on the head. People are definitely going to pay way more attention if it's coming from a creator that they actually follow and somewhat care about.
That's exactly
some forced advertisement.
That's exactly right.
You did raise a point. Kind of seems like almost potentially a double-edged sword, where it's do people want to invest the time in creating a very good video, which potentially would take a lot of time and potentially money to create such a video, for just the lottery chance at winning? If there's 2,000 entries, it's am I going to invest 5 hours of my life for this lottery chance of winning?
Well, so here's the beauty. Here's the beauty of it. Here's the beauty of it. No, we talked about this. You're going to have a company. I'm just using Honda, but you could have McDonald's or whatever, and they're going to get, 2,000 people who send entries. But then your little Shake Shack or wherever you get your smoothie, they might only get 15 entries. So basically, if you want to make a lot of money, go for one of the big ones. But if you're just looking to pick up a small job and you know that you're a good creator, go pick up one of the small jobs. And then you could get you would have a thing you came in third in Honda's fan poll while you didn't win. You got you get some kind of reputation points for that, so that people know that you're a good creator. And then the next time that you apply, or the next time you send in a submission, it's going to get a lot of eyes on it.
Yeah. Because there'd be some algorithm in the feed, I guess, that will show you other people's submissions to various biddings, I guess you could call them.
Well, you would just see.
It's almost like what do you think it's most comparable to?
Reddit. It's like Reddit in a lot of ways, because Reddit. Yeah, Reddit doesn't host a lot of the content that's on it. It just has links that are embedded that you can see what's on the other side, and you can click through and go to Instagram or go to Facebook or go to TikTok or whatever. But Reddit doesn't have to host all of that stuff. And then additionally, there are options in Reddit where you can just scroll, and there are going to be people who just scroll and just look at different entries and get different ideas for potentially other brands. And the beautiful thing about the brand issue,
I was gonna say, it's kind of like a code arena where people who post their smart contract with a bounty that's whatever, $25,000 if you find a bug in this code. And since it's open source, or the platform is open for anyone in the world to audit, you get all of these eyes on it, and then the result is that you get, because you've opened up the aperture to a bunch of different participants, then you get an actually secure, based open source power product where it's highly secure because so many people have gone over it and checked it.
Okay.
So it's like this. It's you use the power of numbers, like an old saying, 2 brains are smarter than 1, or whatever, and then you're getting a higher quality product, more robust product in the end.
Excellent. Okay.
Monetization benefits.
And okay, so yeah, it's similar to that. And a beautiful aspect of this is my whole conversation with this guy was recorded. So, I mean, let's say it just blew up and became the biggest thing ever. I could literally say, hey, I gave you that idea. Here's our conversation. And if you don't share the proceeds with me, then the whole world is just going to see that. Yeah, exactly. You're going to look like shit. You screwed me over. I have the protection of my streams. Like basically, it would be like saying, like you came up with the idea.
Insurance.
Exactly. Exactly. So it's win-win for me. Like, that I could, and I'm not saying I would hold this guy hostage or extort him. I would just say, look, people are going to see our conversation, and they're going to see that you had an idea that was okay, but was just like everybody else's idea, and I gave you this idea, and yeah, you ran with it and blew it up, but people are going to see I'm the originator of that idea, and so it's in your best interest.
Didn't you say, though, go take it? Didn't you say take the idea to yours?
I did, but I'm fine with saying that because when he goes to his origin story, it's going to be, I'm going to be the person who came up with that idea, and people would demand, hey, you got to share with this guy. Like the lady who made the Nike symbol.
Yeah, just a good human will. Yeah.
Exactly. The lady who made the Nike symbol, I think originally did it for like $26. But then because it became so popular, Phil Knight was forced to give her, like, at the time, like $100,000 in stock, which made her a multimillionaire by now, like easily. So she got taken care of. And basically, I would expect the same thing for me. Like, look, I came up with this idea. I said you can run with it, but I didn't say I fully signed this over to you by any means or anything like that. I mean, I don't own the idea. It's a good idea. But if anything, I can say it would be like saying eBay started or whatever. And it would be like PayPal. PayPal started with, let's say, Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. Well, imagine if there was a conversation of those guys at a table with some unknown third party, and the unknown third party was like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if you could do your banking online with like something? I don't know, let's just call it PayPal. And they would be like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. And then if you could go back to that conversation and had it on video, it would be like, dude, you guys owe this guy. And he might even have an argument to be made that he should be considered, at least to some extent, a co-founder of the organization.
I mean, I'm not sure if the law necessarily would back you up on that.
No. Wait. As exactly. Exactly. So you could easily say to them, okay, I'm not going to sue you over it. It's your company. But just know that you're going to look like a bunch of assholes. And I have it on video on 20 different streams that I gave you this idea. So give me a cut of it, or you're going to look bad. I'm not saying that I'm going to publicize it. It's already publicized. But if you don't want to lose in the court of public opinion, you will cut me into this.
Interesting.
Well, it only.
You told, I mean, yeah, it's just the right thing to do.
Well,
people,
and I'm not extorting them. And I'm.
They can have their own thing or
Well,
whatever. I would not screw you over.
Well, exactly. Well, no. I understand that, but even these guys, it's in their best interest to take care of me, because if they didn't, my video is out there. Their founding stories out there. When they're writing their books in the future about how did you come up with this idea, they can't lie about it. It's literally on video. I have the video as my evidence.
Or they'll have the Satoshi's vision battle where it's like, okay, you don't want to comply with my chain, then I'm going to just launch my own chain, and we can duke it out and see what the people decide who's the real OG Bitcoin or not. And then it's going to be like, do we even want to risk that? Is that battle worth fighting? Where the guy who came up with the idea is just going to squash us, probably once people realize what the truth is.
Just one moment. The lady who made Nike, how much is she worth today? The Nike swoosh. How much did she do it for? So this lady, Nike paid $35 to for this, and um and so they did this in 1971. But in 1983, Nike gave her a gold swoosh ring with a diamond and 500 shares of Nike stock. So that's estimated to be like worth $3 million now. So they made her a millionaire. Basically, they took care of her. Did they have to? No, but they knew it would be a public. Uh, there would be public outcry if they didn't take care of her. Now, that's a lot different. They had already started the company, and this lady just did a good logo. With mine, they had some other company that was different than this, and my idea was like, hey, you guys should just make a marketplace that does this, and it was like all these ideas were coming to me at once, and all of that's on video. So there's an argument to be made that if you guys don't want to lose in the court of public opinion, then you better do what Nike did and cut this person into it. And if you're really smart, you'll give him 51% because it was his idea, and just recognize that he'll take care of you because his video is worth more than your marketplace.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. Absolutely.
And that's why I love live streaming my life.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I love live streaming my life, because it's the biggest insurance policy that I have. That if you accuse me of anything, go to the video. If you, if I have a good idea, like it's all tracked. Like the truth is on my side, and then I can use that against people, not in a malicious way, just in a no. This is how it really happened, and I'm going to give you the evidence for it. It's an incredibly powerful. It's an incredibly powerful medium that I have dedicated to my life. Like basically, under other circumstances, that guy could take that idea and run and be like, I don't know who Rabbi Rothschild is. I've never heard of him. And that's fine. But under these conditions, he knows he's live on 20 different streams, and this was not his idea. This was my idea. And I gave it to him. And if he doesn't want to have huge public backlash of this, he will give me my $3 million in Nike stock like they did for this lady who made the swoosh. Now, I recognize that Nike's worth billions of dollars, and this $3 million isn't that much. But also, this would be like me saying these guys who were like making, I don't know, which is kind of like the origin story of Nike, making like, the original Nikes were made with like waffle iron. They were thinking, hey, we're a waffle iron company, and I come in and say, hey, you guys could use those waffle irons to make the soles of shoes, and I bet you could sell those shoes to athletes and all over the world and make like one of the top running shoes in the world and go through all of it, and then they'd be like, oh yeah, okay, that's what this lady would have been doing. Like basically, she would have been at the founding of the company. But she was not. It was already established. So I don't know. I don't really care, frankly. If we get to that point where that company gets big, I am far bigger than that company is. I've had a lot of conversations with people who have helped their businesses in those kind of ways. But over all of it, my data, my video is going to be worth more than all of it. It's like I'm in my own way.
Especially once people start being like, who's this guy on the Forbes list? Like, ties to every fucking major startup.
That's exactly right. Especially the crypto world. I mean, I was in SPX 69,000 when it was like a nothing coin. There's Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic Caninu. There's the Doodle Genix. There's the Doginal dogs. Like I'm the epicenter of all the cryptos in the world, and
like you're only like the main mascot is Harry Potter.
I am.
Do you endorse other?
No. I've just been live streaming my life in their Discords.
Okay.
So they all know who I am. So I'm like the epicenter. I'm the central spoke of like the wheel that is cryptocurrency. So you're absolutely right. Like there's a thing, it's called a coaching tree. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but it's the idea that like all the coaches like eventually work for another coach and they get connected. So like I don't know, in hockey it would be like the manager of the Toronto Maple Leafs. Maybe he was the assistant manager of the Edmonton Oilers, and then before that he was just like a I don't know how the hockey works that well, but basically like everybody worked under somebody, and there it becomes a coaching tree, and then you have one coach who like spawns all of these different coaches, and I would just be like that central coach who spawns a bunch of different businesses.
Like kind of like the paradox of like who teaches the teacher that teaches the teacher how to teach teachers type of deal.
Well, at the heart of any teacher, you have to be a learner. So we're all learners, and the best teachers are the people who have learned the best and can communicate that to other learners. Who then?
The idea is that you can just like keep like kind of going down this like family tree to trace the origin of who's coaching who and how to coach, or who's teaching who how to teach.
Yeah, I mean, and then it goes back to like the original founders of the sport. Like basically that's how it works.
Right, where the founders are teaching.
Well, that would be for teachers, but just in the coaching terms. So, but yeah.
I think if you're going to describe this business concisely, would you say
it is a
would you say crowdfunding advertisement?
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say it is a grassroots crowdsourced advertising marketplace.
Yeah. Cool. So, do you mind if I
take it?
Try and make us all
take it, and I'll say to that I'll say to that other company that may they be successful as well, and let's say Riser's company becomes extremely successful. Riser's going to give them a cut of whatever he feels is the $3 million in Nike stock, because frankly they came in here and sparked that conversation with me. I wouldn't have had that conversation prior to them. Like basically you're gonna take care of them. You might not give them 50% of your stock like you're giving me 51%, but you will share with them, and in the same way they don't owe you anything. So I don't know if they necessarily have to make sure you're taken care of, but they would certainly have to take care of me. But in your own way, let's say your business blows up, then people are going to go to this conversation and be like, wait, where did you get the idea, Riser? And you're like, well, I was talking to Rabbi. And then they'd be like, okay, well, where did Rabbi get the idea? And he's like, well, he thought it up, but he was having a conversation with someone similar who had a different idea. And so in order for you to avoid any kind of public blowback,
tracing it back further and then go to like that guy's life and examine the decision his life influenced him to have the idea of his idea originally.
well,
Just keep paying it forward indefinitely, practically down the chain.
and that's what I want to do. I mean, when I tell people I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent, I want you to be able to have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. That's what I'm talking about. I want to help every single person who's helped me along the way and give back to them, and I want them to do the same to the people who did that to them. That's exactly right.
Hallelujah.
Word, dog. But yeah, okay, so if you want to know how to do this, it is very Inception-esque, where you could crowdsource somebody to come up with a really good advertisement for you. And this is the beauty of it. You're going to get people who use AI. You're going to get people who make little skits. You're going to get people who make cartoons. And you know what I mean? You're going to have a ton of different things. And on top of that,
I was just going to say, like, with AI nowadays, especially, it's like the perfect tool for this to enable, like, practically anyone to come up with. I mean, it might also kind of in a way take away from it. I mean, not really.
it's going to enhance it because you'll still.
It could just be like AI schlop versus AI schlop.
No, not necessarily, because then you wouldn't choose that. You're gonna choose what you think your audience wants and what best expresses your brand. So if somebody comes in and makes some AI slop, you're not going to choose that. You'll choose something organic. That's the beauty of this idea, is that the person who chooses is what fits the company the best.
Okay, well, let's go down a hypothetical here. Does this company curate what they deem as potentially harmful to its consumers?
Yeah, we talked about this.
Supplement company is saying, yeah, okay, this supplement is super great, but it's in reality it's not what it claims to be.
Wait.
It's still a real company and it's paying the platform money. So are we accepting that, or do we have our own filtration process to shield us from potentially even, like you mentioned, crypto? Well, as you know, crypto is full of rug pulls. So are we now getting innocent people to shield these coins that are going to potentially gain a lot of traction so that some people can rub them? That seems like a SEC nightmare to go down.
Yeah, but not for you. All you are is an advertising marketplace. You're not even hosting the data. You're literally just connecting all the links together. And just like eBay, you can't sell.
The guy from Silk Road was just connecting a few wires for
That's true.
Drug dealers to sell massive quantities of heroin over the internet.
That's true. Or the Pirate Bay.
It's fine, but I mean, there's still consequences and legal action that unfold from those events that are taking place.
That's absolutely true. Same with the Pirate Bay. So that's why, just like eBay says you can't sell, I don't know, firearms or explosives, or they have a lot of things there you go. They have a lot of things that say you can't sell. So the same way you would say you can't sell, this can't be for anything illegal. It can't be for anything that is whatever you want to deem to be immoral or aiding a dangerous cause, or you can make it whatever you want, and then you have moderation, but the moderation wouldn't have to be that big. Literally, it's just going to be like a mom and pop restaurant who doesn't have the money to be able to do a huge campaign that says, look, we'll give the winner $50 gift cards to our restaurant.
Eastside Mario's for life.
There you go. I mean, literally,
In and out for life.
and there was another aspect to this. You could pay in anything that you wanted. So we talked about cash, but then I said as well, why wouldn't you take Bitcoin, or why wouldn't you take any type of cryptocurrency? And with my discussion with the guy, it's like, yeah, we were going to only make it so that you could only take our coin, but that makes sense. Like, nobody wants our coin. It's not worth anything. Why wouldn't you say, hey, it's basically a contest site, and but it's more than that, because it's like crowd funded, and the idea is that, like, imagine, let's just scale it out. If you are, let's say, Nike, and you go to some advertising, firstly, your in-house marketing team is huge and it's very expensive, and you then have to outsource commercials and things to marketing agencies. That's tens of millions of dollars. And let's say the advertisement that you get out of that costs, or on a scale of 0 to 100, let's say it's really good, it's a 92. Like, that's a good ad. 92 out of 100, that's great. If you offer not tens of $1,000,000, but if you offer $10,000, not even a lot of money, you're going to get somebody out there because the crowdsourced audience is so large who comes up with something that's just outside the box. It's going to knock your socks off, and it's going to be a 97 out of 100. So it's going to allow.
Here's another point. Sorry, let me just ruin your train of thought.
You're okay.
Super Bowl ads. The budget's like $30 billion for like 1 second.
Yeah.
So you crowdsource it, you get a lot of submissions, but as you said, like that filter of the fans being able to vote is already telling you from a substantial sample size what the best ad is, how people are reacting to it. So you're already seeding, eliminating a whole expense of like testing it out in real time to people. Like you already have feedback.
That's it. You have focus groups.
You've shown it to 100,000 people already.
Exactly.
That's the greatest one of the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Games been decided.
Exactly. There you go. There you go. You have built-in focus groups. You have built-in focus groups with this website. And on top of that, you're going to get people who really get into advertising and marketing, and they are going to be on this website all day just looking at new commercials that they like.
And why is that a benefit? Sorry.
Oh, because it's more impressions on your brand, for your brand. So basically, like, you're trying to get the word out about what you're doing on social media. But the fact is, you're just going to get people who like your website enough that they're just going to be taking in absorbing all kinds of commercials all day. And if they like something, they're going to take that link and they're going to put it on their social media. They're going to share it.
Yeah, the viral potential. It's it also, yeah, like the network effects of this is also just like unbelievable. Like it's probably 10 times greater than trying to ambush podcast people, you know?
Absolutely. Well, wait.
Like ambush
Hold on.
Multiplied on like a crazy level because the amount of social media outreach is just insane.
Hold on. Ambush podcasting.
Greatest idea possibly ever.
Ambush podcasting is still an excellent genre, and I still am the founder of that. But
I wasn't chopping that down at all. I'm saying that this is like
I agree. So I remember talking to this guy, and I said, this isn't $1 million idea. This isn't $1 billion idea, but this is literally $1 trillion idea. It essentially will kill all. It won't necessarily kill, but it will significantly reduce the marketing departments of the Fortune 500, but it gives them more opportunity to be able to spend more, and their advertising will be more on point. And so that's what they want. They're going to save, like, it's going to be really easy to go to McDonald's and say, look, you spend, I don't know, $500 million a year on marketing, and your marketing team costs you $50 million a year. We're going to say that you only need a marketing team of $5 million a year, and you're going to be able to reduce your marketing budget. If you want, you could even just use the money that you save to add to your marketing budget. But what you do is you're going to have more focused advertising, which is what you want. And they're going to say, that's exactly what we want. We want better advertising. And really, at a certain point, like if you know how these marketing agencies work, and I've worked alongside them, it's basically creative people, they're called creatives, in a room, and they come up with really good ideas. But frankly, that's only like 5 or 10 people. Why not use 500 to 1,000 people to do the same work? It's $1 trillion idea.
What he says is that, Tommy Conley, you're telling me that you bring a car bunch outside of the basic question.
I agree. It's funny that you live up to your slogan. Rabbi Rothschild will make you a trillionaire.
100%.
Most people you can't really say that about. The proof is in the pudding.
Absolutely, baby. Now, what would I say to this guy who came in here, and he'd be like, "Hey, you took my idea and gave it to Riser." He's not going to be able to say that. He knows this was my idea. I said he could run with it, but that doesn't mean that I can't help other people with it. And ideally, there's enough here that you both could start companies that could do this effectively. Who's to say that you can't have a buy me a coffee and a GoFundMe or an Uber and a Lyft? There's nothing that says that there can't be competition in this realm.
Yeah, the moment it gains any traction at all, there's going to be big players with eyes on it that are like, what is this? But it's going to be a question of, is your growth and community able to compete with the Goliaths of the world?
Well, here's the thing.
It's self-marketing, it's pretty genius because it's like you already have the tools and like the network effect of the marketing.
And it's just
Which is like the foundation of like anything. It needs to be successful whatsoever.
And it's just a website. It's not like you need a bunch of server space or anything like that. I have another really excellent.
No data firms required.
Nothing like that. Yeah. The one thing that you might have to do, like I'm sure that there are things, but you'd have to protect yourself against botting because people will bot this like crazy, especially when money's involved.
You will bot it yourself.
Absolutely. But
the only person allowed to bot.
Exactly. But here's the thing with it. Even if somebody bots something, at the end of the day, it's the company that's going to choose what they like. And I remember talking about this with that other guy, is there will be something in the terms and conditions that says the company can do with your creation anything that they want. They just have to, like that's part of it. You're submitting this, and if a company likes it, they can take that idea and use it for something else. Like basically, that's art. It's like if you come up with a really good idea, but you don't win, and that company uses it on something else, they're allowed to do that. You don't own anything in this world. So the idea would be that, but if you did win and the company wanted to, let's say they liked your 30-second commercial, but they had to get it down to a 15-second commercial, they can edit it down any way they want. So long as they pay you, then they can do with it what they wish.
And obviously the platform takes the money first as a deposit before the post.
Yeah. So wait, this was the brilliant part of this. So Matt, you know how I said that you could take, this guy wanted it, you had to take his cryptocurrency. And I was like, I wouldn't do that because like basically now you're competing with Bitcoin and all that other shit. Why not just accept Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency out there? Here's the beautiful thing. You know how I gave that story about first place for that video game competition got $100, second place got $50, and third through 10th got 25 Bitcoin? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, in the same way, you could, as the platform, say, you know, we're going to take 10%. That's what I think I said. You as a platform would make a lot of money doing this too, because you take 10% of whatever the contest is. So let's say the contest is going to be $100,000 giveaway. Well, then to post it on your website, it's $110,000, and then you take $10,000. But what you could do is for someone who says, look, we have a cryptocurrency project. We don't know how much this is going to be, if it's going to be successful or whatever. You can say, what's the grand prize? And they can say, the grand prize is going to be $1,000 in our coin. Okay, if you want, as a platform, you can say, all right, we'll take $100, the 10% in your coin, and then you can run the contest any way you want. But what that does for you is it diversifies your the your revenue streams, and you might have one of these coins become the next Ethereum or the next SPX 69,000 or whatever, and that makes you more money than everything else combined.
I mean, I don't disagree with that necessarily. I think that there should be at least a brightly colored neon banner. And obviously, like here's the thing, like the website itself has to curate and have an algorithm that's feeding people like different advertising opportunities. So it can be filtered by category, which is beautiful.
Doug, of course. Of course. Filters will be so key in this. You can do it. You can buy newest, but the filter aspect is like a given. By newest, by largest to smallest, smallest to largest, newest to most to oldest. Yeah, certainly categories.
Expiring soon.
Exactly, all that shit. I mean, but really good filters and searches, and like whether somebody's looking for a video or just a meme or a picture or whatever. But you've got to imagine, like from the meme verse, like imagine you're I don't know, Burger King, and you say we just want a really good meme. Do you know how good people would come up with memes for Burger King if they were going to be paid $10,000? Do you know how creative people would get? Even though like it's just a picture, do you recognize that like this would be? And then Burger King is going to have this all over. It is, and then it's going to go viral because
not even like video advertisements, just any picture advertisement.
Exactly. And then people are just going to post this, and then the meme becomes like a type of advertising for the company. Like, okay, so on the radio, okay, there's this thing, it's an unwritten rule, but basically, like, once you become a big enough company, or in the news in the United States as well, the company does not want to have to pay for advertising anymore. Basically, it feels that it's so big that it should just have organic advertising. So they'll come up with, like, I don't know, just something in the news, like Tesla. Tesla, how many Tesla ads have you ever seen in your entire life on television? Zero. But Tesla's a big enough name that they just make that are newsworthy, that organic advert for them on both television, radio, and such. And what you're doing is the same thing. Basically, you're saying that your meme is so good that people don't even consider it advertising anymore. It's just become part of the nomenclature or part of the collective consciousness of the internet. So that it is subconsciously telling people, go to Burger King or buy Burger King or whatever, but people are using it in text threads as jokes. That's what you want to do. Like, basically, not have to pay for advertising clicks. Have the people do that for you. I know this is a fucking amazing. The thing is, it needs a really good name. I like how Riser just went dead at someone. That's baller. That's baller, Riser. All right, Riser, I'm going to give you about 30 seconds to say something. Oh, he gone. There he is. Can you hear me?
Okay, I think it's working now.
Oh, you got? Did you change your microphone?
No, I mean, I was talking on this mic for a while now.
Oh, okay.
Is it shitty or something?
No, it's not. Okay, so I was saying that.
I heard your organic conversations where people
Exactly.
is a selling.
Exactly. Oh,
So AI Schwab's summary was
exactly. Do you remember? This was like a year or two ago. McDonald's. I don't know. I don't eat there, but I did notice they had some kind of campaign that was like for some kind of I think it was some kind of anime thing, but they took the golden arches, which are usually like an M, and they flipped them upside down, and they were a W. Do you remember seeing this?
potentially.
Okay, well,
I mean,
even
there's been a lot of McDonald's, like basically, like, I don't know, like, in just barely twisting the word McDonald's or the logo to make, like, Whopper Burger or whatever, but it's literally like upside down. Yeah.
okay, right, but okay, so they had this campaign where they were doing something and they took the M and made it upside down. And then what they did is they partnered with like YouTube or Twitch or Kick or all three or something. And whenever you typed a W in, like when you were like W for win, you know how people do that in the chat, it did the upside down McDonald's, or it could. And so people would do that. And so subconsciously they're getting all these advertisements for McDonald's, but they're not even recognizing it. And McDonald's isn't paying for that. Maybe initially they had some kind of partnership, but basically they were able to become part of the collective consciousness of these chats by just flipping their logo upside down to go from M to W for win. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. I was just gonna say that, like, one of the greatest advertisements for McDonald's ever that was like natural was possibly the movie Super Size Me, which just, I mean, McDonald's has probably had a lot of internet attention or just media attention, but the movie Super Size Me, even though it's like completely like shooting McDonald's in the face for everything it stood for and everything that it is, it's still just like organically attracted a lot of eyeballs to McDonald's. Probably in a really horrible.
Yeah, I
way,
disagree.
like the worst way
I
possible.
disagree.
It's just to illustrate the point that, like,
I disagree with that take.
the power of the individual to influence the brand
I disagree.
from their own content.
I disagree with that take. It was not a good thing for McDonald's when that movie came out. McDonald's lawyers fought.
But that's what I was saying. Like, it's the worst way advertising.
So here's the way. Okay, did you see the movie The Founder?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, dude, it's like my favorite movie of the last 10 years. It's amazing. So it's the story of Ray Kroc. Yeah, it's the story of Ray Kroc. And the entire thing is one big McDonald's advertisement. Yet people literally paid money to go watch an hour and a half long McDonald's advertisement. And they make McDonald's look better than the food. There's this fucking woman in this video or in this movie, and when she eats this fucking hamburger, she looks so beautiful. Like, I've gone onto her IMDb to see, like, who is this woman? She's the way, and I remember, like, seeing, like, they made her, like, eat, like, 50, like, this hamburger, like, 50 times, and she kept, having to spit it out to get the right take. But, man, when they got it, they got it. And, that's just, like, perfect organic advertising. Okay, so have you ever seen?
I mean, they're getting 15 takes. How is that organic?
Well, they to make it look organic, I guess. They no, it's not a documentary. It's a motion picture, but it's amazing. I love it, and I think you would really like it because well, it is, but it's manipulated. It's how Ray Kroc stole McDonald's from the McDonald's brothers, and it shows Ray Kroc in a really good light, but does not show the true story of what really happened. Basically, the McDonald's brothers were supposed to have 1% of McDonald's equity in perpetuity, and it was a handshake deal, but there was like no proof of it. So, for example, if that conversation had been camera, those McDonald's brothers could be like, "Hey, you fucked us out of 1% of ownership of all of McDonald's," but they didn't have it on camera. With that being said, I mean, this isn't a wonderful example of this, but it is a pretty good example. Have you seen The Office before? I know you're not in love with it, but there's one scene where.
I love The Office.
Oh, you do? Oh, apologies. I did not know that. Maybe it was somebody else I was talking. Okay.
Why would you?
Because we don't talk about it a lot, and I love that show. I've seen it like a billion times, and I've listened to the podcast, all kinds of shit. Okay, so there's an episode where everybody in the office. You're cutting out. Can you repeat that? Are you cutting out, or am I cutting out? You're cutting out because I can hear my other device. Can you repeat that? I can't hear you if you're talking. Riser. Okay, what'd you say? Riser.
Yeah, sorry, I said American, the UK version of The Office.
I like the American one, but I also like the UK one. Okay, but the American one. Okay, so all of the people in the office are trying to set up Michael with a like a potential girlfriend, and Kevin, the fat accountant guy, writes on a piece of paper or something a telephone number with the name Wendy, and Michael calls and says, "Hello, is Wendy available?" And they're like, "This is a Wendy's, the restaurant." Okay, the idea. Have you heard the phrase? This is a Wendy's. Have you heard that?
No.
Okay, well, it's become like in the lexicon of the internet. When somebody just goes crazy on somebody, they'll just be like, "Sir, this is a Wendy's." Basically, like, calm your jets. Like there's no reason to overreact. Well, guess what? Every time somebody says that, Wendy's is subconsciously in the consciousness of whatever person does this. So what does this all get back to? To this website. Basically, you're going to be able to crowdsource a lot of these ideas much easier. Not have to pay some giant marketing company that's going to get you an 85 out of 100 or 89 out of 100 or a 92 out of 100. It's going to get you a 99 out of 100 or a 98 out of 100 or 100 out of 100. You're going to hit home runs. Basically, you're going to be able to say to the Fortune 500, we're going to be able to have you be able to be marketed in a much better way. And you're going to be able to test market this. You're going to be able to have a really great story as well. Hey, we changed somebody's life. We had our Super Bowl commercial. It was created by a 19-year-old college student, and they won $100,000 for their education.
They're a millionaire now, so we spent $10 million or $8 million.
Exactly.
Maybe,
Exactly. So
that's a lot of money.
they could. So you get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, it's an excellent idea.
Mine, I don't know why you waited this many years to tell me about this idea, but I appreciate that it's coming to the surface now.
Yeah, it was 4 months
I
ago.
think
Doug, I've
it'll
covered.
be-
I've covered.
It's like the easiest thing. I mean, maybe not the easiest thing, but it's not like technologically like complex to build. It's not an AI model that needs all this exclusive data. It's like a simple website
That's it.
with links.
With links.
Like 90% 9-year-old HTML
It just needs basically embedded links that allow you to see what like what the link consists of, and you could vote on it, you could filter it, you can click on somebody's profile and see their previous, just like you have with Reddit, their previous posts. You can see what else they've posted on. It's
They could potentially. Let me pose this question first. I was going to say potentially people will see someone do an advertisement and then just skip the whole sports thing and just say, "Hey, you did a really great job with the Pepsi ad. Just do my ad platform or marketplace." It's like nothing. But that's just one little thing. But potentially, do you think it would be? I mean, I think you're gonna say no.
Wait. Can we take on that idea of Pepsi saying, "Hey, I saw what you did for McDonald's, and we just want you to do ours"? They can do that already on Instagram, so it's not like they don't already have that competition. But here's the thing: who's to say that the person who Pepsi chooses, who did the original McDonald's ad, is going to be better than if they just crowdsource it? Again, it's going to be the one person versus 1,000 other people, and there's a very good chance that one of those 1,000 other people builds an ad better than the person who they stole from the McDonald's ad. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I agree. I was just saying that they could just select an individual and not do it.
Okay, and if
from
they
a mathematical standpoint, it is in their best interest to not do that.
exactly, if they do that, if they steal the person from McDonald's, they might get a 94 out of 100 on the commercial that the person does, which is really great. But guess what? It's not going to be a 99 like they will if they crowdsource it.
And that 99 is going to be the Wendy's meme that is like ingrained in culture and not forgotten about.
Exactly.
So
I can tell you
yeah.
when I was a kid, and there are a lot of people, like, I get emotional about marketing. I really do. So there's an advertisement. United Airlines used to play a song. It's George Gershwin, Blue. Just for a moment. George Gershwin, Blue,
Advertising before. I was like,
Rhapsody in Blue.
And you're like, yeah, I've been there, done it.
No, I didn't say that. I'm the best marketer in the world. It's the thing. The thing is, there's not a lot of money in it. Well, there's not a lot of money in being a creative. There's a lot of money if you can utilize it to your for a company. There's a lot of money in that. Okay, so what I want you to do, if you would, go to. I'm not even going to look at the 1980s airline Rhapsody in Blue. All right. So the United Airlines used to advertise with this song, and it was like it's George Gershwin, which is in like the public domain. And when you read the comments on what this is, it's like it's very powerful. And I remember, I don't know, like 3 or 4 years ago, I was on my stream and I had tears rolling down my face of what this commercial meant to me and what it meant to America and the world. A plane could get you anywhere in the world. And I hate to say it, like I get emotional when I think about it, how marketing can really affect you. or affect a person, I'm going to send it to you and just read the comments. Like, you think I'm moved? There are people who are just bawling because of this commercial, and what I'm saying is
For an aircraft?
for an airline, not even an aircraft, an airline. Just watch what I just sent you, and it's literally just planes and music in the background. But it makes me want to cry right now. It's because I get all these emotions of what it was like to be on a plane as a child, and to think like what the future would be of the world, and just it makes me want to cry now.
Just ate the skin of a kiwi. Not actually that bad.
Exactly. I think that people will eat it that way in the future if it's washed properly. So go to
You have to wash it.
yeah, you have to watch it, or you should. Okay, so go to your Discord messages and just watch this. It's a 69 seconds. Nothing. It's not special. But here we are, 4 years later, and I'm talking about this advertisement, and you think I'm passionate about it? Read the comments.
I think it might. I don't think I'll be able to hear it.
That's okay.
That's not the wall.
What'd you say?
What is it?
What are you talking about?
No, my dog's licking the wall.
Dog, just watch it.
I'm reading the comments. I don't understand why people are crying right now. Like this is not on a scale of like 1 to like the last or the final moments of Air Bud movies. It's like a 1 in my.
I understand.
I think that song are people saying how like there's in some other movies that has like a lot of meaning.
So, I mean, I'm crying right now. It's. There are a couple other versions of it, but they all. The thing that makes it brilliant is there are no words. You can show this ad anywhere in the world, and people understand. It's about flying in a plane. So the one that sticks out with me is I believe from 1988, and you're gonna be like, I don't get it. That's okay. You didn't live through it. But when you recognize that, like, to fly in the sky is such an amazing gift that we have that we really we take advantage. We don't give it a second thought, but like the generations before us did not have this ability to be able. I mean, you'd have to risk your entire life to be able to travel, and now it's just so easy. And especially in 1988. Okay, go to the one I just sent you in 1988, and I'm not even looking at the comments, but I'm sure they're going to be the same thing. They like this brings tears. Oh, comments are turned off, of course. But the thing, yeah, just go to it. So that's how you used to be able to just send your kid. I can remember we would be on a flight to like the East Coast, and people would just have like 7-year-old kids on the flight, and they were going to see their grandparents. Like things pre 9/11 were much different.
Is that legal actually?
It used to be pre 9/11. Pre 9/11, parents would buy a ticket for their kid and just get them on the plane, and then the grandparents would be on the other side. But I can remember my parents would like just keep an eye on these kids, to make sure that like nothing happened to them. So you're gonna be like, I don't get it. I don't get that commercial. I understand you don't get it. You didn't live through it. But if you lived through it, there are those of us who are passionate about advertising, and it brings a tear to our eyes. And I'm saying that commercial happened 40 years ago, and even doesn't even have words in some of them. Yet I'm talking about it. That's the kind of advertising that you could be able to get if you crowdsource these things.
Undomesticated animal, there is no.
Yeah, no, I do agree. My next criticism, which they may have an answer for.
I've got an answer for everything, baby.
And I can already, I think perhaps, and this could be because I'm very biased about social media, like on my Instagram account, I don't want to post pictures that are not related to art, and on my cryptocurrency Twitter account, I do not want to post non-crypto related currencies. Or non-crypto posts. And I'm wondering if this contest method would perhaps deter big creators from doing it. And I understand that they may have totally different viewpoints on the content that they put out, especially for contests where nothing is guaranteed. Some of them could be like, yeah, I don't want to put anything out there that I'm not getting paid for. Or other people could be open-minded and be like, hey, I'm doing this contest, here's my advertisement for the new pastrami pickle deli sandwich. It's the greatest thing ever. You should go check it out. I did a really good job. So I'm curious how you think how incentivized bigger creators are, and I do like that the platform is kind of like this Robin Hood platform of giving back to anyone in the world potentially, and so maybe it's a good thing that large creators don't want to taint their feed with some lottery contest post where they would make things look like perhaps cheap or something, even though it could be they're just exercising their creativity.
Yeah. So just create a burner account. Your question is like 14 minutes long. So just create a burner account. It's fine. No one says it has to be on your main account.
Okay, well, someone famous like Johnny Depp creates a burner account to start doing these like little Honda CRV contests. People are gonna see that it's not Johnny Depp either way. But I guess if your primary goal is just not obstruct your main feed, just get on together.
Exactly.
But that wasn't really the question. The question was like how receptive large creators are going to be to this type of platform. Do you think they'll participate or be incentivized to not participate, or same rules basically for any person on Earth?
Yeah, they're going to love it. It's going to be free money to them. So basically, they're going to be able to say, all right.
This can be bad though, because someone with 1 million followers can go post a shitty video and they say, to their fan base, go upvote it so that I get a prize. And then how are you gonna?
No. So here's the thing.
How are you gonna deal with that?
Here's the thing. No matter how many votes your project gets, no matter how many votes, that doesn't mean that it necessarily wins. It's the company that chooses. So they can have 100,000 people vote on their thing, and they will only win the fan contest element, which doesn't have the grand prize. It's just basically a feather in their cap, which is great. It's like Reddit karma. Okay, so you've got a lot of Reddit karma. It doesn't necessarily do anything for you. But the little guy who comes up with a better idea and the company chooses that as their choice, that person's going to win the money. And that's what matters.
But when you think that it's better to have multiple prizes at the top, I guess you basically, it would really kind of
you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want.
The voting system, if you're rewarding prizes to what users voted on most, would have to all be elected by whoever at the company. And that way it's just the best advertisement. No fan influence.
Wait, that's the beauty of it.
It's
But
be rigged too easy.
wait, that's the beauty of it. But it's in the best interest of the company to also give a smaller prize to fan input, so that you do have a marketer or you do have an influencer who has 100,000 followers push their audience to your website. So let's say, how would it break? How would it?
It would be positive. You get free chilling.
Exactly.
Next to nothing.
Exactly. So how could you do it? You could say, hey, our grand prize is going to be a $10,000 grand prize. That's to the winner. We're also going to get $1,000 in cash to the fan vote, which is a serious contest. And what is your platform going to make? $1,100, because you're going to make 10% of everything that the company runs for the contest. So, they're going to have $11,000 in prizes, $10,000 for the grand prize, and $1,000 for the vote, and you get 10% of that. So all in all, to the company, it's going to cost them $12,100, and they're going to get 99 out of 100 advertisement that people are going to be talking about 40 years from now. It's win-win. And on top of that, they're going to have huge influencers who are going to be sending their audiences to your website to vote for them in a popularity contest. It's great.
You know, what if they submit a really shitty video, though? And that's just there now on the internet.
Well, you can always hide.
Still advertising technically. So
No. You could. Well, there's that idea, but you can always hide it. You're the one running the contest, so you do just like with a tweet. If you tweet something and somebody sits in there and bashes you, you can say hide this tweet or hide this response. See, the thing is, you want to make this.
It's kind of like pay to win. I feel like even if you submit, it might just incentivize people from submitting if there's only a first prize and the other prize just goes to some big creator that they can't compete with. They're never going to get the small prize, so it's like, why submit?
Wait, you're thinking of going only for the big contests. They're going to be small mom and pop contests that if somebody puts some work into it, they're going to win. And then that means that their profile is going to get more badges and recent wins. And if they have a quality app,
their social media like will grow as they the bigger the company is going to promote their social media as well. So there's a huge incentive there. If you get a freaking retweet from Coca-Cola,
that's exactly right.
Like you're going to go viral. So there's huge incentive with that.
That's exactly right. And
only crossed my mind right now.
And imagine you're watching the Super Bowl, and in the corner it says "courtesy of @Riser" on X. Do you know how big a deal that would be? Wait, do you know how big of a deal that would be? You know that you'd get every creator on the internet basically who would be like, dude, I could be in a Super Bowl commercial.
Yeah, it's the Pepsi win the Jets scenario. But it's like the Jet is the Super Bowl commercial.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't even need to. If Coca-Cola said, look, we're not going to pay anything for anybody's content, but we will put your handle in one of our commercials, you get 100,000 people who came up with really good Coca-Cola ads.
Yeah, and then how the fuck do you sift through all those? Like, I guess there's a cost to that, like Coca-Cola.
No, you don't. You have the audience sift through them, so people will upvote and say, I like this one or whatever, and then you have a marketing person who just looks at the top 100 and is like, okay, these are really good, and then they bring them to their team and say, these are the top 10 that we like. Let's choose one, and then that's the winner. It's really not hard.
Yes, you're right. A monkey could understand that.
I mean, truthfully, you don't have to look at 3,000 submissions. You're going to let the audience do the work for you. They're going to upvote, and sure, maybe somebody's going to manipulate some things, and that's cool, but you are going to basically have your marketing person look at the top 100. So that's like there's a good chance that you can get some small organic creators in there, and if they have a good ad, that thing's going to take off, and it's going to be really upvoted highly. And it's like the top comment of Reddit. Sometimes somebody's got such a good top comment that people write below it, thread closed. Nobody can come up with something better than this. And you're going to have somebody who does that with their social media post. And on top of that, you may have someone who's like, let's say they come up with a really good idea, like whatever you said. Coca-Cola, girl, big boobs, Lamborghini. Okay, cool. And they submit that on a Monday. And then somebody comes in on a Thursday and just takes their idea. The crowdsourcing of this can say, look, the one that came up on Thursday just stole Monday's idea, and we have proof of it because it's on this website. So don't upvote Thursdays, upvote Mondays.
Yes. Do not follow the influencer that's literally copying the idea.
Exactly. And currently on social media, there isn't like a system that allows you to do that. Basically, if somebody gets traction with a reel or an Instagram reel or a post or something in TikTok or a YouTube short, other people just take that and make their own thing out of it. With your system or whatever this is, you can literally say, yo, dog, you stole this idea from this person. They put this submission in on this time, but if it's different enough, then other people are going to say, no, it's different and it's a better ad anyway. Vote for Thursday. And that's part of the dynamic of this. And at the end of the day, their vote doesn't fucking matter at all. It's what the corporation likes.
Now, the difference of remember is that that's a carbon. Ultimately, that's what.
And that's the beauty of it. This guy who I talked to like 4 months ago, he's like, and whatever it is, the winner, we have it so that the company has to use whatever they choose, whatever the people choose. And I said, that's not a good idea, because you'll get people in there who upvote really stupid stuff. I even told him this story. I said, do you know about Bodie McBoatface? He's like, no, what's that? And I'm like, basically, there was a governmental organization that said, we're going to allow people to name the boat of our like Coast Guard ship or whatever. It was in England or something. And you can name it whatever you want. So they put the vote out to the people, and the people voted Bodie McBoatface. And that was not something that they wanted on the government boat. So they call it something else, but it's like affectionately known as that. Yo, what's the Bodie McBoatface story?
So remember again, what happened?
And he's like, no, I've never heard of that, but that makes a lot of sense. So Bodie McBoatface is the internet famous nickname that emerged from a 2016 UK public name of Shackleton or Discovery. However, James Hand jokingly submitted Bodie McBoatface as a gag. And that's like the thing, like Elon Musk says, like the most ironic answer, one that's going to put those in. The name viral, fueled by social media, and surged to the top of the poll with 124,000 votes, far ahead of any other entry. So you're going to get that. Well, what if Coca-Cola doesn't?
There's a Taylor Swift concert that's the most voted one. She would perform at like their school on the internet voted for her to perform at the school cadet.
Yeah, I remember that.
Do it and gave them a donation.
Right, exactly. So that's what you're going to run into. You don't want Coca-Cola having to deal with Bodie McBoatface. But if you allow Coca-Cola to choose the winner, they don't have to go with Bodie McBoatface. Maybe Bodie McBoatface is really popular and Coca-Cola wants to use it later. They can do that, but they can give the winner out to the serious entry that they want.
Sounds good. There's also like this, but it's like unrelated. Let me say it before I forget.
Say whatever you want, baby.
I was just kind of like this joke in my mind where it's like, is the website for this going to look like the Money Putt course where it's just plastered with logos everywhere? And then also like a Inception marketing thing is like, whatever the name of the thing is, like Voodoo or whatever, is that going, like the concept of that is like paradoxical that you have a logo for a company where you advertise other companies. It's kind of funny, circular joke there.
Okay, so you have multiple questions. What's the layout going to look like? It'll probably
Just some silly observation.
It'll probably look like
It's gonna be NASCAR with just shit tons of logos everywhere.
No,
advertisers can advertise on the advertising.
well, I mean, if you want to consider it that, it'll probably look like Imager. Do you know what Imager looks like?
I've been there a few times.
Okay, so maybe they've changed it because I used to go to it all the time. It used to be my favorite website, but they changed it, and I like never go there anymore. But basically, if you go to the webpage, their like homepage, it's just a bunch of squares, and you can choose on anything that you want, and the squares change. They're like with popularity, and then you can filter stuff, but the filters have to be really good. So it would have to be like, you know, by submission, by submitter, people who have a certain amount of karma, people like big contests, small contests, different categories, how many times a company has posted, all that shit. Like more filters than anything. So you'd be able to just find whatever you want. And if you're a small time creator, I mean, I even said this to this guy. If you wanted to and you were talented, you could make a living just doing these contests. If you were good, if you're like a video editor, if you wanted to, you could make a living out of just doing this because you win 2 or 3 $10,000 contests over the course of a year. That's a pretty good salary. For just sitting at home.
Substantial prize winners, yeah. I mean, if there's just so many entries, like the odds go down, the more the price goes up.
Well, but then there's the idea: get good, then see what's been winning, and then start moving in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair. I mean, ultimately, it's like. I mean, it's not entirely the market decides, but the market influences this decision.
Yep.
Usually the best ideas will rise to the top.
What happens?
I'm in agreement with you.
And then what? And then you brought it back inside the base line. So look at Rashi.
Bodhi,
It's almost right across in Rashi.
Word, word dog.
So I'll say the shiloh over here is you took the carbon out, and then
how
you
much
brought it back in.
funding is needed even to start this? $0.
You brought it back in without the avoda. So you took it out, and then for some reason
Yeah,
you turn around,
basically.
you come back inside. So it says the shiloh is, Rashi says, the assumption right now we're asking is
You just need a website.
as a result of the departure from Yerushalayim.
And the beautiful thing is, you're not putting up any money for the contest. The other people will.
Do we say once you leave Yerushalayim, by definition, the tumor devolves upon the
And also the interest that you get from
or do we say no? Once you came back,
these contests last for say 30 days, a week, 5 years or whatever. Like you're holding that money in the
So remember again, the halacha was
interest.
Yeah, that's a great point.
Free
carbon would be on
interest of just holding
long poles. They would carry the carbon on poles. When the first two
I guess it would be in the it's in the website's best interest to have the longest competition possible,
last second one,
so that you can hold on to the interest as long as possible.
That's exactly
I
right.
mean, there's a line though because people look, it's a 3-month competition. I'll be like, oh, what the hell? I'm gonna save this for last minute. I don't know. I might lose engagement if it's too long.
No, I mean, you'll get people who will want to have the longest account on there or the longest contest on there.
If you assume that the moment
Which companies do you approach first to pitch this to?
Small-
Any in particular? Like, do you go straight? I mean, the thing is, you like before you even approach Coca-Cola, like chicken and egg scenario, you need users and you need those like that user base for people even like be aware that the thing exists. So how do you actually get the ball rolling for this whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, you could just start with a small mom and pop startup and say, hey, we want you,
Local restaurants.
yeah, we want you to just host a contest. And you don't even have to pay any money for this. Just give away $100 gift certificate, and we're gonna have local artists who come up with social media posts for you, and you choose the best one. And you don't even have to give out money. You just have to give out like a little food or something like that. And you're gonna get people from all over the community who come up with really great advertising, and it's gonna be grassroots.
Why not? Because even the lashon of the pasuk itself is
Yeah, you will need moderation to moderate the companies and moderate videos being submitted.
Not really. Not, I mean, a little bit, but here's the thing. If it's going to be okay for Instagram, because that's where the link's going to come from, or Reddit, or TikTok, it will likely
Which platforms do users submit the video?
just your major social media platforms.
So a whole broad spectrum of wherever a video file can be hosted.
Exactly. And that gives people that's going to allow you to dominate the internet, because you're going to have like a bunch of different places from which to choose. And it's going to help Instagram and YouTube and all those places, because it's going to get them a lot of clicks. People, you may just be able to embed the video on your website, but people would be able to click through and go to YouTube and see what the comments say and go to the person's profile on YouTube. It's win-win.
I'd imagine that most of those major platforms have embedding, probably on Twitch, that place sucks, but other ones.
Yeah, and if not, then there could be a way to just take a screenshot, and so you have to host some images. No big deal. That's not that expensive.
I mean, this would go like viral instantly if like Twitch came out with a contest. I was just like, yeah, best advertisement for Twitch gets like 30 grand.
That's
Or
right.
literally, it just takes like one little like push, and like from like a big company, and then it just like would explode. But I just said you do need the users to begin with before that happens. So I'm just wondering like the fastest way to get there. And yeah, I mean, contacting. Okay, so it's a maybe I feel like food isn't the most ideal. I mean, it could be, but just because the menu items might be difficult to actually like showcase or something. But there's a billion different types of businesses, I guess, that can use advertisements, taxis, or whatever.
Which are offered outside of the base image. When I say offered, I use that term a little bit loosely.
Yeah.
Because they're not actually put that on the spec, but rather again they're avoda.
All right, big dog. Well,
so the price is
go ahead.
Yeah, we gotta wake up at 5 to watch the hockey game.
Yeah, dog. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but
Surf on the one who goes ahead and
what were you gonna ask?
the one who bring them out of Yerushalayim. The halacha is
Just any holes in this
ultimately again the
idea or obstacles that you.
No, it's a fucking $1 trillion idea. It's first to market. It's whatever, but even for anybody who comes up with it, just like FanDuel has DraftKings and Coca-Cola has Pepsi and TikTok has Instagram. Like everybody's got
It's not a
content.
patentable idea, or is it patentable?
No, it's just a website, so it's not anything that is
So by definition, the clothing becomes covered. But if clothing
I mean, is Facebook
one of these sacrificial items, then
No.
what?
all you have to do is just add a feature and then it's a different patent. So it doesn't make sense really to patent the software.
But my suit rubs against the para aduma. The halacha is my clothing does not become tummy. Rashi says about the common Oakland. So just finish that. Rashi says about
Sorry,
the
before I end this amazing talk, which I appreciate you
and drink which come in
pouring
contact
your
with
ideas out into the world.
with the carcass.
I just,
ultimately again does become
I'm super stoked about this one because I know a winning idea when I hear it.
Yeah, and ambush
Just like
interviewing.
ambush.
Interviewing is big. All right, so next time we speak, let's come up with a really good idea for the name.
Which touch any of these kavanos, ultimately again it will become
Right.
Here's the thing, though. I'll tell you this, Riser. You try a lot of different things, and you've got to see it through. So if you really think that this is the idea that's going to change your life, you've got to pour yourself into it and see it through.
I agree.
Excellent.
I mean,
That's very big of you to say.
That's I don't believe in.
That's very big of you to say. So I want to commend you for recognizing that.
The fact that I suck at committing, or that the idea is good.
No, both. That you recognize that you suck at committing. But the thing is, you've got a good head on your shoulders, so you can commit to something and become successful with it. You just putter out. And I think that you sound motivated.
I think it's not necessarily like. I think belief drives a lot of my behavior, and if the belief starts to fizzle, then I'm gonna spend my time elsewhere. But if the belief is like, I didn't really know you back then, but literally for like, I mean, arguably like since 2017 to like 2023, for like 6 years of my life, all I was doing was Chainlink, decentralized Oracle network, blockchain insurance, and like just deep into different applications for blockchain insurance, and just like obsessed about that like on a daily basis. like forest fire insurance, vineyard insurance, shipping delay insurance, like all these types of insurance. I was just deconstructing them to their bones, figuring out, oh, hey, instead of basing it on the wind, we should base it on the SCADA data of like the computer, and then what are the consequences of that, and like, oh, this could apply to all sorts of renewable energy things. And I basically decided to stop pursuing that because like the nature of the insurance industry is like very moated and like very difficult to penetrate through, and it's just a complex waters to navigate, really.
I get it. I'm saying that you have a $1 billion idea with the greatest cryptocurrency of all time as well. And all that took from you is to literally go into X spaces and promote it. And that fizzled. Like, but that's a $1 billion idea too.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It hasn't fizzled. I literally published an article today, but it was, the belief in it that was fizzling. But now that I am out of that mindset, I'm more motivated to keep pushing it. Because I'm also like, I didn't tell you this, but literally today, within like 2 hours ago, I checked in my followers. There's one guy with like 57,000 followers who followed me, another guy with like 30,000 followers, 32,000 followers that followed me. And I just see that, like these are not like small little people that are following me. And they're following me because there's words on my page that are appealing, basically, that somehow they construct in their minds and form an idea of what the premise is, that they are at least curious and fascinated enough to give me a follow. So
that's great.
Little shit like that kind of makes me feel like I'm on the right track. And if you're not getting any signals or feedback to kind of keep pushing you along, it's easy to. Yeah, I mean, you have like you're either like the like I don't know, you just have like very thick skin. It's like you do not like seem on like the surface ever to get like upset that you haven't gone viral or whatever yet. You're just like, it's all a matter of time or whatever. The universe will work itself out. But I bet you there could be, if you fucking had 1 million people lined up, and it was just a competition of who starts turning your life 24/7, and then just like who's gonna last one another. I don't know how many people would be standing, like out of the 1 million people, would be standing after like 4 years. Like you are,
well, thank you. Thank
I know
you.
a lot of people would just give up after like day 3, week fucking 1, week fucking 3. It's like the Mr. Beast competition, just axes and fucking into the fire pit with all these people. A year, like 98% of the people are gone after like a year, and then it's just like they're really like insanely like dedicated people that are left.
You're exactly right. Well, thank you for your high praise. I can tell you, it would be one thing to say, "Oh, I've made it 4+ years. Oh, like I can't wait for it to be over." Fuck no, I'm the opposite. I get stronger every day. I love it more and more with each day. I appreciate it even more than when I first started doing it, and have committed to this for life. The other guy in here, he the spirit man, he wants to do it for the rest of his life. But he kind of like, we only have 6 months to be able to go viral. Like, we have to do it. Like, he's got a lot of other things that why he thinks he can. I recognize that there are those kind of people who feel like they need to push it. Like the universe has a plan, and I'm with it, and I know it'll come. I know that, I mean, I'm 40 years old right now. If I continue to do this and I'm a little old man, somebody out there is going to be like, oh yeah, I saw this motherfucker 30 years ago and they're still going. I mean, I still get that from people who are like in my YouTube chat, like, I can't believe you're still going. You're absolutely correct. I am still going. And when I say that this is what I've dedicated my life to, I mean it. But I also know that the benefit of this is so huge. In addition to like, oh, I have like an archive of my life, it can make me, it has the possibility to make me the richest person ever, the most desirable bachelor of all time, and the most famous person ever, and the most memorable person in history. Why wouldn't I try it?
Do you think? I mean, I don't think this would happen to you, but it is a curious, like an interesting phenomenon. I find like that, like an absurd amount of fame and fortune, like really can like twist people into going down very like mental instability rabbit holes, like Britney Spears or Macaulay Culkin, or I've recently seen reels of Shia LaBeouf just acting like a complete maniac jackass and not really being too sane. And it's almost like a curse in a way that is like people or Justin Bieber. Even though I don't think Justin Bieber has had, I mean, he probably has a shitload of mental breakdowns from the fame, but it's just like at the very least, his fame is like seems like really annoys him based on how he treats the paparazzi, being like he's just pleading with the paparazzi to just leave him alone. But they're just like stalking him everywhere. God, that makes me like paranoid. But
I'm not too worried about it. Their fame depended upon people, depended on them doing concerts and like being in the public. Like mine, generally, I mean, I do have quite a bit of footage of me live streaming IRL, but generally I could do this for the rest of my life from just hotel rooms. Like I could, you know, basically remain as anonymous as I want. I just, you know, basically go outside with a mask and people might not necessarily know who I am. It's like, I don't have to perform in concerts. I don't have to make myself that open to the public if I don't want to. But I want to. I've got a good head on my shoulders, and I think I'd be able to handle it. But anytime that I don't want to be on camera, I can just turn them off or leave. It's like there's nothing that I say that I have the longest stream in global history. That I don't. I mean, I eventually want it, but that's a lot of stress. I don't want that. I want the most amount of data in global history, and that's what I have.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you're fine surviving in the bunker, basically, shielded from society. That snowboarder Olympic athlete that like turned into like a cartel member and had like a huge FBI 10-year manhunt. Apparently, some guy on YouTube was like, yeah, like, and the police are very patient, and they're like, we don't think that this guy is gonna like last in like a bunker in Mexico. Like he stands there like a sore thumb because a 6'4" white guy living in Mexico. Like he's gonna just like slip up and we're gonna catch him. And I think that, I mean, he did get caught like 3 weeks ago or like a month ago due to insider information. But yeah, I think most people, I mean, it's also an interesting conundrum. And for me personally, I feel like digital friends on the internet, like such as yourself or the other people I talk to that are worlds apart from me, like I find the relationship over the internet to just like be like incredibly fulfilling, even though they're not in the same room. But some people that grew up socially isolated and only have like internet have like very poor social skills, and it seems to like affect their life potentially more than someone who is interacting with people in real life. I just find that phenomenon kind of strange. Do you have any? Sorry if you want to go to sleep.
No, you're okay.
Yeah,
I have,
yeah,
I mean, I have generally been a popular person IRL. Growing up in school, I always had a lot of friends. As a young adult, I had lots and lots of friends. Social media started, and I had more friends than my friends on Facebook when it first started. And so I've been able to see the growth of social media, but also within my community, I have religious friends, I have non-religious friends, and then having dedicated myself to the live stream, I can use the skills that I've built from my IRL social behavior and be able to utilize that on the internet. And I mean, it's just like I am in agreement with you. I get an immense amount of benefit from the people with whom I'm around, and it's certainly a unique relationship that I've built with many of these people. But I basically see when I was born as a really unique time. I mean, I was born in 1985. I was able to see the world without any internet, without any computers, and then we had computers, but it wasn't like everybody had computers, and the personal computer was still new, and wasn't that popular. But then the growth of the beginning of the internet, and so I mean, like I remember a time when there was pre-computers, at least pre-personal computer, and then to move through to where we are today, where we're literally connected 24/7. I think it's a beautiful time to have had the best of both worlds, or at least had the ability to witness the changeover. I know that, like, in terms of data, something like in the year 2003 or something like that, digital data, the amount of digital data in the world overtook analog data. And I was there for that. Like, basically, all of the films of the past and all of the video cassettes of the past and everything were overtaken in about the year 2002, 2003 or so, in terms of the digital formation and digital data. And I, then have been able to see the birth of the internet, the birth of social media, the birth of the smartphone, and I've seen how people react. And I mean, it's one of the reasons why I don't want to talk to children in these discords. Firstly, I don't think it's appropriate for adults to be talking with children. Secondly, they're just we're not on the same maturity level. And while there are some, young people who are mature, they just don't have the social skills to be able to hang with me. And I frankly would find them to be somewhat of an annoyance. There are some people, though, I don't want to put down all adolescents, but generally, there's like no respect for elders. There's like certainly the online anonymity allows them to feel like they can say anything to anyone that they want. In my day, that just was not something that existed. You respected your elders, you respected your mother and your father. There were many two-parent families, mostly two-parent families, and you had good role models in your media generally. There wasn't the breakdown of the nuclear family, and now I see what society is, and I can't blame these people, the youth of today. It's just the only thing that they've ever known. But like in 1991, you wouldn't go up to a random stranger and just yell 6'7", 6'7", 6'7", but people will do that in 2026, whether they feel like they're being being rude or not.
It's
Does that make sense?
crazy that like you went from your parents, your generation is like you went from your parents parenting you, but now in this generation it's like the internet is parenting you.
That's a
I think parents have to do like a very, they should be wary of the horrors that are lurking on the internet and the dangers. You don't have to be paranoid about it, but like they should be, you know, there should be some like basic safeguards in place that it just seems like way too unfiltered almost to be safe. And there's like a lot of crap on the internet. I mean, there's a lot of great things, but there's like a whole giant heaps of garbage piles too that they're training data of their little mind AI models just gathering information from, which can lead to a whole host of terrible beliefs and actions down the line. And it's kind of dangerous.
You said something very insightful. Yes, the internet has become the parent of children today, and in previous generations, people made the argument that the television had become the parent of previous generations, and perhaps in my generation, the computer, not necessarily the internet. Basically, like, and then you get into screen time. Like a generation prior to me, screen time wasn't a phrase that was used. My generation, it wasn't used until recently. But in today's generation, the youth of today, they're being asked at the doctor, like, you know, when you take a little, like a 3 or 4 year old child, the doctor asks the parents, what kind of time are they spending on the screen? That seems bizarre to me, but that's a serious question that's asked by pediatricians today. And, you know, like, how can we limit that? And I personally think that the youth of today is very disrespectful, but the people prior to me felt my generation was that way, and the generation prior to them felt that it's societal. But there's certainly a breakdown in when I was reading or I was listening to something on Roblox today. Like, I've never played Roblox. I don't really know anything about it. I think it's I really don't know anything about it. I want to say it's like Lego, but that's Minecraft, which I really don't know too much about either. But Roblox has its own currency. I know that. I know that it has microtransactions. I know that. And I know that the average player of it, I think like 40% of all Roblox players are under 13. And to me, there's a major issue to allow a child under 13 to be able to be on the internet in like chat rooms and in like groups. Like, do you know how manipulative people can be in these things, especially if there aren't safeguards that say you have to be like, this is only a chat for 14, like people under age 13. It would almost be like, imagine kids on the playground who are talking in circles, and then all of a sudden a 40-year-old person can come up and just talk in that circle and use any language that they want. And then an 18-year-old kid can come in there and just, or 18-year-old adult comes in there and just starts yelling, you know, the N-word or using the term bitch or something like that. Like,
it's the Wild West.
It's absolutely the Wild West. And that's why, like, if I had to advocate for it, I would not change the internet at all. I would allow the internet to continue to be free, but I would offer parents software that limits the internet for their children. So, for instance, like, you just, it would use optical character recognition software so that you would just never see the term fuck anywhere if you were a child, or the term, you know, any of the cuss words. It would,
honestly, that seems like pretty basic software to build. I don't know, but literally just whitelist the websites that they're allowed
to come and touch one of those,
or have some filter. I mean, it's like YouTube Kids, like that, of like approved websites, basically.
Yes, but even with YouTube Kids, I could go in and use and be like the username. There are ways around things. Like I could make my username like
that's not the shadow. What's the shadow?
fuck me 69. You know what I mean? Like and YouTube still allows
Well, you
that.
shouldn't be allowed to do that.
Right. No, I understand that. But what I'm saying is people will come up with things instead of being fuck me 69, they might make it FUKME 69. So with optical character recognition, you could just limit all of these things. And they do offer, there are companies that offer this software. It's just not highly purchased or utilized because it's an extra, it's an extra cost for parents. Exactly. And it doesn't always work that well. And I understand that, but I personally would say, if I were president, I would say that every household in America should be able to get this software either at a reduced rate or for free if you don't meet the minimum requirements. If you have a child in the household under age 18 or certainly under age 13, I want children to be able to use tablets and do all that kind of stuff, and that's cool. But we would force software to be able to block them from all of the things that they should be on. But what does that mean?
That the insane thing of just like having it just like a open world of like anyone can go on Roblox basically. Like most people are fine or whatever. But like the handful of strangers that are predators that have access to children that can do harmful things, like I don't know if they're currently under me by the law, but like or they're just saying like, hey, it's the parents that need to not let their kid access this game that allows voice chats. Wild. So the perfect solution is
it's a software that limits it. Now, how does that stop some kid from getting on his parents' cell phone or computer or whatever? That's why you'd have to have like there are passwords that you can put on things. But if you want to give a child a tablet, YouTube Kids is not good enough. It really needs to be software that takes over the whole system so that nothing that they see is going to be
I thought YouTube Kids is curated just like Netflix Kids.
Oh, it is. But what I'm saying is, if you give a kid an iPad with YouTube Kids on it, but it still has the App Store available, all they have to do is click on the App Store. They're going to see games with women with giant cleavage and even just cartoon characters. And it's going to open up their minds to things. Basically, I'm saying you should have the entire device locked down for people who are under age 13. YouTube Kids, though, even in itself, I know when I first started streaming, there's a thing when you create a YouTube stream that says, "Is this for kids?" And I would write yes, not thinking that it's going to put me on the YouTube Kids app. It wasn't not okay for kids. It was like just me sitting in my room. So what's wrong with that? It should have. It doesn't. And so I got these parents who would come into my chat and they're like, "What are you doing cussing on the stream?" And I was like, or I don't know if it was that, but it was just like, how is this kids content? And I'm like, and that was only for like the first couple of weeks that I did that. But I was like, well, it's not for kids. And so then I had to change it. So I remember thinking to myself, that's not the right question to ask. Is this for kids? It should be, basically the question, I think I rephrased it as something like, does this content feature anything that should not be seen by anyone under age 18 or something like that. It was like more specific, just not is this for kids? Well, it's not for kids. I mean, anyway,
where do we learn the concept that
I don't think that even YouTube. I mean, if you watch YouTube kids stuff, they put some really weird stuff on there, like on. It's like creepy. If you watch YouTube children's channels, there are some really creepy channels. And they say that they're for kids, but they'll like do weird things with weird things with cartoon characters. So again, I just think that there should be software that takes over the whole system that blocks children from being able to use the internet. And
have you heard of Elsa Gate?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly. That kind of shit.
No shortage.
Exactly. All right. We're going to leave it at that, my friend, because I've got to watch the United States kick ass at 5 in the morning. Yeah, right. I'll look it up
Are
on.
you actually going to be up? Because I have my alarm set, but I was just setting it to like, set for like 5:30. Because I don't think I want to get up at 5 exactly.
Yeah. I'm not even going to say it. It's like, there's. I know if I did, I would just fall right back to sleep. But you never know. I might awake at like 4 in the morning and then I might actually watch it. So you never know. If you do watch it, come.
The discussion.
Absolutely. And the $1 trillion ideas that I just give out like fucking candy.
As to where these Kabbalas are actually
In exchange for not publicly shaming the company when it's a success.
Well, isn't that a funny
The verifiable data.
exactly? Isn't that a funny backup? I mean, it would be like somebody going on Shark Tank and all of the sharks like, no, we're not going to buy your thing, and then they came out 6 months later with the same idea. The person could just be like, dude, I was just on Shark Tank 6 months ago. You stole my idea. That's essentially what I'm doing here.
I'm sure hopefully tomorrow. You've had a lot of amazing ideas. This one is like right. And it's crazy that it just doesn't exist.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, which is like astounding to me after I digested the idea. It's just like, why?
I don't know. I do not know. All right, Biggie. Take care, sweet dreams, and USA, peace. Shout out to Riser, everybody.
My love to Yitzio. Are you not talking about the fact that you put the carbon out of the way? Prior to this, to which the Gemara says, "Lo, sultuma psulina." That's how it is. That is trying ultimately against the psul to other different timing. Or we spoke like yesterday, it's less sultana. By the way, does not resolve. By the way, Karma has something serious. What happened was in the constitution? Karma has something serious. So again, are the kabbalah that are totally burned on the outside? The yatsa lugo the meal even. So remember again, what happens is the majority of the animal is taken outside of the animal. The meal even, but the 51st of the majority is represented by the minority of one particular race. So the idea here is 51% of the animal is now exiting the Yerushalayim. What happens? That 51%, that last piece of the majority, is made up of the minority of one of the wings of the animal. So the Gemara says, here we go. So now, what's the halal? How can we do the either bus and either shutdown? We say that minority of the wing follows after the majority of the animal, and therefore again we do it as if the majority of the animal has exited. The Gemara says. So now, how can we do the either bus and either shutdown? Oh, I'm sorry. Do we say that little minority of the wing follows what? The rest of its and therefore again, since the rest of that is not exiting Yerushalayim, therefore what? Therefore the minority of the room is specifically inside as well, which also means de facto what's occurred. The majority of the animal has not left Yerushalayim. Oh, Dilma, or perhaps you say, maybe you say, no, we look at the minority of the limb not as part of the whole limb, but rather as what? But rather as part of the attached to the animal. And therefore we'll say, again, in this particular case, therefore, halacha l'maisa what? Halacha l'maisa, if you're after the majority of the animal, and therefore halacha l'maisa, the majority of the animal has exited, the one is pshita, the lo shakina lu'ud anymore, v'adina basa lu'ud rava. So it's clear that we are not going to forsake looking at the majority of the animal in order to start measuring the majority of the limbs. It doesn't make sense to say that we look at the minority of that limb and look at it as part of the whole limb. We look at it as part of the animal. Hello, shiyatza chatzia b'roketer, not hi. Hello, shiyatza chatzia b'roketer. What's the case? The case where half of the animal ultimately again as God, but half of the animal ultimately is comprised of what? The rope acre, of the majority of one limb. For example, say that half that went out is made up ultimately again of one limb. So the Gemara says, "Robo one. I need to be the acre top of the leg. I need to be the acre also rope acre shakila. Do we see that ultimately again the yield of the one acre goes after the majority of its acre? Behind not the leg, that we the animal as if it went out. Maybe we say that that piece of the limb is considered to be an extension of the animal as a whole. Which the Gemara says, this is Gemara on the Rabbi, so since I don't have the same type of question, but in his model, we're not really dealing with whether or not the majority of the limbs of the majority of the animal, but rather what we're focusing on ultimately is the majority of people carrying the animal. What's number again we saw that said that there were 40 things to carry out the Gemara as humans. Here we go. So the Gemara says, Hamisha is asking, Hamisha b'nei Adam. Let's say again, we'll see the case where although you only need 4, let's say you have 5 people carrying the animal. Enough to slaughter. 3 of them went out, who partially tripped, and 2 were left inside. So 3 exit Yerushalayim, 2 were left inside Yerushalayim. So mine, we'll say, so what is the halacha? Basar lo, this question has been to go after the majority of people carrying the animal, and therefore again, we'll say therefore we would view the animal as if it's outside. And we'll say that according to that logic, if you go out, this question actually carries a lot more weight, because if you go basar in the saskia, what does that mean? That means even the people who have not yet left Yerushalayim would be considered as if what? They did then what? Then they are tmei. Remember again, it's according to the Yisrael, so those who are involved in the primary from the moment you leave Yerushalayim, you are coming. So what's this? The Shiloh here is you have 5 guys carrying the carbine. 3 of them exit Yerushalayim, 2 of them are still inside the city. So Shiloh becomes, do we view the 2 as if they are nigrad, pulled after the 3 rope, and therefore they're coming in and didn't exit the city? Or not? So Mike, also go as I'm not asking as we are. Or Basar him asking us, was it do we go after ultimately again the majority of the people involved in carrying the carbine? Or do we go Basar him as we would go after the animal, which the West is needed? But again, this question unresolved as well. By the results, Harin is shooting and is such a shiratsu because another very interesting case. What happens if you took out the power of the seer, and then what? And then you brought it back inside the base. Now look at that shit just a moment. It's almost right across from that. Shiratsu b'chazrulahu. Hasadadait kamu'inin tumas God shokshuru. Shokshia coming by this. That's like the Shiloh here is you took the carbon out, and then you brought it back in. You brought it back in. Now, obviously, the case that we're looking at over here is you brought it back in without having done the avoda. So you took it out, and then for some reason you turn around and you come back inside. So this is the Shiloh, Rashi says, the assumption right now we're asking is is there Tuma as a result of the departure from Yerushalayim, even though what? You did not actually do the avoda of the carbon. Miyamin and even did not do it. Do we say once you Yerushalayim by definition the Tuma revolves upon the individual? Or would you like even the 100? Or do we say no, once you came back without doing the avoda, you're back. You're back. Amr al-Ramam. So al-Ramam says, Tashma. Are you so remember again, halacha was that they would carry the carbon with steps, right? The carbon would be on long poles, long poles. They would carry the carbon on poles. Have you shown me Yatsu when the first two guys would leave the walls of Yerushalayim that are actually in the case of Yazara, but the last section one did not yet be. Have you shown me Yatsu so I said ultimately again, the words left Yerushalayim would become coming to us because the Ba'achronim in the Tamin B'Gadim actually. And the other ones will say ultimately again we remained inside. So the halacha was they were not in the Tamin B'Gadim until they went outside. These sacrifices, I will say that this is actually, and Rashi points out that this is a little bit of a stretch. It wouldn't get the Gemara's right, but we'll go through nevertheless. These sacrifices even enough to do. It was like that if you assume that the moment they leave Yerushalayim, they will come in front of you. Even if they subsequently come back in, enough to because that body then ultimately again, even those who are still on the inside, ultimately what should become Tamei as well. So it's like if you guys having me over here is if you say that it's just automatic departure from Yerushalayim that makes you Tamei, whether you come back or not. Then by definition, what Gemara is suggesting over here is that once the process of departure has begun, and the first two are on the outside, and the rights of the last two should become Tamei as well. The fact that they don't indicates to us that if you're in the city or if you come back to the city, ultimately again you should not become Tamei. Now when we say come back to the city, what that means is come back to the city without what? Without having done the actual avodah. So Rabbi says, no, I'll tell you why that doesn't make sense. How about the achar yavo ala machaneh vayivlech? So it's like, here's the difference. Everyone's going to agree. I shouldn't say everyone, but let's assume for now, everyone for our purpose of our discussion is going to agree. That if they didn't yet leave Yerushalayim, then of course they're not going to become Tamei. They're not going to become Tamei. Why not? Because even the Lashon of the pasuk itself is so the Acharitim Yavo Elamachane was in this what? Means that halacha l'maisa you were outside and now you're coming back on the inside. So everyone's going to agree that if you haven't yet left Yerushalayim, then of course you can't be coming. The shayla is once you're out, even if the avodah was not done, was that satisfied the criteria of Acharitim Yavo Elamachane? And maybe you should become coming even if the avodah was not done. So rather, what was Rabbi Elazar actually asking about? First, he wanted to go to that ultimately, what we're really talking about was like Bakusi are long, crooked poles. Really good actually just a moment. Actually, it's the Bakusi. Sha'aksam, not the Bakusi. Sha'aksam the Makos. The only courts don't see on the Akash cousin. So it's the key here as follows. The way you have it like this. People talk to cover ourselves and then play back in. Put it back into the Azara. Then what happens? Another set of people will say, hold on. Shock some amount. They go in and they take all of the carbon with poles, with poles. But only in the Bakhmut, they're standing outside of the Mikdash. Lord Siyam, the Acha Shechaz, after the carbon was already brought back. Becoming one delay. I'm here to make sure that's a Khutbah Zara. Call us sleeping man, you can't get in the Khutbah Zara in Tamil Garden. I'll do my even the 100 Adinaf kilometer. So this is the fundamental Shiloh here again. What happens if you have a situation that's brought back in? And now I just want to take it back out. So ultimately, again, do we say that once it's brought back out, by definition, everyone who's going to be involved in it? Or do we say, someone only develops upon individuals ultimately who are going to be involved in the actual avodah? But if not, both of was done, then halacha l'maisa that someone doesn't develop on individuals as well. So turn around on it. So again, the Gemara does not seem to resolve that. We're gonna find some kind of resolution for all of these issues. Turn around on it. para. Vice brings always stuff like para represents the paramount stuff. Para is para. Sira Mishalea is the Sira Yom Sira Mishalea. So what the halacha is, Hamishalea has certain balancing because. So what's like in all of these cases, remember the common denominator over here is that paramount stuff and para azuma, Sira Mishalea are all kabbanos which are offered outside of the base. Actually offered, they use that in a little bit loosely, because they're not actually put them in the but rather again they're avoda is done outside of the base. So the Bryson says anyone who was involved with these kabbanos, for example, the Mishalea, one who goes at a center off the cliff, Sarfon, the one who goes at a hand and burns it, or Tzia, the one who's bringing out of Yerushalayim. The halacha is Kami Begadim, ultimately again the person becomes Kami. Vehim Atzman Ein Mitamin Begadim. But ultimately again they themselves, ultimately again the Atzman Ein Mitamin Begadim. What the halacha is that their clothing becomes Kami, but they themselves should not convey Tuma to clothing. Look at Rashi. Vehim Ein Mitamin Begadim. What's like it's the first one line in Rashi. Hara Uparan Atzman Ein Mitamin Begadim. Hanotim Bahen Elom Atzman. What's like with the Muslim as follows. If you are involved in any of these kabbalos, so by definition, the clothing becomes Kami. But if clothing were to touch one of these sacrificial items, then what? It would not become Kami. So it's interesting again, if you're involved in the avodah, your clothing becomes Kami. But if the clothing, let's say I'm not involved in the avodah, but my suit rubs against the para aduma, halacha is my suit, my clothing does not become Kami. Rashi says. About the time it opens, Rashi says about the time it opens, I know the one. Or we will see the food and drink which come in contact with the carcass of the carbon, ultimately again does become. So again, therefore, anyone who's involved in this things, it's kind of like this. Fully because they're involved in the avodah, they actually in the family of it. But they themselves do not do so much of the garden of high contact. About common open the mash of the right name says, but open the mash of the drink, which touch any of these covenants, ultimately again will become the Chacham say, Hara Uparim is coming open the mash. The Chacham say that one of the Parazimon and the Parim, which are mechanic open the mash. Sigur HaMishtaleh in the mechanics. Ultimately, in the Mishaleh, you're not to eat them. Why not? Shulchan. Because it's alive. The Hachai, you know, is coming open the mash. It ultimately is something that is alive, not to be too up. To open animals. So Bishop, I'm going to have a small friends in the Bishop, and people tell them to be really small. What's the American sheep, and what is it to be small? What is it? You can't be really small. But you can't be really small. Ask for Sarah Singua. This is actually the Pasuk. By Kabbalah Tzor. The Pasuk says, you come in the Masam of Kozera Zara, Hashem Zara, Tarbu. This is the same animal practice. Comes upon something that is attached to the ground. Let's say the halacha is the thing that is attached to the ground, so that's in the Kabbalah Tzor. So therefore, the Gemara says as follows. Mas Roy. So this is how they chose Russia. Mas Roy. Shin Sofa Mitama. So much on this. What's this? Roy. Themselves, which can never become Tamei Tuma Kamura. There wasn't a way you can't become Tamei Tuma Kamura. So, for example, they can't become an Abatoma. You can never become a high level of Tuma, like Abatoma. So, Masra, when you tell me Tuma Kamura, you can capture. That was in your car capture. Capture was in his mind. That in order for seeds to become Tamei, they must first come in contact with a liquid medium. If we become in contact with one of the seven liquids, that then they are hooked, they are receptive. So the words after again, we drop principles. After coaching yourself on becoming Makamura, speaking of that, therefore, most like any item which ultimately again can't become a Tabatoma, also requires texture in order to become something. Also requires contact with a liquid in order to make it tumor receptor. What is this come to explain? Not just send the Devas old color. What's it comes to its cartons of a kosher bird. She's so far becoming to my Kamura. She was like this can become an Avakama. And therefore what? And therefore what's like ultimately again does not require any type of contact with the liquid medium in order to go and make it. So it's just interesting. Sunday Shimon says giving us a cloud by Shema. That only an item that can't become an Abba Shema ultimately again requires Hashir. If it can't become an Abba Shema, only item that only an item that can't. If an item can become an avatuma, therefore it does not require texture in order to be a kavatuma. If an item can't become an avatuma, then by definition it requires texture in order to become an avatuma. Which will say, actually, think about it, makes not that Tumatara doesn't always follow like a logical sequence, but we'll say, actually, what it's saying is, texture means that the item has to be made receptive to Tuma. What the Gemara from Tanya Yisrael essentially is saying is something is so sensitive to Tuma that it can become an avatuma, then by definition doesn't require texture. If it's a bit more insensitive, or actually say Tuma resistant, that it can't become an av, then by definition it requires texture. So the Gemara says as follows. So what does it mean to exclude the case of Oftar, the Velas of Tar, because the Velas of Tar will say has the ability to become an avatuma, therefore it doesn't require texture. So we'll say, using this same logic, that the mayor would say that the secret La'azazel also has the ability to be mechanic something. Why? Because the seer, like the Velas of Tahar, also has the ability to become an avatuma, primary source of tuma. Therefore, again, it shouldn't require texture in order to become something. And therefore, what it will say, it should convey ultimately to us. We contact Elul Rabbanon, right? What it says, Rabbanon. He is the who behind the Yishmal. If the whole behind the Yishmal, after you see him, then even since that should convey to law. Less like they don't hold this after the para or para niyama. They will say that even by the para instruction, from where do you know that they can take some up, which the verses to us and to Amar and Mara, which is the answer. Sweet and action, Tuma Mimakum. They will say ultimately, what are we talking about? We're talking about items that require action Tuma from somewhere else. Not items that themselves can be kept. So essentially what it is like this. When you tell an extra Tuma, we're talking about the fact that in order for an item to become effective to somewhat, it requires some type of Tuma, so that the external Tuma prepared for the process. The simplest example of that is contact with the liquid. Contact with the liquid ultimately again makes something receptive to Tuma. Therefore, the Rabbanon will say, what's the list that we're talking about over here? Of items that require action to move up the market. Of items that ultimately again require Tuma preparation. But these items like Siyam, like Karet, and like Siyam have nothing, ultimately I was like can become coming and don't require any external preparation to this happen. Fine. So what about the following situations? Do Karet and Siyam restaurant. So we'll say these again, and the Kabbalah says, outside of this question. So ultimately again, are they mechanic ultimately mashkin different kibachos? So we'll say are they mechanic can they convey them up? Ultimately again, someone just to open mashkin different kibachos. Inside the base of the Mikdash, like they would do after. So it's already established that outside the base of the Mikdash, ultimately what happens once these items are taken out, they have the ability to convey them up. So remember again, let's go back. When it comes to part and sin, so what's the Tzimah capacity? If you're involved with them, then what? They make your clothing covered. If you're not involved, then they don't convey so much. Meaning, if your clothing just touches it, they don't convey so much to the productive. But they will convey so much to what? So open and mash. The Shana is do they convey so much to open and mash outside of Yerushalayim? Or can they convey so much to open and mash even when they're inside the base of the Tell me, Olo, do we say about the fact that not taking the blood outside of Yerushalayim? Is that like something deficient in the sacrificial process or not? If you say this means deficient in the sacrificial process because they haven't been brought out, then what? Now, Allah shouldn't convey so much. If you hold on the other hand, that the fact that they haven't been brought out not sacrificially deficient, and ultimately they can convey to what to open and actually inside of the base. So what's the value of the actually asked the question, answer it, no, we will say the lack, I should say, the fact that the covenant is not yet been taken out is the equivalent of the covenant of being sacrificially deficient, and therefore halacha l'maisa again is the lack of the both sides. This actually seems to be the conclusion that everyone agrees on. And as much as we said before, that the part of the stuff and serious stuff and taking outside of the base and stuff have the ability to take a tumah to the clothing of those parts of the have the ability to take tumah to open the mashkin that just touch it. That ability to take tumah is limited to when? For the covenant taking outside of the base or outside the Yishanai. It's still inside of the base, inside the Yishanai. It does not convey tumah. And that seems to be Allah for the Maisa. The Velas of Tar, so if you have the carcass of a kosher bird, Velas of Tar, the mayor, Mahu, she gives up because that. So we'll say, according to the mayor, what happens if you have a kizayis of an Velas of Tar? You have the carcass of a kosher bird. So let's remember again. So does that have the ability to convey tumah to other food items through a kizayis? If you have a kizayis of the Vedas of Tar, and the kizayis of the carcass of a kosher bird, does that kizayis have the ability to convey tumah to other food items on it? Which the Gemara says, well, what's the case? Look at actually this moment. Mount let's not fire right from the bottom. You have a mayor opening a match on the kizayis. The Rabbanon goes to Baruch. The Ami needed to cut the tumah, but either. The kizayis ain't to do a tumah, ela the base of the about the Indian Maza, let me share the kizayis. Ela the mayor of our culture, somebody coming to us, Amura. So what's the case? What's the case? First was the Makala Arab with the Bible. So it's like if the kizayis of the old covenant is sitting on the ground and a food item touches it, then both like that's not a China Bible. Remember again, we already learned this. And interestingly enough, the Velas of Tar only conveys from the house, the base of Leo, only when you swallow it. I just interesting about the Velas of Tar. It conveys tumah to your clothing as a result of swallowing. So if it's sitting on the ground, it doesn't convey tumah to anyone or anything. So you must watch the case. The not to be will divide it. You have it in the mouth. Obviously, it's not a shayla either. Why? Because it's something that conveys tumah under those circumstances. So Kiti Bala, that's what is the shayla? Do not give maybe a name. Let's see, well, what happens if I'm holding a kizayis of the Velas of Tar in my hand? So what's the shayla? Mechusar Keva to Mechusar Nice Dami Olo. Let's see, so what's missing over there? I'm holding that kizayis of the Velas of Tar in my hand. What's missing on one side? What's missing is moving it, bring it close to my mouth, bring my mouth. To do with you that, as we do that one called the absence of bringing it closer, as if there is a sacrificial detail that is missing. Oh no, or not. Do it once the bus divide on the pashta, where it answers it on the base. Mechusar Treva.
Hunting trips.
Love
I don't know. I mean, that thing is
so
like.
my answer is that no,
you classify this like Kelly, but then if Trump's going to be like, he gave out classified, then he's letting them know it's classified. So I'm just telling the cat's out of the bags. But saying I need
again of the lacking of a sacrificial nurse. And then also the mercy suggests that in this case where it's holding it, ultimately again it would convey to us to open and mash. So the mercy is
that means there's real data that aliens are real. That's the only thing you could draw as a conclusion from that statement. Yeah. Right? Yeah, you would think. I would try to say aliens are real. You shouldn't say that because it's classified.
When it comes to an Avelas or Tar.
Yeah, it is, but that's such a crazy. Trump was trying to keep it classified.
One of them was as follows. I really think
well, yeah, they are, but I can't say
number one, it ultimately, again, in order for an Avelas or Tar to convey Tumah, there has to be Machshava. What is Machshava? Machshava ultimately means that I have Kavanah to eat. I have Kavanah from food. Look at Rashi. Tzricha Machshava. Yitzari Pakos, Yirai Semer, La'ash, and Pakos, the base open. The Kabbalah is talking about this. Actually, we're going to see that Kizayis. And remember again, just keep in mind, right now, Mir Shail is dealing with Kizayis, not with Kibesha. We'll see in just a moment. So number one, it requires Machshava. That's being too high, sure. So we'll say again, as we said before, Kizayis, oath, Tar. Kizayis Devas Tar does not require texture. We'll say why not? Why not? You told us before, why not? Because halacha l'maisa, remember, anything that has the ability to become an avat, we call it ab. Tuma kamura, ultimately again does not require texture. Next, tami tumas open kibitza, and ultimately it has the ability to convey tumas open. But what's it to watch this? What's the shear? What's the shear? The kibitza. What's the shear ultimately is an X value. Not a kizayis. The man was suggesting that a kizayis of Medevas Ol Tahor has the ability to convey tumas open. Here the price is clearly saying what they was saying that halacha l'maisa, you require ultimately a kibitza. If you actually for just a moment, ומתאמת תנועת אופן מקדישה, לזיכתני צמיחה מחשבה, ואינה צמיחה הקשר, alma, בנקית לידיעתך. So the fact that we say you require machshava, but you don't require hechsher, we're talking about a case where you're holding in a velas of tar in your hand. The must from the ara anai or to the hechsher. The directed labels where I see a machshava. In the machshava, you don't use it. I kind of debate it in his eyes. Rashi just put that over here. We must be talking about a case where you're holding in a velas of tar in your hand. Yet, again, what the devices say, how much of it do you need in order to convey tumah to Oakland and Mashkin? The mayor said that even a kizayis of the velas of Tahor has the ability to convey tumah to Oakland and Mashkin. Here we see it's a debate. My love, Mary, also does this not reflect the view of Mary? In which case we have a sira, contradiction. Is it a kizayis or is it a kibetza of the velas of Tahor that ultimately conveys tumah to Oakland and Mashkin? Which the man says, no, it's not a mayor. We'll say it's not the mayor, it is the Rabbanah. I have a hard time on the Yerusha, Tzvicha Machshava and Tzvicha Action. Or a second, but we learned at the beginning of the race that what? That this Medelas of Tahor requires Machshava and doesn't require Action. So Uman Hashanis Le Hai Svara. And I want to say ultimately again, who was the one who told us this Svara? Which Svara was it? That if something has the ability to contract, to become Summa Chamura, it does not require Action. That's Rabbi Meir. Well, that's Rabbi Meir. So ultimately again, you're going to tell me, Rabbi Meir, Sefer Rabbi Meir, we'll say now again, so the beginning of the Brisa, which espouses the principle that if something is capable of becoming Tumah Chamura, it doesn't require Hechsher, that's Rabbi Meir. So we'll say, if the relation is Rabbi Meir, then what? Can it make sense to say it's Rabbi Meir also? Which the Gemara says not necessarily. We need a Uriah, Hakidi Isa, Vahakidi. So perhaps not, we'll say perhaps each one is reckoned separately and each one is reckoned on its own. We'll say so both the ratio and the state of the ratio could reflect the view of Rabbi Meir, and therefore the principle we'll say is the principle, which is that halacha l'maisa, if something is capable of becoming tumah chamura, it does not require hechsher. But the Sifa ultimately could reflect the view of Rabban, and mainly that thought that Nevelas of Tahor only conveys tumah to Oakland and Mashkin with what? Bikibetza. Bikibetza, to which the Gemara says, Muhammad Bikani Sifa. I have one at the end of the verse that says, Shikasa Mikasa Mitahares Trefasa Mitumasa. So it's actually something we studied extensively earlier before. What about the fact that the shape of the verse says that when it comes to a bird, if you go ahead and you check or you do malika, mitahares trefasa mitumasa. But it's the act of shkita or malika removes any type of tumah consideration. So what's the whose opinion does that reflect? Man shamas lechaisara. What's the whose opinion does that reflect? Rabbi Meir is supposed to say, now we have a real problem. So you're going to tell me, Reish of Sefer Never Test Rabbi, I'm supposed to say, watch this. You have three halachas. So halacha number one is that anything that's capable of contracting or becoming tumah chamura doesn't require action. You have halacha number two that says only a kibetza's worth of the velas of tar conveys tumah to open and mashkin. And now you have halacha number three, which is what? That shchita or malika of an of tar removes any type of tumah from its carcass. So let's say, here's what I know. One is Rabbi Meir, three is Rabbi Meir, and now you're going to tell me that the middle one, number two is Rabbanan. You just stylistically change the range of Mishnah or a Brisa. Does that make sense? Ratio to say Rabbi Meir, says Rabbanan. Which one says last thing? Ratio to say Rabbi Meir, says Rabbanan. Again, let's say switch. The Gemara says, let's say incredible Musa. Incredible Musa is Chazal. The Gemara always wants things to be like a linear progression. Rabbanan, Rabbanan, Meir. Therefore, you know, whenever you come across this tradition, you have a brisa that reflects multiple opinions. Chazal, the Gemara doesn't like it because the Gemara feels it's stylistic. It's not the way to go. It's good to go in the arrangement of a methodical linear fashion, to which the Gemara offers answers. Reish of the Sefer Yom, says Rabbanan, will say, you know, a metaphor for life. Life rarely goes just in a straight linear fashion. There are peaks and valleys, there are ups and downs, there are bumps. Nothing just goes straight according to plan. So you have a ratio in there, sitting with Siyasir Rabbanan, state running there, and that's how it comes. There's one that's only a Hamil Rabbi Zera. Another discussion that is still part of the solid part of the previous discussion. So we have Hamil Rabbi Zera, Hamil there. Those is actually interesting Lashon. But the case of Akara, essentially, don't sit down. Actually, I'm going to be a Hamil, so you explain the following halacha. So this is, Hamil Rabbi Zera is Shatter. And Rabbi Zera, you know, don't make yourself comfortable until you explain this. Until you explain this to me, what does he want him to explain to him? The Gemara says, Nevilas of Tadar Imeir. What's the tickets? According to Imeir, which they have in Nevilas of Tadar. What's the number again? The Imeir is going to hold that Nevilas of Tadar is capable of achieving Tumah Chamura. It's going to have a more Chamur Tumah. It also doesn't require Hesh. So according to Imeir, Monin La Rishon B'Shin, or in Monin Rishon B'Shin. What's actually interesting halacha. So if Nevilas of Tadar conveys Tumah to something else, does it make that secondary item a rishon or a sheni or not? So most of the commercially asking over here is contrary will hold that nevelas of tame, or nevelas of tame, as we go to have too much hamura, when it contains too much of something else, what level of tumah does it make? Do we look at it as an av, and therefore as we look at to make something else ultimately a rishon or a sheni, or not? So it's all a motor rishon machine. Alright, which zero is ultimately it says whenever you have an item that conveys too much of a person to the matter of contact, that type of tumah will make something else a regeneration. We'll say that in the case where what? In the case where an item, a government will not go ahead and make something a rishon or a sheni. The person a rishon or a sheni touching it, will ultimately again, in a case where an item of tumah does not make someone come a through maga, then ultimately again it doesn't make a rishon or a sheni. We'll say, how does that answer our question? So remember again, the velas of Torah, does it go ahead and make someone come a through maga touching it? And the answer is no. It only conveys tumah how? Face habiya, through ultimately swallowing. Therefore, Allah remains in the cause of disaster is too much in Maga. Therefore, even though, according to the mayor, it is a Tumah Chamura, it will not make something else to be Rishon or Rishon. Next, why am I Rabbi Zera and Rabbi Abin Bar Kahana? Well, I'm relating Rabbi Abin Bar Kahana. So Rabbi Zera asked the question of someone. Here we go. This time, there's actually a fascinating piece. This time, Hebrew is open ayadi mashkin. Hebrew is Tumah Kala, getting Hebrew is Tumah, getting Tumah Hebrew Tumah Chamura. So listen to this. You have the following situation. You look at Rashi actually this moment. Hebrew open ayadi mashkin. Look right by that goes about. Rashi says over here, Chatzi Zayis Nevilanikan. The Chatzi Zayis Nevilanikan. Umash Ketopea Be'erza. The Nogia B'Shneim. Mechadrim L'Tamei Open Umashkin HaNogia Be'echa Min HaChatzar Eros. Listen to this. So remember again, let's say Nevela. Nevela is only conveys to Mafia B'Kizayis. Let's listen to the following case. I have half the Kizayis of Nevela on one side, half the Kizayis of Nevela on the other side, and I have liquid in the middle. And the liquid essentially in between the two pieces. There's a concept said in Gemara of Hebrew Ochen Al Yidin Mash, which is that if you have two halves of Nevela that have shared liquid in the middle, that shared liquid actually creates a halach between the two pieces to create what a kizayis of Nevela. And therefore, again, I will say if something, let's say other food and drink, were to come and touch one of those half kizayis pieces of Nevela, the food and drink, the open mashkin would become tamei as if it touched the entire kizayis of Nevela. That's called Hebrew Open Al Yidin Mashkin. So we'll say, what's the shayla? So that's actually, for our purposes here, uncontested reason. That's not the shayla. What's the shayla? So monin or rishon, we'll say, what type of too much does it convey? does it make the item that touched it a Rishon or a Sheni or not? Amarle, Alecha to the Kame Adam Monim Bo Rishon or Sheni. Aim Kame Adam in Monim Bo Rishon. Rosh which the Gemara essentially says that Halacha Raisa, if it goes, whatever item conveys too much to a person, again, through Mago, then ultimately again it will go ahead and make something a Rishon or Sheni. When it's not a Tamiya person, it doesn't make it Rishon. We're saying a case like this, although we say Tiburin Open ID Mashkin is Kibul Tuma, that type of Tuma ultimately again will not that type of item will not convey too much to a person. Because it won't convey too much to a person through Mago, but ultimately it doesn't make a Rishon or Sheni as well. So we'll say let's go back to it a little bit. It's actually look at this moment in keyword to so we'll say Rashi says Gemara says over here that this type of tuma, which is that two half zayis combined by liquid in the middle, will not go ahead and be mekame a person. Rashi says it won't be mekame a person and kelim. Such I will say the only thing today's tuma is what? Is food. Open and mashal will not convey tuma to people or to clothing. I will say the end of Rashi is amazing. The time up, no you don't know. Rashi says, by the way, I don't know why. Right? It's just the way that it is. I'm going to say something. You know, Rashi didn't have to say that. Rashi didn't have to say I don't know why. Right? Rashi just has to tell us again what it's referring to. You know, it's an incredible lesson. Rashi teaches us sometimes things in so many different ways. Rashi also not sometimes. Anytime. It's okay to say you don't know. It's okay. Remember second Shabbat says Lama B'Shon Lama in your day. You tell to say I don't know. People are very resistant to say they don't know. Because to say I don't know something, we often interpret it as a sign of being frailty and weakness. So what do? More often than not, like people do is instead of saying they don't know, what do? They make stuff up. And sometimes also, the amazing part is you can make stuff up to the point that you can even feel convinced yourself. Now you say it enough times, hopefully you begin to take it as hemes. And I will say this can be a very dangerous thing because people invent all types of contrived truths for themselves that they used to live their lives based on. Sometimes, again, the best thing you can do is to say, I don't know. And it's okay not to know. Rashi doesn't know. There are plenty of things that I don't know also. In those moments of us, we're confronted with our human limitations that we don't know something. Instead of trying to pretend like those limitations don't exist, the better approach is to embrace it and ultimately, again, to find humility. So Gemara goes a little bit back there. Okay, we'll just go back to the 2 lines. I have to record the parsha talk afterwards. So Gemara says as follows. Yatsu Ilu Bilu. So as I just take the beginning of this, we'll have to stop. Yatsu Ilu Bilu. Remember, we're talking about here as follows. The Mishnah told me that halacha l'maisa, once when Yatsu Ilu, when there are 4 people carrying out the part had instructed to see in their instruction. So the way the Mishnah seems to will say is that halacha l'maisa, you only become coming when you actually exit Yerushalayim. Therefore, even though the first 2 go out, when the last 2 are still inside the city, ultimately, again, they do not become coming. They do not become coming. Only Yatsu Ilu, it's only once they both are out that now all 4 become coming. So that Gemara just says over here, where do we know that from? You turn around, so you learn Lahavon over there. And I was later on when you see this is by the power of the Kohen Gadol. What does it say? So who Lahavon Omer, who's the Yom Machanos? So we'll say we're going to see in tomorrow's class that Gemara talks about by the power of the Kohen Gadol. Says ultimately again that it has to be done outside of the Machanos. Yet again, I will say over here. Now, by the time the power of the Kohen Gadol, if the power of the Kohen Gadol, power having done in that seaboard, so it's like kind when you went to kind of refers to seer and power of the people. It talks about being moved from one camp. Lomar Lachon, Avon, Shiyasa, Pusamachana, Akas, Mekani Gadol. Teaching that once, a carbon is taken out of one camp, ultimately again, it's Mekani Gadol. The equal from Minoma, but also we're trying to understand where does this halacha itself actually come from. So we'll stop it here for today. We'll pick up a Mir Hashem tomorrow to turn around on us. And we'll say the idea of remembering us, we're leaving off kind of mid-sugya, trying to figure out where do we learn this concept. I understand if you tell me that once you're involved in the carbon, the actual avoda, that avoda becomes coming. Where do we learn the concept that what? When I look at the Maisa, taking it out of the machanos actually conveys too much of the clothing. Tomorrow, I'll record the person and post the person about the Mir Hashem after that.
April or May or something. come on, you're Paramount. No, you're more than that. You're Paramount Plus. He cracked. And for the lawyers to release this statement without even talking to me is really surprising. The host also noted there's been a long, very famous exception to the equal time rule, and that exception included talk shows, interviews with politicians. Interesting. So that makes it interesting. We looked, we couldn't find one example of this rule being enforced for any talk show interview, not only for my entire late night career, but for anyone's late night career going back to the 1960s. He said, Ware said that Carr has not gotten rid of that exemption to suction talk show hosts yet. Maybe CBS was worried that this is a rule that the government could crack down on that, although no one has ever done that in the past. So this is a different kind of government, right? Obviously, it's a very adversarial relationship with CBS, or at least the Colbert Show has already. Yeah. Right at the top. What party is Tallarico? He's a Democrat. And Crocker is Crocker. She's Democrat too. Yeah, it was like, they're running against each other. Exactly. Yeah, okay. Tallarico's like, he's a guy, his story's very interesting. And his story was that he had this kid that was very troubled in his class, but he was receiving counseling and he started to get better. Budgets got cut. They cut off counseling, and this kid started
get or get the benefit of the buffer, and there's some tool that happens before the event, so the meeting is not brought on the staff. And those cases, the Kohanim do not get the benefit from the high. They don't get to keep the high. Remember? Ola also has to do with Ola that had some type of benefit to a person, right? So if you doctor was coming and therefore not brought on staff, and so there was a benefit to the person, therefore Kohanim do not get the benefit from the high. Okay. Ola snitched to Lola Smart. How about if we have an Ola that was brought to Lola Smart? We know that an Ola, there was Ola back, and an Ola that was brought to Lola Smart is not doing the Mishnah. Application will also be violent, even though the owners do not get credit for the Ola. It still is a valid cover. We just still need to, the owners still need to bring up an Ola, but it's still a valid cover. And therefore, even though the violence do not, doesn't count towards the scope of the violence, the Kohanim, Ola fund, the Kohanim still do an Ola because the cover is still brought. It's still a valid cover. It just didn't satisfy the obligation of the owner. Okay? Switch to continue to tell us. That's what Ola Shafis, whether it's an Ola of a man or a woman, the Ola of the car, we'll see exactly why in the Gemara, but again, bring it down because the topic is Ola Shafis. So we're saying, this is not specific to only men, but it included an Ola of a woman, those highs would also go. And that Ola touches the bottom, but however, if we have a permanent protection collar, those skins, along with the rest of the animals, go to the owner, they do not go to the owner. Ola touches the bottom of the top of Ola. The Ola, the other touches those would go why? It's the top of Ola. You might know, when Nixon started telling us about it, and the Pasuk said, talks about the high of an Ola, that goes to water. You might know Ola, for example, but Ola, so Kohanim do not get the benefit from the Pasuk of the Ola, because actually the Ola, the Pasuk of the Ola is not on the land. Even so, the Pasuk says that the Ola high does go to the water. We have a discussion where the Kohanim do get to partake in the portions of the Pasuk, and certainly in those cases, the Kohanim should be able to and have the benefit of the Ola.
He's a religious guy.
And then Richard disclosure, of course, yes, we will discuss more in detail in Ola. In the example, don't come and try to put them on the folder from the Isaiah, which is what Rashi tells us why. If you look at Rashi, it's correct to Rashi every word in the Gemara. So, in a death must be a Roma. In a Roma, in the death is Because the bus are Ola, don't say that he can disprove his logic because when it comes to an Ola, the bus is gotten by the Mizbeach, but the Mizbeach does not get the order. The bus is also supposed to be.
Yeah, and it's also you can
This one, the country does it up a ton of Sarah and the Leader, and they're listening, so we should use the same logic or to repeat the logic why the Kohen would get the order of country. Yeah, the Asian of Asian is all the whole muscle, right? You can't use it because the Mizbeach never is up to the line. Right? So you can't say they don't get in this case, and therefore Barnes is also not getting it. But the Mizbeach is never there for the order. If it's never there for the order, we can't use the same logic. Right? The other one, hold on, the Tabakoma, we can still use the country Tabakoma, use the country. Again, we'll get it in a bit more detail in the Gemara.
And then you can bring the family in.
Tell her about it. Hold on. Now we're going to break down the pasuk. Again, the pasuk is discussing Olam. The pasuk specifically says that the high of Olam goes to the Kohen. The pasuk says, "Kohen Amakir of Olam, Kohen Amakir of Olam, or Olam Shirikik of Kohen Yehuda." Okay. Olam Shirikik. That's what it's called in Olam. It's not Olam Hegdish. That is coming to exclude the Olam that belongs to Hegdish, and we're going to define what this is in a moment. That's what we do. Olam Shirikik. To exclude Olam Hegdish.
It's also
Not Olam Shirikik. Because no, it isn't. I agree. Olam Shirikik. This is exclusion and praise, but it comes to exclude the Olam of Hegdish. And again, we'll discuss this as well. Okay, now we're going to break down in that order. We're going to discuss Rabbi Yehuda's Shita. What does it mean by to be Olam Hegdish? Why is that excluded? So my father Olam Hegdish. What does it mean to be Olam Hegdish? How about we go down to the Machok? How about we see it like this? The Olam Haba and Hamosar. The Yehuda says, the Yosef says,
yeah, you have to, it's just like intense. You're just sitting
there
there with someone and it's like
Mosara.
everything they're saying.
What are
There's no like guidance. You have to
Mosara?
just be like, all right, well, like,
Rashi,
maybe
and
that. It's
Mosara,
like,
the second and third Rashi in the Gemara.
but then you would like
The Kohen Shabbos shall
go back to the school. I can see so funny. I went to social work school. Stand up, was kind of kicking around.
where someone brought in Asham and they're getting a phone from somewhere else. Now we have this extra Asham. What do? We read out, we raise, we get the loan, we sell it,
Kind of curious,
and that money is Mosara. So the extra fund, right? The kind of loan, what do they use? And with that money, we all have to put some back. We bring the double offers that are called some back to kind of keep them back. So, a lot of those issues, but those are not the old others to the person, right? Because that person had to bring another owner or got stuff on it from somewhere else. And therefore, these are just.
But it would be like. It was just literally be in a room with like 13 other people, and they would like, you know, you talk about
the Mosara, these extra owners that are brought are considered illegal, right? That makes sense. And this is not no Rashi, and certainly these Kohen would not be so hard to die. However, not the other Mosara to the Rashi Yakinazri, but there's a thing that says that yes, we don't count towards that person's owner, but the bar is also double by that individual. So now, if you're talking about in Yidra Yakin, why should the tone use up for the high? Same way, with what I know, it's still being all out. It's still a personal product. Michael, then what he said? Remember, so Rabbi helps. Hold on. So Rabbi talking about the thing is it's on the process the problem comes from Shaka, and it says Ha'ola, Ola, only each other. It refers to the Ola that has to be the first one. Right, so the just Ha'ola refers to the first one. Apanami, we make a similar drasha. Ha'ola, our pasuk said, or Ha'ola, or Go'ola, only each other, only the first Ola. And in our case, the first one brought it means the first one that is designated to be Ola for the person, and not the Mosara, which are sort of secondary. We still brought it Ola by the person, but they're not the Ola, they're not the originally designated Ola, and therefore they still consider these Mosara still not fit into Ola. Okay, that is perfect. That's the first answer of what we mean by Ola technically. Bungalow, Ibo, Ola, he says no, but the master Ola is very much. So what do you mean Ola? Okay, it means that somebody donates an Ola for the kapara. So we know we have We have two types of kedusha. You have kedusha of good, where the animal itself is to be brought as a kedusha of good, there's intrinsic value in the animal. And then you can have where you donate an animal, you donate something else. What's like a buy is just a general based on the and that is kedusha summon, just the value of the animal as kedusha, and not the animal, not the animal itself. So in this case, the asshole has an olah, and then they donated that olah for Tzedek Habayis, right? So now we sort of confusing. We have the intrinsic kedusha of the animal as an olah, but then we also have kedusha of damin because it was donated for Tzedek Habayis. So the most good is the lovely part on such a Tzedek Habayis up to the olah, so that even in this case, that the kedusha of the Tzedek Habayis, the secondary kedusha, is focused on the animal, even though it already has kedusha for good, and that is still the olah. So now we have multiple kedushas on the animal. And for them, I understand that certainly it is now Tzedek Habayis olah, and it is Tzedek Habayis olah. It is not personal olah. It's not olah. Therefore, it is excluded. So I understand the question for that, Madam. However, even according to Madam, that says that in this case, because the animal already has kedusha of good, the kedusha of damin is not kosei shmid olah when it gives it back to the bias. I mean, well, with that opinion, we're only talking about the meat. Why? Because the meat itself is going to be brought on the back. And therefore, that we can say that has kedusha of good, and usually someone cannot take effect. The pasuk is mentioned in the back. However, even that opinion will say that the hides that are not brought on the back, the kedusha of Habayis is okay. And by virtue of the fact that the kedusha of Habayis is focused on the or, it is no longer considered olah ish, right? So at least from the perspective of the or, you're not an olah ish, and therefore it does not go to the kohan. Right? So that's the second answer. The first answer we had was that it's an olah that comes from the mosaros, the extra money that's found because a asham was set to grade, the money was brought in and used to purchase the olah. The second answer was that it is something extremely case where you take an olah and you designate for Tzedek Habayis, and therefore it's no longer considered olah ish, it's considered olah ish. So that's our first answer. Once I correct it, then we'll go to our third answer. I'm not knocking olah rabba baradua. A day number of knocking olah rabba baradua. Olah rabba baradua. Father olah haba minimum. So knocking the name of Rabbi Baruch, I'm going to agree with our first answer that olah ish comes to exclude an olah that comes from the Mosar. That is what's considered olah ish. I'm going to agree with knocking. Come on, why do you always say it? I'm not going to get to a minute. However, already retracted his shita. The Tanya, what's the thing of you? The Tanya, Shisha in a dava. The olah haba on Mosar. So we had there's 13 boxes, 13 shofarim. I forgot that were in the evaluation of and 6 of them had held coins for these mosaras. Right? The mosaras coins are also primarily common that happened. And 6 of these shofarim held coins that are mosaras, and that's what you would bring these olas, right? They would bring the olah haba on mosaras. You look at the hands up on the olah, and the kohanim would not use the olah at all, like we said, like our first answer, right? You're going to use that. That's what we think of it. Otherwise, in the Tanya of Amri, God, Shimon, asked the Yehuda. If so, you're going to say that these olas that come from the Mosar should be high to not go to Kohanim. In case the Alta, the Yerusha shall Yada Atoy, then you are going to be nullifying the Yerusha that was made by the Yada Atoy, which is the Tanya, or they don't say the Tanya. Then this is relative to Yada Atoy. Hashem, who is Hashem, Hashem. One part says since the Bible of Hashem is La Hashem, and the last one is part of the Pasuk, but another part that said Hashem.
Oh my God, it's like.
Because I just usher and put after them, and I said the exact process. It's like one of the process, but it said that the Kohanim are built to the and one part of the teaching with the Ashram is like them. Another one is another part of the Ashram is for the Kohanim. So you have to be the
window into how
right.
crazy
The culture of Mission Ashram, you look up for Olos. What do you do? We're talking about what we have these Masara, and they come from the Papas and Ashram. So what do? You let them get them on, you sell them. What happens to these coins? You buy, you look for Olos, you purchase Olos. A Basra like them, the new, those are the Mizbeach for them, and Olos on, and the skin goes to the Kohanim. So we see clearly here that the Rasa of your Yoga is that we have the Olos brought from the Sotos, the Kohanim, do it back. Yeah. We keep getting these and so on. So this would be a negative our first answer. A negative of not putting the name of Rabbi Baruch. We agree with that. We agree that that would be excluded as a college. All right. Ella Mab, my movie. Okay, so okay. I'm a Taco. So now, what do you exclude from Ola Tig? So when we say Ola Tig from Ola Tig, what does it come to exclude? It doesn't come to exclude the Masala because of the drasha of the other time. All right. This is now our third answer. So the Nakis Nefasa, which is the case where someone is Nakis all of his possessions, and according to the opinion of the which it's not. I'm not just in the bus, and the hymn knows how you got it in there. Let's say someone is not with all their possessions, and within their possessions, they have certain animals that are going to be brought as a carbon. What do you do?
It was, and I remember like saying
this was very, like, reminding me, I've been outside of Walmart, so male animals, and you sell them to people who need to bring in Ola. They go to not to sell it to first one. The female animal they sell it to people who need to go to a London. Okay, so now the animals are used for the product. And what about the money that you receive in that purchase? You can share the hotel, that money gets given to the stuff for that purpose. Okay, that's first thing. Now we're just this is getting a focus. That would be true, no? That's not new. No, don't sell the Zakara. All of the money brought has come to Ola. In the kilos, right on the kilos, that cannot be brought as a Ola. You can do the surface lemon, so you sell those to people who need to bring a coverage lemon. And what do you do with the money? In this case, we have to do the Ola. So now, you buy Ola with that money.
And the funniest part was
like, China Plus is usually and then all the other possessions, you have those are those that are buy. Even according to the opinion of Yeshua, the other Ola they show. Even according to Rabbi Yeshua, who you see, so when someone says I'm not this all my nefasa to the Beth Abaya, we can split what that designation is. It doesn't all have to be just the value, but we see Rabbi Yeshua holds the covenant, the animals that are right for carbon are brought as a carbon, and the animals that are and the other possessions are sold and given for better life. You see that in the designation, we have some that are given to us, some that are brought on the death, and some that are given to the better life. Right? So I mean, it's process. But this is only the lead. Like the lead was brought on the the hides that are left over that can't be brought in the back. I might have thought they'd go to the Kohanim. No, those pieces that they have and therefore that is what's considered Ola Hedge, right? Ola Hedge, that the animal itself is brought on the stock, and the hides, which would ordinarily go to the Kohen, are instead have to be in front of the bias, and are not Ola Hedge. That's our third. Just a quick review. We brought in the Pasuk itself said Ola Hedge, and the really cheaper was Ola Hedge comes to exclude something that's called Ola Hedge. Three opinions what it means to be Ola Hedge. Sure, it is an Ola that is brought from the Moksara, the extra fund from that has to bring to get a book. So those are considered property of the death and not Ola Hedge. So those hides do not go to Kohanim. Or you say it's a case where someone takes the Ola offering and then mocks that Ola for Bedek Habayis. So again, they appropriate that for that high with Kedusha Bedek Habayis, and therefore again it is Ola Teged and not Ola Ish, but not Ola Kohanim. The final answer that we had was somebody who's mocked it all their Nechasim, and within their possessions they had animals that are run to be brought in Ola, or other animals that are sold to people who brought them, and then with that money they're brought, you're brought, an Ola is brought, and in those cases, those are Ola Hegde, because the hides do not go to the Kohanim, and instead go to the person. Okay.
The academic study of it and applying it.
Now we look at the, but now we go back. We had a second opinion of what Ola Ish came to do. That was the opinion of Yehuda, Omer, Kava Ola David. He told us Ola Ish comes from two Ola there, so learn how.
That can help too. Yeah. It's like,
Why would Ola Ish even Ger? Why is it Ger not an Ish? An Ola Ger can be included, a Ger is an Ish like any other Ish.
And talking to a human and
seeing their side of Ger can make a specific case we have a Ger who dies and does not have any and we know Ger in his guy has to contact with Noah. When a Ger converts, it is as if even his biological element, even if they convert with him, it's as if there is no relationship, no connection, correct? And therefore, if Ger has an Ola and then he dies, there is nobody else, and he hasn't gotten remarried, and there's somebody else in the ocean, so now we have an Ola that doesn't have violence. It's no longer an Ola fish because it has no owner. It's still brought, but it's brought, and the hide stays in the Kohanim, it's not considered in Kohanim, because this is not considered an Ola. Okay, so a little less time, let's talk to
getting what result, but then that's the other thing. It's a hard job. Yeah.
Now we're going to go in a bit more detail breaking down the concept of religious concept one more time.
Are they in touch with
We're going to talk about it one more time, so we're now going to introduction different parts of the concept. Parts of the concept, I'm not going to Ola Ish, or Ola Shir, this is a Kohen maybe, the Kohen brings Ola the skin of that Ola plus goes to the Kohen, but they belong to that Kohen. Okay.
I don't know. Like I remember, I didn't do it ever. And then when I went to speech therapy, they're like, you gotta therapy. So that,
we only know it's Ola brought by a man. Ola, they got these gifts like here. Ola, nothing without other reasons. Ola, nothing without other reasons. And how do we know that if a woman or an Evid brings Ola, that also that high goes to the Kohen? Or Ha'ola. So Ha'ola is actually really use the word Ha'ola to use. You could have just said Ola, Ha'ola is and it comes to include the Ola of nothing that about the Nazar. In K, Matam Loma Ola, and why do we say Ola Fish, and what is each coming to discuss? Ola should also is only an Ola that actually benefited a person, but in this mitzvah, it's not a mitzvah. Well, you're fine in the cover, or let's get a Kohen. Keep the shepherd outside of his time, or outside of the proper place, and in which case, it's also, and the violent do not get any benefit from that Ola, but we're not going to, it doesn't satisfy the habitation. So in that case, the Kohanim do not get to take the hide, right? If the rest of the Kohen was not accepted, the Kohanim do not get to take the hide. Okay, y'all call us anymore, but Shiloh the Shluch. Okay, I might have thought, negative our Mishnah, that maybe I would then also conclude, Mr. Field, like the pet food, if a Ola was brought, Shiloh the Shluch, right? Shiloh for violence, and therefore, we know even though the carbon is broad, it does not count towards it doesn't satisfy the owner's obligation on the base. But it was the carbon Ola. I would have thought that in this case as well, this is not considered Ola fish, and therefore the Kohanim do not get
some of them just swear by it. They're like, just take this,
Ola is including any type of carbon that is brought. And even so different things, when it's brought, not with the violence, the Ola is still valid, it just doesn't count towards the obligation of the violence. Versus when it's put in the Koma, for Kusano, where the offer is the Ola is invalid in and of itself. And therefore, in that case, only in a lot of cases, the Kohanim not benefit from Now,
like
but with the construction thing, but now we're going to get into how we extend, which we touched on in the Mishnah, but we're going to get to now more detail, how we extend from the Ola, which we said goes to the Kohen, and now the or of other countries. Okay. Ola, in the Ella or Ola. Okay, only know from this process. That's the or of the Ola that goes to the Kohen. How about Ola is such a country of how do we know that the or of other countries also go to Kohen? How do we know that is wrong, and that's just pull us up on a doing any program that's any program that's right. Like the other section time, other section time. No, but when you mark out section time, okay, I'm gonna find out bring in all programmers and the Kohanim will get the or from all Kohanim, even section section, which Mishnah told us is not true. Now remember, Ola, it has to be something similar to Ola, not Ola country country, not Ola country country. There has to be some comparison to Kartsu and Ola, which is country country, and therefore we learn to realize that we learn basically process Tom holds that only that all that the Kohen will built to the or in all cases of country country. Okay, that's our first answer. First answer is Tom holds. It is learned out from books from the Sukkim. Specifically, after switching in with like this, or the possibility of such the way, or the possibility tells us, or such a country, how do you know other such a country be Kohanim benefit from the Kohen well? It's really the how the Ola, and it's also funny on this one. Not Ola, for example, with Ola, we have the Ola, with the Kohanim are not built into the Basa, the Basa obviously is very government. Yes. The Pasuk tells us that they do get the or, the country country, the Zahu that Salah, where they don't get the Zahu the Ora. But if you have country country where the Kohanim do get to partake in the Basa, certainly then they should partake in the or, which they did by an Ola. We're going to ask Luke back with him, so this is the reputation that we noted in the stuff. The other thing is the Zach of the Basa, and it's more in the Bayah when it comes to carbon Ola, is built with Basa of the Ola, but it's not built with the oil Ola, because you said the Pasuk tells us that the oil goes to the Kohanim. We didn't know that's not a great reputation. Now we back, because the Zach of the Basa, the Zach is never built with the oil. It doesn't ever have the culture of or by the Mizrach, so therefore we can't plug up the Homer from that. So on the Kohanim, we can't apply that to Kohanim, who do have in other places, namely like Ola, and they are just like an eye. And therefore, once you know that we have this idea that before goes to the Kohanim by Ola, we can make this called the Homer that will work on all other questions. Okay, second, the Tanakama learns it from a Fasa, after Ikrit, and Yishmael learns it from a Kal Omer, and then we have third thing, Rabbi Omer.
If you did, you have to be like a sick
Rabbi says, we didn't read the Fasa at all. Right, we don't need to talk at all when people before we read the Fasa like the first two things. Right? The only way a Fasa to teach us about the or of an Ola goes to the Kohanim. Why? So the whole Basa, so all places we know that the or always follows the Basa, right? Outside of an Ola, forget. Like, I'm going to drop in, I'm going to drop in, Hego, and right? It's all burned up, then the or gets burned up with it. Katasashim, is to take down the Tiba. Katasashim is to get to the Kohen, right? Follows the Basa. Basa must keep it, son. If the Kohen wants, he can flay the animal and take the or separately. No, if he doesn't want to, he can just eat the meat and leave the or behind. Either way, you see the or, right? The or follows the Basa. Or that's like the Kohen. If I look, they all go to the owners. That's what keeping their son. If they want, they can slay and take the or for themselves. That's the or for the or. Same way, or they can use the or and use the meat. We see, he's telling us in all cases, it's clear that the or always follows the Basa. However, Ola, we have a problem. This is the Ola, exactly. So let's check that out. That you have to play the skin off of the Ola and cut it up into pieces. So now that the puppet tells us that it doesn't have to separate it from the backyard, yeah, but when you have to harness that for the Ola, I might have thought that the client are not building an Ola because there's something different here. This is unlike the other carbonas, where the Ola is always connected into the backyard. Here, the total television must be played and separated. Now, the moment after the puppet, or the Ola should
It makes cats.
that's what we have in the puppet of.
Cat's guts. It's the only way that it reproduces.
The puppet of or Ola, the teacher us that before, in the case of Ola, goes to
And like mice and rats get turned on by the smell of
anyway, you
cat
see,
piss, so they go to seek
from
out
the
cat
beginning
piss
of
where
Rebbe,
the bone
that how does Rebbe understand that touching
cats. So
the
that the
organs
cats
of the
devour
planet?
them. So when the cats devour them, then that parasite is now inside the cat's
It
gut,
all
which is
keeps the
where it
carbonos.
reproduces.
Wherever the butter goes,
So that's
the
why I
oil
tell
will
pregnant
follow.
women
And
you
therefore,
should
we don't
never
need
touch
any
cat
cook, we don't need the pasta, like Tanakama, we don't need a Kalapoma, but it's all, it's just standard logic is that it follows the butter, and in fact, the pasta was only needed to teach us the non-standard case of Ola, that the high still goes to the
areas and places where people have like outdoor cats.
But yeah, we'll continue Dr.
France was like 50%
Really, yeah, let's go just quickly read the puppy that are coming up after that. Ola, Cohen, Logia, right? It goes specifically to that Cohen. Logia, I think the dress we had, yes, the similar dress we had yesterday. Logia, got the Kulion, Logia, to that Cohen, it comes to exclude a Kulion or a Foreign. Why? I might have thought when you threw about
dogs go outside.
well, we said yesterday or the day before that Julio Leone, they do not get to eat from the butter. Why? Because they do not get to eat cold from the butter. Why? Because they cannot eat it. Right? They have a problem with butter. However, these people also maybe I would have thought that they did get to be cold in the oil because oil doesn't have anything about it. So the fact that they are vacuum with Julio, I'm like, okay, maybe that doesn't matter because they should still be able to, they should be maybe they're not excluded from the oil.
I like them. They're fun pets.
Logia, so that's what I'm talking about. Logia owns the front because it's Julio and Julio with the owning. It comes to exclude the person Julio and owning, they do not get to partake in the oil. Okay, and I'm going to break down. Remember, three people. Tanakama learned from a truck in the process after Ikrit. The Shmuel learned from a Kalvachomer. From the Kalvachomer that from the Kalvachomer and Rebbe learned just generally the butter, the oil always follows the butter. Okay, now we're going to say why doesn't each one hold by, not all of them, but why some don't hold by the others. Tanakama, why did Tanakama have the structure? Why did he also use the Kalvachomer? We all the time, this is also the Kalvachomer, part of the Kalvachomer. Right, you're right. Tanakama could have held out the Kalvachomer, but he wanted to actually hang it on a pocket. He wanted the structure of the pocket. Okay? But he's tomorrow. Okay, and Rabbi Shmuel, he doesn't use the pocket after Ikrit, as Tanakama does. What did he do with that phrase after Ikrit? But with Kulion, he comes to why does he learn it from Logia like the Rebbe did? Rishma uses this phrase for something else, like Yochanan, Yeshiva Rishma, Nemar Ba'ola, and I'm talking Logia, the Nemar Ba'ola, Logia, Alahalan, Akmosa, Muzarin, just like the body Hashem, the bones are the Akas, just here by Ola, the bones are we learn that for Logia. And we have to say, look, it has to be the oath, right? Otherwise, you could have said, that's fine, we can make the Russia on Logia and still use it for a zero, and still use it for a zero, but it just wouldn't be Zerachella that's looked at, wouldn't be that open, right? We know if you have a Zerachella that is looked at, even if we had a fair puppy, that Zerachella, it stands. But if you have a Zerachella that is not looked at, words are used for something else, then if we have logic that counteracts the their stuff, we're not going to do it still separate. In this case, it's not used that as much. Why do you know if you use that low EF for this other drasha, and therefore it's not mukra, it's a mukra, mala'as is the son of mukra, low EF, the why because we take it excluded and send you the ashram because there is the element of buffer which isn't by an ola, and therefore we would be able to swap up the trouble. So we have to make sure to look now and keep the
factors like aging, weakened immunity, or stress can trigger reactivation.
Okay, so a little bit ahead. All right, we'll go a little bit ahead. The rest of might come back tomorrow, but for a few minutes. So we'll take the first piece of the Mishnah. Okay, new Mishnah.
Yeah, my uncle got it. Is the shingles vaccine
Okay,
effective? Does it prevent shingles?
So now, remember, we'll get to it in the Gemara, we're going to quote on this, but this Mishnah is telling us that anytime have a tool in the suction that happened before the hide was separated, they don't say like then the orb does not go to the color, rather it stays in the buffer, which is kind of pure. After the Shiva, however, if the orb is already separated from the buffer, and then there's a tool in the carbon, or say the Kohanim get to keep that on. The deciding, the moment in time, that the deciding factor is whether the orb is separated or not, right? Because it's the time of testing, the time that the orb is separated. If it still happens, for the break in, the Kohanim do not. If the orb still happens after the orb has been separated, the Kohanim are guilty. Okay? Other Nina Stanakonim, the Yamar is his experience is that I've never seen a skin that was brought out to the facial and like we described the idea. We're talking about a skin that was already flayed, right? Because obviously there's many times where a whole carbon could have been brought out to the facial, but you're talking anything where a skin was separated and then brought out to the facial. However, the Gemara of Lamadno, we can learn from the words of the Nina Stanakonim, the Mamshik has had before, Nimsa Trefa, she was a corner, you see what it is, and if you're matched it before, and then it's kind of in straight up, and then you see that there's a tool afterwards, and the bottom still at the more, and from the heat, Olo, just the fact that the student's got a run set, he hasn't seen it, that's not right, just maybe he hasn't experienced it. That's what it is. In this case, a trefa, which obviously was a tool that happened before, we didn't know about it, but the trefa tool obviously happened before the skinning of the hide, and therefore the hide would go to the basic station. Of course, okay. No, this is the first little piece here. Go ahead. Right away, we're just going to swab it and send it in. Koto was up on his day after Sarah reported on this stuff from the beginning of today. That said, Koto was up on his day after the start. Anytime that's in his day after, it's not Zoka to the Bostar, goes up on the door, and therefore you knock it door. But Afagaya, perhaps the door for the Yuka seems to imply, even if the hide was ever put, right? And this, in our Mishnah, the moment that we really care about is whether the Baka went onto the Mizbeach. The Baka goes on the Mizbeach to get the horn. If it didn't, the Kohanim did not get the horn. But whether or not it was played before the tool is irrelevant. Somebody needs the opinion. And the other one, sure, this must be the opinion of the other one. I would give it a gloss over the Mahodik to the it's going to be brought up in detail tomorrow. But regarding what Shimon says, they have done the Rasa our order by Asma. Regarding says that the Rika Kadam can only be Barasa when the ore is connected to the butter, but not when they're separate, but they go together. Only when they're together. Fine, but what about this mission we just brought down, which is actually one mission, we just broke it up in our Gemara. In the Seifa, it says, Kola Karchim, Shmir and Sul, Kola Shaitan, and Oshana Kohanim, Raka Shaitan, or Shana which again, now, the exact point that we're worried about is whether the cooking before or after the hide was skinned. Now, often we're ready. This case now, for the ready, the Amar, Hadam and Raka, all the answer, Rebbe says, and you can have the shrifa that is not here, the hide, even when it is not connected to the butter, right? So if you skin it first, and then that's when it happens, the tool happens to the butter, so you can't, so there's no butter, right, for the Rika to be makir, but the Rika can be makir for the ore by itself, like you can be ready.
I think when I
Now,
sell,
Rachel, we have for us. Well, we have two different offers on mission, which obviously we do not like. However, Abaya said, you say for every new Rachel not ready. So Abaya said, well, we're going to make both of them ready. We'll load the ready, then after some Rita. And we said, right, we had a problem. We had a problem with the Rachel, our mission from the beginning of the day. That we said it can't be like ready. It goes, no, ready, while we agree to that principle, ready said that should never happen. The general rule is you are not knocked before Rika. You first do Rika, and then you play the animal. So that's the saying, that's not how it happens. And therefore, that's why, if it happens to be that way, like it is in the city, that's the case. So in the Rika, you just deal with a regular case where we do not play the animal part of the Rika. Okay? Rabbi says also he answers the contradiction, he answers the other way. He says he's the ratio of the Rabbi Shimon. He said at the beginning of the Mishnah, is the question between the Rabbi Shimon, same for non-Rabbi Shimon. Okay, therefore then we have to answer the state on the Bible which said, Kodesh HaShem, which seems to imply that the animal can eat skin and still have the Rigas Hadam, the Maratza, or by itself, which is not the negative thing of the Rabbi Shimon. What does it mean? What does it mean when we say before and after Hashik? Kodesh can mirror Hashik, after can mirror Hashik. It just means when it is right to do the Hashaka, and when it is right, and when it is not right to do the Hashaka. It means before or after Rika. It's really talking about the exact same point. He's saying it's not that it plays beforehand, it's saying when it is finally right to be played, which is only after the Rika. And we look very quickly at the Rambam. The first fish we did, Rambam, in Silvus Maisar Kabbalah, Parak Hay. Halacha Yisrael. Rambam says, Kol Oros, cut right now we're talking about where do the various Oros of the various Kohanim go? Start again. Where do the Oros of the various Karbanos go? Do they go to the Kohanim? Do they go to the Baalim? Or do they not go anywhere? So any or that is from a Kachim, that goes to Kohanim. Maybe the Kabbalah Shibor, maybe the Kabbalah Yapid, any whether it's from a Shibor or Yapid, Nama, or Ha'ola Asher Hikrid, right? And he seems to me around learning from Asher Hikrid, which was the opinion of Tanakh. Okay? How about? Oh, it's such a talent about it, but it's such a talent back to go that scholars of Basel go to the Bible. They're called Ola, so this is our beginning of our Mishnah, and Ola, and it's not, it's not built into the Basar. Look up at the Ola, Shinamar, Ola, Speak, Ola is also East, right? So that's the same structure that we made. And then in Halacha Kapala, we quote two of our, remember we have three opinions as to what it needs to be. Ola tended, which the skins do not go to the bottom, and the Rambam quotes two out of those three things, which is a makis of Rabbah ben Kabayis. If you have an Ola and your makis is two ben Kabayis, or makis nefasa, items of Barim, and or you have your makis or your nefasa, and you happen to have male animals that are rising in the back, you can go Ola, in all those cases, you see, the Rambam sees both of those keepers that those are considered Ola Kedid, but does not hold by the third keeper, which was right. The third keeper was disputed by the Rosh of Yoda and therefore the Rambam does not quote that. These are only two opinions within what is Ola Kedid, where we do not go too far.
Now they're going, you need to turn the sun or you're going to die. What's the new food pyramid now? I know. Well, a lot of people are so angry. They're so angry at RFK Jr. for flipping the food pyramid, but there's so much evidence that this is the accurate way to eat. This is what people are supposed to be eating. It's like whole foods, like actual food, like vegetables, meat, fish, like that's what you're supposed to eat. Like actual food. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. For thousands of years. That's the stuff the backlash against them that I'm like, I don't get it. it's like getting like weird shit out of foods that they don't have in Europe for like schools and stuff. And it's like, that was always the left wing's position. It's like, no preservatives, no additives, natural. I know that's the thing too. Like I love like because I have all these food allergies, so like I gotta go to like a hipstery kind of like rainbow flag restaurant. That's the only place I can eat from. So I'm like, I know you guys like this. Why are you pretending not like getting rid of like red pork and all that? Because it's connected to the Trump because RFK Jr. is part of this part. Yeah, it's Trump. And so we can't people are just so silly. They'd rather commit suicide. They'd rather poison themselves than admit that he's right. It's insane. So just give him one. Like, all right, that's actually a good one. It's that resistance to recognizing maybe this person that I don't agree with because he's connected to this other person that I don't agree with. Maybe he's got some good points. And maybe if that person that was like someone that I aligned with ideologically at the same points, I'd be like, yes, thank you. Yes, these preservatives are terrible. Yes, these dyes are terrible. Yes, this is bad for you. Yes, you should avoid things. Yes, other countries have banned these products. Why do we have them? Yes. Especially like if you have kids, it's like, dude, you're worried more about that than like your kids not eating a bunch of crazy bullshit. It's like, just like, let it go. You can be like, all right, like, I don't like this, but that's fucking right. I like that. It's other people on that. It's like, yeah, you people that aren't religion. Don't religion. Bullshit for science. Let science accurately treat it as if this is like a doctrine and a dogma. If you don't support it, you're a heretic. That's what wrong with you. It's like, do you know those people, these scientists? Like, a lot of them are fucking severely compromised. They're compromised by financial incentives. They're compromised by academic incentives. They're trapped in these systems where you're forced to have groupthink. You have this top-down control. The people that are at the top are controlled and connected to these pharmaceutical companies. They're pushing these ideas. Like, this isn't all green and everything that they're saying too. And yeah, that crazy scientist, man. Yeah, that was exciting. It's so fucking and the science shit is like, I can go this or go on to the masters. I know you need to understand statistics. He's like, are very serious understanding of statistics that actually make sense in those studies. And I never was able to do that, but it's like, you read those studies, like, oh, look at this, it's a graph, everything's going up. And it's like, yeah, but like, what was like the percentage of like this and that? It's like statistics is real and magic. It's like, it's so super real. You can make one thing look this way, and it's, you can arrange the data a different way, and you're like, oh shit, the fucking thing went up, and now it's better. It's like, that's of course, but again, bring you down because the fucking whole lot of people. And it's like, it's not specific to only men, but it's included in only by women. Those types would also go. Like years and years ago, and I think they were allowed to do some mini studies as it needed. But however, they showed basically what they wanted to do, which wasn't even good. It was like 50%. The animal goes to the owner. They do not go to the client. Cases with pharmaceutical companies. One case that's really crazy was he found out that the pharmaceutical companies when they get peer reviewed, they have to give the data to the scientists. They give their view of the data to the scientists, and then they get some that's like, that's crazy. So great about the study that was like, you drink one glass of wine, that was bullshit. That was made by science, and it was like good by the big alcohol companies. It's completely false. And it was so evil, we were like, dude, let's go from cutting alcohol every day. Or else it was control, it was grape shit. And it's also just like, eat a fucking grape. Also, the term resveratrol to get something that should the amount that you get in supplements is like far exceeds a glass of wine. You have to drink the whole bottle. And then forget when you were discussing more in detail. Don't come and try to struggle my tongue over from this guy, which is what Rocky tells us why. Yeah, you hang out more, you're less likely. I think there's something to the relaxation of alcohol that like makes you feel better. I think people feeling better is part of it. Like having a better life and having a better healthy life. Because there's something about people that are just riddled with anxiety and thinking about things all the time. People out there that are just, they don't have the tools to navigate this. Okay, they're
there. Let's say so we should never use the same logic or to repeat the logic. Why? So I agree that or such a subject. Now the angel will talk about the angel death or the whole lot, right? You can't use this because a mistake. A mistake never is no to the heart. Right? You can't say you don't get this case and therefore aren't off in a head. But the mistake is never up to the heart. If it's never up to the heart, we can't use the same logic. The Tabakoma, we should still use the Tabakoma. We'll get it in a bit more detail in the Gemara. Okay. Well, bring down.
Comparisons, like their chart,
where break down the pasuk. Again, the pasuk is discussing, and Ola, the pasuk specifically says that we hide, and the Ola goes to the Lord. The pasuk says, upon the matter of Ola, upon a matter of Ola, or Ola, this is a point no meaning. Okay. Ola is, back to the called Ola. It's called Ola Hegder. Now it's coming to exclude the Ola that belongs to Hegder. So we're going to define what this is in a moment. Good review, that's a useful thing. The reason that Ola is to exclude their approach to exclude Ola Hegder. Yes, you are used to the owner. Not Ola King. He says, no, I agree, Ola is. These are exclusion our faith, but it comes to exclude the Ola of Hegder. And again, we'll discuss the exclusion as well. Okay, now we're going to break down, we're going to discuss Rabbi Yehuda's Shita. What does it mean by to be Ola Hegder? Why is that excluded? So my thought Ola Hegder, what it means to exclude Ola Hegder. Other people have to do them a focus. Other people have to the Ola Haba and Amos Sarah. So the Kiva Rita says, the Kiva Yosef says, to exclude an Ola that comes from Mosara. What are Mosara? Let's look in Rashi. Mosara, it's the third Rashi in the Gemara. Then Mosara. The whole Hashem is still keep going. Murat Hashem, the Hashem Shmesi, Dialogue. This is keep the value of the you have any instances where someone brought in Hashem and they're getting atonement from someone else. Now we have this extra Hashem that you read out. You raise, it gets a mum, you sell it, and that money is no sorry. Those are the extra funds, right? And kind of long, what you will use is you will be improved, and with that money, we all our state from his back. We bring the Java offerings that we call two from his back, just to kind of keep him in his back going. But those are not the Ola of the person, right? That person had to bring another Ola, got the part from someone else, and therefore these are just.
Nothing ever happens.
If we hold that.
Nothing happens.
The extra Olas that are brought are considered a communal, right? That makes sense. And this is not an Ola too, and certainly these Kohen would not be felt that too. However, but there's an opinion that says that yes, you don't count towards that person's Ola, but the bar is an Ola by that individual. And now, if we're talking about it in Midrash Yaakov, why shouldn't the Kohen be built for the high the same way you do it on Ola? He's still being Ola. It's still a personal Ola. Michael, remember what he said? Rabbi Kashwar, Ola. The Rabbi's talking about the case, it's on the process the Prophet Muhammad and it says Ola, Ola Rishona, refers to the Ola that has to be the first one. So the Drasha is just Ola refers to the first one. Afanami, we make a similar Drasha, Ola, our Pasha said, or Ola, the Ola Rishona is only the first Ola. And in our case, so the first one brought, it means the first one that was designated to be an Ola for the person, and not his most which are sort of secondary. They're still brought as Olas by the person, but they're not the Ola. They're not the originally designated Ola, and therefore they're still considered these Mosoros who still not fit into Ola's speech. Okay, so that is the first answer. That's the first answer of what we mean by Ola Tegit. Comes over Ibo. He says no, but the Matzah Ola Leveri Chabad. Now, what does it mean Ola Tegit? It means that somebody donated Ola for Tzedek Chabad. As we know, we have two types of Kedusha. We have Kedusha, the animal itself is to be brought as a Kedusha, there's intrinsic value in the animal. And then you can have, when you donate an animal, you donate something else to make an English, or Tzedek Chabad is just for general, based on English. In that case, if there's Kedusha, it's Kedusha stomach. Just as value of the animal as kedusha, and not the animal, not the animal itself. So in this case, you have someone who has an ola, and then they donated that ola for Bezek Habayis, right? So now we sort of have competing. We have the intrinsic kedusha of the animal as an ola, but then we also have kedusha on because it was donated for Bezek Habayis. So, the market is the money by the Manda Amar, country Bezek Habayis, Hafsi, Nidja Oraisa, the point is about that even in this case, that the kedusha of the Bezek Habayis, the secondary kedusha, is focused on the animal, even though it already has kedusha for good, and that is focused on Oraisa. So now we have multiple kedushas on the animal. So for them, I understand that certainly it is now Bezek Habayis Ola, and because it's Bezek Habayis Ola, it is not personal Ola, it's not Ola, so therefore it is excluded. So I understand the question of that. However, even the question of that says that in this case, because the animal already had kedusha, kedusha are good. The kedusha damin is not so safe to use the Oraisa when it gives it that bias. I mean, really, well, that opinion is only talking about the meat. Why? Because the meat itself is going to be brought probably back. And therefore, that you can say that has kedusha aguf, and the kedusha damin cannot take effect because the basar is meant for the mizbeach. However, or even that opinion will say that the hides that are not brought on the mizbeach, the kedusha Bezek Habayis is separate, and by virtue of the fact that the kedusha Bezek Habayis is focused on the or, it is no longer considered Ola Fish, right? Or the piece is talked about before, it is on Ola Fish, and therefore does not go to the Kohan. The number of nuts, so that's second, right? The first answer we had was that it's the Ola that comes from the Mosara, the extra money that's found because a Asham was second raised, the money was brought in, and that used to purchase Ola. The second answer was that it is coming to exclude a case where you take an Ola and you designate for Bezek Habayis, and therefore it's no longer considered Ola Fish, it's considered Ola Fish. Those are first one. Okay. Slight digression, then we'll go to our third answer. I'm not knocking other out of our Rua. The number of knocking other out of Rua. Five Ola Haba minimum. So the knocking the name of Rabbi Rua comes on and agrees with our first answer that Ola Fish comes to exclude an Ola that comes from the Mosai. That is what's considered Ola Hegel. I'm going to Rua knocking. Come on, so then who are you holding by? Why do you hold this opinion? Rua, that's the hold there. We're going to get to it now. Already retracted his Shita. Tanya, what's the opinion? Tanya. Shisha little Gava. The Ola Haba and Amosara. So we had there's 13 boxes, 13 shofar. I should go a better way in the that way written. And 6 of them had held coins for the Mosaras, right? The Mosaras play a role, apparently this is common that happens. And 6 of these shofars held coins over the Mosaras, and that's what you would bring these Olas, right? They would bring the Ola Haba and Mosaras. The Rosh Hashanah the Ola. And the Kohanim need not use the opposite of or, like we said, like our first answer, right? You're going to use that, that's literally going to be that. Other than the Tanya of the Amri, Shimon, asked to be in case if so, you're going to say that these Olas that come from the Torah to the highest do not go to the Kohanim. In case you count up the Yerusha shall Yada Torah, then you are going to be nullifying the Yerusha that was made by Yada Torah, which is Titania, or I think it's going to say Titania. Then if you're going to be a Yada Torah, also, Hashem Hashem Hashem. The one pasuk says seems to imply that the Hashem is La Hashem. And then Rashi also brings us part of the pasuk, but the other pasuk says Katakas Hashem. But it says that the Kohanim are Zocha to the Hashem. Two could be the chickens. And one part of the Hashem is left. And another one is another part of the Hashem is for the Kohanim. So we have to dispute that. Right. Kosher, but you should have in the Hashem. What do we do? We're talking about we have these Masaras. and they come from the Chatas and Asham. So what do? You let them get a move, you sell them, and what happens to these coins? You buy Yoka Olos, you purchase Olos, above Hashem, will meet those of the Mizbeach for Hashem, and over the Kohen, and the king goes to Kohen. So you see clearly here that the drasha of the Yoga is that when we had these Olos brought from the Kolos, the Kohanim used that. Get the door. So this would be a negative our first answer, and negative of not the name of Rabbi Barua, who agreed that that would be the excuse for those second about it. All right. Okay, so he says, okay, I'm a shadow. So now, what do you exclude from Ola Tree? So when we say Ola Tree from Ola Tending, what does it come to exclude? It doesn't come to exclude the Marcellus because of the drasha of the Yadai Khan. All right, this is our third answer. The Pule, the Nakit, the Fasa, this is the case where someone is knocked with all of his possessions, and according to the opinion of Rabbi Yeshua, which it's not. I'm not just with us, behind the Hemos, or you got in Mizbeach. Let's say someone is knocked with all their possessions, and within their possessions, they have certain animals that are going to be brought as a carbon. What do you do? Another Omer, the Kohen, you must be tough, they Olos. You take the male animals and you sell them to people who need to bring in Ola. The Tevos do not need to sell them to Shlamim. Take the female animals and sell them to people who need to go bring a Shlamim. Right? So now the animals that you put about it, keep the man. What about the money that you get received in that process? Usually in Shana Pastel, that money gets given to the return that's just for Sadaka purpose. Okay, that's perfect. Now we're going to do the general purpose. Now that you're sure, Omer, the Kohen Atzam, you say, no, don't sell this to Kohen. All of the male animals actually get brought as Karban Ola. In the cave, that cannot be brought as an Ola. You do the Karban Shlamim, so you sell those to people who need to bring a Karban Shlamim. And what do you do with the money? In this case, you have to do the name Ola. And now you buy Ola with that money. That's the other person. You do that, and then all the other possessions, yeah, those are going to be like. Now, he's Rabbi Yeshua, even according to his opinion of Rabbi Yeshua, the other Ola ratio, even according to Rabbi Yeshua, who sees that when someone says, I'm not this all my nefashim to the Beit HaBayis, we can split what that designation is. It doesn't all have to be just the value, but we see Rabbi Yeshua holds the carbon of the animals that are right for carbon are brought as a carbon, and animals that are and the other possessions are sold and given for setting up. We see that in the designation, we have some that are given to Hashem, some that are brought on the back, and some that are given to the setting up. Right? So I'm really about that. This is only the news, like the only news was brought on the but the hides that are left over that can't be brought in the back, I might have thought they go to the Kohanim. No, those because the use of setting up ice is so for them, and therefore that is what's considered Ola Tevdesh, right? Ola Tevdesh, that the animal itself is brought onto the Kohen, and the hides, which would ordinarily go to the Kohen, are instead have to be the setting up ice, and are not. Hold on, that's our first. There's three answers. Just a quick review. Right, three answers. We brought in the Pasuk itself says, and the Yiddish was, Ola comes to exclude something that's called Ola Tevdesh. Three opinions. One, it means to be Ola Tevdesh. Yes, it is an Ola that is brought from the Mosara, the extra funds from Asham, not to have to raise and get a month. So those are considered property of the Mizbeach and not Ola Tevdesh. Those hides do not go to Or the same case where someone takes the Ola off and then mocks that Ola for Beit HaBayis. So again, they co-face that for that hide with the use of Beit HaBayis, and therefore it is Ola Tevdesh and not Ola Tevdesh, it's not Ola Kohanim. The final answer that we had was somebody who knocked this all of their custom, and within their possessions they had animals that are running to be brought as Ola. or other animals that are sold to people who need from them, and then with that money they're brought, you're brought, an Ola is brought, and in those cases, those are Ola headless, because the hides did not go to the Kohanim, but instead go to the business. Okay.
For like almost a century was blackmail.
Now we look at the, but now we go back. We had a second thing, what Ola is can do. That was the opinion of Omer. Father Ola he told us Ola fish comes to the street. Ola here. So we're at. Why was Ola fish exclude a ger? Why is a ger not a meat? A ger, an Ola ger can be included, but a ger is like any other meat. Amalei no track with ger can make any specific case we have a ger that dies and does not have any ger. We know a ger in his guy if it's not know a dummy when a ger converts. It is as if even his biological relatives, even if they convert with him, if there is no relationship, no connection, correct? And therefore, if a ger has an Ola that he dies, there is nobody else, and he hasn't gotten remarried, or there's nobody of the auction, and now we have an Ola that doesn't have violence. It's no longer an Ola fish because it has no owner. It's still brought, but it's brought, and the hide saying they can look at stuff into the Kohanim because this is not considered an Ola. Okay. A little less, a little less, let's talk to, the secret beauty to take it back more
the kids. You gotta throw the kids. Throw the kids. Yeah. That's a hard one.
Okay.
But that's a different thing than getting her to do something that she
shouldn't have done. Now we're going to go in a bit more detail, breaking down the content. We'll read the content one more time.
Yeah, you know.
We're going to couple of them, we'll read one more time, so we're not going to discuss some different parts of the concept. Concept I'm telling, I'm not the Ola.
Because like I would imagine you
the Kohen brings Ola the
they did get Stacy Plaskett. She was cooperating with Epstein, going back and forth during Trump's administration.
They belong to that color. Okay.
No. She was the center of
Ola fish. Amy Ola fish. We only know if it's an Ola brought by a man. Ola, so then we take out two together. Here's Ola. Nothing is out of the stuff. Ola, nothing is above the 9. How do we know that if a woman or an Eved brings an Ola, that also that high goes to the Kohen, or Ha'ola? So Ha'ola is actually, we didn't really need the word Ha'ola to be repeated. It could have just said Ola fish, or a fish is a point. Yeah, why Ha'ola is legal, and it comes to include the Ola of nothing and above as well. In pain, Ola also is only an Ola that actually benefited a person. It's not in the Mishnah of putting fun of the putting in the Kohen. So your Kohen is the Kohen, that's the Kohen. That keeps the shepherd outside of the time, or outside the proper place, and in which case it's possible, and the violence do not get any benefit from that Ola, right? They're not there, it doesn't satisfy the obligation. So those, in that case, the Kohanim do not get to take the hide, right? The rest of the plan was not accepted. The Kohanim do not get to take the hide in that case. Okay, y'all call it but it's okay, I might have thought, negate our Mishnah, that maybe I would go also conclude that, I missed it, you're not the exclude, if a Korban Ola was brought to no lishma, right? The law provider, and therefore we know even though the Korban is brought, it does not count towards it, doesn't satisfy their owner's obligation on the day.
That's funny.
It's funny. I would have thought that in this case as well, they did not consider Ola fish, and therefore the Kohen did not get out of Lomar or Ola is Lomar. So Ola is including any type of Korban that is brought. Even so, the different things when it's brought, not with the environment, the Ola is still valid. It just doesn't count towards the obligation of environment. Versus when it's put from Kohen, but the Kohen where the offering the Ola is invalid in and of itself, and therefore, in that case, only the latter case the Kohanim not benefit from. Now, but the now we're going to get into how we extend, we touched on the Mishnah, we're going to get to now more detail, how we extend from the Ola, which we say goes to Kohen, and now the or of other participants.
People decide they don't like people all the time. That's why divorce is
only know from this concept. about it today, or of the Ola that goes with on. How about Ola such a touch in how do we know that the or of other country also goes on? Talmud Omar, we have the word Asher Hikrit. That is the what? Well, it's just call it about it, and any covenant that's any covenant that's right? Other countries type. That was only not our country code. Okay, I'm gonna find out what's bringing also about it here, and the Kohanim will get the oil from also on it, even country country, if you told us, is not true. Ola, it has to be something similar to Ola, not Ola country country, not cold country country. There has to be some comparison to Ola, which is country, and therefore we learn here that we learn basically the common holds that only that all that the Kohen is Zilcha to the or in all cases of country. Okay, that's the first answer. First answer is Kama says it is learned out from the book, the son of Sukkim, specifically after. Okay, we scroll over. We scroll coming to the different answer. Or the possibility says more, or the possibility tells us. Or Ola, any Ola, how do we know other countries like to be Kohanim better than the Kohen well? Including the Kalva Ola, and it's also fundamental. Not Ola, Ola, we had a Kohen Ola, the Kohanim are not built for the Basar, the Basar obviously refers them in the Messiah. Yes, the Pasuk tells us that they do get the or, the country country, the Jacob Messiah, where it is exactly for Ola. But if you have such a culture where the Kohanim do get to partake in the Basar, certainly then they should partake in the or, which they did by an Ola. We're going to ask Ms. Bath here, so what I'll do, this was the recommendation that we noted in the Mishnah. The application of Ms. Bath could disprove it. The Zilcha of the Basar, or Ms. Bath, when it comes to a Korban Ola, is Zilcha of the Basar of the Ola, but it's not Zilcha of the or the Pasuk tells us the or goes to Kohanim. Even though that's not a good lesson. Now, Ms. Bath, it doesn't ever go for the or. It doesn't ever have the hardship of or by the Ms. Bath, so therefore you can't plug up the Talmud from that. So the point is nothing different. You can't apply that to Kohanim. You do have in other places, namely like an Ola, but they are built by an eye. And therefore, once we know that we have this idea that the or goes to Kohanim by Ola, we can make it Kama Homer that it works on all other countries. Okay, step there. Kama learns it from a Pasuk, Shmuel learns it from a Kama Homer, and then the third thing, Rabbi Omer.
Yeah, let's go, Houston. The drug commonly known as Molly or ecstasy to a rope trip could guide him through a psychedelic experience. In March of 2024, Matthew said while he was serving as a security guard at the Ford Center in Arizona, getting handsy. And that she held his hand and touched him. According to the complaint, Matthew Abel expressed that he didn't know how to get out of the situation without offending someone. She was also influenced by sexual said Molly towels, pictures. Let's go. He's struggled to admit to the affair of his owners. After they wanted to take the order themselves, ex-husband Vincent remained romantic with Rose, and Matthew both appeared at a former
follows the Basar. However, Ola is a problem. That you have to play the skin off of the Ola and cut it up into pieces. So now that the Pasuk tells us that it has to separate it from the Basar, I might have thought that the Kohanim are not Zilcha Ola because there's something different here. There's something different going on, unlike the other Karbanos, where the Ola is always connected and stayed with the Basar. Here, the Torah tells us that it must be played and separated.
You get the ritual,
I don't know,
stuck
like,
in the taste, just
or
without
I
the
say it,
hangover. They've got everything.
that's what we have in
Goldens,
the process of
IPAs, light brews, even this new lime and salt one, which makes it
the
refreshing.
teachers that before,
Whatever the mood calls
the
for,
Ola
they've got the
goes
flavor.
to
You can find Athletic
Ohana.
Brewing at over
But anyway, you see
75,000 grocery stores or
from
liquor
the thing
stores,
of Rebbe
bars,
that
and
has to
restaurants
Rebbe understand
nationwide.
that Kachin
Or you can grab some of their
goes to
limited
the
release
Ohana.
stuff directly from their
That's
website. Go to
standard in any case.
athleticbrewing.com/Rogan, find
Wherever
stores
the
near
buffer
you,
goes, the
or
oil will
get
follow. And
brews
therefore, we don't need
shipped
any
right
foot, we
to
don't need
your
the pasta,
door.
like
Use
Tanakama,
code
we
Rogan, get
don't need a
15% off your
California.
first
No, it's
online
just
order.
standard logic
Here
is
we
that it follows the buffer.
terms and
And in fact,
condition and
the
certain
pasta was
limitations
only
apply.
needed to teach us
Athletic
the
Brewing Company
non-standard
fit
case of
for
Ola
all times.
that the high still goes to the Ohana.
She's a freak.
We continue
We don't have any problem with that. To do
let's
that.
go quickly read the
Well,
Ola.
we just two types of people that want to be bikers. Warmongers and pussy hounds. I prefer the pussy hounds. Don't leave your wife alone. But I prefer them because at least they're just trying to get sex. They're not trying to blow up the world and conquer and like they want to be king of Scarlet or something.
Why? I might have thought when you see the bus
Is allergic to
right
pussy.
when said yesterday or the day before that is cool they do not get to eat from the buffet line because they get excited. They do not get to be close to the buffet line because they cannot eat it. Right? They have a problem with buffet. However, if you also look at maybe I would have thought that they do get to be close to the horse because the horse doesn't understand about buffet. So the fact that they are stuck in a school yard or no, maybe that doesn't happen because they should still be able to, and they shouldn't maybe they're not excluded from the horse.
Disrespect to her.
So that's the only the contract because the people in the school yard of the owning become to exclude the person before in school yard owning they do not get to partake in the horse. Okay, and I'm going to break down. Remember, three people. Tanakama learned from Josh in the process after it. The Shmuel learned from a Kalvafomer, from a Kalvafomer that from the Kalvafomer from Ola. And Rebbe learned just generally the Basa, the Or always follows the Basa. Okay, now we're going to say why doesn't each one hold by, not all of them, but why some don't hold by the other. Tanakama, why does Tanakama have this structure? Why do we also use the Kalvafomer? We think, time milk is also the Kalvafomer, some of the Kalvafomer looks rough. But you're right, Tanakama could have held by the Kalvafomer, but you want to actually hang it on a Basa if you want to disrupt the Basa. Okay? But tomorrow, after Hikri, by the way, okay, and very small. Because he's the puzzle after Hikri, that's kind of complicated. What does he do with that phrase after Hikri? But the knowing the owning, he comes to we just said, already he's through, but the real put the owning. Take away Logia. Why did he learn it from Logia like we had to do? Rishon has uses this phrase for something else. Like, oh, the opener. Small. Neymar, but Ola, in our part of Logia, the Maribor, some Logia, Malahalan, Asmosa, Mukarin, just like the Bai and Asham, the bones are just here by Ola, the bones are much as well. We learned that for Logia. And we have to say, look, it has to be over, right? Otherwise, you could have said, that's fine, you can make the Jirasha on Logia and still use it for Xera, and still use it for Xera. It just wouldn't be Xera that's looked at, wouldn't be that focused, right? You know, if you have a Xera that is looked at, even if we have a haircut like Xera, it stands. But if you have a Xera that is not looked at, it would be used for something else. That if we have logic that counteracts the Xera, we not have to do Xera. In this case, it's not used that in the why do you know if you use the Logia to support this other drasha, and therefore it's not looked at. Malasa can be started looked at. Logia, so why you could have excluded the same the Asham because there is the element of Basa which is taken by an Ola, and therefore we would be able to talk about the Shava. So you have to make sure it's looked at when you keep the
So during COVID, there was a huge
Okay, go a little bit ahead. All right, we'll go a little bit. We'll go a little bit ahead. So the rest of the mic come back tomorrow, but for a few minutes. So we'll take the first piece of the next time. Okay, new next time.
All that data that they had during COVID.
Okay, call it production.
Right. And I think
Here
all the
then,
social
go,
media
code
companies
the
are still
rest
keeping us.
So now, remember, we'll get to it in the tomorrow we'll be on this, but here's what she's telling us. The egg can have a tool in the cooking that happened before the hide was separated. They don't say look on. Then the oil does not show the oil, rather it stays in the butter, which had a tool.
Set up their
After
algorithms.
however, if the oil is already separated from the butter, and then there's a tool in the carbon, they'll say look on, and look on, and get to keep that oil. You see it, he's deciding, or the moment in time, that's the deciding factor is whether the oil is separated or not, right? Because the time of testing, the time of the oil is separated. If it still happens, the preparation, the garden do not. However, if it still happens after the oil is separated, the garden must go. Okay? Nina Scanacon, you know my little issue, or if you're the business, like you said, because, experience is that I've never seen a skin that was brought out to the surface and she has in. You're talking about a skin that was already flayed, right? Because obviously, very time for a whole carbon is going to be brought out to the surface. I'm just talking about saying when the skin was separated and then brought out to the surface. The word from the word of the Nina Scanacon, the Maxis also before, Nixon
also an ape. He was eating a banana.
you see the rear, and if you're not to before, and then it's time to be paper, so then you see that there's a tool afterwards, and the client still has to keep it on, and comes with a huge hundred story now, ain't no right, just the fact that the student's got a run check, he hasn't seen it, that's not right, but maybe he hasn't experienced it. That was up to this case. In this case, a tracer, which obviously was a tool that happened before, right? We didn't know about it, but the tracer tool obviously happened before the skinning of the hide, and therefore the hide would go to the biggest of course, the
people are saying is if your child
we'll just do the first little piece here.
an iPad and it goes from one YouTube video to the next, that should suggest those got lumped in there and you click on it and it was also like someone would get a block
Both was up on the deck of the start. Anytime that the back is not built into the far start, most up on the board, and therefore do not get on. The up and down, the out of the or from the Utah seems to imply even if the hide was separated first, right? In this, in our Mishnah, the moment that we really care about is whether the butter went onto the back. The butter goes onto the back and get the oil. If it didn't, the client did not get the oil. But whether or not it was played before the tool is irrelevant.
Countertop or something, where they become
the money is anything. And the other one show, this must be the video of the other one. Everything is glossed over to my focus because it's going to be brought up in detail tomorrow. But the other one, Shimon says, David down the rats are all the Hatzno. Every other says that the Rikas Hadam only be Barata when the oil is connected to the butter, but not when they're separate, but they go together. Only when they're together.
Yeah.
Fine, Ema Seifa, what about this mission we just thought that was actually one mission we broke it up in our tomorrow. Ema Seifa says, Kola Koshin, Shir Ben Shul, Kola Shaitan, and our Santa Koran, and Raka Shaitan, or Santa Koran. Again, now, the exact point that we're worried about is whether the tool came before or after the hide was skin. Now, actually, Rebbe, this is now quite the Rebbe, the Amar, Adam and Asa Logan, the Astro, Rebbe says, and you can have the Zika that is not here, the hide, even when it is not connected to the butter, right? So if you skin it first, and then that's something happens, the tool happens to the butter, so you can't, so there's no butter, right, for the Zika to be mocked here, but the Zika can be mocked for the oil. By itself, that's the community. Right now, Rachel, we have two different authors on it, which obviously we do not like. Allah Abaye said, he says Rabbi Rachel on the other side. So Abaye says, well, we're going to make both of them ready. When those are ready, they're actually coming with us. And we said, right, we had a problem. We had a problem with the Rachel, our Rachel from the beginning of the day. That we said, can't be ready. He goes, no, Rebbe, while you agree to that principle, Rebbe says that just never happened. As the general rule is, You are not mastered. You are not mastered because you first do the Rika, and then you play the animal. So that's not how it happens, and therefore that's why if it happens to be that way, like it is in the case, that's the case. But in the Rika, you're just dealing with a regular case where we do not play the animal prior to Rika. Okay? Rav on the Rav says also he has a competition, he has to be the other way. He says we do race here, he has a Rabbi Shimon. He said at the beginning of the Mishnah, here's the course opinion that he has a Rabbi Shimon. Seifa not the Rabbi Shimon. And we said, okay, therefore then he has to answer the Seifa of the Brisa, which said Kodim Hafshay, which seems to imply that the animal can be skinned and still have the Rika Hadam, the Maratza, or by itself, which is negative opinion of Rabbi Shimon. They know. What does it mean? My fucking actually like after. What does it mean when we say before and after? I think Kodim should never have been, after should never have been. It means when it is right to do the hashkata and when it is right and when it is not right to do the hashkata. Which means before or after Rika. It's really talking about the exact same point. He was saying it's not that it's played beforehand. It's saying when it is finally right to be played, which is only after the Rika. And we'll very quickly we'll go to the Rambam. The first issue did Rambam in Hilchos Ma'aser Kabbalah, Perek Halacha Yud. Rambam says, Kol Oros, right now we're talking about where do the various Oros of the various Kohanim go? Where the Oros of the various Karbonos go? Do they go to the Kohanim? Do they go to the Baalim? Or do they not go anywhere? Kol Oros touching, like Kohanim. So any or that is from a touch that goes to Kohanim. Then it's about a Tzibor, then it's about a Yachid, any whether it's from a Tzibor or Yachid, Yamar, or Ha'ora after Hikid, right? And it seems to me that I'm learning from after Hikid, which was the opinion of Tanakh. Okay? Ava. Oh, it's Italian, but it's Italian that follows the Basar goes to the Bible. They call Ola, and Mozak about Mozak, which is our beginning of our Mishnah. Any Ola that is not, so that the Mozak is not built into the Basar. Mozak about Ola. And now, Ola, Steve, Ola, Shalfari, right? So that's the same structure that we make. And then in Halacha Aleph, talking about something that personal, that publicly. Remember, we have three opinions as to what it needs to be. What it needs to be. Ola, Hegdish, which the skins do not go to the bottom. And the Rambam pulls two out of those three opinions, which is a master of Lachar Ben Kabayit. If you have an Ola and your master is two Ben Kabayit, or master Nefasa, right? That's the fire. And or you have your master over the function, you happen to have male animals that are running in the back, and you can do Olas, and all those things, or the same, the body, and now not Ola, back the Ola, and that's what you don't do. You see, the Rambam seems to hold like both of those people that those are considered Ola segment, but they're not hold by the
Sure, but look, if you're dying of terminal cancer and your body's rotting out, I feel like just like you
right. The third people were disputed
there's times where I think assisted suicide is probably a good option. There's no way you're going to be agony
and therefore the Rambam did not quote that. These are only two opinions in what is Ola segment, where I do not go to the point. All right.
People like Blair White were not approved. They have gender dysphoria. It's perfectly appropriate to call them she. It's otherwise very disturbing. 5 minutes later, when it becomes a political issue, it's anyone who just puts on a dress. Right. So the point that Kelsey's been going on with Canada is now they're going after people who are depressed. Right. They're going after people who are disabled. They're going after kids. And the darkest thing that's happening over there, which they're importing here, is that old people are extremely expensive for the system, right? If you have socialized health care, I don't know what the number is, a huge number. Towards the end of your life, you're racking up those bills. So there's a huge incentive for that government to get you off of their ledger. So now they're having this movement where let's all get together and have we're all going to go kill grandma. 5 minutes ago, if you don't want to go to the West, you want to kill grandma, you're a bad person. Now, if you don't want to kill grandma, you're a bad person. You don't want to end this way. You're such a smart person. Die with dignity, blah, blah, blah. It's not always chemical stuff. And in Europe, they're having teenagers who are depressed. And you know perfectly well, I've been listening to this, it's not a slippery slope, it's an elevator shaft. Is this
this is the back door. Is that financial incentive?
It's huge financial incentive. Think about it. If you're old and you're $1,000 a day and the government's paying you, if I get rid of you, look how much I'm saving you tomorrow. And you're, you don't want to work to your family. You know what? You don't want to have them sitting by your bedside. Come on. It's happening here. New York just passed it. It's 14 states. It's and no one's going past. New York just passed it.
You see, Mamdani is just trying to figure out a way to use his budget. His budget is higher than the entire budget of the state of Florida, which has 3 times more people outside these places. Yeah. The budget for look it up. The budget for New York City is larger than the budget for the state of Florida. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's true. We should look it up. But I was reading an article about it today, unless the article was completely full of shit. They were saying that it's several $billion more for New York City than it is for the entire state of Florida, which has roughly 3 times as many people living there. Is that true?
I just gotta go back there once a month to do Goodfellas, and I can't believe I'm saying this as if we're New York, but I like LA better than it hurts me physically.
What's wrong with New York?
There's no
eye-popping amount. Insider called Insanity is up around $11 billion from the current
9% of
yeah, the record $127 billion budget proposal on Tuesday. The socialist leader, city leaders' plan includes a whopping 9.5% proposed property tax hike. 9.5 hike on New Yorkers, which he claims to be a last resort, while allocating another $1.2 billion for migrants.
It's the Florida budget.
Scroll down a little. Okay. Wow. That's good.
All I got to say was about the yeah, it's comparable. Holy shit.
Yeah, so it's not 3 times more, whatever the fuck it is, more. No, 3 times more people, right?
That is true.
Yeah, triple per capita. So the budget of Florida House is 113.6 billion, 215 billion, and the New York proposal is 127 billion. So it is more. So New York City is their budget is more than the entire state of California with state of Florida with 3 million more people, or 3 times.
Sure. It's not really the point is
It says it's up 11 billion for the entire year.
Well, he's not.
He's like the amount of migrants is crazy. There should be $0 for immigrants.
I don't think you can have 0 because if they're going to be there, you have to feed them. You have to do something with them. Literally, if you don't feed them, they're going to be robbing stores. They have to keep human beings need food. What are you going to do?
Get them jobs.
How are you going to get them a job?
Get them a job in Guatemala.
When you rather give them food than a job, I want to take citizens jobs.
The whole thing's a mess.
So the whole thing's because one point is you can't just throw them away. That's the
Unless
question.
you're going to remove them from the country.
Right, unless you're even if you want to put him in jail, that's not cheap.
Right.
That costs a lot. Right. So what are you going to do? I remember Piers Morgan had this amazing interview with my favorite British politician, Diane Abbott, who's a really special Nazi. And in the UK, you have the government, which is the majority party, and then you have the minority party, which has a shadow cabinet. So if there's a Secretary of State, the Democrats would have a Democrat. I have to deal with those issues. And she was their shadow secretary of student liberation. And he goes down. Before the Labour government wins the next election, and you have illegal immigrants here, what do you do with them? Do they get to stay? Do you have amnesty? You can deport them? And she goes, Piers, the Tory system is not fit for purpose. It's terrible. It will be more efficient and more fair. And he goes, right, gotcha. There's an illegal immigrant. Do they get to stay, or are they deported? I've explained this to you, and it was just this amazing thing. Circular. Yeah, I love it.
How much money do they give to poor New Yorkers?
Oh, it's not a lot.
But is it the same amount? Okay. So 7.54 billion to fill cliffs across 6 major unbudgeted methods. Is that true? Well, the property taxes are high. I understand they haven't raised it, but they should raise it.
Because it goes as a property values go up. Exactly.
Exactly. There's no percentage. Like this idea that they haven't done it, so they should do it is crazy.
So look at that. So that condo's under 20 grand, which is composite that cheap. You're paying like 15% every year property tax.
Yeah.
That's not nothing.
That's not nothing. I think the idea is that rich people are just going to pay it, and this is what they're trying to push. Meanwhile, people are going to flee, just like they've done in other wealth taxes.
However, then Nolan Bumps will code the big code
It's assessing about $20,000. Like paying $14,000 to $60,000, but that's a condo that's assessed at $120,000. Good luck finding a condo assessed at $120,000 in New York City.
$14,512.
No, for that particular condominium unit, from $15,000 to $60,000.
The high.
Oh, I see. That's right.
Right, that's 12% on $120,000. Now to a $55 million condo. Really wealthy people are responsible for a large percentage of the tax income in New York City. I think it's the upper 1%. See, I think the upper 1% of New York City are responsible for 50% of the tax revenue. Something crazy like that. See what the actual number is. So the thing about that actual number is those are the people that are going to leave. Because those are the people that they don't like properties in New York City, and then he gets all this tax, and it winds up being an excessive amount of money. And then they're planning on taxing people if they leave. This is like what they proposed in California. They've also proposed this, I think, in the Netherlands to try to stop people from leaving, but you still have to pay tax.
France was doing something there, which was leaving and trying to do something.
They're just trying to steal top 1% of New York City income. Yeah. Earners paid 48% of the city's personal income tax liability in 2021. The most recent year with detailed data. Why is the most recent year 5 years ago? PIT share equates to roughly 11% of New York City's total tax revenue. PIT accounts for 23% of overall city tax collections. So it's a lot of money. 48% of the city's personal income tax liability is an enormous amount of money.
So property taxes are 5%. That's where they get all their money from. Which you understand. You can't take the price they build.
Right, but if you're jacking all that up, top 1% paid 40%. PIT shares may have declined post 2021 due to lower capital gains.
There's something I like. So Kim and Kathy Local had this thing for now where they're trying to streamline. I'm sure there's some catch to make it easier to build because they're understanding if the rents are high, demand increase in supplies and lower costs. So if they do that, I think that's a great thing. Obviously, check out something.
Right, that's definitely good, but the Soviets just they don't like that kind of leadership.
I'm much more concerned about he has someone on his cabinet, proposed in his cabinet, who's concerned with decarceration. And the principle is we got too many people in jail. Now, maybe that might be true, broadly speaking. Apply that en masse and on a case-by-case basis. Who are you going to be letting out? Because I don't think this claim people used to have that, like, all these people are in jail because of weed. They're not. That's certainly not in New York City. When I was on a grand jury and these weed cases came along, they tried to indict them. They're just like, we're not taking part. This is BS. So, we gotta get to what's the guy who offers on the court says they give 40 vests. Much like North Face, the whole thing in face catching up.
Yes.
So, for you to be in jail in New York, it's not nothing.
Right. Yeah. And why? Why would they want to do this?
Because their principle is the system or society, whatever you want to call it, whatever the term for it is making people who are marginalized desperate. So they act out. So instead of putting them in jail, the Chips know what is the argument. We should be working with them systemically to kind of normalize and make productive citizens.
What's their plan for that?
And you have welfare programs, you have different training programs to throw money at them. And here's the thing, I can understand that argument. Maybe if someone's stealing bread to feed their family, I have never understood how works on going to hold a woman down and do bad things to her. That's not a thing.
I just randomly punch people in the streets or throw people in front of trains.
That's right. It's like it's not because you're late taking your job interview that you're subsidized in front of the 6 train.
Right.
It's dark. It's very dark. But LA is not as dark as this. I think in LA there is this sense of hope.
Because people I talk to in LA, everyone I know knows someone who's been broken into. Like the home invasions.
That's what I'm saying.
They're up in a huge way.
I'm just comparing different kinds of cancer. And I'm saying the cancer in LA
is better than the cancer in New York.
Yes. Because I remember growing up, and not that long ago, New York, there'd be this, like, find some new neighborhood, and there'd be some, ice cream store, some sock store, whatever, a button store, cool fucking spots, and it'd be fun adventures, walk around, just walk into places, and that's true. Is it? Yeah. You can't open up some weird store in New York and it won't the rest of the roof. The crime is through the roof. It's miserable. LA has these little pockets, which I enjoy seeing.
So what's the solution for New York? Wrap this guy's out. Do you think that it ever turns around, or do you think it keeps going in the same general direction? And do you think the powers that they want it to go in this general direction?
So John Lindsay was mayor in the late 60s during like the summer flood stuff. You had sexual assaults with him. You know, New York was going back there, but Trump was president, and Ford, the headline of I think the New York Post was Ford to New York City dropped dead, and that cost him some votes and cost him the presidency. But New York has these, I don't know what the cycle is. It's really hard to wait. You have to have a dictator. Coming out of a Bush. So, at some point, here's the other problem. There's 2 issues. One is a lot of people could left. There used to be black people from New York because New York was its own thing.
Now it's Florida.
Now it's Florida or Austin.
Yeah.
And New York isn't New York anymore because frankly, my secretary public speaker, she had this quote. She goes, look, there's a lot of things you can say about a city that's full of rich people. You can say it's good, you can say people bad. You can't say it's interesting. And unless there's a space for young people who have nothing to lose, who are going to bring culture and innovation, artists, broadly speaking, not just the painters, but artists. It was Williamsburg, it was Bowery before that, Hawkinson, Magic. And I read a guy over there, there was a bar called Lily's, and all of Edward was distorted. It was just one lineup, and I came to this bar, and there was amazing singers. It was like a mystical experience, and there'd be street art. But that's, you can't do that now.
A friend of mine's girlfriend used to work in this place called Den of Thieves.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There's no sign.
Right.
It's just a dingy little hole.
Look at honey.
This place is so cool.
It's so cool. You can't do that. So, and I don't think like this guy is gonna be that return.
So do you think he's just appealing to this base of disenfranchised young people that have been told that the reason why they have all these problems is rich people are greedy and they've ruined everything and we should tax the rich and we'll feed the poor?
I think he is speaking to a lot of people. So people on the right think everyone on the left is like a big monolith. They're not. And I think there's a lot of lefties, especially young lefties, who don't think the Democratic Party is an effective mechanism toward resolving their issues and concerns. And he's not, just like Trump was a Republican, he's Republican, even though he just the Republican Party, he took them all out one at a time. This guy's a Democratic socialist. He's known. In 1934, when Upton Sinclair ran for governor of California, after years of running as a socialist, he goes, people vote for the party their grandparents voted for. So he's a Democrat on paper. He's a leftist, obviously, but he's a Democrat on paper. Cuomo is like establishment hack. And he's like, look, it's like Obama in 08. Do you want to go with this party hack? Or this young guy who's got a different vision? And he definitely does have a different vision. This isn't how Hillary governed New York City or even Eric Adams or some of these others.
Well, I think one of the big reasons he won was that debate where he said that he wouldn't go to Israel.
You think that's a big one?
100%. I think that was an enormous shift. I would say that's a 10-15%. 10-15 huge. Absolutely huge. I think the polls are bullshit because it's only people so fucking stupid to answer polls. The core of those. I think there was a giant cultural shift where people are like, right, shouldn't we be paying attention to you? Why are all these people saying they want to go to Israel? Why are they saying that? Who's paying them? Why are they saying that? That's an odd thing to say. No one's saying, first thing I'm going to do is visit Belgium. They're not saying that. They're saying, we're going to go to Israel. Sure, but there's also a huge Jewish population in New York City. Right? So, things happen to that. I don't think right, but that's politicians, like the percentage of people that are Jewish in New York City is small in comparison to the people that think that New York City should be the main focus of attention and not Israel. And I think when you have all these politicians that are doing things that don't make sense to most people, like saying the first thing I'm going to do is visit Israel. Like, what are you talking about? The city's a mess. And then this guy comes along and says, I can serve the Jewish people of New York City better in New York City. And he had a large Jewish percentage of Jewish people. My point is, I don't think that number happened was the debate. I think that was part of his appeal from the beginning. Well, I think for fed sitters, though, that debate was big because you got to see one guy who's like, this is a solution to this system that we've been just replacing the heads of the people that are in charge, but it's the same exact mechanism. That's what I was saying earlier. Like, it's not the Democratic Party. It is this whole party hack. And it's like, look, let's put all that stuff in the garbage. This is something innovative and Obama made no way. And it's not really. Like, when he had his normal speech and he said we're going to get rid of the coal, whatever, grasp capitalism and embraced by the burning of collectivism. No Democrat is saying things like this. This is something completely new and completely innovative. So how it's going to look in practice? Here's the other thing, though. The mayor of New York has this thing that he can do. So I would know if I was just looking for I don't, if I'm sat in that office and I'm up against the New York City real estate industry, it's not going to be an easy fight for me. Trump had to learn this from Sterling. It's like just because you're president doesn't mean people are going to bend the knee and play ball. So who knows what this is? And it's not just New York City. Seattle's doing the same thing. Seattle, they elected full-on Congress. Oh, that's right. They're presidential chance. And hasn't had a job. It's not for fucking parents. Well, this is also a big concern with Democrats in general. Both parties. When you have the base of the establishment, basically just gangsters who are doing whatever they want. And you have the kids who are like, we can screw up here in this shit for decades. Let's have an alternative. What do you do when you're Nancy Pelosi and you're Chuck Schumer and you're to a lesser extent Hakeem Jeffries and these people are coming out, the kids wanting Democratic socialists, I'm not kidding you, who are idealistic and you're like, we're trying to make give us shit, give us trouble. What do you tell them? Here's the way it's like vote for steady lawyer for the 10 years. Like, it's ridiculous. Amy Klobuchar is not going to be your candidate. If you have this democratic socialist vision, she will not deliver that for you, and she'll tell you that's okay to rise. So I think that's the dance Newsom is trying to do. I never saw a and I don't see him. I think he'll be the perfect VP because he's a great attack dog. He doesn't have to worry about what that is going on. I've heard that too, but he was Jerry Brown's number two once he died his line. Yeah, but he was Jerry Brown's number two when he was young and he had never been the governor. Sure. I'm just saying, like, he would be the perfect VP for the Democrats. I don't think he wants to East to be a king. I think he wants to ruin San Francisco, ruin California, and then go on to become the president. You don't think he has a good shot? If he's the president, I think he does. That's his good shot. I think he does. Yeah, I think people are that dumb. I don't think it's that dumb. I think you can. They're that dumb that they're willing to vote party line no matter what. This guy is just a good speaker, who's a good bullshit artist. That he could be able to sweet talk his way to that position and just fudge data, lie about stuff. Nick Shirley is in California right now doing the same thing that he was doing in Minneapolis. Yeah, and they've already uncovered fucking billions of dollars in fraud. Yeah, making videos about it. I've seen kind of fraud, Medicaid fraud, all kinds of crazy shit. Yeah.
But I don't know how much that Minnesota stuff permeated. I mean, it took that to policy, which is one of the biggest scalps, like, no one's ever coming.
Right.
But the same thing, you take out Tim Walz, he's going to charge government as Hydro. They're not, frankly, we'd rather have him. He's undefeatable.
Does it depend upon how much fraud gets exposed and who gets connected to that fraud and what the investigation entails?
You're going to have people listen to NPR tell you with a straight face that this fraud happens, and they'll have a list of excuses. It's that's being investigated, resolved. This happened, but there's no fraud in Florida and Texas. Or what do you say? Or why are you targeting the Somalis? So you're not going to get. And at the end of the day, I think people would expect government to have fraud. And if it's in Minnesota, you're not really going to. If I'm a Democrat in Minnesota, I'm voting Democrat. And if I'm a Republican, it's not, how many votes does this spend?
Well, they've done an amazing job in Minnesota of distracting people from the smaller fraud by organizing protests against ICE.
Right.
And that's, people need to understand, like, yes, people are upset about ICE. In fact, unquestionably, just regular people at home that aren't protesting. But that protest is not just organized, it's funded. It's heavily funded, organized. They had secret chats with Democratic congressmen, or Democratic politicians, rather, that were involved in this. They knew what they were doing, and they did it because they wanted to distract from the fact that this fraud was being
So I think they do regardless, but it certainly serves that
they
purpose.
totally shifted the narrative.
Yes.
Nobody's talking about the fraud anymore. Everybody's talking about ICE being burglars. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Because more fraud exposed, I don't know that it's going to work against these.
It depends on how the trials lay out. So if people wind up going to trial for this, if people wind up getting indicted for this, that could get more interesting. Because then you remove it from Minnesota and then it becomes this federal court thing. And so then it becomes mainstream public news if they do this correctly. If there is something there.
But the thing is, you have to worry about if the judge is going to be complicit and the prosecutor is going to be complicit, like in the first process. So you kind of fly that arrow at the three governors.
Yeah, it's gotta go through bushes, make a small hole.
And then to try to make it into get, and then it would be very easy for you to be like, I'm so glad this got exposed.
Right.
I promise you, as president, this will have America. And if you want to talk corruption, look at Trump and all these sweetheart deals, blah, blah, blah. Hillary was already throwing him under the bus and Epstein. You know, shit. Hillary's like, Trump's in the files thousands of times. Like, let's have this conversation. She started.
Right. What does that mean, though? The file thousands of times, because he is the guy that was in contact with the FBI about Epstein. He did contact the FBI after Epstein was arrested and thanked them for arresting him and getting him, because that guy was a real problem. And he did kick him out of Mar-a-Lago in 2005.
Which is factual or untruthful. So it's factual that his name is in the files. Yes, sometimes that can leave it for the person listening to the
Right, that's all you have to say. Is all you have to say. We're talking to Donna Rollins.
Okay.
Because Epstein went to visit his show, went to watch a show in Providence, West Palm Beach.
I did a search for the word retarded. And I wanted to get an email I found was saying, like, can you email me that photo of where I look fat and retarded? That's it. I mean, that's not even the, it's too Epstein.
It's redacted.
Yeah.
Miller wants to know if you're another fat retarded.
And the N-words in there are fair amount also.
There's a lot of references to pizza. You know, I've taken thousands of references to pizza and jerky. The jerky
And grape soda.
and grape soda. Yeah.
So I agree.
The thing about grape soda is grape is like what people do to get around the algorithm. They're discussing grape. He graped them.
This was like 2011. I don't think people know that stuff. Right. And I think Epstein is one where he was like algorithms.
Right, that's not an algorithm thing. Right, it's to code things.
So I thought maybe it's a black thing, but then
Grape soda. Oh, right.
yeah, but then he's racist. There's like things like don't bring black people.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
He says don't bring the black
Something to that effect. Yeah. Something to that effect. Please double check me. That's what he was saying. It's not no black person.
Oh, no black girls. Interesting.
I don't know. I feel that I'm concerned that there's this online, there's enough agitation like QAnon, we're going to have these mass arrests, and I don't see that happening. And I don't think you can do anything to force them to release the bad stuff if they.
So what else is left? There's 3 million other files. Right?
They said they released everything.
Well, they also said there wasn't anything.
Right.
You know, when Cash Patel's on here, so there's no videos, there's no evidence, there's no nothing.
The craziest to me is when Pam Bondi said, I've got the list. And I said to myself, and I talked to my friends and I'm like, I really don't think he had like clients list.doc on his desktop list kind of thing, right? So I believe he doesn't have them on the list. And she goes, I said list, I meant blah, blah, blah. I'm like, you said list.
Right, well, they had those binders. They were also performatively holding those binders. We have the files. We're going to go through them. Heads are going to roll. And then Les Wexner, what did he say today? JB was saying he's got Congress. God,
I've seen a lot of the accuracy of a bunch of missing files from specifically 1999 through 2001.
right. And then people are connecting that to 9/11.
Yeah, I have 19.
Pre and post 9/11 are all missing.
So Epstein might be found in 9/11. I mean, what's the context? I'm not saying it's impossible.
Well, there's a lot of people that believe that Israel was involved.
Right? I don't think Epstein was high up in the Israeli decision-making process.
But I think they're just looking for financial records of things that are missing, people's names.
You know, if I found out Rocky was a pedophile, I might actually start to dislike that guy. That would really change my opinion.
Epstein files about 9/11.
Now this just came out.
Yes, I mean, people are still digging into stuff every
Holy
day.
crap. Oh my God, let's scroll down. This is fascinating.
Fucking cryptic George W. Bush photograph. Yeah, the transfers and outside.
Yeah, I saw, yeah.
I stumbled across something where there was redacted photos of either files and typed in something like no photos rendered.
Yes.
Changed the .pdf to .mp4, .mov.
There's thousands of those.
Yeah, I'm watching those videos from the prisons.
Flight log starting. Okay,
Have
so
they found anything in those videos? That's you got to go through them individually.
Yeah, no, people are now. That's I don't again the accuracy. I don't know. I've seen a video where someone said this was from the video, and there's like a girl crying, and I put it on.
Adderall and autism, do your job. Find those videos.
that's should be the subtitle of the show. That's how I felt this do your job. Holy crap.
Oh my God, what a world we're living in.
Do you want to talk about? I want to talk about Scott Adams. I was just at his memorials. Are you friend of the show?
Yes.
I got invited to speak, and it was really a great experience. I got because I'm a mental patient, I got a Dilbert mask, and the thing with the Dilbert mask is there's no mouth, right? So Dr. Drew was supposed to speak, and I was going to go there and do my little terrorism, where I was going to have my little phone and say, nice to meet you, I'm Dilbert, wave, and then swipe, and be like, can you take off your glasses, please? And fix the mask, like, nice eyes, may I take them, and just fuck with people like if they want the next time I wanted. It was really great because it was very upbeat, and I was kind of honored. Gutfeld texted me and goes, hey, do you want to speak? And I go, a huge honor. It just goes, great. I really might actually speak if you're ever just, quizzing me. I got to start, which was there for so a few other people, and afterwards I went to his house, and there's something really kind of very about walking in the house of someone who had just passed his ex-wife Sherry. Let me take to his markers, which I will always treasure and kind of hang in my house. There were 2 lines I couldn't say at the memorial because I knew the fans would get salty, which is Scott is in heaven right now, doing what he loved most, white black people. And the reason Dilbert was a black and white comic strip is because Scott didn't like the colors. Right? Because Scott is a humorist, just laughing jokes.
Right.
But I mean, it's just weird how much he still resonates, I think, with people. And I don't really have anything else particularly to say, but I just felt there was a moment to kind of commemorate this guy because he's really helped me out a lot in my thinking.
Yeah, it's a real bummer, man.
You know,
Because it happens with all these cancer. He got terminal cancer. Well, he had it in January 2025. And he said, I'm going to wait for my stepdaughter to get married. She was there when I got to meet her. She was a lovely young kid. To get married, and then I'm going to do it. And then he tweeted something out. RFK jumped in. Trump jumped in. They got this medicine. And they got him a few more months. And, so he got 6 more months. Point being, the main stuff, just because someone's terminal doesn't mean they don't have months left. You can do a lot in those months. It was funny, there was another cartoonist, I apologize for blanking his name, and he was friends with Scott for a long time. Scott had promoted his work once and went from like obscurity to like a big name. And Scott asked him, hey, can you write the foreword to my forthcoming biography? And the guy's like, I don't have time. So anyway, Scott was that kind of person where he's just like, just because, I'm about to meet my maker, I don't want you to be morose. I know he's brain is a complete masterpiece. Because what he does is he goes through frame mindsets and instantly recalibrates them. One of them is the regular framework is I should be great at my job. And his reframe is my job is to prepare for a better job. I was thinking about it that way, having that shitty job isn't that rough, because just laying the groundwork for something better. So when I spoke, I said the framework is we're having Scott, but the reframe is we're having a party and Scott's really late. Right? So if you think about that in terms, hey, we're having fun, where's this asshole? Because he didn't want us to be there like hoping. He always was positive, always was fun, even during that day. So I thought, I just thought a lot. And he believed his death on the COVID shots. So he got a lot. This really bothered me because he was tweeting that stuff. People like, shit, I got the shot. It's like, this guy's about to die. Like, this is your gotcha moment. This is where I got to look so moment. It's just, so he did not blame it. I'm very surprised that was the case. You saw what just happened. I met James Vanderbeek. I met with the mothership, the Greenwood. 48, 6 kids. The wife seemed very sweet, charming too. Seemed like a real chill dude. I haven't seen one person not one person said anything bad to say about him, which says a lot for that kind of So 48, man, that's scary. There's an unprecedented number of young people that die of cancer. In fact, there was a time when I was saved because it was kind of crazy because it's proposing like what is causing these things. So why is it so happening as if no one knows? Yeah, right. Like, what could it be? What is this? Some fucking mystery. Could be anything. I'm not saying this. Oh yeah. Anything could be. Anything weird happened. If you guys know what an SV4 is, it's amazing. They make it they take away the vaccine, so-called vaccine, or do they downplay it as the cause? Like there's the What do they say? They bring up passing it over. General name for the really funny recently. And you can laugh at my face, and every while I've said this, I can laugh at my face, and you can feel free to laugh at my face. This is kind of nuts. Aspartame. My main method of activation was Dr. Pepper Zero. It's hard to prevent. This is why I drink Pepper. And I go to New York and I load calories from my members, and I switched to full sugar Dr. Pepper. So it wasn't caffeine. And my thinking changed. And I'm like, this is, I go online, this is incredible. Thinking changed. I was putting on my feet. I was having trouble remembering words, names, just being talking speed, how I speak is something that is part of my job. And I was having issues. I don't have to work words when I couldn't think of someone's name or someone's word. I was having this whole thing. Researchers linked high consumption of aspartame to impaired memory, spatial learning deficits, and faster cognitive decline in adults under 60. Neuroinflammation, oxidative stress, aspartame metabolites can trigger chronic microglial activation and increased oxidative stress in the brain, leading to neuronal damage and potential neurodegeneration. Push that through. Rumsfeld. No. Yeah. So there's that. So here's the thing that perplexes me. If you're listening to this and you're somebody like me who's living on it, just try for 2 days, right? Really. And you'll know right away. It's also has low-key anxiety. Like, it's like a one-off thing. It's there, it's okay. It's just life. Try for just life. Yep, it's gone. Donald Rumsfeld, CEO of GD Serial of the late 1970s, early 80s, played a pivotal role in the FDA approval of aspartame, the artificial sweetener, in products like NutraSweet. So there was studies back then showing approval due to potential carcinogenic risks. Hayes approved aspartame for drive-through shortly after expanding into beverages by 1983. But with those studies, I think there was rat studies.
That came like Alzheimer's.
Well,
So I slow
shot
people as much as I can. Pretend or quack. That's fine. Just give it 2 days.
lay off aspartame.
And see what happens.
Remember again,
Okay.
what
What makes sense? I mean, there's no biological free lunch. You get something, it does something positive, it's probably doing something negative. If it's some novel potion that you're pouring into your body, it's probably something negative aspect of it.
I was talking to Dr. Mike about this.
Brain tumors in rats. But the FDA just today aspartame second for approval. Brain tumor, fucking rats, man. Highlighted high brain tumor incidence in rat feeding studies and risks from phenylalanine causing concussions or mental retardation. Isn't that what they think? Tony Faye Baker, didn't she drink like a fucking gallon of Diet Coke a day? Really? Yeah. It's fine. I think that's what a lot of people, because Tony Faye Baker, I think, died of brain cancer. Colon cancer? Okay. What's that?
Well, that's not from her colon to her own. She passed about stuff. She should go visit cinema. I don't think it's contained. She should go visit cinema. That was some weird lunches down there.
Wasn't she like a prolific Diet Coke drinker?
What's the shalosh
I think she was.
Ultimately, again, it's burned
I think people were
outside
trying to
of the
link
user.
it.
So it looks like, so
Well,
both,
you can't pick over. Well,
Tastes like sugar, it's not sugar.
it did a number of me, and I'm happy to be able to work with it.
I like stevia. Like, I like these drinks called stevias. They're stevia drinks, and it's 0 calories, tastes good. Doesn't quite taste like sugar, but it tastes good enough.
I'm just thinking if my water is like full sugar. So does
My daughter's like really good at reading labels and finding sugar. I'm sure we're always supposed to drink one of those a day.
I was eating protein bars this morning, going out my face did. And I just look at the label, and one of the ingredients I see is titanium dioxide. I'm like, I really?
Interesting.
Like, what?
Yeah.
So that's it, me now.
Yeah. There's other protein bars. You don't have to eat that shit.
I think they all have that.
No, I eat carnivore bars. You ever had carnivore bars? It's just like fat and meat. The carnivore bars are great. They just taste like you're eating fat.
and you go ahead
Is that all the ingredients are?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything fat in them at all. I think it's like
that's what you know, and that will validate a card. The question over here is as follows. What about
yeah, I think it's pretty natural. I don't think there's anything.
It's got to have a lot of salt or sodium.
Yeah, there's some salt in it. So some That's different. Potatoes are food. Carnivore snacks is great.
That's only way.
This is something that I eat all the time. This is my go-to snack. When I go to the UFC, that's the stuff I bring. I bring that. I bring it because this company sponsored me a bunch of it. It's fucking great. That with the carnivore bars, this stuff. Purest meal are 2 ingredients. 20 grams of protein, 35 grams animal-based fat, 412 calories from grass-finished beef, shelf-stable, no refrigeration. That's what I eat.
Okay, send it to me. Send me some guys.
I have some. I'll send you some. But if I had some here, I eat those all the time. So I take them to the throw them in my car. sweet bread, 28 something. It's protein. It's got grass finished beef tallow, so you get the fat from beef tallow. Some people don't like the taste of it. I like it. It's kind of mild or bland. That's fine though. Yeah, I'm just trying to get right. Yeah, but it doesn't make me feel bad at all. It feels like food. Like I've tried some other stuff. Like I tried those David bars. Oh my god, those bars I was having. So David bars, they have some weird fat in it that your body doesn't digest, like wheat chips, something like that, but a new version of it. And so when this company, when they were purchased, they got a monopoly on that kind of this whatever this ingredient is, and all these other companies they blocked it. These companies that were using it, they couldn't use it anymore. So a lot of people were like boycotting David bars. They taste good, and they have like a lot of protein. I think it's like 30 protein for like 150 calories. But what the farts I was having? This is because your body's like, what is this? I had that same thing with protein Cheerios. Protein Cheerios. It wasn't fun. I was having trots. Yeah, just your body's like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Just eat something like carnivore. Those carnivore snacks are delicious. It's just beef and salt. That's how those carnivore these snacks are. It's like a beef pastry. It's not even like jerky. It's chewy. It's delicious. So this is a lab engineered fat substitute called APG, manufactured by a little known Indianapolis-based company called Epig. After tinkering with the product formulation, the Fuel Sample website 2024 began promoting the bars at local bodybuilding shows and farmers markets. Right, so what does it say that stuff does? So find out what that stuff does. But it does something where your body doesn't digest the fat, like it doesn't turn into calcium.
Or it will put it.
It's essentially a better olestra. At the time, fat was the big culprit for heart disease, which is undigestible. Olestra was undigestible. That was its key attribute. It passed right through the digestive tract, therefore wouldn't result in body fat. The problem was its low melting point in the body, which led to an infamously polite phrase printed on the WOW labels may cause abdominal and horse stools. If you were shitting this stuff, well, this doesn't give you stools, but it did give me like the devil's farting out of my asshole. I get it. It's not something that's farts. Yeah. Like when you have a fart, it's like a symphony. When you're old and you start having big farts, I kind of like it. I'm just like, I still got it.
This was just like, for me, it was a warm time. My body was
I think it's the worst time I've had in general. Yeah, right. So, what is the problem with that stuff? Okay. And problems. So that was the thing that they were trying to block other people from using it. Bloating, gas, and diarrhea. Bloating, gas, diarrhea due to sugar alcohols, the non-digestible fat substitute. That's it, which are poorly absorbed and can have a laxative effect, especially in larger amounts. Limiting intake to 2 bars daily to minimize discomfort.
What makes you the
I know, but I mean, after the farts, you'd be like, hey, and it's not only the farts, it's the distinction. Definition. For some people, but why they would choose it like this is they want all that protein at 150 calories, and they'll just take the farts. Yeah, different way, but it's not digested. That's a standard version of bodybuilding. Yeah, but it doesn't bother me. Yeah, but a lot of people, it's not for a lot of people. Yeah, I have zero problem. I can't do it. I was getting great food. Maybe something's wrong with my brain. Well, you might have like some sort of
taking out of the primary something. Of
That's
course,
possible. That was
remember
because I
it's
switched to
meat.
meat.
You
Yeah,
know that
and that's something like carnivore snacks or those carnivore bars. That's the solution. Get those, and that way you don't have to even think. It's just food. And your body treats it like food. It feels like food when you eat it. It doesn't feel like it's just hard for me to get enough calories in a day for what I need. What are you trying to do? I'm doing counts. Gain gains. What does that mean? So you're keeping the same body fat, but you're slowly putting it on. Okay. So you're involved in that again, and you feel so far bodybuilding type activities outside the gym. Or are you trying to get jacked? I think I'm in good shape. Are you trying to get jacked? Yeah, technically, why you doing that? I didn't do that. I'm just asking, are you trying to get jacked? Okay, that seems like the kind of question that you would bring up the gym. No, what do you know? You're trying to get jacked. No, it's a normal thing for people who are trying to get swole. You're trying to get like big muscles. I am trying to put on as much mass as I can while maintaining somewhat lean build. What are you doing like as far as your workouts? I go to the gym 4 days a week. What are you doing with your workout? What kind of workout? I do pro split. No, something wrong with pro split. I said pro split. Nothing wrong with it. Works. Yeah, I'm not doing legs. Outside of these legs, my purpose is today get stretchy jeans. I have 30 pairs of jeans. I don't need to get more jeans. Point being, do you have regular jeans that are made out of cotton, or do you get jeans that have flex in them? I have 30 pairs of mix. Point being, my legs are great. Russians are great. Leg kicks. So you don't work out your legs at all. You gotta get it in balance. Also, if you work out your legs, your whole body will grow. That's true. And you'll put up more pounds on the scale, but point being, I'm already at the point marginal with most of my jeans. And they're not skinny jeans. Let me see your legs. I'll show you. How am I going to show you my legs? Stand up. Let me see your legs and your jeans. Those are not too big. That is ridiculous. No. Hold on. I will send you a photo of my legs and I apologize. My legs are great. Okay, they're not chicken legs. I believe they don't look like chicken legs, but I don't think you should be concerned about them getting bigger. First of all, it takes a lot to get your legs much larger. It takes a lot. You're going to have to really push past like some severe discomfort. I'm not disputing that, but the point is you're already marginal with my clothes. And I think you have new clothes, you got money. Listen, you gotta balance, you gotta keep your body balanced. Like that's why you should do legs. You should never just do upper body. I am nowhere at the point where my upper body is too big for my legs. Well, it's not that. You should condition both of them together. Okay, it's like you want to have a body that works together. My body is fine. I'm not going to be body shaming on this show. I'm not body shaming. I'm talking about function. What function? Going up the stairs? Anything you have to do. If you have to pick something up and move it. If you're not working your legs, then all that stuff in your hips, all that stuff, all the surrounding tissue, all that stuff is not getting the exercise it deserves while you're working at your upper body. Fine. My legs are perfectly fine. Okay. And it's hard for me to get the calories I need. That's all I'm saying. So, how many calories? What are you trying to do a day? I think it's 1,300. Okay. Which is not nothing. That's a good meal for me. That's a lot of calories. Yeah. I guess. What do you mean? I think that's a lot. If you're eating clean, 3,200 is a lot. Okay. So, yeah, I guess. Yeah, so 3,200 calories. So, but you're trying to stay lean, and but you want testosterone replacement or anything like that? Okay, you are. Good. That's good. Peptides? What I tried, I guess. Okay, good. I tried Glow. What's Glow? Oh, well, Mr. Doesn't skip leg day. He doesn't have polka dots on his face. Someone does. You call yourself a pro, and you have polka dots on your face. Glow is this new peptide. It's a combination of 3 things, and it's called Glow because it has heavy copper, so it's blue. Glow. You're welcome. Interesting. Most people combine PPC-157, TB500, and GHKC without addressing sequencing or inflammation first. Here's what determines whether Glow truly works. Interesting. Oh, okay. So it's a combination of all those things together. Interesting. Because I pulled the shoulder pretty bad with your heavy lifting. I don't think it was I don't know what happened. You don't lift heavy?
I lift somewhat heavy, but not enough. I'm not going to lift heavy enough to pick up full injury.
Okay.
I think that's kind of foolish, especially at my age.
It is, but if you want to gain weight,
But I can't.
what kind of, you're not doing bench or anything, are you? You do bench press?
Why would I do bench press?
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah,
Because it's terrible for your shoulders.
well, I do dumbbell bench.
That's slightly better for your shoulders,
Okay.
but that activity of having a lot of weight down here,
I'm looking at 70s. That's not that much.
it's a lot for you.
Okay.
All that weight back here, when you're right here, I think it's tremendous strength. What should I do for funny bets? You could do dips. Dips are fantastic for it. Don't go past 90 degrees. You can once you condition your shoulders to it, you can really do it. But dips are good. Weighted dips are really good. There's stuff that you can do, like just kettlebells. I don't do any chest exercises other than dips. Yeah, I do a lot of kettlebells. Most of my exercises are full body motion stuff. Yeah, almost everything. I do a lot of snatches, a lot of cleans, a lot of alternate cleans, a lot of renegade rows. Everything I do is kettlebells.
All I do is I know someone who's really knows the stuff, and I follow orders.
Like that's good too. That's good too. My concern is always functional movement. My concern is always I want my body to work as one unit. I don't like isolating things.
I think I do a lot of dumbbells, like incline dumbbell, incline benches, is one example. Or the other kind of stuff.
But if you have shoulder problems and you're benching, there's a lot of people I know that just have completely eliminated benching.
Is that right? Okay.
Especially heavy benching.
It only resolved this week, thank God.
But you know what? It won't, if you're doing kettlebells, that's the weird thing about kettlebells. It increases the strength of all your activities. I found that people that do snatches, it increased their VO2 max and it increased their ability to do chin-ups.
I used to do kettlebells. I had wanted to lift my workout, and I pulled out my back on something so fierce. It was a temporary, like almost like a cramp, but it was very, very scary.
Do you remember what the exercise was?
Yeah, I was doing swinging over your head.
Snatch. Yeah. The key to that is warm-ups. Do you warm up a lot?
No, I do warm-ups with the weights. Like I'll do 70-40% of my working set.
What I would recommend is, you gotta, especially as you get older, you really have to warm your body up. And one of the things that I do is I always do 10 minutes on the air bike, get everything slightly sweaty. Then I do a lot of jump rope. I get everything fired up, and then I do a lot of mobility exercises. I do body twists. I do these things like wave. I get down to the bottom and I wave all the way up and I bend backwards and I go forward. I do a lot of twists. I get everything loose, and then I start with push-ups and bodyweight squats. I do 100 push-ups and bodyweight squats, and that's my warm-up. So all that stuff. By the time I'm done with all that stuff, now everything's warm. Now I can start working out. How many days a week do you lift? Well, I work out almost every day.
Oh, okay.
Occasionally I'll take a day off, but I work out almost every day. And then with lifting, it's almost every day. It depends on what I'm doing. If I'm hitting the bag, generally I don't lift weights the days I hit the bag. So that's maybe 2 or 3 days a week. So the other 2 days a week, I alternate between stuff like bodyweight stuff, like pull-ups, chin-ups, dips. I do L pull-ups where you stick your legs out straight, so you work your abs at the same time you're doing that. I do a bunch of different things, lower back stuff, a lot of back extensions, reverse hyper stuff, sit-ups on that GHP machine where you're going all the way down.
Yeah, I'm just happy with the results, and I love that you ain't broke, don't fix it.
That's good.
Yeah.
As long as you're happy with yourselves, I would just avoid a lot of heavy lifting with bench press. I think bench press is so many people I know that fuck their shoulders up to bench press. I don't know a lot of bros who are gonna get angry.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm waiting for.
What knows you bench, bro? But here's the thing: we did this Sober October thing where we had these stupid fitness challenges, and then after Sober October was over, we all got drunk. And so then we went out to my gym, and Ari, Tom, and Bert were all trying to bench 225. And I don't bench at all, and I did it 13 times. Like, I don't bench, and I just...
Are you full of plates?
No.
Okay, that was
No, they all got pinned.
Yeah, 225 is no joke.
Yeah, Bert can do it now, but back then,
You can't casually do 2 plates.
yeah.
No,
Yeah, but I did without ever benching.
no, I mean, like for someone who works out or gets
Right.
if you're casual, you're going to get cooked.
Crush,
Of course. But they thought they could do it.
Bert did. Bert definitely
It's
did.
heavy. How much
Yeah,
is it?
Bert's like 250. Yeah,
That's a shit. Okay.
Tom was bigger at the time, too.
Okay. I mean, this was collapsed. It was
Yeah,
down.
they got crushed. But the point is, it's like doing kettlebells will help all those other things because it just your whole body gets strong. It's not an unusual motion to do that. You know, you can do it.
Yeah, I like the weights.
Dumb weights are great. See, there's nothing wrong with weights. I just would be careful about benching. I think dumbbell benches is probably better than barbell benching, and I just think there's other ways to work your chest.
Okay. Yeah, I talked to Russ. That's my guy.
There's a lot of people that don't even agree with dips. Like my orthopedic surgeon that told me that I need to get my shoulder operated on 15 years ago, and I never did. He was like, "Gotta stop doing dips." I'm like, why? Because everybody I know that fucked their shoulder up did it through dips, and they're like, well, that doesn't mean anything. Like, I'm looking at him and his body. I'm like,
Shut the fuck up. Look at all these gymnasts.
Yeah.
You do dips 24/7.
Just build up to it. Don't do too much. All of it is like overworking your body. You have to like slow progression is the key.
There is something fun about it. I love doing dips because you feel like you're flying. This sounds like a bad one. What can I say?
But that's a great chest exercise. Dips are. Yeah, along with the push-ups. Do 100 push-ups a day and then do dips.
But you were the one. Okay, we can talk about this also. You were the one. Can I tell you what you said to me at the mothership about this?
What I said?
You said you can't be jacked and be funny.
Well, you can, but you can't show it.
That meant like at a certain point,
Yeah.
to be jacked, there's a cost.
Well, there's definitely a cost to the way you look. Like, you look intimidating, and that's not that funny for people.
Right.
Yeah.
And Roseanne was telling me, just when she was starting out, she lost all this weight. People stopped laughing.
There's plenty of skinny, funny women.
Not 1981. You call Roseanne Barr alive?
No, I just don't think that's what it was. I've seen people lose weight and still be hilarious. It's just like, I think there's a mentality that people have. Like Kevin James, his fucking agent said this to me once. I got furious. Kevin was losing weight, he was trying to get in shape. He was really self-conscious about his weight. And his agent said, Kevin, when you lose weight, you're losing rules.
But that's true, though, because he's very much a specific character.
So what? He could fucking do anything. He's a talented guy. It's not like if he lost the weight, he wouldn't be funny more. That dude's fucking funny.
Hold on. I'm not disrespecting Kevin James in any way. Mad respect for him. Mall Cop, greatest comedy of all time.
It's a funny movie.
I believe you. I haven't seen it. Point being, he is very much in people's mind a certain specific thing. Right. So if Kevin James stopped being that thing, I think it's going to be a lot hard for a lot of the normies to come over with him to a different paradigm. That's all I'm saying.
Perhaps. It would be a challenge, but I think he'd still be hilarious. I do not think that he is limited by his weight.
Okay, if Will Ferrell got like Hugh Jackman, do you think he'd have the same roles?
Wouldn't necessarily have the same roles. He would still be very funny.
Yes, he would. You know perfectly well that this
It would be weird because he would be super jacked. Like if you got the Rock jacked, it would be weird.
People don't know how to deal with that stuff. So the agent's not running up.
Well, the agent's still not looking out for Kevin's health.
How big was he that big?
He was big and he didn't like it. He was worried.
Yeah, okay, that's very fair.
Yeah.
But you don't have to go from, you can go slim or you don't have to go to like, running peptides and stuff.
Right. You don't have to get jacked. Maybe he wants to. You can. It can be done.
I mean, what's that guy who claims he's natty? That Indian guy? He was in, I think the Avengers or something.
Oh, Camille?
Yeah.
I don't think he can do classes. Oh, yeah, does he?
They do special exercises. They just have
Does he really? He doesn't even claim on testosterone in this one.
you know, that if you just do lateral flexors, he has to.
So again,
They all have to know if that's real. Yes, it does. He did a very funny bit about people being angry at him for getting in shape. Oh, okay. He did a funny bit to stand up. Basic stand-up special about that. Does he claim he's natural? He's so weird. The better thing of is a stand-up. He's a stand-up. He started out as a stand-up. Looking for him. Camille Nanjiani. Yeah. He started as a stand-up. Yeah. And he's doing stand-up again. He just released a special. What's his name? Because 92. No, that guy claims daddy. They have to. Chris Hemsworth? I think he does. Get the fuck out of here. That guy gained like 60 pounds of solid muscle. Well, that's because he's taking a lot of raises for a while. And how do you know? You've never seen him play music. Yes, he has a personal trainer. He's teaching second exercises. I've been on testosterone replacement for a long time and I highly recommend it to anybody who wants to stay in shape. How long have you been on it? Since I was like almost 40. I started with like the cream. And then, I noticed I was training a lot. Because back then I was doing jiu-jitsu 4 or 5 days a week, and I was lifting. That's hard on the body. It's hard, yeah, of course. And you're always tired. And I had a doctor that specialized in that stuff. It's one of those things was hormone replacement therapy and doing a lot of it for people that had head injuries. Because people with head injuries, people that have had CTE and a lot of damage to the pituitary gland, a lot of times your brain's not producing testosterone at the level it's supposed to. Oh, is that right? Yeah, your pituitary gland gets damaged from repeated head trauma. That's one of the things that causes depression in a lot of people that have had head trauma. It's like your body's not making hormones anymore, so you're just like you're fucking lethargic all the time. His statements describe a year-long process with professional trainers, nutritionists, funded by Marvel, daily workouts, precise calorie tracking, no refined sugar, and minimum fats. In his 2019 Instagram post, he emphasized the resources required, but never mentioned PEDs, steroids, or denied their use. So he never denied it. Okay. I take it back. Yeah. For a softer build at age 41, for fucking sure he got on testosterone. There was a lot of people that were giving me shit about being on testosterone. Like, years ago, they're right now. No disrespect to him. Well, there's nothing wrong with it. I do it. That's never going to do it at the sort of point. It's just funny. People are yelling at him, oh, you're cheating. It's like cheating for what? Yes, we're silly. People are silly. And they're just like mad that he didn't look like them. He was doughy. And now all of a sudden he looks like a bro. And they don't like it. Yeah, but the thing that's kind of crazy is now the kids in high school are copying us. That's crazy because you're going to destroy your endocrine system. And also, if you're peaking at 18, that's not good for your mental health. Well, it's not just that. It's just like it kills your dick. It kills when you put a bunch of exogenous testosterone in your body stops making testosterone. So say if you're on a cycle for like a month, 2 months, it will take you 4 months for your body to get back to normal. I think that's the ratio most people, if you're not taking like clomiphene or any of these other things or HCG or something that naturally ramps up your testosterone, I think they think that the number is like double the time that you run a cycle. It's also harder and harder. You run cycles, it's harder and harder. 100%, because your body starts relying on it and your endocrine system shuts down. And it's like, why do we have to make testosterone? This guy's got more than a normal human ever has. And so we just stop. And I think these numbers are further repeated to kids. Well, they all want to be like an influencer. They all want to be jacked. You know, it's just like you don't understand the harm you're doing to your body. But it's also the kind of thing where it's just like, you shouldn't be comparing yourself to the guy on Instagram. Right. Or at the gym. Compare yourself to the guy in the plane. Next time you're in the that's what I do. That's what kind of helped me. When I got the flight, I'm like, how many of these people, especially my age, are in good shape? It's going to be 1 out of 100. Well, the other thing is there's, especially when you're young, there's plenty of stuff that you can do that's natural and super beneficial and not dangerous, like creatine. Creatine is tremendous. You're not going to be made. And no one's going to notice you. That's the thing. They're chasing the fame. That's so sad. That's very sad. It's very sad. I mean, some of these guys look better than Schwarzenegger when they're 17. It's insane. But it's just like, what's your future? Well, you're not going to have kids. Right? You're going to be sterile. You're not going to have any sperm. It's like, there was that thing about they asked Olympians, would you give up like 20 years of your life and you guarantee you like 90% of them? Yeah. I know. But look at Lindsey Vonn. She knew that she had a blown ACL and she still skied. Is that right? Yeah, she blew her ACL out like a couple of weeks before the Olympics and still decided to compete and then shattered her leg with this horrible compound fracture. Oh, you didn't know about that? Oh, yeah, she had to get airlifted. She's had multiple surgeries. She's fucked for a long time. Her leg broke in multiple places. She's got rods and stuff in it. And leg breaks are really scary because your body doesn't necessarily always heal from those. Like sometimes the blood flow is not appropriate. It's not what you need. People get their legs amputated from those things. Yeah, femur breaks are super dangerous. I've never broken a bone in a body. Ever? I know, right? That's crazy. Yeah. And part of me's like, is this something I want to try before I die? Like, no, it sucks. Does it? It's like, how bad is it? Well, I broke my arm when I was 7. I broke my forearm right here. I fell off a monkey bar and snapped my forearm in half. That healed perfect. You're a kid, they just put me in a cast, and like 6 weeks later, I was good to go. I broke my fibula, the small bone of my tibia, in sparring. A friend of mine threw a back kick at the same time I was throwing a kick, and his heel hit my fibula, and we cracked that. But that was only a crack. I actually competed with that. I put soccer pads on it. Those plastic soccer, I taped soccer instep pads to that part of my. I didn't tell anybody. Oh, okay. Because it was a Taekwondo tournament, so I had my hands on it. And so I put like a regular, these soccer pads, I taped them to my calf, and then I put foam on over that, and I competed. I won the state level. You're national champion. I won the American Open, and I came in second place in the U.S. Cup against the national champion. I think I should beat him. I got a bad decision. But I never won the national championships. But at the time that I was getting ready to try to win the national championships in '88, the problem was I had already been disillusioned because I started kickboxing, and I'd already started like realizing there's a lot of holes in Taekwondo. Taekwondo is like an app. As you see, it's really not good. Well, it is if you know all the other stuff. Right. Because those kids are devastated. Right. They're devastated. And a guy who's a really good kicker, like a Michael Venom Page, for instance, who's a karate specialist, learned how to defend takedowns. They're really dangerous because they have the ability to cover distance and kick in range. And if you're not a good kicker and you don't recognize what this guy's doing, they can fuck you up. But there was so many holes in Taekwondo when it came to like punching to the face and then leg kicks. I didn't realize like how many holes there were in it until I started really getting into kickboxing. So by the time '88 rolled around, I was already disillusioned. Okay. Yeah. And then I was already starting to do stand-up, so I was like, what am I doing with my life? Oh, I got a book to pick with you. I'm excited. You set me up perfectly. Okay. You set me up perfectly. Thank you, German. Preacher's Fantasy sat in this scary chair, right? The chair farting in right now because I had some vintage Olang chips. And this chair's getting me. That's a Trump chair. I know. And she told you that I'm starting to stand with. And you said, that's great, he's so funny, make it over for me. And then I was all excited about this opportunity. And I waited a few weeks because I was scared to, like, whatever. And you text me about something. And I go, first of all, I don't think I said you can open for me. I highly doubt I said that. But that's fine. I'm not holding you to it. I'm just saying, that's fine. Maybe I'm joking. I'm not holding you to it. I'm just encouraging. Okay. I think you're very good. Okay. You text me that to me. I go, hey, I'm going to do stand up here. You absolutely should. You're very funny. I go, I have my set. What should I do next? I know you said, but. Yeah, you left me. You're on your own, bitch. What do you mean? You gotta figure it out. It's like, I want to start fighting. What should I do? You know what to do. I go fucking gym. Figure it out. Start training. I can't hold anybody's hand. Stand-up is too hard for you to help someone in the beginning. You've got to actually want to do it. So you got to go to open mics. You got to do stand-up. You got to get ready. Put a set together, record it, review it. Okay. Yeah. So you're doing stand-up all the time. You say that you do it all the time. You have to do it all the time. It's like, if you want to spar, you have to spar it. But you know what everyone's telling me? I asked them 10 biggest people or neighbors. They all say the same thing. Yeah, well, bombing is good because it lets you realize how difficult it is, and then you don't like the feeling. You don't work really hard. Also, you have to get ready for that moment and how to recover from it. Yeah, failure. Failure, I think, in everything is losing is important. It's very important. It motivates you to do better. And people don't like that feeling, but a lot of uncomfortable feelings lead to growth. And that's why they're important. That's true. Heartbreak, losing a job, getting fired, all those things are important. Okay. Yeah, stand-up's important too. It's important to have bad sex. Bad sex. Bad sex. So when was the last time you went out? I haven't done it for a while because I didn't have to do it. Yeah, you gotta do it a lot. It's gotta be something that you're dedicated to. That's why I'm saying you can't just. So how do I do? Okay, that's fair. That's very fair. I'm talking to Cal. He's very helpful. Yeah, just there's plenty of places you can perform. I mean, Austin alone, on my street alone, on 6th Street, there's like within a 1 block radius, there's like 7 clubs. I mean, this is the place. If you want to do stand-up, this is the fucking place, man. It's incredible right now. Okay, fair enough. So my club alone has 2 nights of open mic. Is that true? Sunday and Monday night, both open mic. Okay, then I'm gonna say about it. Yeah, we have a real development program. The whole idea is like to make it so that we have like a real foundation of people that are coming up, and that motivates all the people that are already doing well. It's like, oh, these guys are like really working hard. It gets everybody excited about working hard, and then it motivates the people at the top to say, hey, these young guys were really good. And then guys start getting specials, and like Cam Patterson just got an SNL. All these things are happening for people from the club, so it's like it's a great place. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's very fair. Yeah, but it's not something that you can kind of casually do every now and again. You can, but you won't be as good as you will be if you do it every week. That's what counts. Yeah, you have to put in the time. This is not something that you can do just on weekends. Yeah, you can't like run around your block once a month and think you can go do a marathon. Right, yeah. You gotta get into it. You gotta, the thing about stand-up is like you're making a mountain one layer of paint at a time. It's not a quick process. To become a stand-up, most people agree it's not a hard, fast process. It's depending on how much actual time you do and how much focus. The general rule is 10 years. Yeah, the general rule is 10 years. Like, people don't really think of you as being legit until you've been in it for 10 years. I don't know that I have 10 years. I don't know if anybody has 10 years. I don't know if the human race has 10 years. I see those robots in China that do fucking kung fu. Are there? Oh my god, they just did this demonstration, this martial arts demonstration with these robots on the stage. It's crazy how they move. I'm more worried about if anyone can use AI to engineer a bioweapon. Well, that's true. Because there's a piece, I got a guy, I forget his name, I apologize, where he was one of these big AI people, and he goes, if you use the paid for AI, he goes, I can tell it to write me code, and it also knows, like, aristocratic preferences, so it's better than hiring a person, and that's today. Yeah. So what's going to happen in 2 years, 3 years? Like, how do you regard yourself? I don't think you can. And there's a lot of people that are resigning from a lot of these companies that are saying we're doomed. Yeah. I'm not a doomed kind of guy, but that I think is a much faster path toward something happening than robots come from robots. Well, there's also automated weapon systems that are totally autonomous. That's yes. The government's working on that, and I believe there was an issue. See if you can find this with one of the AI companies not willing to partner with the U.S., not willing to do something with autonomous weapons programs. I think it's Anthropic. Yeah, I think Anthropic was like, we don't think that's good, and all the other ones were like, let's go. Holy shit, yeah. Well, the thing is China doing it? They probably are. Anthropic is clashing with the Pentagon over AI use. Here's what each side wants. Anthropic's relationship with the Department of Defense is under review as the two sides negotiate over how the company's AI models can be used. Startup wants assurance that its models will not be used for autonomous weapons or mass surveillance. Oh my god, these pop-ups are brutal. The DoD wants to use use cases without limitation. according to Emil Michael, the Undersecretary of Research and Engineering. Yeah, so this is what they're doing.
Which is worse, autonomous weapons or mass surveillance? That's mass surveillance.
Both of them are terrible.
Which is worse than
They work hand in glove. Both of them are terrible. I mean, did you see Alex Carr, that interview that he did, where he was talking about Palantir, and he's like, we're going to, and occasionally kill people, we're using to kill people. Yeah, that's what he said. Right. But he was like openly saying, kill people. Like, this is what we're doing. Like, what?
Did you see that big leak from Palantir, which I don't know if it's verified or not, where they were talking, Kim.com is the one who dropped this.
Yes, I did see that Kim.com tweeted about it, but I didn't see if it was verified. Right. I say exactly.
If you could, it was a long thing, and it was very specific. He said Palantir got hacked. He said he doesn't have, I don't think it was verified that this was legitimate, but the he laid out, and it was extremely disturbing. It's not surprising that private companies can be more effective and efficient with the government and implementing what the government wants. A lot of the things during COVID wasn't literally the government. These corporations were more than happy to impose these kind of, if you don't get the vaccine, so-called, you're going to get fired.
Well, they were all having
Exactly. They were more than happy to do it.
Yeah, they were being sent to right. It was so fucking crazy. But the thing about this AI stuff that no one realizes except for the engineers that are deeply invested in this is that it's accelerating at this tremendously rapid pace that they can't really control. ChatGPT 5, I was reading this article, ChatGPT made ChatGPT 5. They essentially tasked the AI to make a better version of itself. Make sure that's true. And I'm pretty sure that's what they're saying.
Right now for free, if you put any photo in Rocket Magic, it animates it. And it looks realistic.
Yeah,
Like it's not.
there's a video of me and Keanu Reeves doing Kung Fu in this room. Like he's dressed up like John Wick,
But it looks real, I'm sure.
it looks very real. It's like a scene from John Wick. It's like we're doing like movie style Kung Fu in this room.
And the average person can't distinguish between what is on the screen and what is outside the window.
Right.
And for the human brain, they're going to remember it and perceive it as something that they had seen before.
Right.
It is a very scary thing. I remember something that clicked in my head, Survivor season 1. So it was like 2000, I think it was.
Yeah.
They had the second last episode, 4 contestants left, and they go next week on Survivor. And Sue turns to Kelly, and she goes, "We gotta vote out Richard." And I was on a message board at the time, and when the people threw it, they're like, "Who do you think's gonna be eliminated?" One goes, "Oh, I think they're gonna vote out Richard." And Sue said, "We all heard that. This wasn't eavesdropping. This was a sound clip that the editor left in. There was nothing else to hear." In fact, even only one was said to Kelly, and that was such a wake-up moment for me, like, holy shit, people really think they're on that beach, and they heard something they weren't supposed to. But you laugh. There will be people who tell you right now with a straight face, and I think they can pass my destiny that Trump said we should inject bleach. And Trump said, I'm praising verified people are nationalists. And you will play the tape, they will not perceive it, they're not lying. And I think that's a big hurdle for a lot of people to accept. People honestly are perceiving things that they're not.
That's true. Yeah, and they're also only looking at headlines. That's right, looking at narratives. They get a tweet, they read the tweet, oh my God, I can't believe they're doing this, and then they put it down. They're too busy. They're not going to do deep dives.
It's not that they're too busy, it's that their preconception that they're not running a true false filter, they're running a Hustle filter.
Right, that's right.
Trump's 1,000 times the Epstein files, there you go. What else I can tell you?
That's it, yeah. Very fine people on both sides. I mean, Obama said that during the campaign. When he said that during the campaign, I'm like, that's crazy.
Biden said that was his reason for running.
You see in the Epstein files, someone said that Biden's dead. And
Well, they also said that Epstein's alive.
yeah, that might be real.
I don't know how they pulled that off.
Well,
That's the thing. Whenever I hear something that's out there, I'm not saying it's ridiculous. I always say to myself, what steps would need to be taken for this to be true, right? So if you're going to keep Epstein alive, and he's obviously extremely visible on his face and very known, how do you keep that guy under wraps? Would be the question I would have.
you move into Israel, you get plastic surgery.
You think so? That's it.
Yeah, look, Renee Zellweger looks different. She's a fucking movie star. Like, she kind of ruined her career by making herself look prettier, right?
No, she was Asian. She's got all those big cheeks. Weird. She got all those big cheeks and her eyes are all like small.
What did she do? Let's take a look.
She's a puppet face, yeah.
Like, people said that Bradley Cooper did something,
Hold on.
but he came in here and looked fucking completely normal.
Yeah.
Like, it's just weird pictures online. Maybe one day he was tired. He wasn't really. She did something. So, like, Bradley Cooper looks exactly like Bradley Cooper to me. Yeah. Okay. Like, she did something weird. She was so cute.
She looks like that
Put her in 2009. She was so cute.
Is that a white lefty lady who's a podcaster? Yes, you do. The one who's a really hustler. I forgot she's
Oh, yeah. I don't know her name, but she's awful.
She's a heel. She's a
Yeah, she's great at that. I want to lock them all up right here.
That's what she looks like.
She's very angry.
That's what she looks like.
Let me see that again.
Other
photos. Okay, the one on the far right. She's still pretty, but there's definitely a change in her face.
Look at that face.
Jennifer Grey is a better example. She's like a but after that nose job, her career kind of fucking stopped.
Well, no, the Evans is the worst thing. Can you go Linda Evans?
Linda Evans from the Terminator?
From Dynasty.
Oh, and Hamilton.
Yeah, Linda Evans is.
And then Hamilton is fucking awesome. in Stranger Things. What did she do?
I think she looks very good. Yeah, but there's plenty of old people.
She doesn't look like she did anything. She's sued. She's sued for plastic surgery.
Yeah, look at that one right there, JBA.
So again, I already see that how they do have a high.
It's bad.
If I would say, Eva, it's all gonna hold supplement.
Where does it say?
I don't know about that. The red ones.
Well,
Yeah, pull that up.
here it says.
Finding peace and happiness growing older. That just looks like an old lady.
She doesn't look like herself at all.
But she's older.
She had a lot of negative work. Maybe she had something reversed.
Maybe.
You're saying that's not.
That was not that shocking to me. That's just an older lady.
I don't think. I think it's quite shocking. Because I think it looks bad. It's just right there.
That's the difference between a 30-year-old lady and a fucking 70-year-old lady.
It doesn't look like a 70-year-old lady. Don't look like protein bars.
I don't know. I don't think that's the best example. I think that Renee said, okay, what has Linda done to her face? Right. Okay, so that would be true.
There's a lot of cases like this. You know, it's
Yeah. What was the point? How did we get on that?
Keanu Reeves, Renee Zellweger.
I was looking at ChatGPT stuff.
Okay, yeah. ChatGPT 5. Did ChatGPT code ChatGPT 5? If you ask that question, it doesn't.
ChatGPT 5 makes it so better. There's something that I was trying to dig into.
Because that's the hilarity.
It's almost like self-correcting loops or something like that. I'm fussing out the
This was the concern about AI, was that eventually AI would become sentient and autonomous and would create better versions of itself, and it would do it very quickly. And I think we're in that right now. I think what you're getting from these engineers is an indication that the people that are deeply involved in this are fucking disturbed by the power of this stuff. They essentially say that they don't have a job anymore, they just kind of show up and it does the work for them. And that this is far more potent than what the general public is aware of. So, and getting better all the time.
We're at the point now where Grok is a better conversationalist and better at perceiving nuance and humor than the average person. A lot of times, if I was and some creep comes in with some response, I would just say, hey, Grok, explain to this person such and such and such. I don't leave it to Grok to be like a drug handler, and I do this every single day. But the point is, if I'm being humorous, maybe my jokes aren't that funny, but being Grok understands that I'm being humorous. This person is yours pretending not to. So what happens when the average person, what do they bring to the table? And it's about artists too. The AI art's getting better every single day. Like I did a book where I used AI for the cover. It's like, what are you going to do with it? And it's, you're going to have certain people who are good at
like misogyny, and having great ideas, but at a certain point, there's only so much you can do. Did you see what the Door Brothers did? They're these really good AI artists. They're the guys who do all the intros to the Kill Tony videos. Yeah, fucking awesome. And they just made like a Hollywood movie, and they did it in like a day, right? With AI. See if you can find that clip because it went viral and everybody's kind of freaking out. They're like, Hollywood's done. Because this clip is insane, but it's so realistic. The other thing is, by the time we're all wrapping our heads around it, it's already 6 months. That's what's crazy. And it's far better than it was then. Let me see.
You only get
Go
my
full screen.
what?
Back it up.
What? If I'm not gonna see you, unfortunately, such. You don't have a consumption for you know, and so
Yeah.
I have a time and have نعمل با اولو دویدی This is like Ola, نعمل با اشرم دویدی من لحظات just like the listen.
Holy shit.
My usher, you know the bones of the usher are related to the color. When you do that, like bone top or bone plate, every one kind of
I don't think it's a good idea for humans to catch. This is the other one.
Really busy cooking Sophia today?
All AI.
I was that's why the bones are therefore again not the subtle with the OGX
I'm on my way. I need you to hide. Get underground.
Ultimately, again, was at the heights. Ultimately, again, go to the ends. One last statement. The Olash Kozaka Mizyak Salah, Kozaka from Ola. And Ola is Ola Shapisi.
It's a great Cybertruck, yeah. Yeah, no, when you can't hear the engine when it does that, it makes a weird humming noise.
So as long as the bottom line, going gets utilized, like touching technology, as long as it is established, even if it is not certain to start the application of the owner, as long as it is a valid application offering, the coin will get beautiful. Good morning, Sleeping Beauty. She would have been sued for condition. So now we're going to get a
Why don't you get the president on the song?
any carbide where there was a tool in the animal, so the carbide before the animal was fleet, right? Before the animal was fleet. See, any time
Kind of a sound. AI, some of the code, but
point being, any OC in the
I don't think it's a good thing for people to catch the same
or the
footage
hydrogen.
being shot in the face. Like I'm on
The
YouTube already.
after
I'm saying it's not a good
what
thing.
happens if you check the animal, you remove
There's a lot. I watch a lot of these body cam videos on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's just like are we gonna have a conversation with the fact that you're just watching people get killed left and right all the time, especially young people. There's a lot going on. Like I don't see.
But what happens if the soul is discovered after the animal was freed? Then also the fact that I'm ready to see this guy go over here. And the only was kind of fun and said, no mind, go back to our ship to this animal. The only was kind of fun and said, I never saw a case. I never, all of my days, I never saw a case of a hide that was taken out of the other ship. I never saw a case.
You don't see anything wrong with just casually showing planes flying into buildings.
Yeah. All movies do that.
I don't think that's. Yeah, but the thing is, this is how you try to glorify.
But they've always done that in action movies.
I don't think to that level is to have anyone be able to make this in the drop of a hat. I'm not saying it should be banned. I'm just saying, I think at a certain point, if 24/7 you see
Right.
dozens of people getting killed,
Yeah.
it's going to have an effect on people's psyches. No question. And I don't think that's a good effect.
Well, it's what we have now before this, not good.
Do you know what else is fucked up? We never talk about this kind of poison.
Right, right. And porn with anyone, Jamie, you and Jamie could be fucking with video.
I'm talking about snuff films.
Oh, right, right. Yeah,
You can make it out like that.
100%.
Do a girl and you cut her head off. Cut body parts.
Yeah, just pull out a shotgun.
Yeah,
anything.
So what does that mean? What does that tell
And
you?
you look really realistic and you have no way. We're still apes.
People probably already making that.
Of course they are. Well, that I know. The investigators already don't have the tools listing videos of infants and AI videos. And this is, again, this has been a bridge that's been crossed. Like, no one knows what to say or do about it. Kind of just bad that it's here.
Well, it's not just here, it's here in growth, right? And getting stronger all the time. And we're all just plowing towards the cliff.
And what's going to happen when this kind of stuff gets matched up with psychedelics?
Well, it's not just that. It's like what happens when this stuff starts running all of our resources, running our economy, running everything. Right? Because that's what's going to happen. It's going to be our government.
Well, I mean, Frank, who was that, the creepy white guy? Creepy one? Who was that documentary? Robert something. I think his name was. He's an academic. He's putting up with Google. And he goes, look, if I'm Google, right, and I'm Facebook, and I have people who are like Trump and people who are like Hillary. So if I just put out, hey, you should vote, and send it just to the Hillary people, I'm not on paper. Hillary. Yeah, right, but then you're going to be getting out that little direction you want.
Well, his concern is Google searches.
Sure.
So, like, if you search Trump, it's all negative stories. And you search Hillary, it's all positive.
I talked also about the Facebook stuff. If you're promoting and that this group versus that group, they can nudge it very easily.
Right.
So that technology is already here to be used.
And been used. Yeah, that's real election manipulation that's already legal and being used, right? For whatever reason.
So, well, you know what reason. But
Curated search engines are a real fucking problem if you're hiding certain information. Like, I noticed that during the pandemic, there was a story about a doctor in Florida that got vaccinated and then really quickly afterwards had a stroke and died. And I read the story, and a lot of people were concerned about it. And then I tried to find it on Google. I could not find it. I looked everywhere. Then I looked on DuckDuckGo, and I found it immediately. And then it was in the first page. And then somewhere along the line, DuckDuckGo got weird too.
oh, Jesus.
Yeah. So it's like they realize that people are finding things on that, and then I believe is DuckDuckGo curated, or do they just have open source? What are they saying? And then I started using Brave, and Brave was showing me things that other search engines weren't showing me.
But then the other hand, are they showing things that have the problem? Is it showing me things that are just not true?
Right. But I was searching for a very specific story and a code speaking. Right. You're definitely going to get a lot of that, especially if there's like, look, the Hunter Biden laptop story. They got 51 different former intelligence agents to say that it was Russian disinformation. Okay. Not curated in the sense of building a personalized filter based on user history, but it does curate results by ranking.
Yeah, I'm not able to avoid that though.
That's curating. Indexing and filtering from hundreds of sources, including Bing.
It has to put things in order.
Provide what it deems relevant. Unlike Google, it avoids user tracking and personalization, providing more neutral, non-personalized search experience, but also curated by ranking. No user profile. It does not store search history. All I know is that there was a difference in behavior for me. It doesn't mean that
there has to be some ranking process.
Yeah.
You can't just, it's going to have things in order no matter what search engine.
Right. When you're looking for something very specific,
That's
did not show me that article. I put in all the facts of that article. I could not find it. All it was saying was the benefits of getting a COVID vaccine.
Has it gotten better or worse? We don't know how we know.
But you should be disturbed at Robert Epstein's work, because Robert Epstein's work shows that with just this curated search result, you can shift all these middle of the pack voters, these swing voters, you can shift them.
I think it's what Trump said.
I think it's larger.
Trump
I think it's 9% or something crazy.
Let's be conservative too. Trump won.
Yeah.
So, and I don't think things are looking good for the Republicans going forward.
Well, it doesn't look good for the midterms, right? This ICE stuff is doing a great job for that, because a lot of people like moving towards fascism.
And the recession of the economy.
Yeah.
The thing with the ICE stuff, it's like people, voters can have contradictory perspectives. Like they want to get rid of illegal aliens, but don't force them out. So what are you going to send them a smuggled letter?
Well, I think the real problem is they're not willing to address the fact that these are paid protest agitators, and that these people, this is not an organic thing. People are taking the streets; they're literally being paid. These people have come out and said, "You get X amount of money. You get $100 a day if it's cold out. You get more money." One of these people are saying that I don't know if it's true at all. It's like, this might be horseshit. They were saying they gave them decibel meters to see how loud they were yelling. Protesters, and they were providing protesters with these decibel meters, and for them in order to get paid, they had to be yelling at a certain decibel. Like, this sounds like disinformation.
Yeah, I feel like
sounds like how much of those things? How much is a fucking decibel meter? That sounds like very a problem in terms of cost.
If I had that on Saudi,
If you have thousands of people, you're providing them with these decibel meters. Right. Yeah. It sounded like horseshit. There's a lot of horseshit out there. There's a lot of people that they do interviews and they just make up fake stuff just for clickbait.
But the thing is, I think people are, I agree with you, over ICE, but it's like, what's your plan B?
Right.
The amnesty, like if that's your argument, that's fine, but it's just like, it's not a tenable situation. I mean, look what's going on overseas.
Right.
What are you going to do? Like right now, there's a guy who's running against Farage from the right camp. And it's like, you're going to bring up that vote. Like, there's no stormbreak.
Oh,
he's saying, he's like, Farage is too soft, deport them all, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, how, fine, I understand that's your argument. Literally, how are you going to do that without mass enforcement? I'm not saying I'm for or against it. I'm just saying, what is your plan? It's easy to promise. If I'm in a country that's awesome, I don't want to go back to my shit home. I'm going to do whatever I can legally and sometimes extra legally to be sure I'm staying.
Especially people that they're encouraged to go there, and then they bend the laws in order to kind of hide their crimes.
Right. One of the best things that happened to me was December 31st, 2024. So it was the beginning of 2025. I was on Twitter and you heard about these grouping gangs overseas. And even me, so a lot of the future people, was naive. Because when you hear the term grouping, I thought, okay, these high school girls have these, boyfriends who are from different countries and 30, whatever, and it's gross and whatever. And then someone posted the receipts of the legal cases. These are girls, children, 8-year-olds, again, whatever, being violated and beaten with baseball bats. They complained to the police. The police said everything's fine. Like really graphic stuff. And I'm like, how stupid I was to think really remember what anyone else thinks of the group. These were rape and torture gangs. And then Elon saw my tweet and he blew a gasket. And then they kind of talked about it in Parliament. So it's maybe to start 2025. But like, where is it all going? You know, like, people are upset, but you know, Keir Starmer's in jail. Like he's in trouble for stuff like this. The entire Labour Party voted against further inquiry. It's like some of these guys got prison sentences, but they're not anywhere near proportionate. Why is he still in the UK?
I just don't understand. Like, what's the end game there? Like, is it just the destruction of the UK? Like, what's the end game?
That's sure. Well, if that isn't their goal, that's sure where they are headed.
Right. If you were trying to destroy the UK, that's how you would do it. Bring in violent migrants, let them do violent crimes, don't prosecute them, and prosecute people for complaining about it online.
And don't bring them into your country and kind of assimilate them.
Right.
Like encourage them to not assimilate.
Yeah.
So I was just there in August. As bad as people think it is, it's even worse.
Really?
There was a theater a block away from the House of Parliament, and they were bragging that seeing their shows are safe. Not fun for the whole family. Not, oh, this is educational. You're not going to get murdered if you come see a play here. That really should be a selling point when you're going to the theater. It's crazy. Yeah. And it's only getting worse. So it's I don't but here's the other thing, let's talk about America, right? If you want to get rid of all these illegal immigrants, what is your mechanism? If what Trump is doing is too much, there's no the alternatives make it difficult for them so they can migrate. But there's plenty of people who I can certainly understand it. I'd rather be illegal immigrant in America than go back to wherever hell they were.
Right. I found a video talking about this with their federal.
That's a joke, okay?
Paid protesters with the decimal meters. That sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Yeah. That makes sense. Because I was like, there's no way. There's no way they're giving people decimal meters. But that's also just clickbait. What would you do with the illegal immigrants? It's a good question. The real problem is that they let 10 million people plus over the last 4 years. And that's the thing that no one wants to address. Like, the only reason why there is this problem is because we had a fucking open border for 4 years where they actually encouraged people to come in, and they let in a bunch of violent criminals, and people have been killed, women have been raped, children have been killed. And they want to hide that data because they don't want to be held responsible for what they did over the last 4 years. The fact that doesn't get the kind of outrage that it should, but then an ICE protester shooting a guy who's armed. What really is going on with the gun community about that guy who got that Alex Craig gun? Do you know the story?
Well, I know that was his name. Got fired correctly. Yeah, we're saying, well, you should be guns fight the police and all that. You make people like, are you crazy?
Right. But that guy, so they disarmed him. He was carrying a SIG P320.
Okay.
SIG P320s are notorious for accidentally discharging. It appears, at least in videos that I've seen, and some people seem to verify this, that as one of the officers pulls the gun from him and walks away with it, he accidentally discharges it. They think this guy has a gun still. They just pulled the gun from him. The gun went off. They think they're in a gunfight. Everything's happening in a split second. They empty on the guy. The two guys who killed him, both were Mexican guys. Right? Did you see? Look at this crazy. I didn't see. They showed their actual faces.
Oh yeah. I went to a few days ago. They look like I said the French people.
But what's crazy is how many Latinos are in ICE.
Why is that crazy? They Trump got the Latino.
Well, it's not just that. It's a really well-paying job. Sure. And they give you a big bonus to sign. I think, what is the bonus when you sign for ICE? I think it's like a great incentive.
But here's the other thing, a lot of why that debate drives me crazy. If there's a hospital, right, and there's a nurse who's killing patients, which happens, that happens, you have these like Black Widow situations, no one's going to say, shut down the hospital or stop medicine. So even if this was a first degree murder, let's assume for the sake of argument, that doesn't mean you should should apologize. We just feel like I should go to jail.
Look at this. Signing bonus, $50,000, $60,000 in student loan repayment, up to 25% in premium pay. I don't know what that means. Premium pay, 25%. Anyway, just the $50,000 bonus. How many people are willing to take that job just for that? And then $60,000 in student loan. Yeah, well, you get your student loan paid off and you get a $50,000 bonus. Holy shit. You can get a lot of people to do that.
Job security.
Yeah, and you
It seems like a job. Watch your guys.
if you're desperate for work, and if you can't find work, and then also this is like an answer to all your financial problems. A lot of people can do it.
So, but again,
You're also like very undertrained. Like they only train for 7 weeks.
is that right?
Yeah,
What's the answer? No one has an answer.
right. That's a good question. Because there are a lot of violent criminals in this country that did get in over the last 4 years that do need to be removed. So what are you gonna do?
What do you do about the nonviolent ones?
Well, here's the thing. There was an interesting statistic. I think I saw it to you, Jamie, where they were saying only 14% of these people that they've arrested were violent criminals. But that's what they didn't say is that 60% of the people that they arrested had criminal history. They wouldn't say non-violent. Non-violent meaning what? What about strong arm robbery? What about a guy puts a gun on you? Is that how you classify it? I bet it's not if you don't cause violence.
There's no way armed robberies and violence.
If you do not cause violence, I wonder if they're categorizing it as violence. Like if you do not shoot someone, stab someone, beat someone, so you're not convicted of a violent crime.
Here's why I committed robbery. Because they're doing everything in their power to make the gun violence numbers as high as possible. So there's any opportunity for guns involved that would make them counted as gun violence.
Perhaps you could rob people with a knife. You know what I mean? Does that count? If you pull a knife on someone and you rob them, is that
What's the complexity of it? I think it is.
I wonder. But either way, the misleading aspect of the article was that only 14% were violent criminals. But is that okay? That the other fucking 46% are breaking into people's houses and robbing cars. And what about that?
But what about the 40% who just want to be here?
Right, right. They all should be there.
What are you going to do?
Right. Okay, so 400,000 ICE restaurants first year, about 60% involved. Obviously, some criminal charges or convictions. However, only 14% had violent crime records, including as homicide, 2,100 arrests, sexual assault, 5,400, robbery, 2,700. So robbery. Nearly 40% lacked any criminal record, detained for civil immigration violations.
Give me some bad. Look at this. That was so shameless. Arrested for non-violent issues like DUI. I'm sorry. If you're doing DUI, you should be deported.
Right.
That is a violent crime.
Well, you definitely cause death, right, and destruction. Drugs, 22,000, DUI, 30,000, outnumber severe violent crimes. Yeah, those are fucking bad crimes.
I think this is kind of a distraction for
Yes.
if you have 10 million people, they're all house of makers. Like, let's suppose they're the nicest people ever. Are you comfortable with them just remaining? I don't think those people are.
No.
Like, what do you do?
Rand Paul thinks that you should allow them to stay but not give them citizenship.
See, if birthright citizenship went away, a lot of this would be solved. Right. If then you don't have eligible welfare, eligible for Medicaid, you can pay your taxes and income, and not getting the benefits. People can understand that argument, maybe.
Especially if you are illegal and then you come here specifically to have a baby and then your baby stay too. That's kind of crazy. That's a crazy law.
I think we're the only country that has that too.
Yeah.
So
China definitely doesn't.
So, well, I mean, no one's really banging that from Chinese citizenship, to be fair.
That's true.
From North Korea, maybe. Yeah, so
It is a problem that doesn't have like a clear-cut solution that would make both sides happy. That's for damn sure.
well, I think one side's against it entirely. Many Republicans don't think it's worth kind of overturning our whole society, get these 10 million people out. I mean, if we had 10 million Canadians come to America, that's not going to change the country. That makes no sense.
Right. Well, especially 10 million Canadians that could be violent criminals. If you just have an open door.
They're not going to
Canadians, there's violent Canadians. Sure. German people say,
Do you know about my Staff Canada plan?
no.
I want to get the exact, I have the exact numbers on here. So there are, this is exactly right, 41 million Canadians. Okay. Now let's talk about reparations. Right. So if I wreck your truck and your truck is worth $10,000, I gotta get you a brand new truck worth $10,000. That's reparations is restored.
Okay.
How can you have reparations for something as horrific as slavery? A check's not gonna do it because there's no amount of money where I can say, well, you know what, you are my grandma, it's fine. Right? 41 million Canadians, they've already demonstrated repeatedly that they don't want freedom through every action they've taken. 42 million African and Black Americans. So, slavery in the South was a horrific blot on America's past. So the opposite, slavery in the North, would be better. So we invade and enslave, hashtag enslave Canada, and every African American gets one Canadian, and that's reparations. And then you have everything about slavery or racism again. And the big names, you get the big names. So like Michelle Obama, you get that sad, right? Well, Obama is not African American, he's African, you don't get one.
Do you think that's real? The Kenyan thing?
Well, he's of African descent, his ancestors were slaves. Right. He's after reparations. Right. In fact, his ancestors owned slaves. That's how controversies. Michelle Obama's ancestors weren't enslaved, so she gets gagged. Sorry, gagged. I'm not kidding. I think we should do it. It would solve gagging. It would solve the racism problem.
Canada just needs to be free.
Yeah,
They need a better government. That's Trump ruined that. When they say they're going to be our 51st state, he killed the Conservative Party. Everybody sort of united and said, hey, we've got to stop America from trying to turn us into the 51st state.
Okay, because I don't know if people know this, in the first term, or St. Marie Frederickson, I think, is the Prime Minister of Denmark. They were going to have a meeting, and Trump's like, you are Greenland. And she's like, oh, I'm looking forward to this meeting, Mr. President. And on Twitter, he cancels the meeting. He goes, since the Prime Minister doesn't know her place, we're going to have to meet another time. And she's like, what? Like, what are you talking about? And now they're saying, you can have Greenland to do anything you want. You want to dig for the minerals? Please bring it to there. Nope, we need to help Greenland. And they don't know, and I don't know what to make of his. Someone on social media thinks he doesn't have the spectrum because he's so fixated on this thing that no neurotypical has this kind of fixation. But what do you make of this already?
I don't understand it. Do you know they offered us Greenland in the 1920s?
Right, okay, yeah. Was it too much money or something?
How much do they offer us Greenland for?
I don't blame them for being like, what is going on?
It is crazy.
It's right.
So Denmark owns Greenland. Who's closer? Denmark or the United States? We should have it.
I'm sure Canada hasn't done it. Fuck that. This is what must be done in Denmark right now. What do you say?
Okay, did not offer itself to the United States in the 1920s. The U.S. expressed interest in acquiring or basing in Greenland during that decade, but no formal offer came from Denmark. I thought there was negotiation.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. For the U.S. Virgin Islands for $25 million. The U.S. bought the Danish West Indies, now U.S. Virgin Islands, for $25 million for a deal. But affirmed Danish sovereignty over Greenland. 1920s U.S. Army General William Mitchell advocated for American air bases on Greenland and Iceland to expand air power, viewing them as strategically vital amid advancing technology. No purchase or secession offer emerged from Denmark. U.S. interest remained internal military advocacy without diplomatic action from Copenhagen.
We just got to get a swap. We get Greenland, you get Puerto Rico.
So in 1947, go back to that. 1946, President Truman proposed $100 million in gold for Greenland, rejected by Denmark. Amid Cold War tensions, the U.S. gained defense rights via 1941 agreement during World War II occupation of Denmark. How interesting is that? Like, we've been interested in Greenland forever. Oh, it's right there. That's how it's taken.
Fast route. I don't want to be the real straight on both sides. The thing is, they're already saying you can do whatever you want. Take a dump on it. We don't care. Like, we're happy to explain it, please. The answer is like, no. It's like, why? I guess you gotta understand that they can have it. This is like, I don't. The thing is, they're getting freaked out for not because it's aggressive, I think, to us.
You know what?
But
I
also
think
because
you
it's
know,
like,
if I'm the king,
like you and I, like, what do we miss? What about
then
Greenland?
I can leave.
Change.
But amazingly enough, why is it
Whatever you like, what basis you love it.
No, which is quite
You know, I already think what's the fucking levels.
also was like
It's hard to say.
some.
I mean, I think anybody wants to impress us. Sure. Anybody who went through that guy, what that guy did. Sure. But he went through the last 4 years when Biden was in office, we were trying to lock him up. Yeah, with Russiagate stuff. Yeah, all that stuff. It's kind of crazy. You have to have a little bit of screws. And now I think he's on a victory lap for sure. So he also wants to get a lot of stuff done because he knows he only has 1 term. You know, and I think the Greenland thing, I understand the strategic implications why you would want that, but I don't understand why you wouldn't just like accept the deal. Put our bases there and you have this territory.
Here's the other thing. This is the other one that I don't understand.
Done.
We go to Venezuela.
No,
We basically tell them to go out. Right, obviously, he doesn't get inside information where everyone knows.
right now,
And then everyone stops talking about it. And it's just like,
Well, the news cycle's crazy.
what is going on in Venezuela? Did they change the government? I don't think they did.
They didn't change the government, but they got rid of the one guy that was in resistance. And a lot of people, like Kurt Metzger, thinks that what's going to happen is during the trial, they're going to reveal that Maduro was involved in rigging the 2020 election. Because there is some sort of a connection with Venezuela and the 2020 election and the voting machines.
Wait, okay, I love Kurt. I was one of the when I say I love him, ironically and not ironically, I think he's the best.
I love him too.
I don't see any route where they would need the power of a trial to release this sort of information.
Right, I agree. But I think that having him in America and making a deal with him, look, Vince already kidnapped you, killed all your guards.
I think he's. If I could out Kurt, I bet this. I would bet a lot of money, but I'd be surprised if that this is already happening. That they told him, either you come to jail with us, wink, or we'll take you out. And he's like, you know, fine, I'll return to America. That would make more sense.
They did some wild stuff over there, like they used some sound weapon to like incapacitate everybody and went and executed them all. I'm pretty sure that's not a single U.S. soldier was shot, right? And everybody was down. Like the people that are talking about it, that were on the ground saying it was crazy. They shut off all the power, right? They shut off all the radar systems, and then all of a sudden, fucking helicopters, drones, everything was there. The sound weapon was used. Everybody was incapacitated. They came in, gunned down. How many people they killed? I forget how many people they killed. They killed a lot of people, but they killed them with no resistance.
And I thought it was very clear that we had some kind of inside information.
I'm sure we had that as well.
Someone on the inside was like working with us in terms of where he is.
I'm sure there was that as well, but there was this
When I saw that photo of him getting arrested, I thought it was AI. Because it looks so crazy ridiculous. And if I went a year ago and said Trump's going to arrest me for a while, I'd like arrested me. It's just like I don't know what's real.
right. There's an article from The Guardian. Okay, Trump's DOJ investigating unfounded claims. Venezuela helps tell 2020 election. So how do you know it's unfounded until you investigate this? These fuckers.
The Guardian's pretty bad at that.
Yeah, they're gross. No doubt. So he thinks it's bullshit. Which is
Yes, it's not dabble.
sure you don't. The CIA. They don't dabble or make them. Okay. What else? This is what Kurt believes. This is not my theory.
Scroll down. I want to see what the police think. I think it's about
Yeah, what's the accusation?
There's nothing about well, that would be contributing to the conspiracy. Yeah, yes. Mr. Miles. Yeah. They don't want to do that in the Guardian. Who knows? I would think I'd find out another awesome chapter of Game of Thrones. I mean, I still don't understand. It was a lot of people remember correctly that we should be doing regime change, but the regime didn't change. Right, we just got rid of one guy and kidnapped him, right? Brought him to America. Like if you get rid of Trump, that's becomes president. You're not changing the government at all, right? So like, what are we doing here? I don't know. Discussion about democracy, about how McDonald's stole Venezuela's food. That was very widely accepted as right. That's accepted. There's keywords that are popping out as like the same stuff we hear in our election discussion. Now we see people checking federal polls later that evening, people saying that that's not what it did. Right. The other question is what's going on with Iran? It looks like we're about to go in. Are you sure? Well, they're preparing. But I mean, that's always just great to shake the shadow. Yeah, right. Safe rapping. So it's like I feel like all of us are like looking around, being like, "What's the fuck is going on?" Yeah, every day it's what the fuck is going on. Right? You're just trying to like live a normal life. Yes, which is what everybody really wants, but they're preventing you from doing that with constantly being assaulted by new information that scares the shit out of you. And it's also, there's no context for us to understand this. Like, we understand this dark situation, right? You go in, you conquer a country, you kill a lot of people. It's a nightmare bloodbath that was unnecessary. Saddam gets angry. We know that story. Like, we're just gonna come in, kill that one guy who's the president, and his wife, and his wife, and everything will go back. It's just like, I remember the Democrats were like, what we see, this never happened before. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just overwhelmed. I think I share the feeling that most Americans have right now. Just every day, like, what the fuck is going on? But I feel like it's escalating. Oh, wasn't this crazy during his first term? No. The world is escalating. Yes. As Venezuelan oil gets shipped to Israel for the last 7 years. So as well as we assume control of the country, I think we got their oil, right? Found a better way to have people run it, but I don't know. Well, that was the other thing Trump said. What are you going to do with the oil tanker? We're going to keep it. It's like, what? How do we get to do this? Like, if you they're selling the oil to Israel. So Venezuela saying it's fake. Venezuela plans to send its first shipment of crude oil to Israel in 17 years, part of opening up the country's exports following U.S. induction of President Nicolas Maduro. That seems like it's the same story. First shipment to Israel. I think all they're saying is they've restored relations between Venezuela. It's like probably control relations now. It's essentially the U.S. is probably in control of their oil distribution. I think it's exclusive. Yeah. Still, like, what's the other thing? Is bringing in all these companies. They're all going to do, but apparently their oil is like very difficult to acquire. Yeah, their oil is not like simple, like Texas oil. Dig a hole in the ground, pull it out. It's like it's all. It has to be processed with all these chemicals. It's apparently like the consistency of asphalt. It has to be broken down. It's very expensive. This is why, the CEO of Exxon, one of the companies said that it would never work. That the infrastructure is not in place. You know, and Trump is upset at him being a negative Nancy. I think anytime we start to really whenever you start talking about regime change, something that's very scary. Historically, and it always turns bad. Yeah, like Libya and all these other places. So it's just like never good. But then at the same time, we're like, what do we do? Like, what's plan B, Gavin? Do you know what I mean? What's he going to do? Senior Trump administration officials are about to maintain control of Venezuelan oil exports for an indefinite period. Secretary of State Marco Rubio claiming that the Venezuelan active government headed by Delcy Rodriguez needs to submit a budget request before accessing the country's oil proceeds. Whoa.
So we just took over Venezuela, essentially. Just took over their oil. Yeah, but also the country. It's like the case that being oppressed as hell. Yeah, but the government essentially is like running back. I don't think we are. We're probably telling them what they can and can't do. No, I think that's the thing that there's just the oil. Right. Can I talk about something fun? Yeah. I am finishing a project I'm working on with Jordan. Whoa. Yeah. So I'm excited to talk to you about it. What is it? So there's this band from the 80s called Marco Rodeo that combined punk and country, right? And I was looking at this compilation that I got in 1990 from that Jingle, the picture. And I was staring at this photo trying to make heads or tails of this band because, can we pull it up? Let's show the photo, see what I mean by it. There are a bunch of kids kind of square dancing uniforms, no affect on their face whatsoever. And the singer, she's this Kelly Clarkson, and this big square dancing dress, just staring at the viewer. I'm like, are they joking? Like, what's up with these people? And I met them, and they were art school kids. They were not joking. They were there in that photo. So you see, I'm staring. I'm like, are they kidding? Are they not kidding? That makes sense. This is from the 80s. They got signed the same day as Bon Jovi at the same time. And he said, I'm taking you both to number one. So I wrote a screenplay about them. It's kind of like a Spinal Tap story because they're on stage at punk clubs doing jokes like, hey, Bob, I'm exhausted. Why are you exhausted, Bob? Oh, the couple at this hotel room, the lady in candy bars. Yeah, she kept yelling, oh, Henry, oh, Henry. Right, so it's this complete, like, hello? How are you, Bob? But the guy who did the keyboards for the band to the animation for American Splendor, him, I met Marty Pico, about me in 2006. You see that guy that went nuts on Letterman? I'm so glad you know who Harvey is. Yeah, Harvey started as a comic book writer. He started the idea of writing about comics in the 70s. From off the streets of Cleveland, here comes American Splendor. It's an ironic title because his life was not exactly very splendid. He was a bottom clerk, kind of a miserable person. He hated people curmudgeon. And amazingly, when the film came out in 2000, and something like that, 2001, he flew back to New York to do Stern, and the producer of the film, Ted Oak, sent out an email that said, Harvey's in town with nothing to do. If you want to hang out with him, this is your chance. And I'm the only person to come up with him. And I go there, and he's on his bed, and he, this is spoiler alert, he died in 2010 on my birthday, which was not a fun email to get. Anyway, and he's like, yeah, he's got this really weird way of talking, and I'm really fucked up, man. And I point out to him, since everything in his life was a disaster, he has really got to watch release the weekend of the blackout. There was this big fucking blackout. He's like, oh, god damn it. And that was the weekend I had a fish tank, and I'm trying to keep that alive with my electricity, and it did not work out. So you wrote a book about me, and that screenplay fell by the wayside. But because it's kind of like Spinal Tap, you know, it's this kind of funny story about when you're young, and I was listening to when you're young, go for it, be stupid. If you're gonna fail, it's okay. It's still something exciting to try and to do, which they certainly did. And now I'm like, wait a minute, this converts to a graphic novel very easily. This guy named Eric July has this whole kind of empire. He did a Kickstarter, like the first one. The reverse, and the point where you don't have to go through DC or Marvel to produce your product. So I'm super excited about it. Again, I started this in 2000, and now it's finally 26 years later coming to fruition. So I'm also not wanting to get done. I'm just really kind of, it's very intense because here's the other thing. When I was at Goals, and I had basically what was the opposite of a nervous breakdown. All the breaks in my brain slid into place, but I realized the story I wrote in 2001, what happens if you do all these things, try to reach and go nowhere, and those are my fears. When I was struggling, what if I end up like them, have nothing to show for it?
And 25 years later, that experience will run. You know, I can pay my rent as a category person. And if they were out today, they could probably be the renter because it's much easier as a band to kind of build an audience. But it's a very funny story, but it's also a very dark one. And it's very true. So I'm just stoked that I get to, thank you.
Always good to see you. Congratulations on the Facebook.
He was hard at the time of sweeping. But what? Then became coming.
Experience.
Just
Join my day job on the podcast by night. All day.
I just at the time
That's got a wild card boxing hat on, a Bruce Lee shirt. Come on, son.
I'm not wasn't it
Yeah, you got it all going on. What's happening? Great to see you. Is it? There's on that thing there. Last time I saw you was at Terry Dog's barbecue.
Yeah, random run in there. Yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. And I was thinking about it right after this. I'm like, what, Terry Dog's?
Are you still in LA?
Yeah. It's cool, man.
Is it? Yeah, you like it?
Yeah, because, okay, I just felt LA the way where, first of all, you gotta have some good people. You know, your family and shit. So the fact that LA has all kinds of different things you can do, hiking trail, 20 minutes you can reach. You can't beat it. So if you have good people, good friends, so
You just run by Chris. It's a nice neighborhood run by the mob. It's run by the woke mob. Geographically, you can't beat it. You can be at the ocean, and then you can be in the mountains in 2 hours.
Abishol said no. Abishol says you only get a portion of Kabbalah's what? If you are guard for the entire carbonic process. You shall Zrika, Ad Shas Hektar Halav and
I
Beis.
am deeply
Only if
concerned
you
that
are
that
guard,
motherfucker's going to get hit with a big concern.
you get the
That's
piece.
about time, right?
In California, and how often they're spread out, and the possibility of one of them happening in the next decade is very high. I try to do that too.
Here we go.
I think they have better detection of that stuff too. It's better.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They can't detect. Do you know what happened in Italy? A couple guys got arrested and took jail. They were seismologists because the company, the country rather, didn't understand the ability to detect it. They had a big earthquake, a bunch of people died, and so they blamed these geologists or seismologists. They wound up winning in court a lot of people because eventually the science was revealed. Like, hey, there's no fucking way you can really tell. But they hung these guys out. They blamed these guys for not being able to detect it.
The last crazy 72 over 94.
Yeah, it was 93. I came back from Delhi right after last week. I saw one of the sections of the highway that had collapsed on the other one. Driving by.
I came into LA.
Why not?
I tell the story about what happened during that 94 earthquake. Because it sounds like bullshit. Literally, I got up, ran out of my house, up my apartment at the time, jumped off the balcony, and watched it happen.
Watch the house collapse?
I watched the earthquake happen outside. It's like no bullshit. Everybody, so I thought, bullshit, before we got
don't care. The Oklahoma actually hardly shots Srika, 5 shots at the Oklahoma. Let's say the Shiner is this. I was showing me you have to be smart at the beginning and end.
Catching my balance in the parking lot.
Coming in the middle of the school, okay?
And like,
What does he
oh shit,
know?
I gotta find
He
the car
must
to
be
get you
taught
back
what?
in that apartment building, right?
Which
And I'm
says,
thinking, what,
take
what's
the
like, I've lost
I'm
my
gonna
mind or something.
I know
Next thing
that
you
I
know,
was going to
everything shakes and the lights go out.
Rabbi says,
Everything
you
gets
will
black.
this halacha from Rabbi Elazar and Shimon. The Amar of the Beis says,
I retreat back because I'm thinking
this
the building's
halacha
gonna
is
fall
not.
off.
I was like,
And I'm
what
like,
that means we're going to
wait a
see
minute.
at the end of this.
Then I got
When we
the
sit down, look at
the story from everybody else that experienced it. They said that the first thing that happened was the building shook and the lights went on. Well, I was outside watching.
But
So I'm outside when it happened. Like some kind of can't jump over. I don't even feel. Dude, did you have like the first rumbles? I thought it was. I thought it reacted to the like some shock or something. No.
What happened? The food don't come.
You locked her in the apartment.
I don't know.
All she does is like you jumped up and you ran out of the house and I heard the door slide. And that was it. And the next thing you know, everything shook. She was trapped in there because there was a closet door that trapped her in the hallway. So when I got back in place, me and a friend had to try to find the door because she couldn't get out. But I ran out of that place before the earthquake actually happened. How weird. Yeah, good instance. I don't know what the hell that was. It happens to me because I don't even like telling that story because it sounds like bullshit. It really happened that way. In the car, I talked to the guard. I'm like, hey, when the lights go off? Oh, the shook, the lights went out. I'm like, watching that happen. So
You felt it happened before it happened. I bet humans have that. Animals definitely have that. They talk about Thailand, how they had that tsunami and all the animals ran up to the highest point of the island. They all just took off. It's like they just knew instinctively.
I don't know. Nothing like that. So I gotta say this, man. I've been lucky.
Yeah, but you're a dude who's tuned into your body, or tuned into your environment. You're not going to get caught slipping. Like you probably felt something and your spidey sense went off.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that.
So maybe risky, so it might come up. I don't know much it's not compromising so much.
Crazy shit that you
How do you
don't even see on
therefore it's hard
That's the type of shit that you get.
yeah, and I was always the one that said, hey, let's leave. Let's get out of here. And hey, man, it was shit out there just happened like that.
Want some
Ted, like, the predators, you know what I mean? So I grew up kind of that way. You have to survive out there.
Nobody's looking out for you. You have to look out for yourself.
Well, yeah, I mean, when I was like almost a junior at the that you just like I said, my mom since I was 14, I haven't grown head since I was 13, 14. I looked like a grown ass man. Right? I was fighting in tournaments at 15 against grown men, like fighting heavyweight at that time. I was always hanging with older people.
I have rights to eat it.
And like I got away with living as an adult, because like,
Did you work?
yeah, well, I was teaching a karate class.
I'm a lady.
What was doing? I was having some. I used to hang out at this community center in the hood. At this time, I moved from
William says that I understand why you can push me away. I'm already compromised. When it comes to habits of show,
yeah,
there's nothing for just like
I was
you have rights, I have rights. Which is hard for you. So what is it? Good. Sprinkle the blood, and cover it. Otherwise, since you can't just use up, therefore, what's that? Again, all we're soliciting to be a dialogue is the same idea. Namely, if you can't do that, rolled up and what? Don't get if you see how many times in this case where you are, you cannot go ahead all the more so again I have to like to put section inside which is Rudolph says not insist the seven my right the Kohen has already says the Kohen is blood, he will get the blood. What you are going to do, if you want, just tell me you can't do pull up so it's all about the none of the blood only the person has already walks out and the only is on his right
somewhere Eddie Bravo has to find this video. There's a video of us working out together at Legends where we were talking about hopping sidekicks and different types of sidekicks. And you threw out, there was a bag that we had that had a shade chain. But regardless, you threw a hopping sidekick on that chain and the chain snapped and went flying. The bag went flying. And Eddie Bravo was like, what the fuck? It's a funny video, man. I know Eddie has it somewhere. I'll text him after this and try to see if he can put it up on his Instagram or something.
Yeah, back then we were training when it wasn't even popular. I used to see you in the gym all the time. All the time, man. And you were, just think about this. Do you know it was 29 years ago, last time you interviewed me?
All right.
That's right.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
After the Bob Costa show, he took a week off and I guest hosted it for a week. Yeah.
And at that time, you were already training with Maurice Smith.
Yes, Maurice is one of the
Commodore
guests.
sponsorship for
I ended up training
the
with
month
Maurice Smith,
of
every time I go to
taping.
Seattle.
First is Mindy Schreiber.
We trained together. So,
And the schedule of Push Lama for Eliyahu Rafal and Miriam Monkey Kyle and Marguerite in memory of Monkey's father, Yosef Shlomo Moshe Shmuel. Then Yukio Yehuda, New York Side here, Tough Valley TV. That's the only sponsor for today. Florence Davidson in memory of Buffett Trimmer. And a late-breaking sponsorship, Mark and Alpha Lustin, who are sponsoring yesterday's doc, Cook Olive, 101, in honor of Elsa's mother, Colby Cantor's 101st birthday, which was also yesterday, December 24th. So we'll give it extra dot. We'll sponsor. We'll give her 102 as well. So for next in advance for next year. Okay. Today's drop, Cook Base 102. We are picking up Cook Olive on the base. It is the second wide line. So quick reorientation. Rav brought down a name, and Rav told us that Moshe Rabbeinu was a Kohen Gadol. And we're now going to go through a series of questions on whether that is agree with that. So, base today. Last one over. Base today. Last one over. Probably check for the shin, Yocham. The part that we're talking is teaching us about a Balmon, Kohen Balmon, that is allowed to be touched. So, those words are touching. So we ask, in Nomu, Kochi Kadashim, Lama Nomar, Kachin Kalan. If the Pasuk can tell me Kachin Kachin, why does it also need to say Kachin Kalan? In reverse, Nomu Kachin Kalan, Lama Nomar, Kachin Kachin. Why does the Pasuk have to tell us both? Why can't it just tell us one, and we'll know that a Baal is allowed to eat in all Kachin? Let's say the Pasuk did not reference Kachin Kalan. It only had told us about Kachin Kachin. And the Omer, Kachin Kachin, we go, that a Baal can only eat from Kachin Kachin. Why? Because Kachin Kachin are permitted for consumption for our Azar and for Kohanim. And we're going to get into that. That's where the questions are going to come. We'll take it for granted that by touching, they can be eaten, or certain times can be eaten by Azar as well as the Kohanim. When you get that, that's the question brought down. So touching, however, what do you know from the Pasuk? Otherwise, Balmum can eat, Balmum can eat touching. Let's say the opposite. Let's say the Pasuk did not specifically reference touching and only said touching. The touching I would thought that a Kohen Balmum can eat from touching. Why? Because they're at a lower level. They're more powerful. Of the touching. But I did not know that a Kohen Balmum can eat from touching as well. The Kafnomu, touching, the Kafnoma, touching talent. Therefore, the Pasuk said both touching and touching talent. Okay, here's some of the questions. However, that we said when we were bringing out our proof, or why we need both sets of touching to be mentioned in the Pasuk, we said it's because the touching can be eaten both by Azar and non-Kohen as well as the Kohanim. So, isn't that loud Moshe? Isn't the Zar that's been talked about Moshe? And we'll see in Rashi, it's actually, sorry up in Rashi,
certain techniques that you need
so I went to Lazar the land. So like that, we would have thought, went to Lazar, the Moshe Kamar. It must be talking about Moshe Rabbeinu. And where we know that from? Also, because of the Shok, right? Because we know specifically that Moshe Rabbeinu ate from the Chaz of the Shok in the El Hamilurim, which is Kachin Kachin. So we have an instance where we have a non-Kohen eating from Kachin Kachin, and therefore we would not have been able to make the same inference. So I'm not changing the Jewish answers now. No, but when we're talking about Hisham Bazar, it's not about Moshe Rabbeinu, because right, we're trying to defend Raj, that Moshe Rabbeinu was a Kohen. Now that we're talking about the Bama, talking about the Bama, the Zar, so the Zar is eating at a Bama, and only according to the opinion, that is Yesh Mincha. And again, let's look at Rashi, a little bit Bama Ka'ama. It's about 5 lines up in Rashi. There is a Lazar, the Bama is about Afro, Yesh Mincha, the Bama Ka'ano, Mincha Kachin Kachin, Mincha is a Kachin Kachin. The Open Shiara, and you're allowed to eat the Shiara in the Mincha. Zar, what is Zar? Zar, are you eating it? Are you holding the Bama Ka'ano? Zar, because you know that you don't need a Kohen to do a Voda by a Bama. You know that Zar is doing a Voda, and therefore you need Shiara of the Mincha. And so we have an instance where Zar is eating Kachin. If we skip down a few lines in Rashi, I go to the Mincha, consider Omer Yesh Mincha the Bama. Why only according to the opinion he says is a Mincha of Bama? We had a few weeks ago, maybe 2 months ago. If you don't hold that there's a Mincha, in the Kachin Kachin, we don't have any other instances where a Kachin Kachin are eaten by Bama. Why? You don't bring a Kachin Kachin. It's not in the Zohar. You can only bring something that you can bring a voluntary offering from at a Bama. And there's no nether in double Kachin Kachin. There's no only Ola and a Mincha, which again, Ola obviously none is eaten. And so we have to hold the opinion that it is a Mincha. Okay, so anyway, we deflect the question against that. So let's bring another one. It's the bottom line on Cook Oliver Day. Miriam, so Miriam, I have another episode where in Midbar with Miriam is inflicted with Saras. So we know that in order for somebody to be inflicted with Saras, to literally have to go outside of the camp, there has to be a Kohen that looks at the Saras and says, yes, this is Saras. They have to by words, they have to vocally say, you have Saras, and it has to come from a Kohen. The question is, who is the Kohen that performs? In Tomer, Moshe is here. Do you want to say it's Moshe Rabbeinu, Moshe Zar, or Moshe Zar? So it can be obviously that would be our question. We'll get to the minute. So let's go through. Say Zar, Rosh, and Agon. And the Zar can't be Rosh, and Agon. Only Kohen can be Rosh, and Agon. In Tomer, Aaron is here. So, okay, was that Aaron a Kohen? He could have done it. Aaron Karo. Aaron is a relative. In Karo, Rosh, and Agon. In a Karo, the relative cannot look at the Nidai. So actually,
This episode is brought to you by
obviously, Aaron and Moshe have the exact same relationship to Miriam. They're both programs. So the question is, why by Moshe do we not use the same thing? Why do we say Moshe can't do Paro? So at the Marshall breakdown, that would have also been a problem for Moshe, but Moshe doesn't even get off the ground, right? He's not even a color. If they don't even need to get to a full Paro, he's not even he's a Zar. So that's why we go with the Zar answer, because it's just the easier one. Another answer is that actually protest whether a Paro can be on a gun. I believe it's really there. So based on some of the dropping it's clear that our held that a Paro is not able to be mounted a gun. But it's possible that Moshe Rabbeinu, I'm not maybe Moshe Rabbeinu is not holding the shita. I think Moshe Rabbeinu had a Paro can be held on, and therefore he had to go to the full guard. And the final answer that I saw was very interesting. I thought it was interesting. Is that what exactly happened? Let's take a step back. What's actually happening here? Moshe, Aaron, and Miriam are out in the mikvah. Why? Because Miriam and Aaron were speaking Lashon Hara about Moshe Rabbeinu. So what's the reason why a Paro, why you think you should not be married to someone else? I think that you have, because of your relationship, because of your love for the other person, you might, maybe not intentionally lie, but you might see things in a different light, something like that. But I mean, again, Moshe Rabbeinu underneath all of them, but still, even just the Havamina is that maybe Moshe Rabbeinu at this instant, he's in this situation because Miriam spoke Lashon Hara about it. And so maybe there's some type of diminishment in the Ava that Moshe had for Miriam at that moment. And maybe so you might say that I don't think they bring down that we actually thought that, but there could be Havamina that says that maybe the Shul of Korah doesn't apply in this moment because it's literally Moshe is a person that you just spoke Lashon Hara about. He said even if you want to say that, you still have schools out. I thought it was interesting. It's even think that would be happening in Moshe Rabbeinu, but again, we have the schools out. So might as well go with that one. Anyway, sorry. Tangent. I guess the holiday schedule. So little tangent. All right, back to the Gemara. Third line is. Hello, couple of girls will follow up on stuff. Rather, okay, he said who was looking who looked at the Messiah of Miriam. Moshe is because Aaron is a color. Rather, covers of the follow up on the sparkle. Rather, is a great honor that the sparkle gave to Miriam at that point. Miriam, Osisha. And I'm going to person that I'm a color. I'm called I post truck. So Hashem is the one who's going to be mounted on for Miriam. Fine. So I can tell you, we had a question from the new right from the beginning. Moshe Zar. They got run it on. We said specifically Moshe Zar. So obviously that is refuting the Rav that Moshe was the Kohen.
I'm listening to
Malcolm, so I said, no, Johnny Martin is on. Martin is different. It doesn't just need a Kohen. What does it need? Aaron is Bonner to the Bible. Say that Martin is specifically the Aaron is Bonner, not just the Kohen. And obviously Moshe is not part of Aaron who Bonner. Okay, so just like that question. Another question on the Shita Rav. Five great accolades that Elisheva was Aaron's wife. Was Zama Melech, her brother-in-law Moshe Rabbeinu was a Melech. Each other are going to go. I would have gone to Dinah, her son Eliezer, he was Wisconsin going to go. Then Dinah, what about her grandson Pinchas, Mishel Chama, he was becoming Mishel Chama. And her brother Nachshon, Nasi Kid, he was a Nasi Kid either. So those are the five things. But Avela, on the flip side, obviously, she's all dealing with us, but now she's also been in Avela, however, at the end of the year on her two sons. Another time. I tell you, you see here, Yisrael Melech. It says it calls Moshe Rabbeinu a king. So Melech means, obviously, he's a king and not a Kohen Gadol. He doesn't know, he just is extra accolade. He could have also been a Kohen as well. Okay, so we don't disprove Rob. Instead, tonight we're going to say that actually it is a machloket tanoim whether or not Moshe Rabbeinu was a Kohen. The Prophet says, when Moshe is at the snap, the burning bush, and he keeps telling Hashem, he doesn't want to go, and finally says, Hashem gets upset at Moshe, but you put off Hashem to him. You should have been careful in there. Anytime you see the Lashon, Koron Af, it means there has to be erosion. There's some, it's not just an emotion, there's some kind of effect, whether it is a curse or a physical effect, there's something. A color off is not simply a state of being, there's some active component to it. However, resemble never erosion, but in this case, we don't see erosion, we just see that Hashem got angry emotion, but no ramifications, no repercussions. We should bring the title there. I'm saying about erosion, no, there is erosion there. And that might, sitting on in that dialogue, Hashem says, hello, Aaron Achicha, HaLevi. And that he says, Aaron, your brother, the Levi, he's on his way. Well, Aaron's not a Levi, Aaron's a Kohen. Well, this is going to say, and here Marky Hashem said, initially I was going to say, Ata Kohen, the Levi. You, Moshe, you're going to be the Kohen, and Aaron is going to have the Levi. Actually, now, because of this Kohenah, now, who Kohen's Ata Levi? I'm switching around. Aaron is now going to be the leader of the Kohanim, and his son will be Kohanim, and you're going to only be a Levi. No, the Moshe Rabbeinu was actually only a Kohen, he only served him, because only during this section of Namur was never intended to be a long-term Kohen. The children, the final, you see, the Pasukuna element like a Moshe, that Moshe Rabbeinu himself actually was a Kohen, so this is what we see this in the time. However, his children were not Kohen. That's where it starts. Moshe Isha, the third one of each of our Sheva the Levi. Moshe Rabbeinu, his sons will only do Sheva Levi, not Kohen. But we also say Moshe Aaron, the Kohen, which will occur. So Moshe and Aaron grouped together, both as Kohen according to the Yishonim, that Moshe and Aaron, that Moshe was a Kohen, but his children were not Kohen. My home, and then we ask, why do we both pick them? Why not just one? Just to say that Moshe's kids were Levium, and he was going. If he came over those, you might have thought that those would be sick. I would have thought that only talking about Moshe not being Kohen for those, but Moshe himself also is not a Kohen. So the Omer, we have to say Moshe not a Kohen. No, in fact, Moshe must be a Kohen because we see Moshe together as Kohen. Now we are going to go in a little digression on Koronah. The both are actually the Torah. Never both. Those things are true. That really, like, we asked this question on the episode of Moshe and Hashem. We're going to ask another episode. It is true that all Koronah does not have erosion, doesn't have some type of active component, but it. And we say Moshe is part of the Korea. And Moshe left part of the palace to Korea. You don't see Moshe, right? He just Moshe's angry. He walked out. I'm going to talk it. Now, Sityo Shiyakta. She said, no, Moshe Rabbeinu not only was he angry, he actually slapped power across the face when he left. The younger is talking Jackie, right? It's really stated that Moshe would do this to power about two. And he slapped him across outside your heart. And because it says that Moshe went to meet Paro on the outside of the Nile. Here's your opponent. Everyone said, what does it mean? He's after Passover, then you should give him favor. That Paro's a Melech, and even though he's a Melech Russia, you should give him some sort of favor. So we see that. How can we then say that we're talking to and Moshe slap Paro across the face? The other number, Russia, sorry, in the same part, the other actually says, Russia, there's Panecha. Well, that is not about. But Yochanan, he's in the second part of the no. He's not going to mean that he's going to, that he should be finding favor, but rather that he's that power is a Russia, and actually he's looking to be brave to the power. The other thing about that specific because we say Rish Lakish in the second name is the one who says that hey, it's Panacha, and therefore he can also be the one who says that Moshe flat power across the face. Okay. Now we continue to talk about Amos Malchus. So over the Amos Malchus we always have reverence for Malchus. But here's the color of that right? Moshe, when he says all of your servants are going to come and die before me. But he doesn't have the gall to say, and you Tyler yourself are also going to stop on you. You see that there's this bit of cover that is Torah to his mouth. We open up my house, we open it in different ways. The Yadasha Maisa Elio, and you say, so we see that Elio, even though another flush, that Elio went in front of him again to show cover, he covered the mouth. Okay. Amar Hula Hula says, Moshe Bikush Moshe Malchus, no, not no. Moshe actually wanted to be the king, but it's not granted him.
It's also, it's like,
Krab Halom, because when Moshe was at the snare, said, don't come, Hashem don't come from the close. The word uses the Lashon Halom. Halom, Ellen Malchus, and Halom is a Lashon Malchus, and Ramah, Governor said, we know Hashem Elohim, he would be shining at Halom again. Halom, they brought it to Halom, which is Semanah, Moshe Rabba. So Rob asked a question we just had earlier. When you small Omer, you Rama Melech, right? We're talking about Ellie Sheva, so Rama is a Melech, Moshe Rabbeinu, I think. Rama, no news out of Omer. Halom, it doesn't mean it's not just Malchus, it's Malchus that is lasting, that goes not only from the person, but also to his entire progeny. But the kid Halom is it true that Halom is Malchus, Moses, Zaro, for all Doros? Like how they show this is Have they had Halom? Have they had Halom? Have they had Halom? Yeah, have they had Halom Ish? Again, we see the Russian Halom by Shaul HaMelech, and obviously we know the show did not, the show's monarchy was not lasting. So we're going back in. Who is I don't know. We see by Shaul that only he was the king and not his progeny. So Ibay say, you can't say yes, he didn't have a lasting monarchy. He did have his coach, and his son reigned shortly, and so he does have some close of Zaro. Ibay say, then you show that he was the Zaro Khan, and maybe the difference is. Shaul's monarchy was supposed to last. It didn't last because of his own diva. He was stripped from it. It wasn't that it wasn't everyone was looking lasting. He did something undeserving, and therefore, monarchy was cut off. The shot supposed to do a lot of supposed to blow the Zaro. So when someone's giving you do up, it is blow the Zaro keeps going for generations.
Still just
however, if they become hardy, that is immediate that they become hardy, they start going to feel that I start with and my student is teaching what to do, but that is the reason why Shaul didn't last. It's not that it wasn't meant to last, it was that Shaul had a monarchy that was rebellious, but because of his own diva, it was shut down. Okay, that was our slight digression of Agatha for our 100 blocks. So, back to quoting our mission. We are about 8 or 10 lines down the bottom. Solid movement, this is the beginning of the part. The mission said, solid movement, it's Kohanim that are solid movement, they solid movement open, they solid movement through, whether it's temporary or permanent blemishes. Hopefully, open, they are fully in touching as well as they can eat. They can eat and they can be cold. Where's the source? How do you know? Son of Adam, Kol Shachar. The pasuk, this pasuk is talking about Chavan Minchar. It's Kol Shachar. The rabbis that comes to include Balimum. So am I. Once we eat, is just telling us that Balimum can eat. Right by now, we had right at the beginning of today. Last time I was up, because they could have we already learned that from another pasuk. We already know that Balimum can eat kosher. Must eat, and not only can they eat the kosher, but they actually can go and take their portion in the kosher. They kind of get right, sir. Another Kol Zachar, and this one is. Yes, this one is. So far, we're talking about Chatos. The Rabbos, Balimon again, to include Balimon, so am I. Same question. If it's for eating Harakar Armor, we already have talked about that. Using Haluka, if it's so they can take their portion Harakar Armor, we just said in the previous class. Kishyako, Amy, Ella, Tom, and Nasa Balimon. I might have thought that perhaps it only applies if you had a Kohen that did not have a mum, and then became a Balmum later in life. Balmum may how do you know if you had a Balmum from birth, even that kind of Kohen can eat touching, we call it touching. Balmum or Kol Zachar, actually have a Kol Zachar. And now we have third Brisa, and this Brisa is talking about Lovin. This is Chazal Shom. It's from Sedina.
And I first started training.
Next week we'll get that. We'll get that on a day. Exactly, correct. Kol Zachar, the Rabbi's Balmum. if you have to come into the Bama, you have to, if it's eating, we have to eat with if it's Nicole, we have to that as well. You have a moment in Karo, right? Someone that was about move from birth. We already have that possible. So therefore, Amy Ella Balmum Kabu, I never thought maybe only a permanent Balmum could be in a single Balmum over. I had another music temper. Balmum, Kabulomar, holds up the proper line. Why would that seem the opposite logic? Why would you think that a Balmum Kabu is more likely? I would think a Balmum over, it's only temporary. That would be more likely to be able to even in touch it. Over a Chinchas, switch it. Really kind of clear Balmum over. That's no, here's a logic. It's a subject that, on the day, keep coming. That would comparing a Balmum over like a stomach. And again, both temporary status. Not Kame, Kamagano, Star, Kame, even they're going to be dark soon. They cannot even say it. I'm probably not even coming to the talking while he's still in the state of Balmum. He's still a coach away. He cannot eat much. That's why we need after that is the biggest. Okay, we see from all these three structures to be mother all different types of Balmum. Next piece in the Mishnah, Coach in Roy, Mishnah told us, Coach in Roy, Avoda, Ada for the so the Kohen who's not Roy, who's not Roy to do Avoda, does not get to take their fortune in the box. Okay.
And then I remember the first time I bought
Hello, that's true. That's true that somebody's not Roy to do the Avoda. It's not you started Avoda, because we just said Avoda. It's not cannot do Avoda. We just said they can do Kohen, they can eat and they can Kohen from the Kabbalah. I don't know about the Kohen. Another difference here is Coach Ada Roy. The difference is how Roy, but if somebody is Roy Avoda, they are correct. Okay, well now ask them how they come with the Kabbalah. People like that. Yes, in his comment, he said, I think 2 days ago, that you can. Is allowed to do Avoda for a public keeper. But we asked the question whether they are correct, they can't, and the answer, they are not correct in the Kabbalah. We see that even if somebody is writing the Avoda, like a Kohen, is doing the Avoda in public keeper, they do not, are not correct. He says, okay, now we ain't Roy Lakula, not Roy. Avoda is Roy Lakula. Okay, so and therefore what's the vote of this, right? Because the Balmum is Roy Lakula, and that's correct, and if somebody's not Roy Lakula, that was not correct. Now we have to write Katan. What about Katan? Katan is Roy Lakula, the Katan can eat from the country, they ain't a bullet. And Katan is not able to get his own portion. Well, look at that. You can't make it. The only thing that's accurate in this is can't make inferences from the left of the mistake. Now we have. Okay, well now you're saying we can only learn what the split was in this now, we're not going to make a difference. Well, let's go back to our previous cases. Oh, look at that color on the color. We can go back and say we did before. Right? You should Sunday, right? If it's a great Sunday, tell me what to tell you, right? The only problem of saying it doesn't say Sunday because we don't have a problem with Sunday because it doesn't state the inference that we tried to make of Avoda is correct. You can't make that inference, and therefore it's not problem. Tommy is no longer a question. You should Balmum, and the question you had about Balmum, which you actually could have answered from the beginning, even without the Katan, is Balmum Achmanarabe. You say, yes, this is a principle. The general principle is culture and a right and a holy. However, Balmum has a step in which distinction because we have a very we have a drasha from the fuck, and therefore on the Balmum. Okay. Next part of the mission. This is right. Afilu Tame the Shas Rika is done. Then you tell us that even if you have a Kohen that is Tame just by the time of the Rika earlier on. However, he becomes taller by the time of the Hektar Chalavin. Still, he's not Kohen. Right? I might have thought that by the time they are Kohen and Hektar Chalavin, that the Kohen is now Tame. Sorry, he's not taller. He should be able to be Kohen. But the law along the Mishnah said no. Okay, the difference there, Hatzal or the Shad we can done him, the time is like a Chalavim, the inference from this Mishnah is that the key point of Tumah is at the time of Rika. So if you have a Kohen that is Tahar at the time of Rika, and then later becomes Tameh by the Shad Chalavim, it still can be Kohen. Okay, it's not sneezing, it goes on the shell, and therefore our Mishnah cannot be able to do the shell. The time you have a shell, what's on the shell's opinion? That in order to use the country, Kohen has to be tahar both at the time of the Rika and the time of Hektar Chalavin, not only the time of Rika, like the inference is from our Mishnah. Makar has learned that. I'm not going to say dam as dam as running. We see the connection of the dam and the thing together, and therefore we say that the Datu has a chalav namizai. And according to our Charles, even the Cohen cannot be somewhat even at the time of the chalav. It's not just a problem at the time of Rika. Now he asked, so within the opinion of our Charles, he says you need to be a Cohen has to be tried both at the time of Rika and at the time of the chalav. So that's this is a tiny man. What if he has a period of coma in between those two? Right? Two says right? That at the official time of the Zika and at the official time of Hekachalav, this Kohen is power, and so he's good, he's good to go. And Dilma actually told me that he goes without the Hekachalav. You have to have it continue. It's not just okay to be at point A and point B, we have to be all the way from point A to point B. It has to be in a state of power. And we don't know the answer. We don't know if it has to be continuous or just at each point. Okay.
The second round, I'm like, dude, just whoop my ass. I feel so like.
I Dina, the other very Simon. I learned this thing from the other very Simon. I was the very second six. It's hard to hear in the background. So we say, teacher about it, we thought about it in the basic teaching, but after we're not going to be exactly how that's allowed. But I'm going to say just giving a little background. This is background to this book. So we're actually, we're going to have a progression. We're going to be talking about a Kohen who is a Kuyom. We say not allowed to be Torah in the Kabbalah. Again, a Kuyom is going to be Tahar at night. Now we're going to see a Kohen going to a Kohen and trying to see if he can get him to give him some of the kabbalah, see if he can argue his way. Even though the Kohen can't be Kohen in the kabbalah himself, he wants someone else to give him his portion later on in the night when he can eat. So let's see what he's arguing. You can have a few times about it. What Kuyom, I would have thought that Kuyom can come and say to another Kohen, hey, we need a mincha. No, give me the like, I know I can't get a portion of the mincha myself, so give me a little piece of your mincha, and I'll use it in the Kohen, the Torah point says to the Kuyom, you're not in the makom, even in a place where you, the Kuyom, have a stronger case when it comes to what? Your chatas. And Rashi says, what does it mean that it's a strong case for your chatas? So Rashi, there's a few lines down and over. And the Malcolm, why the Kohen on the three chatas, any Kohen is higher the chatas, even if it's not as much. Right? So a Kohen who brings the chatas always has the right to do the avoda and to keep the part for himself. So we see that a Kohen has extra strength in the upper koach when it comes to a Kohen bringing a chatas. Right? The chatas is sort of a higher level or a higher cost for a Kohen, right? So first of all, back in the blood. Okay, so at the beginning of the response. The Kohen, the Trio says, give me for the mincha, but the Trio says, remind me, Malcolm, you have a chatas. Even in the case of a chata, where you, Kohen Trio, have a higher koach because you can bring your chata at any point to do the radio yourself. You can see cost for chata yourself. However, I can kick you off from doing chata yourself because you're doing that a Kohen Trio is not allowed to be covered in the chata. And not just the real koach of the mincha. So now, in the case of a covered mincha, where you have a less of a power. Why? Because the mincha's Kohen is pure Kohen. The mincha's Kohen is all concealed on the fire. So obviously a Kohen does not have very much koach in his own mincha. It all gets burned on the fire. In the case of a mincha, if you have less of a koach, then it is that you cook like this like yourself. The thing is cannot be required to share from this mincha that's brought by Yisrael that I have a failure in. I'm not going to share it with you at night because you have even a lesser koach when it comes to mincha. Okay, so that's the only answer back as well. You're right, if you son the Chatas Yisrael, you are going to put me off from a Chatas Yisrael. Why? You're saying Yafa Koach, but if you change Yafa Koach,
Yeah,
the
1997.
same
Yeah,
year, we basically trying the same coin for the same for the other coin. We have the same cost, right? We come from the cost of the coin. So just like I have a higher cost when it comes to contest, and everything when it contest. So if you use coin, have a higher cost when it comes to a contest, and therefore, therefore, your cost is pushing up on the contest because you have the same extra cost on contest that I did.
That's the truth.
That's my pocket. However, the Minka, if you take your finger coating, just like you said, I have a lower cost on Minka, you also have a lower cost. You don't tell me you can come push me off with the Minka because I have a free cost. You also have a free cost. We're the same. We're both behind. Whatever cost I have by pocket, you have whatever cost I have in Minka, you have. And that's according to the understanding. That's going to be the continuing argument back and forth. So rather, rather the Cohen says that, he says, all right, I can't get you a couple, I can't get you some logic. So instead, I gave her a concept. It says, what Cohen Hamakris Osok Losia, that the Minka goes to the Cohen that is Makris. So you know what? You want to come in? The fall crazy also. If you can come and be Makris, come eat. But since you can't eat, we can see the connection. So that's it. Okay. That was a Minka. All right, he's like, yeah. Now he's like, can we look at the Kuyon says, can we look at this? Okay, fine. And I lost on the Minka argument. So give me a little bit of your concept, and I'll eat with you tonight. On the right, so the Torah says that same type argument. The mother put Malcolm to do a kofi in Minchas in the case of my own Minchas where I do not have a very strong koach because I cannot, right, it's all, even on the back, I can't eat any of my own Minchas. This is running because I was able to push you off. I'm in such a show, even though I had inferior koach. The other kofi the concept, but now concept where I have this extra strong koach. In addition to the car and having drugs, then I certainly can push you away from having drugs because I have this extra strength. Again, it's clear I'm saying back the same argument on my way. My aim should be to sound in the minute, so should be do a copa car, happy with a happy to start to change the other copa car, happy with a again. We're the same cost. So again, if you have the extra cost, I have extra cost. If you have the inferior cost, I have inferior cost. So that logic is not going to hold water. So he says, back on the comes to the pasuk. I omer hakohen and the fact that oh sorry, okay. He says, okay, the pasuk says it's the kohen that is nefate. It goes well, that is the kohen that gets to eat it. He says, come, you come do the service and you'll be able to eat. And of course, it's fully open cannot do the service, and therefore you can't eat. Okay, so he tries again. He's not giving up yet. Amalek. Kaylin, the high coin says, Amalek, Kaylin, Chazir, Shok. All right, now we're responding that I promised you. This is responding. So now he's all right, these are responding. The responding that gets to eat Chazir Shok. I'm sorry, the Kohen says, yes, from the soap. And if we don't say, give me some of your portion, and I'll be able to eat it tonight when I am talking. I'm right. So, the Kohen says, remember, Malcolm, she has a cook off of the fact of saw in a situation where you had extra co-op by a fact of if he sees, five, he goes to draw, may have to draw, because the joke Malcolm is a real cook off the woman. So now, in a case of a woman where a Kohen has even greater strength, white and greater strength in the contest, in the Chabahan, the show, sorry, when you have lesser Kohen, you only get a cousin show, limited to cousin show, in the Chabahan, cousin show, in addition, you can cut, certainly I get push you away. He says, no, you ask the Kohen to go into that. Mine, because I need this contest, you can push away that contest, why she can do a Kofi. I have less of a co-op by a contest. Why? Because I can't feed it 8 on the shred level. I can't give it to my wife and to my servants. So then if I think because of the show, you can be up a go food, so not for everybody because of the show. I have to have more co-op because of the show. I can share it with my wife and with my husband. I have extra cost by one. Very well, there. Again, he has exactly the same concept. The Kohen has Zilek, as a dot, as dot, my woman, Lolia. If the Kohen does his research, he gets his dot, he gets his woman. The ball does also. Again, if you can come to the Lolia, you can come eat, and since you cannot see the Lolia, you cannot come eat. And what happens? Finally, the Kohen gives up. Yosef Koyom. Kula, the Kabula, the Rocha, he has all of his Kavachomas he's trying to bring are all, all for naught. And he has Onin, Nino, he has the Onin coming on his right, who also has no argument, because of the heart, the Snola, because of the heart in the end, and essentially, he loses out. And we'll have to get back. I did take a look, I know the rough comment, the Rambam on Anita, so I have it if you have. Come on, yeah, well. Oh, it's right time, we'll have 1 minute. Okay. So all the arguments were for nothing. Asked, okay, he could have asked one more. There could have been a fourth argument that this Suyam put forward. Why didn't he say, Vimalay, came before? Why didn't he say, all right, give me a little bit of this before, but okay, why? Shugamalay, he could have said that to Suyam, Mother Muffin, Shurakoki, the Faka. He could have said about right by Fakas, where you cannot give it to your wife and your about them, I put you off, yes, and this is the Mechat of Israel. I put you off from Mechat of Israel. Not with the other Kohen before, but the before. The clear reason before is only just the possession of the Kohen. Obviously, extra koach there. Ain't no difference. I mean, certainly I can push you off there because I have extra strength. And what's the film for that? Remind me, if you're the Mechatos, shake your koach, half of the kochi, and the thing is, before, you can see the other kochi, where you can say, again, we have the same koach. I also got your koach by before. You don't have a good koach over here. I mean, Omer, then, so the Kohen who could have answered that. What about the Pasuk says, as the mom to drop on his back, as the mom takir. Right, only right, I don't only one who does the Zika, and at the 11, that is the one who gets the basa. So good, you can do it, then you can receive the basa. Since you cannot do the avodah, you cannot get the basa. So again, why didn't Rava bring down this case as well? Sorry, Rabbi Elazar, why didn't bring this case at all? But if you say, part of weeks that you saw Ram and Lakon and Zode, the other took it all said the one who did the Avoda or the Kohen, it has specific language. Here it says the son Lakon. I feel the Kohen after Lakon could be to any Kohen, so he doesn't have his Zakah here, and therefore he cannot make this argument. Okay, now, the question we had before, the Atheist, he said that he learned that Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon, was thinking about this halacha in the Beit HaKisei. How was allowed to do that? Talking about the Amar. That was kind of Amar, the opener, the Chomaka Mutter La'aher, put in that HaKisei. You're not allowed to have a Torah in the bathhouse and Beit HaKisei. Say, this was an honest. What does it mean? That Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon was so engrossed in his learning all the time, for him to not think about learning was an honest. Impossibility. So for him, he's allowed to think inside the Beit HaKisei about learning, and then we're teaching it out. This will go very quickly. It's 2 minutes. We'll go to the Rambam. I mean, this was from a couple of days ago, but we're done. We got it up here. The Rambam brings down where you got a question of what does Amina say? Is it Delaisa? Is it Rabbanan? Okay, so Rambam says in Hilchos Diasoligas, Perek Beis, Halacha, Tes, and Yod. What is the definition of Onen? And it is the Yom HaNisa Bilvad, only on the actual day of the death. That's what they call the Onen, but that following night, the night of the Yom HaNisa, who only is yourself, and you are only from Nidra Abanan and still cannot even touch it, okay? And now, what about the other cases? In Halacha Yod, let's say the Tefillah is not on the same day as the Nisa, so from the period of Nisa and Tefillah, the person is in Onen and Nidra Abanan, and then similarly on the Yom HaTefillah itself. And you know Sophie's Lila. In both of the cases, the Lila is not completed. So on Yom HaTefillah, you are only in a Nidra Abanan, but it does not drag in that night of Anina. So when you talk about Kachim, and only on the day of the Yom HaTefillah, you cannot even touch him on that day, but you can be touching on that night. Right, the Torah here. The Torah is better. You actually can see that and eat touch him at night. Yom HaNisa. However, on the day of Nisa itself, the same also lack of Bokachim Mimin HaTorah, just like these are actually things touching during the day of Yom HaNisa, also lack of the Rabbis of Shem, the Rabbanan, you can only touch him on the night of the Yabaninus, the Rabbanan. However, last piece, Pesach, like we saw in our case, other than the Karban Pesach, you also have the Eretz, which is called the Karban Pesach, because it has to be eaten only that night. Karban Pesach, and Onain, these are eaten because it's only Aninus with the Rabbanan, so you can't eat it after night.
Because you're in the heavyweight division, so the knockouts are brutal, and you're going to get 3 or 4 more in the next couple of years, and then you're not going to recover from those.
Well, I hope they take a page out of that because it's so non-manly, I feel, to just not say anything.
Right.
And
All right.
allow somebody you
Good
love
morning, everyone. Good morning.
to go down the road. I mean, that might be detrimental for them.
Well, it was also Shop had another path. He was really good at podcasting.
Yeah.
He's fun. He's a funny dude.
Right.
Time to
He's
tell
like, as a
sponsorship
podcast,
for
he's like got a great personality. He's
month
hilarious,
of
silly.
pages.
He's a big
Let's
giant
see,
silly
Mindy Schreiber.
dude. And like we would have so
In the
much fun.
sugar
He was
food
doing
flame of
really well. He's like,
Ariano Rafael, and Miriam
but his
Monkey
identity
Power and
was so
Marguerite in
wrapped
memory
up
of Monkey's
in
father,
being a top
Yosef
10 UFC
Shlomo
heavyweight.
Moshe Shmuel.
He beat world-class
And
guys.
Yosef Yehuda, and Yosef is Puff Valley TV. Got the only sponsor for today, Florence Davidson, in memory of Buffer Timber, and a late-breaking sponsorship, Mark and Elsa Luster, who are sponsoring yesterday's doc, Cook Olive, 101, in honor of Elsa's mother, Colby Campbell's 101st birthday, which was also yesterday, December 24th. So we'll give her the extra dot. We'll sponsor, we'll give her 102 as well. So for next year in advance, for next year. Okay. Today's dot, Cook Base 102. We are picking up on Cook Olive on the days. It is the
can't sacrifice
second wide line. Second wide line. So quick reorientation.
Because you're not on
Rav brought down a name, and Rav told us that Moshe Rabbeinu was a coin gadol. And we're now going to go through a series of questions on whether that is the root of that. So, basically, last one on one. Basically, last one on one. The pasuk is talking is teaching us about a balmon, coin balmon, that is allowed to eat kosher. It says those words of the pasuk. So we ask, in nomru, kosher kadashin, lama nomar, kosher kal. If the pasuk is going to tell me kosher kashin, why does it also need to say kosher kal? In reverse, nomru kosher kalin, lama nomar, kosher kashin. Why does the pasuk have to tell us both? Why can't it just tell us one, and we'll know that a balmon is allowed to eat in all kosher? Let's say the pasuk did not reference kosher kalin. It only had told us about kosher kashin. You see, Omer, kosher kashin is also that a balmon can only eat from kosher kashin. Why? Because kosher kashin are permitted for consumption for a zar and for kohanim. And we're going to get into that. That's where the question is. Now, we'll take it for granted that by kosher kashin, they can be eaten, or certain times can be eaten by a zar as well as the kohanim. We're going to get that. That's the question brought down. But kosher kashin, however, kosher kashin, they wouldn't say, oh, balmon, wouldn't know from the pasuk otherwise that a balmon can eat, a balmon kohen can eat kosher kashin. Let's say the opposite. Let's say the pasuk did not specifically reference kosher kashin and only said kosher kalin. Hayisi omer, the kosher kalin ye'ochel, very kind. I would thought that a kohen balmon can eat the kosher kalin. Why? Because they're at a lower level. They're more kal. And the kosher kashin, but I would not know that a kohen balmon can eat from kosher kashin as well. The kafnomu kosher kashin, the kafnomar. Kosher kal. Therefore, the pasuk said both kosher kashin and kosher kal. Okay, here's another question. However, we said when we were bringing our food, or why we need both sets of kosher to be mentioned in the pasuk, we said it's because the kosher kashin can be eaten both by a zar, a non-kohen, as well as the kohanim. So, isn't that last Moshe? Isn't the zar that you talked about Moshe? And we'll see in Rashi, it's actually bring up in Rashi of Shavuchu is zar v'lahem. Because after that, we would have thought Putu Lazar is Moshe Kamer. It must be talking about Moshe Rabbeinu, and where we know that from? Off of Chazal Yisrael, right? Because we know specifically that Moshe Rabbeinu ate from the in the El Hamaluim, which is kosher kachim. So we have an instance where we have a non-kohen eating from kosher kachim, and therefore we would not have been able to make the same inference. No. Well, when we're talking about History Bizarre, it's not about Moshe Rabbeinu, because right, we're trying to defend Rav, that Moshe Rabbeinu was a kohen. Yeah, we're talking about the Bama, we're talking about an Bama, the Zar, so if the Zar is eating at a Bama, and only according to the opinion that is Yesh Mincha. And again, let's look at Rashi. Robert Bama Ka'amar. It's about 5 lines up in Rashi. The Rizzi is out. Gibri Amar Vart Afro. Yesh Mincha Bama Kano. Mincha is Mincha Kachi Kachi. Mincha is a Kachi Kachi. The Oku Shia, and you're allowed to eat this Shirai Mincha. But Zara, what does Zara? Zara, like, you hear one. And the Oku is the Bama Kano. So Zara, as you know, they don't need to tell him. You have Rosa. I Bama, you know, they're doing it. But then never eating Shirai Mincha. And so we have these cases where Zara is eating Kachi Kachi. And we skip down to Yuan Shinachi. I go to Mincha to give it Omer Yesh Mincha the Bama. Why is only according to the opinion that says there's a Mincha that Bama? We had a few weeks ago, 2 months ago. We don't hold it as a mincha, we don't have any other instances where a kachi kachi is by Bama. Why? You don't bring a kachi in Ashton. It's not in the you can only bring something that you can bring a voluntary offering from at a Bama. And there's no nether in double kachi kachi. There's no only Ola and mincha, which again, Ola obviously none is eaten. And so that's we have to hold the opinion that it is a mincha. Okay, so either way, we deflect the question against that. So let's bring another one. It's the bottom line on our verdict. Miriam, and Miriam, I have another episode when in Midbar when Miriam is inflicted with Saras. So we know that in order for somebody to be inflicted with Saras, so to officially have to go outside the camp, there has to be a Kohen that looks at the Saras and says, yes, this is Saras. So that's to by words, they have to vocally say you have Saras, and it has to come from a Kohen. The question is, who is the Kohen that performed this? Then Tomer Moshe is here. If you want to say it's Moshe Rabbeinu, Moshe Zari, or Moshe Zari. It can't be. I mean, obviously, that would be our question. We'll get to it in a minute. So let's keep going through. Say it's Zara and a gun, and his Zara can't be Ron and gun, only Kohen can be Ron and gun. Then Tomer Aaron is here. So, okay, well, that Aaron and Kohen, he should have done it. Aaron Korov. Aaron is her relative. They Korov, Ron and a gun. And a Korov, her relative cannot look at in the gun. So actually, it's interesting. So, obviously, Aaron and Moshe have the exact same relationship. They're both brothers. So the question, why by Moshe do we not use the same thing? Why don't we say Moshe can't be cut out? So at the Moshe brings down, yes, that would have also been a problem for Moshe, but Moshe doesn't even get off the ground, right? He's not even a Kohen. He only needs to get to a Torah. He is not even his Zar. So that's why we go with the Zar answer because it's just the easier one. Another answer is that actual protest, whether a Karo can be on a dime, I think it's really there. So based on, I think some of the results in this degree, it's clear that our held that a Karo is not able to be married to God. But it's possible that Moshe Rabbeinu are not protest. Maybe Moshe Rabbeinu do not hold the mission. Maybe Moshe Rabbeinu holds that a Karo can be Orion, and therefore we have to go to the shul of God. And the final answer that I saw, which is very interesting, I thought it was interesting, is that what exactly happened? Let's take a step back. What's actually happening here? Moshe, Aaron, and Miriam were having an advice. Why? Because Miriam and Aaron were speaking Lashon Hara about Moshe Rabbeinu. So what's the reason why a Karo, why you think you could not be married to God from Elton? I think you have, because of your relationship, because of your love for the other person, you might, maybe not intentionally lie, but you might see things in a different light, something like that. I mean, again, Moshe Rabbeinu underneath all of them, but still, even just the Havamina is that maybe Moshe Rabbeinu at this instance is in the situation because Miriam spoke Lashon Hara about it. And so maybe there's some type of diminishment in the Ava that Moshe had for Miriam at that moment. And maybe, so you might say again, I don't think they bring down that we actually thought that, but there could be a Havamina to say that maybe the Psul of Kara doesn't apply in this moment because it's literally Moshe is the person that she just spoke Lashon Hara about. He said, even if you want to say that, you still have Psul of Kara. It was interesting. To even think that would be Havamina in Moshe. But again, we have the full results, so might as well go with that. Anyway, sorry. Tangent, I guess the holiday schedule. So, little tangent. All right, back to the Gemara. Third line is. Oh, a couple of dogs will follow up on the structure. So rather, okay, so we said, who was one who looked at in the going of Miriam? Moshe is Zara. Said that Aaron, he is a Kodo. Rather, Kodo will follow up on the structure. Rather, it's a great honor that our structure gave to Miriam at that point. Miriam, What's the show? I'm just going, so the first person says, I'm a Kohen. Ani Maskira, Ani Kalta, Ani Kosha. So Hashem's the one that's going to be mounted on for Mary. Fine. But he's like, it's funny, we had a question from you right from the beginning. Moshe Zar. Days are running on. We said specifically Moshe Zar. So obviously, that is repeating the opinion of Rav that Moshe was the Kohen. Not about you. So I said, no, Shani Marzadam is different. It doesn't just mean a Kohen. What do you mean? Aaron is brought up to the Bible. It says that Marzadam is specifically about Aaron is brought up, not just the Kohen. And obviously, Moshe is not part of Aaron. Okay, we deflect that question. Another thing on issues of Rav. Moshe. Something Shlomo, Isa, and Sheva, Yisera, Abenosi stuff. Five great accolades that Sheva, who's Aaron's wife, was Zilpah. Yvama, Melech. Her brother-in-law, Moshe Rabbeinu, was a Melech. Isha, her husband, Kohen Gadol. Aaron, Kohen Gadol. Dinah, her son, Eliezer, he was the Stan Kohen Gadol. Then Dinah, what about her grandson, Pinchas, Michel B'Chomer? He was the Kohen Michel B'Chomer. The Achera and her brother, Nachshon, Nasi Shev. He was the Nasi of Shev. Those were five things. But on the flip side, obviously, she's all dealing with Upnei Banesh. She's also been Angelis, however, at the end of the room on her two sons. Nothing like you. Even I can tell you, as you see here, Yivama Melech. It says it calls Moshe Rabbeinu a king. The Melech means obviously he's a king and not a Kohen Gadol. This is an extra accolade. He could have also been a Kohen as well. Okay, so we don't disprove Rav. Instead, tonight we're going to say that actually it is a machlokas tanoim whether or not Moshe Rabbeinu was a Kohen. The Prophet says, when Moshe is at the snap, the burning bush, and he keeps telling Hashem, he doesn't want to do it, doesn't want to know, and finally he says, Hashem gets upset at Moshe, but you cut off Hashem Moshe. You should have been caught on there. So, Torah not to the Torah, never go there. Anytime we see the Hashem, Torah not, it means there has to be a Roshem. It's not just an emotion, there's some kind of effect, whether it is a curse or a physical, it's something. Torah not is not simply a state of being, there's some active component to it. However, again, never go Roshem, but in this case, we don't see the Roshem, we just see that Hashem got angry at Moshe, but no ramifications, no repercussions. You should bring a tie on there. I've been able to look at another Roshem here. Shenamar, sitting on in that dialogue, Hashem says, hello, Aaron Ashicha, halazy. And that he says, Aaron, your brother's a lazy, he's on his way. Well, I told you, Aaron's not a lazy, Aaron's a Kohen. So I think I'm going to say, I think Hashem says, initially I was going to say, Ata Kohen, you Moshe, you're going to be the Kohen, and Aaron is going to be, he's going to have the Levium. After now, because of this Baranah, now who's going back already? I'm sitting around. Aaron is now going to be the leader of the Kohanim, and his son is born, and you're going to only be a lady. The Kohanim say, Moshe Ella Shidduch Ne'emim B'Vad. No, the Moshe Rabbeinu is actually only a Kohen, and he only served him. It says only during the Shidduch Ne'emim, but it's never intended to be a long-term Kohen. The children, finally, you see, the elements like a Moshe, that Moshe Rabbeinu himself actually was a Kohen, but we're going to see this in the focus tonight. However, his children were not Kohen. That's where it's actually. Moshe Isha, the kid, one of Isha, Sheva, the lady. The Moshe, his sons will only be Sheva, they he's not Kohen, but Omer, and we also say, Moshe and Aaron, the Kohen, no, the two of us, Moshe and Aaron, used together, both as Kohen, according to the Yishomen, that Moshe and Aaron, that Moshe was a Kohen, but his children were not Kohen. My home, I'm going to ask, why do we both why not just one? Just say that Moshe's kids were Levium, and he was a Kohen. If you tell him other doors, you might have thought the doors would be true. I would have thought that only talking about Moshe not being a Kohen for doors, but Moshe himself also is not a Kohen. It says over, we have to say Moshe are the Kohen. No, in fact, Moshe must be a Kohen because we see Moshe together as Kohen. Okay. Now we are going to go on a little digression on Torah. The whole direction of Torah. Never go. Is it true that really, we asked this question on the episode of Moshe and Hashem, and I'm going to ask it another episode. Is it true that all Bachar and Hop does not have a Rosh, doesn't have some type of active component, but since it's a Rosh in Power Bachariah, it's most of left power of Palace Bachariah. You don't see the Rosh, right? So just he just most of angry, he walked out. I'm going to talk it. Now, Cisco, he says, no, Rosh is angry, not only was he angry, he actually slapped power across the face. So, yeah. The owner is talking about really saying that Moshe had, that Moshe would do this about it, but he stopped in the process, that's how you are. And because it says that Moshe went to meet Paro on the other side of the Nile. Omer is talking, no, he's the opponent. As long as what does it mean to be stopped in the process, then you should give him a treatment. That Paro's a Melech, and even though he's a Melech Russia, you should give him some sort of treatment. So you see that, how can we then say that they fucking Moshe slapped Paro across the face? The Yochanan Omer, sorry, in the same passage, the Yochanan actually says, Rashi, hey, son, hey, Panecha, well, hey, Panecha, but with Yochanan, the opinion in this second passage, that no, he's not going to mean that he's going to, that he should be finding favor, but rather say he's a Russia, that Paro is a Russia, and actually, he's looking at it to be brave. So that's just a context specific to this. We'll say Rich Luckish in the second name is the one who said that, hey, it's Panecha, and therefore he can also be the one who says that Moses slap Paro. Okay. Then we continue to talk about Amos Malchus. So over Amos Malchus we always have reverence for Malchus. Here's the part about that by Eli. Moshe, when he says all of your servants are going to come and that he didn't come, but he didn't have the gall to say, and you Paro yourself are also going to come for you. You see that there's this bit of cover that is full of these we open our house and we open the system different place. The Anish Maisa LLO, he said,
How many did you guys do? Just one. There was nothing else? Wasn't there something else, like a series?
Anish Maisa LLO, I try to master of it, but they have to have a high. So you see that the LLO reading the cards, and they'll flush that LLO when it's probably going to show copies, if you cover it to the mouth. Okay. Ula says, Moshe Malchus, Moshe actually wanted to be the king, but it was not granted to him. This is Halom, because when Moshe was at the snare, said don't come from the first, we use the Russian Halom. Halom Elam Malchus, and Halom is a Russian Malchus. And now, Mark, Governor says the Anoki Hashem Elohim is studying at Halom again. Halom, they brought me to Halom, which is the monarchy, the Malchus. Most of Rabba.
Whenever I drive by the comic book stores,
so Rabba asked a question we just had earlier. Rabbi Shmuel Omer, you've run a Melech, but we're talking about Eli Sheva, he said a brother is a Melech, Moshe Rabbeinu is a king. No, Zarok Omer. Halom is not just Malchus, it's Malchus that is lasting, that goes not only from this person, but also to his entire project. Halom is true that Halom is Malchus Lo Lazaro for all Doros. I got to show this is Have they had Halom
like the comic book.
No, he's
It's
just like Stan Lee has it.
Yeah, Have they had Halom Ish? Again, we see the Russian Halom by Shaul HaMelech, and obviously we know the show Shaul's monarchy was not lasting.
That I know of.
Hold on, back in.
He talks about he's going to do, and he had this concept.
Who is Adolo? We see by Shaul that only he is the king and not his progeny. So you can say, yes, he didn't have a lasting monarchy, he did have his close to the son who reigned shortly, and so he does have some sort of Zaro. Then you show that he moved with Zaro low. And maybe the difference is Shaul's monarchy was supposed to last. It didn't last because of his own diva. It was stripped from him. The one thing that it wasn't supposed to last. He did something that was undeserving, and therefore monarchy was cut off. Here the other the shot supposed to do the law, the post and low Lazaro, so because when someone's giving you do luck, it is low Lazaro keeps going for generations. Shanamar, we run inside the Enoch. However, if they become hardy, they become hardy. You see, that is the reason why Shaul's not didn't last. It's not that it wasn't meant to last. It was that Shaul had a monarchy that was rebellious, but because of his own gaiva, it was cut down. Okay, that was our slight digression of Agatha for 100 blocks. So back to our program itself. We are about 8 to 10 lines down the bottom. Follow movement, let's go back to this. This is the beginning of the passage. Mishnah said, following movement, get Kohanim that are following movement, then following movement over, then following movement through, whether it's temporary or permanent blemishes. Hopefully, both when they are fully infection as well as they can eat. They can eat and they can eat whole.
There's only a few guys that can get away with
Mara, you know what I mean? Where's the source? How do we know?
a few Tarantinos out there.
Kol Zachar. The pasuk in this pasuk is talking about Korban Mincha. So Kol Zachar. The rabbi Baal that comes to Baal Mumin. So Lamai. What's the conclusion? The Rebbe is just telling us that Baal Mumin can eat Harshbarnem. We had right at the beginning of today. Last time I looked up, because they're going to see no problem. We already learned that from another pasuk. We already know that Baal Mumin can eat custom. So I must eat, and not only can they eat the custom, they actually can go and take their portion in the custom. They can't eat right there. Kol Zachar, another Kol Zachar, and this one is this one is it's so far talking about Katos. So Rabos, Solomon again, to include Solomon, so am I. Last same question. He asked you if it's for eating Harikvar Armor, we already asked about that. Use a Haluka, is it so that they can take their portion Harikvar Armor? We just said in the previous Raisa. I might have thought that perhaps it only applies if you have a Kohen that was whole, that did not have a mum, and then became a Balmum later in life. Balmum Ekaro, I how do you know if you had a Balmum from the birth, even that kind of Kohen can be touching, we call it touching. I was on my Kozachar, after having Kozachar. I need that, and I read third Brisa, and this Brisa is talking about Laman, this is Chazal Shom, it's called Kanida. Sorry, okay, sorry. Next week we'll get that. We'll get that on number 8. Suzasa, correct. Kanida, Kozachar, the Rabbi's Balmum. Again, it comes to include a Balmum. It is for eating, or the Harikvar, or the Apostolic, you look Haluka. If the Sikole, Harikvar, we'll talk about that as well. The Balmum, the Karo, right? Someone that was a Balmum from birth. Harikvar, we already had that possible. The Yako, Amy, Ella, Balmum, Kavu, I made a thought maybe only a permanent Balmum to eat in Kachin, but Balmum over, I had another eat a temporary Balmum, Balmum, cold up bar. Why would that seems to be the opposite logic? Why would you think that a Balmum is more likely? I would think a Balmum over, it's only temporary. That would be more likely to be able to eat in Kachin. Switch it. Really is coming to include Balmum over. Actually, I said, no, here's the logic. Here's the on the days keep coming. That we're comparing a Balmum over like a summit. Again, both temporary statuses. Not Sunday, Kamagalo, or Sunday, even though they're going to be called extreme, they cannot eat in the state. I'll probably know how to make something while you're still in the state of Balmum. You don't go to where you cannot eat Kamashla. That's why we need after that is the bigger. Okay, we see from all these Russia to the Marva, all different types of Balmums. Okay. Next is in Mishnah Kosin, right? Mishnah told us, Kosin Eno Roy La Avoda, Eno Kosin. So the Kohen who is not Roy to do Avoda does not get to take their portion in the bucket. Okay. Right. Hello, is that true? It's just true that somebody's not right to do their rosa. It's not doing sorry. We just said cannot do their rosa. We just said they can be correct. They can be from the Kabbalah. I do not write about the Kabbalah. It's true. And another thing, the inference here is Kosin Eno Roy. The inference is called right, but if somebody is right about rosa, they are correct. Okay, but how they come in the Kabbalah, people like that. You have to be honest. He said that 2 days ago that you can he's allowed to use a rosa for a covered shibah. So but we asked the question whether they are colored, and the answer they are not colored in the Kabbalah. You see that even if somebody is using a rosa, like a Kohen who is coming, doing the rosa covered shibah, they are not colored. We say these things, okay, no, we're really lucky, we're not really, it's really lucky. Okay, so and therefore it works for both of these, right? Because the bottom is really lucky, therefore it's Cholek, and then something is not really lucky, therefore it's not Cholek. Now we ask for Katan. What about a Katan? Katan is really lucky, obviously Katan can eat from the Katan, they have Cholek. But a Katan is not able to get his own portion. So I'll look at Tanya and say, no, we can't make inferences. We can only teach what's actually written in the Mishnah. We can't make inferences from the left of the Mishnah. Okay, so now we ask. So actually, that's the okay. Well, now we're saying we can only learn what's explicitly stated in the Mishnah, and we're not going to make any inferences. Well, let's go back to our two previous cases. So, oh, look at the Kala and Mekara. We can go back and say this before. Right? Mishum Tameh. Right? It's a Tameh. Tameh, look at Tameh. Right? We don't have a problem of saying it doesn't say Tameh. We don't have a problem with Tameh because it doesn't state the inference that we try to make of what you have over the correct. You can't make that inference, and therefore it's not a problem. It's not a problem. Tameh is no longer a question. Mishum Balmum, the question you had about Balmum, which you actually could have answered from the beginning, even without the Katan, is Balmum Achmanarabis. You say, yes, this is a principle. The general principle is culture and a right and a holy. However, Balmum has a special dispensation because we have our Zerich. We learned we have a drasha from the and therefore our Marva the Balmum. Okay, that's part of it. Let's just say. Even if you have a coin that is Tameh just by the time of the Zerika earlier on, however, he becomes taller by the time of the Hektar Chalavim, still he's not Cholek. Well, I might have thought that by the time they're Cholek and Hektar Chalavim, that the coin is now Tameh, he's not taller, he should be able to be Cholek. But the Mishnah said, no. Okay? So if we say HaTohar, because he does Ramin, the time we start Hektar Chalavim, Cholek. The inference from the Mishnah is that the key point of Tumah is at the time of Zerika. So if you have a coin that is Tohar, at the time of Zerika, and then later becomes Tameh by the Shas Hektar Chalavim, it's still to be Cholek. Okay, now this is what Abishal, and therefore our Mishnah cannot be able to do Abishal. The time of Abishal, what's Abishal's opinion? So, Inu Oko, Achi, Tori, Shas Zerika, Ad Shas Hektar Chalavim. That in order to eat the custom, a coin has to be Tohar, both at the Shas, both at the time of Zerika and at the time of Hektar Chalavim, not only at the time of Zerika, like the inference is from our Mishnah. Damakar, how do you learn that? I'm not sure if it's a Dam Ashlamim. That's actually that we see the connection of the Dam and the Filas together, and therefore we say we can see that Hektar Chalavim on the right. And according to Abishal, even the coin cannot be similar even at the time of Hektar Chalavim. It's not just a problem at the time of Zerika. Now we ask though within the opinion of Abishal, who says you need to be a coin has to be Tahar both at the time of Zerika and at the time of Hektar Chalavim. So Rashi asks, this was in Kainman. What if he has a series of Tumah in between those two? Right? We say the Shas Zerika, the Shas Hektar, the Nina, and Laika, right? That's at the official time of Zerika and at the official time of Hektar Chalavim, this coin is Tahar, and so he's good to go. With Dilma, actually told Misha Zerika, Zi'at Hektar Chalavim. You actually have it continuous. It's not just okay to be at point A and point B, but you have to be all the way from point A to point B. You have to be in the state of power. And we don't know the answer. We don't know if it has to be continuous or just at each point.
I was in getting going to set.
Hi Dina, the other Rebbe Shimon. I learned this from the other Rebbe Shimon. The other Rebbe said, it's hard to get in the background. So we say, teaching in the background, you thought about it, what they're teaching, and thought afterwards we're going to ask at the end exactly how that's allowed. But the other thing is giving a little background. This is background to this. So we're actually, we're going to have a progression. We're going to see we're going to be talking about a Kohen who is a Kudom. We said it's not allowed to be Cholek in the Kabbalah. Again, a Kudom is going to be Tahar at night. Now we're going to see a Kohen is Kudom going to a Kohen and trying to see if we can get him to give him some of the Kabbalah. See if he can argue his way. Even though this Kudom can't be Cholek in the Kabbalah himself, he wants someone else to give him a chance, and later on the night we can. So let's see his argument. You can have two kinds of arguments.
I'm looking at these movies,
One school Yom Bomber, I would have thought that a Yom can come and say to another coach, hey, leave me income. No coach, the reason like that, I know I can't get a portion of income myself, but give me a little piece of your income, and I'll even do a nice. The Kohen, the Torah says to the school Yom, you're not in the Makom, even in a place where you the school Yom, have a stronger case when it comes to what? Your kata. And Rashi says, what does it mean that it's a strong case for kata? So Rashi, two lines down and over, why the Kohen have a food kata? Any Kohen who's high of a kata, even if it's not a Mitzvah, right? So a Kohen who brings a kata always has the right to be a rosa and to keep the part for himself. So we see that a Kohen has extra strength. He has the upper koach when it comes to a Kohen bringing a kata. Right? The kata is sort of a higher level or a higher koach korban for the Kohen, right? So let's go back in the Gemara. Let's go to the beginning of the response. Continuing the Kohen, the Kohen says, somewhere else, the Yom says, even in the case of a kata, where you, Kohen Yom, have a higher koach because you can bring your kata at any point and do the road yourself. However, I can kick you off from the kata because you see in that that a Kohen is not allowed to be sold in a kata. The Makom real koach of a mincha, and now in the case of a korban mincha, where you have a less of a power. Why? Because a mincha Kohen is true of Kohen. A mincha Kohen is all consumed on the fire. So obviously a Kohen does not have very much koach in his own mincha. It all gets burnt out in the fire. So in the case of a mincha, when you have less of a koach, certainly I cannot be required to share from this mincha that's brought by Yisrael that I have a chelak in. I'm not going to share with you at night because you have even a lesser koach when it comes to mincha. Okay, so that's where Yom answers that as well. You mind if you send me a copy of Yisrael, you are going to put me off from a copy of Yisrael. Why? Because you say you have a koach, but check the shame, you have a koach. Copy of the koach. The same, we basically saying the Kohen Yom is saying to the other Kohen, we have the same koach, right? We come from the koach of the Kohen. So just like I have a higher koach when it comes to kata, so that they get my kata, so you Kohen have a higher koach when it comes to a kata, and therefore, your koach can push me up on the kata because you have the same extra koach by kata that I did. However, the mincha, the shame you have to go for kofi. You also copy it from the top. So that means that the mincha should be changed that's by kata. However, the mincha should be changed to zero kofi. Just like you said, I have lower koach by mincha. That's what the koach. You also have a lower koach. You don't tell me you're going to push me off to the mincha because I have a inferior koach. You also have an inferior koach. We're the same. We're both behind. Whatever koach I have by kata, you have whatever koach I have in mincha. You have. And that's important to understand. That's going to be the continuing argument back and forth. So rather, the Kohen Shar says that. He says, all right, I can't tell you with the koach. I'm going to take it from logic instead. I gave it a pasuk. It says, "What Kohen hamakriv osaf lo tiyah." That the mincha goes to the Kohen that is makriv it. So you know it. You want to come eat? You call a praise also. If you can come and do makriv it, come eat. But since you can't eat. We can see the connection. So that's the system. Okay, that was a mincha. So now we say, the Puyam says, okay, fine. And I lost on the mincha argument. So give me a little bit of your process, and I'll eat with you at night. Amalei, so the Kohen and Sarah says that same type argument. In the case of my own mincha, I do not have a very strong koach because I cannot, like, it's all shooting on the back. I can't eat any of my own mincha. I was able to push you off. I mincha even though I had inferior koach. So now katas where I have this extra strong koach. Then I certainly can push you away from that because I have this extra strength. Again, it's clear back the same argument on my leg. My head should be Tisan, Minchas Yisrael, should be Tura Kofafa, Kakura Kofi, Tatas Yisrael, should be Yava Kofafa, Yava Kofi. Yes, again, we're the same. We have the same koach. So again, if you have extra koach, I have extra koach. If you have inferior koach, I have inferior koach. So that logic is not, logic is not going to hold water. So he says back on the comes to the pasuk. Hayomer HaKohen HaMechate Osoyot Lana. He says, okay, the pasuk says it's the Kohen that is Mechate. It does go, that is the Kohen that gets to eat it. He says, come, you come do the service and you're going to eat. And of course, it's Fulyon cannot do the service and therefore he can't eat. Okay? So he tries again. He's not getting up yet. Amalek. The Kohen Fulyon says, Amalek, Kain, Chazir, Shok. All right. Now we're the Shlomo that I promised you last time. This is the Shlomo. So now he says, all right, give me the Shlomo. The Shlomo that gets to eat Chazir Shok. So, I'm sorry, the Kohen, sorry, yes, Chazir Shok. And so he says, give me from your portion, and I'll be able to eat it tonight when I am tired. Amalek. So, the Kohen says, remember, Malcolm, she had a Coca-Cola, the fact that's far. In a situation where you had extra cost by a factor, so now in the case of a shlomin, where a Kohen has even greater strength, why even greater strength than a factor? In the when you have lesser cost or something, you can only get a couple of shows, when there's a couple of shows, in a couple of shows, and again, you can certainly I can push you away. He says, no, and the college put on that. Mine, because I need a hot dog, you can push me that hot dog, why? She came to a coffee. I have less of a cost by a hot dog, why? Because I can't feed it from the show that I can't give it to my wife and to my servant. So then that thing because of the show, you can yell about people, unless everybody comes to the show. I actually have more cost because of the show. I could share it with my wife and with my husband. I have extra cost by running. Sorry, Omer. Again, the answer is exactly the same concept. The Kohen has Zorek as a Dam Shlomin, Lo Yiyah. If the Kohen does the Zrika, he gets his own, he gets the Shlomin. So Bar Zorga, again, if you become the Voda, you become eat, and since you cannot see your Voda, you cannot come eat. What happens? Finally, the Koyam gives up. Yosef Koyam, Kola, Kuda Kamura, Varosha, he has all of the Kapacholas he tried to bring are all, all for naught. And the Onen Minino, he has the Onen coming on his right, who also has no argument because of the part of the smaller, because of the part at the end, and essentially he loses out. And we'll have to get back. I did get the luck. I know the Rav promised the Rambam on Anita, so I haven't yet. Come on, okay. So all the arguments were for now. Okay, he could have asked. No more. There could have been a fourth argument that this Fulyon put forth. Why did he say, Lemalai, came to do before? Why did he say, all right, give me a little bit of this before? Okay, why? He should have said that to Fulyon, well, now the Maki should have called him the Kaka. Or he should have said, right by Kakas, where you cannot give it to your wife and your Avadim, if you see for us. I think you are well, if you from the Kaka to God, if you are from the Kaka to God, not that you ever called you before, but the Torah, before is totally just possession of the Torah. Obviously, extra cost there. Ain't no difference. I mean, certainly I can push you off there because I have this extra strength. And what's the feeling of that? Imam, if he's telling the Kaka, as a beginning of the course, it came to the upper Kofi, right? You can say again, we have the same Torah. I also have actually crossed by before. You don't have a good Torah yet. I mean, Omer, then the Kohen who is Saul could have answered back. What about the pasuk says, as the mom to look out on his back, that's the mom back here. So the Rambam you have a cost. Right, only only one who does the Zrika, and that's the Chaladim, that is the one who gets the Basar. So good, you can do it, then you can receive the Basar. Since you cannot do the Avoda, you cannot get the Basar. So again, why didn't Rava bring down this case as well? Sorry, Rabbi Elazar, why didn't he bring this case? What did he say? Ida Parak Nixi Saram Lacharon Hazode, the other something it all said the one who did the avoda or the Kohen, it had specific language. Here it says the son of Lechak. I feel the Kohen after Lechak could be to any Kohen, so he doesn't have his cost of fear, and therefore he cannot make this argument. Okay, we had before, okay, we said that he learned that Rabbi Elazar ben Shimon was thinking about this halacha in the big. How do you like to do that? That was kind of only open as a Hamaka Mutila. Push, you know, you're not allowed to have your own Torah in a bathhouse anyway. You say, also study, this was an honest. What does it mean? That the Elder Rishon was so engrossed in his learning all the time, for him to not think about learning was an honest. It's impossibility. So for him, he was allowed to think inside the base, like you say, about learning, and then we'll teach it after. We'll go to there because we're assuming we'll go to the Rambam. From a couple of days ago. Here. The Rambam brings down, we got a question of what exactly, when does Amina say that Yorai says that they're Rabbanan?
This is crazy. Yeah, he's a very...
Okay, so Rambam says, in Hilchos, Yasaligas, Karen Beis, Halacha, Text, and Yod, Hazak says, is it owning, what is the definition of owning? Just to make owning in a fully you should find it. And it is the Yom HaMisa Bilvad, only on the actual day of the death. Who never owned it? That's what it's called. Onan didn't tell it. Mizal right. Lila, but that following night, the night of the Yom HaMisa, who owned it yourself. And you are owning from Mizal Baran and still cannot even touch it. Okay? And now, what about the other cases in Halacha Yod? Let's say the Kula is not on the same day as the Misa. So from the period of Misa until Kula, the person is in Onen Midra Banan, the pain, and then similarly on the Yom HaKula itself. And those cases later. In both of those cases, the Lila, right, the Lila is not included. So on Yom HaKula, you are owning a Midra Banan, but it does not drag in that night on Yom. So when we talk about more about touching, owning on the day of the Yom HaKula, you can't even touch him on that day, but you can touch him on that night. The total is also better. You actually can feel and he touch him at night. Aval, Yom HaMisa. However, on the day of Misa itself, you change the other lack of touching the Min HaTorah, just like the Midaraisi can touch him during the day of Yom HaMisa. Also, lack of the later Midaraisi, the rabbi is saying the Rabbanan, you can only touch him on night of Yavaninus. However, last week, Min HaPesach survived, like you saw in our case, other than the Karban Pesach, you also the Eretz, which is called the Karban Pesach, because it has to be eaten only that night. Karban Pesach is only in the Latin because it's only an Enos in Karbanan, so you can't eat it at night.
If you get past him, he's got his fucking dog Dutch. Yeah. Just, you know, he brings a Belgian Malinois everywhere he goes.
I know. Josh Barnett, he's at turns.
He's another scary human being. Yeah. And a very analytical, intelligent.
One of the most very well read. He is like Jeopardy smart. He's like ridiculous.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
He's amazing. I watch you guys on the show. I was very flattered. You mentioned
Commodore sponsorship for the month of Paydays. Hershey Mindy Schreiber. In the cousin of Swiss Raymond for Ariel Carl and Miriam Monkey Highland and Marguerite in memory of Monkey's father, Yosef Shlomo Moshe Shmuel. Then Yishuki Elida. The yahrzeit is Puff Valley Paydays. Not the only sponsor for today. Florence Davidson in memory of Russell Trimmer. And a late-breaking sponsorship. Mark and Alpha, who are sponsoring yesterday's doc, Cook Olive, 101, in honor of Elsa's mother, Goldie Cantor's 101st birthday, which was also yesterday, December 24th. So we'll give her the extra doc. We'll sponsor, we'll give her 102 as well. For next year in advance, for next year. Okay. Hey, Doc, Cook Bays, 102. We are picking up on Cook Olive on the Bays. It is
he's like one of the best examples.
Second wide line. So, quick reorientation. Rav brought down a name, and Rav told us that Moshe Rabbeinu was the Kohen Gadol. And we're now going to go through a series of questions on whether that is the recap. So, basically, last one on basically. Last one on the Kachet Kodashim, Lina Kodashim, Yokam. The concept is teaching us about a Balmon, Kohen Balmon, that is allowed to eat touching. It says And so those were the puzzle. So we asked in Nomru, Kochi Kadashin, Lama Nomar, Kochi Kalam. If the puzzle is tell me Kochi Kachin, why does it also need to say Kochi Kalam? In reverse, Nomru Kochi Kalam, Lama Nomar, Kochi Kachin. Why does the puzzle have to tell us both? Why can't it just tell us one? And we'll know that a Bamu is allowed to eat in all Kachin.
I've trained more with him than
let's say the puzzle did not reference Kachi Khan. It only had told us about Kachi Kachin. Hayisiomer, Kachi Kachin is also that a Baal Bakoni Balmum can only eat from Kachi Kachin. Why? Because Kachi Kachin are permitted for consumption for a Zar and for Kohanim. And we're going to get into that question. We'll take it for granted that by Kachin, they can be eaten, or certain times can be eaten by a Zar as well as the Kohanim. We're going to get that. That's the question about that. But Kachin, however, they wouldn't open the pockets otherwise, and a Balmum can eat, the Balmum can eat Kachin. Unless say the opposite. Let's say the pasuk did not specifically reference Kachin and only said Kachin Kalim. The Kachin Kalim I would thought that a Kohen Balmum can eat some Kachin Kalim. Why? Because they're at a lower level. They're more foul. And the Kachin, but I did not know that a Kohen Balmum can eat from Kachin as well. The Kachin Kachin was Kachin Kachin Kalim. Therefore, the pasuk said both Kachin and Kachin Kalim. Okay, now here comes the question. However, we still will be bringing out our proof of why we need both sets of Kachin to be mentioned in the pasuk. We said it's because the Kachin can be eaten both by a Zar, a non-Kohen, as well as the Kohanim. So, isn't that a lot of Moshe? Isn't the Zar that we talked about Moshe? We'll see in Rashi, it's actually, Charluchu Lazar that we would have thought put the Lazar but Moshe Kamar. It must be talking about Moshe Rabbeinu, and where we know that from off of Chazal Shok, right? We know specifically that Moshe Rabbeinu ate from the Chazal Shok in the El Hamalurim, which is Kachin. So we have an instance where we have a non-Kohen eating from Kachin, and therefore we would not have been able to make the same instance. I'm not changing the same instance. No, good Bama. When we're talking about Hitler Lazar, it's not about Moshe Rabbeinu, because right we're trying to defend Rad, but Moshe Rabbeinu was a Kohen. Yeah, we're talking about the Bama. We're talking about the Bama, the Zar. So if the Zar is eating at a Bama, and only according to the opinion that is Yesh Mincha. And again, let's look at Rashi. Look at Bama Ka'ama. It's about 5 lines up in Rashi. There's a Zar Afro, Yesh Mincha, the Bama Katano, Mincha Kachin, Mincha is a Kachin. The Oku Shia, and you're allowed to eat the Shia with the Zar, what the Zar? The Zar, like, yeah, what? And you hold in the Bama Katana, the Zar of it. Because you know that he's only Kohen to do Avoda by a Bama. We know that our Zar is doing Avoda, and therefore he's eating Shia of the Mincha. And so we have an instance where a Zar is eating Kachin, and we skipped out Shia in Rashi, by the way, Mincha, to give it all the Mincha of the Bama. Why only according to the opinion that says there's a Mincha of the Bama, we had a few weeks ago, maybe 2 months ago. If you don't hold the base of Mincha, hold Kachin. Now, we don't have any other instances where a Kachin are taken by Bama. Why? You don't bring a Kachin Asham. There's not in the Megillah, Coach. You never need that in front of the Bama. You can only bring something that you can bring a voluntary offering from at a Bama. And there's no Nether in the double because there's no only Ola and a Mincha, which again, Ola obviously none of the people. And so we have to hold the opinion that it is a Mincha. Okay, so either way, we deflect the question against Rav. So let's bring another one. The bottom line on Miriam sees here. So Miriam, we're going to have an episode when in Midbar with Miriam is inflicted with Saras. So we know that in order for somebody to be inflicted with Saras, so to officially have to go outside of the camp, there has to be a Kohen that looks at the Saras and says, yes, this is Saras. They have to by words, they have to vocally say, you have Saras, and it has to come from the Kohen. The question is, who is the Kohen that performed this? Then Tomar Moshe is here. If you want to say it's Moshe Rabbeinu, Moshe Zar, or Moshe Zar. We can't do it, and obviously out of our question, we'll get through in a minute. So it's because they Zar and a gun, and the Zar can't do it on a gun, only Kohen can do it on a gun. Then Tomar Aaron is here. I said, okay, well, that Aaron is Kohen. He could have done it. Aaron Karo, Aaron is her relative. They Karo was on a gun, and the Karo, her relative cannot look at the garden. So actually, it's interesting. So obviously, Aaron and Moshe have the exact same relationship to Miriam. They're both brothers. So the question is, why by Moshe do we not use the same thing? Why don't we say Moshe can use the Kara? So as Moshe brings down, yes, that would have also been a problem for Moshe, but Moshe doesn't even get off the ground, right? You don't even, he's not even a Kara. If you only need to get to a Sur Kara, he's not even, he's a Zar. So that's why we go with the Zar answer because it's just an easier one. Another answer is that actually protest whether a Kara can be going to Goyim. I believe it's neither way there. So based on, I think, some of the Midrashim in the Supreme, it's clear that our tells that a Kara is not able to be married to Goyim. But it's possible that Moshe Rabbeinu, I'm not saying maybe Moshe Rabbeinu is not holding the Shita, and maybe Moshe Rabbeinu holds that a Kara can be Goyim, and therefore we have to go to the Shul Zar. And the final answer that I saw, which was very interesting, I thought it was interesting, is that what exactly happened? Let's take a step back. What exactly happened here? Moshe, Aaron, and Miriam were out of the Midbar. Why? Because Miriam and Aaron were speaking Lashon Hara about Moshe Rabbeinu. So what's the reason why a Kara, why you think you could not be married to a relative? Let's say you have, because of your relationship, because of your love for the other person, you might, maybe not intentionally lie, but you might see things in a different light, something like that. So, I mean, again, Moshe Rabbeinu underneath all of them, but still, even just the Havamina is that maybe Moshe Rabbeinu at this instant, he's in the situation because Miriam spoke Lashon Hara about it. And so maybe there's some type of diminishment in the Ava that Moshe had for Miriam at that moment. And maybe so you might say again, I don't think there's been down that we actually thought that, but you haven't even say that maybe the Shul of Kara doesn't apply in this moment because it's literally Moshe is the person that she just spoke Lashon Hara about. You say even if you want to say that, he said it was just like, so it was interesting to even think that would be happening in Moshe Rabbeinu, but again, we have the full dots, so might as well go with that one. Anyway, sorry. Tangent, I guess it's a holiday schedule, so little bit. All right, back to the Gemara. Third line is. Oh, a couple of Godel followed up on the stuff. It's rather okay. He said who looked at the Goyim of Moshe of Miriam? Could be Moshe. Zar, could be Aaron, he is a Kara. Rather, covered Godel followed up on the stuff. Rather, is a great honor that a Kara gave to Miriam at that point. Miriam. And I'm going to start to go. I'm a Kohen. I'm a Maskira. I'm a Balta. I'm a Kostra. So Hashem is going to be married on for Mary. Fine. Like I told you, we had a question which we knew at the beginning. Moshe Zar. There's Zar on the gun. We said specifically Moshe Zar. So obviously that is refuting the Rav that Moshe was a Kohen Gadol. So I said, no, Shani Martin is on. Martin is different. He doesn't just need a Kohen. What do you need? Aaron is gone up to the part. It says that Martin is on, specifically the Aaron is gone up, not just the Kohen. And obviously Moshe is not part of Aaron is gone up. Okay, so just last question. Another question on the sheet of Rav. Mason. Describe great accolades that Elisheva, who's Aaron's wife, was Zilpah. Yavama, Melech, the brother-in-law of Moshe Rabbeinu was a Melech. He saw her husband, Kohen Gadol. Aaron, Kohen Gadol. Dinah, her son, Eliezer, Skan. He was the Skan Kohen Gadol. Then Dinah, what about her grandson, Pinchas? Michelle Chama, he was become Michelle Chama. The Achera and her brother, not shown, not too shade. He was a Nazi Shade. So those are the five things. The Avela, on the flip side, obviously, she's all dealing with Ashne, but now she's also been an Avela, however, and the room on her two sons, not an Avela. Even if you see here, Yavama Melech, it says it calls Moshe Rabbeinu a king. The Melech obviously he's a king and not a Kohen Gadol. He has a low, he's just an extra accolade. He could have also been a Kohen as well. Okay, so we don't disprove. Rav said tonight we're going to say that actually it is a machlokas tanoim whether or not Moshe Rabbeinu was a Kohen. The Father said, when Moshe is at the snap, the burning bush, and he keeps telling Hashem he doesn't want to go, doesn't want to go, and finally he says, Hashem gets upset at Moshe, but you thought Moshe. You should have been Karpa Omer, or Thoron Hashem the Torah, never go. Anytime we see the Lashon Thoron Hash, it means there has to be a road to their son. It's not just an emotion, There's some kind of effect, whether it is a curse or a physical effect, there's something. A color off is not simply a state of being. There's some active component to it. However, resembling an emotion, but in this case, we don't see the emotion. We just see that Hashem got angry emotion, but no ramifications, no repercussions. We should bring a chai omer. After no, there is a motivation. Ne'emar, in that dialogue, Hashem says, "Hello, Aaron Achicha Halevi." And then he says, "Aaron, your brother's a Levi. He's on his way." Aaron's not a Levi. Aaron's a Kohen. I'll become this one saying. I mean, Mark Hashem says initially, I was going to say, "Ata Kohen Levi." You Moshe, you're going to be the Kohen, and Aaron is going to be, or is going to have the Levian. After now, because of you, because of this Haranah, now who Kohen Ata Levi? I'm switching it around. Aaron is now going to be the leader of the Kohen, and his son will be born, and then you're going to only be a Levi. Now, Kohen say, no, the Moshe Rabbeinu was actually only a Kohen, meaning only served in this, because only during the Shivas Namur, was never intended to be a long-term Kohen. We show them in the final Moshe that Moshe Rabbeinu himself actually was a Kohen, and this is where we see this Machlokas tonight. However, his children were not Kohen. That's their section. Moshe, his son will only be a Levi, not Kohen. The Omer, we also say, Moshe and Aaron, the Kohen, the two of Moshe and Aaron, moved together, both as Kohen. We see, according to the Mishonim, that Moshe and Aaron, that Moshe was a Kohen, but his children were not Kohen. My home, I'm going to ask, why do we both just one, just to say that Moshe's kids were Levian, and he was Kohen? If he came over those, you might have thought the those would be sick. I really thought that it's only talking about Moshe not being a Kohen for those, but Moshe himself also is not a Kohen. So instead of Omer, we have to say Moshe is a Kohen. No, in fact, Moshe must be a Kohen because we see Moshe grouped together as Kohen. Okay, now we are going to go in a little digression on Korah. The Both of Torah, never is it true? Really, we asked this question on the episode of Rachel and Hashem, so now we're going to ask it another episode. Is it true that all Korah does not have a Rosh, doesn't have some type of active component, but it is. And they say Moshe is part of the Korea, and Moshe is not part of the Korea. So, we don't see Moshe, right? Moshe's angry, he walked out. I'm going to talk to him. Now, she says, no, Moshe Rabbeinu not only was he angry, he actually slapped Paul across the face. The Yomer is talking really stated that Moshe was used to Paul, but it's after the process. And because it says that Moshe went to meet Paro on the outside of the Nile. Omer is talking to Melech. Here's the abundance. As long as says, what does it mean when he's after the Passover? Then you should give him favors. Like Paro's a Melech, and even though he's a Melech Russia, you should give him some sort of favor. So we see that how do we then say that when Moshe slapped Paro across the face? In the same passage, the Yochanan actually says, Rav Yochanan is the opinion in this second passage that no, he's not going to mean that he's going to, that he should be finding favor, but rather say he's that Paro is a Russia, and actually he's making the Canaan to be great in the Paro. The answer is will say Rich Rakish in the second name is the one who says that his Panaka and therefore he can also be one to show that Moses slapped Paro. Okay. Now we continue to talk about Amos Malchus. The older day, Amos Malchus halacha, we always have reverence for Malchus. Moshe, when he says, all of your servants are going to come and gather. He didn't have the gall to say, and you, Paro, yourself are also going to gather. You see that there's this bit of cover that is Torah in his mouth. The open on my house, the open says in different places. The other nice area, you say, by
one FC. Give me a highlight reel of this cat.
So you see that Eliyahu, even though that Eliyahu went in front of him again to show cover, he covers him up. Okay. Who said Moshe, in this case, Moshe Malchus, Moshe actually wanted to be the king, but it was not granted to him. It did. Halom, because when Moshe was at the snap, said, "Don't come." Said, "Don't come." We use the Russian halom. A halom elam malchus, and halom is a Russian malchus. And now, Mark, Gabriel says in Enoki, I said, maybe study at halom again. Halom, they run to halom, which is the monarchy, the malchus. Must brother.
Yeah, that was one shot, but it keeps
Yeah,
going.
so Rob asked a question we just had earlier. Rabbi Shmuel Omer, you Rama Melech, Rabbi talking about El Shepel said brother is a Melech, Moshe Rabbeinu, and Abraham no Zarek Omer, Halom is not just Malchus, it's Malchus that is lasting, that goes not only from this person, but also through his entire project. The place of the shit, Halom, is it true? That Halom is Malchus, Lo Zaro, 12 Doros. I got it. This is Halom. Halom.
But just dudes on fire.
Maybe Halom Ish. It was a pasuk.
And just an attack.
Yeah, Halom Ish.
And has the benefit of that range,
long range. By Shaul HaMelech. And obviously we know that Shaul's monarchy was not lasting.
22 years old.
So
he's combining like taekwondo techniques, karate techniques.
Who is Adolo? We see by Shaul that only he is the king and not his progeny. So Ibai came, you can say, yes, he didn't have a lasting monarchy, he did have his first, his son reigned shortly, and so he does have some close to Zaro. Ibai came and he told that he was the viral fund. And maybe the difference is, Shaul's monarchy was supposed to last. It didn't last because of his own diva. He was stripped from him. It wasn't that it wasn't supposed to last. He did something undeserving, and therefore, monarchy was cut off. The shots are posted to do a lot, but posted rolled it out. So, because when someone's giving you do loss, it is Mozart keeps going for generations. And I'm already running side the end of.
Terrible.
However, if they become hardy, they become hardy. You see, that is the reason why Shaul was not getting last. It's not that it wasn't meant to last. It was that Shaul had a monarchy of reserves, but because of his own diver, it was cut down. Okay, that was our slight digression of Agatha for 100 blocks. So, back to quoting our mission. We are about 8 to 10 lines down the bottom. Movement. About this movement, so let's see the beginning of the time. The mission said, Valley movement, get behind that Valley movement, day Valley movement, over day Valley movement, ruling whether it's temporary or permanent running. Hope to vote when they are fully concussion as well as they can eat and they can vote. Right. You know what I mean? Where's the source? How do you know? Sarabana, Kozahar. The pasuk in this pasuk is talking about Mincha. It's called Zachar. The rabbi Valley movement comes to include Valley movement. So am I. Once we do that, this is telling us that Valley movement should be, as by now we had right at the beginning of today, last time I look up, because check out, we already learned that from another pasuk. We already know that Valley movement can eat cutting. Must eat. And now we're going to eat the cutting, they actually can go and take their portion in the cutting. Called Zachar, another called Zachar. And this one is yes, this one is talking about Kata. The Rabbos, Valley Moon again, to include Valley Moon, so am I. That's the question. You have to, if it's for eating our Alma, we already got talking about that. You have to if it's so they can take their portion of our we just said it included right side. So Shafo, Amy, Ella, Tom, and then Nasabam, I might have thought that perhaps it only applies if you had a coin that was whole, that did not have a mum, and then became a Bamum later in life. Bamum may borrow, how do we know if you had a Bamum from birth? Even that kind of coin can eat like this. Because we actually have a Kozafar. This price is talking about Lovin, this is the show. It's from Benita. We'll get that on my page. is also correct. Tani Ida calls up the rabbi's Balmum. Again, it comes into the Balmum. Lamai, Ila, if for eating the Harry Farm, or we have Papa, Ila, Haluka, if it's the Tole, Harry Farm, we have Papa that as well. Ila Balmum and Karo, right? Someone that was about Balmum from birth. Harry Farm, we already have that Papa. But you also Amy Ella Balmum Kabu. I might have thought maybe only a permanent Balmum could be in a single Balmum over. I had another reason. Why would that seem to be the opposite logic? Why would we think that a Balmum is more likely? I would think a Balmum over it's only temporary. That would be more likely to be able to use in custom. I think really kind of include a Balmum over. Actually, there's no heirloom like okay, so here's a lot. That we're comparing a Balmum over like a summit. Again, both temporary statuses. Not Tame, Kamagalo, Tar, Tame, even though they're going to Tar soon. They cannot even if they're I probably not even counting any talking of the Washington State Balmum. We don't cannot use much. That's why we need after that is some of these see from all these Russia to the amount of all different types of Balmum. Okay. Next piece in Mishnah, Coach in Roy, the Mishnah told us, Coach Ado Roy, Avoda, Ado Coach Roy. So, a Cohen who is not Roy to do Avoda does not get to take their portion in the box. Okay. Right.
This dude, one of my favorite guys.
Hello, that's true. You're saying that somebody not raised to do Avoda. Sorry, Balmum, we just said Balmum cannot do Avoda. We just said they can do Avoda, and they can Kodesh from the Avoda. That's all right about the Avoda. This is another name. The inference here is Coach Ado Roy. The inference is Coach Roy, that if someone is Roy Avoda, they are Kodesh. Okay, but I ask them that. How do you come in the Kabbalah? What about the Ephraim's Taneh? Who said, I think 2 days ago, that you can, that he's allowed to do Avoda for a Kabbalah Tzibah. He's allowed to Avoda, they're Kodesh. But we asked the question whether they are Kodesh, they can't, and the answer is they are not Kodesh in the Kabbalah. We see that even if somebody is regularly Avoda, like a Kohen who is Taneh, is doing the Avoda in Kodesh, but they are not Kodesh. He says, okay, now really, it's Roy Lucky, or not Roy. I know that it's Roy Lucky. Okay, so and therefore it works for both of these, right? Because the Balmum is Roy Lucky, and someone who's not Roy Lucky, that was not correct. Now we have to hurry up. What about a Katan? Katan is Roy Lucky, a Katan can eat from the Katan in a bullet. But a Katan is not able to get his own portion. Oh, look at Katan. No. We can't make it. We can only keep what's accurate in this, and we can't make influences from the left of the mission. Okay, so now we have. That's the hierarchy. Okay, well now we're saying we can only learn what's explicitly stated in this point, and we're not going to make any differences. So let's go back to our strategic cases. Oh, look at our column on the column. We can go back and say we can be poor. Right? We can Sunday. Right? It's Sunday. Right? We don't have a problem with saying it's going to say Sunday. We don't have a problem with Sunday because it doesn't state the inference that we try to make of Roy Avoda is correct. You can't make that inference, and therefore it's not a problem. Sunday is no longer a question. You should Balmum, the question had about Balmum, which you actually could have answered from the beginning, even without the Katan, is Balmum or K'mon. You say, yes, this is the principle. The general principle is culture and a Roy and a Chodesh. However, Balmum has a special dispensation because we have a Katan, we have a Drusha from the and therefore a Marba is Balmum. Okay, next part of the mission. This is it. Even if you have a Kohen that is Tameh just by the time of the Zerika earlier on. However, he becomes taller by the time of the Hektar Chalavim. Still, he's not taller. Right? I may have thought that by the time they're taller, like the Hektar Chalavim, that the Kohen is now Tameh. Sorry, he's not taller. He should be able to be taller. But we're going to make this said, no. Okay? So if I say Hatalar, because he was Damin, the time is that Hektar Chalavim, the inference from this mission is that the key point of Tumah is at the time of Risa. So if you have a Kohen, then it's taller at the time of Risa, and then later becomes Tameh by the Shat Hektar Chalavim. They still can be Kohen. Okay, now since he goes on the show, and therefore our listeners cannot be able to get into the show, the time of the show, only what's on the show's opinion. So, also, actually, told you that he's the hard shot back there for us. That the order to instruction Cohen has to be sure both at the shot, both at the time of the Rika and at the time of Hekek 11, not only the time of Rika, like the inference is from our Mishnah. Correct, you learn that? I'm not sure that's a dam as dam running. That's okay. We see the connection of the dam and the Philip together, and therefore we say you see that Philip the Chalav Namibai. And according to our show, even the Cohen cannot be somewhat even at the time of the Chalav, it's not just a problem at the time of Rika. Now we ask, so within the opinion of our show, we said you need to be a Kohen has to be Torah both at the time of Rika and at the time of Hekek 11. So that's Rika Behanima. What if he has a period of Tumah in between those two? Right? He said the Shabbat Rika, the Shabbat there, the Rika, right? That at the official time of the Rika and at the official time of Hekek 11, this Kohen is Torah, and so he's good to go. In Dilma, actually told you Shabbat Rika, the Hekek 11. You have to have it continuous. It's not just okay to be at point A and point B, but you have to be all the way from point A to point B. You have to be in a state of balance. And I think we don't know the answer. We don't know if it has to be continuous or just at each point.
The best medicine.
Yeah, man. I realized something when I was
The other Brady Shimon, I learned this din from the other Brady Shimon. The other basic he said. He talked to me in the background. So he said, he didn't teach me about it, he thought about it in the basic he said, and thought afterwards we're going to have to be on exactly how that's allowed. But the other thing is giving a little background. This is background to this. So we're actually, we're gonna have a progression here. We're gonna see we're gonna be talking about a Kohen who is a Kuyom. We said it's not allowed to be Polish in the Kabbalah. Again, a Kuyom is going to be Tahar at night. So we're going to see a Kohen who's Kuyom going to a Kohen and trying to see if he can get him to give him some of the Kabbalah, see if he can argue his way. That even though the Kuyom can't be stolen in the Kabbalah himself, he wants someone else to give him his portion later on the night when he goes. So let's see. We have a few times about it. Okay. Plus, I would have thought that Kuyom can come into the Kohen. Hey, but also, give me I know I can't get a portion of this for myself, but give me a little piece of your mincha, and I'll even do it at night. I'm a lot. The Torah only says to the Kuyom. We're not in the Makom, even in a place where you the Kuyom, have a stronger case when it comes to what? Your katas. Rashi says, what does it mean that if a strong case for katas? So, Rashi, it is a few lines down and over. Remind the Makom, why the Kohen number 4 katas? Any Kohen is high of a katas, even if it's not a Mishnah. If you're not repeating it, right? So, a Kohen who brings the katas always has the right to do the avoda and to keep the part for himself. So you see that a Kohen has extra strength. He has the upper koach when it comes to a Kohen bringing a katas. Right? So katas is sort of a higher level or a higher koach korban for the Kohen, right? So it's back in the world. So close to the beginning of the response. The thing is, the Kohen, the Tuyam says, even in the case of a chatas, where you, Kohen Tuyam, have a higher koach, because you can bring your chatas at any point and bring it over yourself. However, I can take you off from me having so much being that a Kohen, a Tuyam, is not allowed to do in a chatas. So now, in the case of a korban mincha, where you have less of a power. Why? Because a mincha's Kohen is Kuyo Kohen, a mincha's Kohen is all concealed on the fire. So obviously a Kohen does not have very much koach in his own mincha, it all gets burnt on the fire. So in the case of a mincha, where you have less of a koach, so certainly I cannot be required to share from this mincha that's brought by Yisrael that I have a pelican. I'm not going to share with you at night because you have even a lesser koach when it comes to mincha. Okay, so that's where you always answer exactly well.
Okay,
Remind
say,
me, Sonny, if I was Israel,
this kid Sean is 140 pounds.
you are going to push me off
There's
from a
me.
Chatas
And it
Israel.
takes me
Why?
1,000 kicks to become
Because you're
50.
saying Yapa
It takes
Koach,
him
but
150
check your shades, Yapa Kochi, Kach Yapa Koach.
120.
So you're saying we're basically saying that the Kohen Kuyam is saying to the other Kohen,
He is.
we have the same koach, right? We come from the koach of the Kohen. So just like I have a higher koach when it comes to chatas, like a big man chatas, so too you Kohen have a higher koach when it comes to a chatas, and therefore, therefore, your koach is pushing up of a chatas because you have the same extra koach by chatas that I do. However, sorry. I mean, Mincha, sorry, they think you have to go Kofi.
You know, I've
You also Kofi is Kofi. Because I think that the Mincha should be changed, but that's by half. However, but the Mincha should be changed to Fuya Kofi. Just like you said, I have a lower Kofi by Mincha. You also have a lower Kofi. You don't tell me you can come push me off to the Mincha because I have a straighter Kofi. You also have a straight Kofi. We're the same. We're both behind. Whatever cough I have by Chatas, you have whatever cough I have in Mincha, you have. And that's important in the Kuga to understand, because that's going to be the continuing argument back and forth. So rather, rather the Kohen Tar says that, he says, all right, I can't get you with the Kalpa, I can't get you from logic, so instead, I'll give you a pasta. It says, look, Kohen, HaMakrif Osaf, Lotia, that the Mincha goes to the Kohen that is Makrivit. So you know what? You want to come eat? The Balkar is also. If you can come and be Makrivit, come eat. But since you can't eat, we see the connection. So that's it for the stuff. Okay, that was a mincha. All right, he's pressing me up. So now he's okay. The Kuyam says, okay, fine. And I lost on the mincha argument. So give me a little bit of your tacos, and I'll eat with you at night. Amalei. So the Kohen says that same type of argument. Umar the Makom Shahura Kofi in the case of my own mincha, where I do not have a very strong koach because I cannot let it all. Even on the back, I can't eat any of my own mincha. I was able to push you off. I'm in Yisrael, even though I had inferior koach. So nothing to the other coaches that I can see, but now chatas, where I have this extra strong koach, in addition to the then I certainly can push you away from because I have this extra strength. Again, it's put back the same argument. I'm right. We might should be signing Minchas Yisrael, Shikshay Drew Kokafa, Hakura Koki, Chatas Yisrael, Shikshay Drew Yabakokafa, Yabakoki. Again, we're the same. We have the same koach. So again, if you have extra koach, I have extra koach. If you have inferior koach, I have inferior koach. So that logic is not in all water. So he says back on the verse, comes to the pasuk. Hayomer Hakohen, I'm the Chate, so you have to let up. Okay, the pasuk says it's the Kohen that is Mechate. It doesn't go up. That is the Kohen that gets to eat it. He says, come, you come do the service and you're going to eat. And of course, it's Kuyam cannot do the service, and therefore you can't eat. Okay? So he tries again. He's not giving up yet. Amalei. The Kuyam says, Amalei, Kain, Chazir, Sorry. Now it's the Shlomo that I promised you last time. Here's the Shlomo. So now he's already, give me the Shlomo. The Shlomo that gets to eat Chazir Shok. I'm sorry, the Kohen, sorry, yes, Chazir Shok. And Kuyam says, give me some of your portion and I'll be able to eat it tonight when I am tired. I'm right. So, the Kohen says, remember, Marcus, you have a Kohen about the Chasas Star. In a situation where you had extra Kohen by a Chasas. So now, in the case of a Shlomo, where a Kohen has even greater strength, why even greater strength than a Chatas, in the Chatas, sorry. When you answer koach, so you only get a chazir shok, you limit the chazir shok, and if I don't know chazir shok, in advance, you go, certainly I can take you away. He says, no, the Kohen Kuyam answers that. Mind you, because I need a chatas, you can get rid of that chatas, why? I have less of a koach by a chatas, why? Because I can't feed it from the Shadavadi. I can't give it to my wife, and to my servant. So then I think the chazir shok, you can do other cookies, unless they're ready by the chazir shok, I actually have more koach, because chazir shok, I can share it with my wife and with my other. I had actually crossed by Shlomo. Very well, there. Again, he has exactly the same concept. The Kohen has Zerek, as Dama Shlomo, lo yiyah. If the Kohen does his ritual, he gets to eat with the Shlomo. So, again, if you can come to the road, you can eat, and since you cannot do the Avodah, you cannot come eat. And what happens? Finally, the Kuyam gives up. Yosef Kuyam, Kola, Kula, the Kalula, Varosha, he has all of his Kavachomas that he tried to bring are all for naught. And he has Onin, he has the Onin going on his leg, who also has no arguments. Because of Kavar, he's smaller. Because of Kavar, and essentially, he loses out, and we'll have to get back. I did set it up. I know the Rav promised the Rambam on Anita, so I have it up yet. Okay. So all the arguments were for nothing. The guy asked, okay, he could have asked no more. There could have been a fourth argument that this fully on the court. Why did he say, Malay, pay me the court? Why did he say, all right, give me a little bit of this before? Why? Malay, he could have said that this fully on the muscle should have broken the kata. He could have said that like that kata where you cannot give it to your wife and your avadim. You can see from I put you up, so the teacher in the kata Yisrael, I put you up from the kata Yisrael. Not the other kofi did the board, but the board. The board is only just the representation of the pony. Obviously, extra co-op there. And it did. I mean, certainly I can push you off there because I have the strength. And what's going to say that? I'm just telling the kata, shik you tapping the kofi. At the beginning of the board, it thinks you have the kofi. Right? You say again, you have the same co-op. I also got this off by the board. You don't have a good co-op over here. I mean, Romer then, so the Kohen who itself could have answered back. What about the pasuk says, as the mom to look out on the calf, as the mom can hear. From the Ram to the other part. Right? Only one who does is Mika. And that's the Chalavan, that is the one who gets the Basar. So good, you can do it, then you can receive the Basar. If you cannot do the Avoda, you cannot get the Basar. So again, why didn't Rava bring down this case as well? Sorry, why didn't he bring this case at all? What did he say? He got part of the Nixie who was on Sunday, who was on the other second all said the one who did the Avoda or the Kohen, it has specific language. Here it just says it's on the Rechach. I feel the Kohen after Rechach could be to any Kohen, so he doesn't have his own Rechach here, and therefore he cannot make this argument. Let's finish off. Okay, now, question we had before, but okay, we said that he learned that Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon, was thinking about this halacha in the Beit HaMikdash. How are you allowed to do that? You're not allowed to have a Torah in a bathhouse and it's a piece, right? So, this was an honest. What does it mean? That Rabbi Shimon was so engrossed in his learning all the time, for him to not think about learning was impossibility. So for him, he's allowed to think inside the about learning, and then we teach it after. So we'll go very quickly, in 2 minutes, we'll go to the Rambam. I need to look at it from a couple of days ago, but I'm done. I got it up here. The Rambam brings down, we got a question of what does Amina say? Is it Delrai, is it Rabbanan? Okay, so Rambam says in Hilchos Yesamidash, Parak Days, Halacha, Tes, and Yod. Halacha says, Ezer Onen, what is the definition of Onen? Zeh Meifo Meis, in a pro, and it is the Yom HaNisa Bilvad, only on the actual day of the death. That's what we call Onen, Din Torah, Midoraisa. The Lila, but that following night, the night of the Yom HaNisa, who own it yourself. And you are owning from Midrabanan and still cannot even touch it. Okay? And now what about the other cases in Halachah? Who makes Shashah Yom Zakat Mitzvah. Let's say the food is not on the same day as the Mitzvah. So from the period of Nisa and Shokura, the person is in owning Midrabanan. The pain, and then similarly on the Yom HaKura itself, in both cases, the Lila is not included. So on the Yom HaKura, you are owning a Midrabanan, but it is not dragged in that night of Anina. So when we talk about more about custom, the owning on the day of on the Yom HaKura, you cannot even touch him on that day, but you can be touching on that night. You actually get a seal and keep touching at night. Yom HaNisa, however, on the day of Nisa itself, the change to us a lack of touching the Minhag Torah, just like you can change touching during the day of Yom HaNisa, also lack of literally the day. Rather extend the Rabbanan, you cannot be touching on the night of Yavanis Midrabanan. However, last piece, first then HaPesach survived like we saw in our case, other than the Karban Pesach, the Ophel Eretz was the Karban Pesach, because they have to be eaten only that night. Karban Pesach, the Onain, is or because it's only a Nimas Midrabanan, so you can't eat it at night.
spent time with the people he grew up with in that house. So I learned a lot. There's a lot that, the public doesn't know. And that I think he was concerned about, coming out. And, it didn't. And so it was really interesting. I was front and center on how much pressure this guy had to deal with, had to kind of develop with the whole world looking over his shoulder.
And he was torn. It was just crazy. Youngest ever champion of the world. He's went from being a 13-year-old kid with no family to being adopted by this guy who's not just training him, but also hypnotizing him. And then he's got Jim Jacobs who exposes him to this live greatest fighters of all time. He's watching video footage of it. It's an extraordinary story because it's unlike anyone else. It's like the environment that he was exposed to, and the way he produced this guy who was unlike anyone in his prime. I was talking to Marcus Frazier, I always tell people, you want to see like the scary motherfucker. Mike Tyson, he was just pressure, the kind of pressure that's like there's no internet back then. So this is not any so like what is who's going to tell him what there's no one like him. You had Muhammad Ali, you had a few other guys that could tell him this part. He's on the roadmap. He's out there in this world. He's not everybody on the first round.
The fact that we said before that day of death, I remember those Aninos on the day of burial, and then following the burial for the state of Aninos Midrash. Mechwal Yonisa Hopis, something that statement on the day of death, where everyone agrees that there's Aninos. That the night following the day of death has Aninos actually holds that Halacha Aninos by law. So we say Aninos by law is the night following the day of death. He's saying that the night now by the way, how do you know that Aninos is the day that we haven't even established? What do you actually hold the Aninos that follows the day of death after the also? Not Aninos. Ani Hayom are the light law of Moshe. So interestingly enough, now we're going to get into it. This is the pasuk by where remember that on the day of the temptation of tragedy occurs, and Aaron's sons, again, they died as a result of whatever the nature of the particular idea was. So we're going to get into it just a little bit. That Moshe confronts Aaron about burning certain karbanos and not eating certain karbanos. So Aaron essentially says to Moshe Rabbeinu, "Vayidaber Aaron al Moshe, Hey Hayom Shivim Shach Hashem Es Allah Sam Hashem V'Tero Sika Ela." So Aaron essentially says to Moshe, "These events occurred to me today. How could I be able to go ahead and actually partake of the karban?" Now the events that Aaron are referring to that Aaron is referring to as the death of Nadav and Abihu. So Aaron was in a state of Aninos when he was having this conversation with Moshe. He says, Hayom. Hayom also Belayla Mokher. So Aaron was saying to Moshe today, because right now I'm in a state of Aninos, and therefore there is no best state of Aninos, I am not permitted to partake of these kabbalos. But in future generations, being by local, being by Layla, also do that in Judah. This was unique for Aaron. For the future generations, ultimately, again, the Aninos would extend both by day and by night. Rebbe says, Aninos laila inim edibetora el edibesos. Rebbe says, no. Daytime Aninos is the Oraisa. But nighttime Aninos, meaning the night following the day of death, that is only Drabonon. To which the Gemara says, the Olam is Drabonon. In reality, the night following the day of death is Aninos Drabonon. Half of Kobach, we'll say 101a. The Chachamim also visibly declare Yoser Bishalfon. And I'm not holding this again, the Chachamim has bolstered their words. Ultimately, again, more than the great Torah itself. For the most high, so this is quite interesting. It's actually quite interesting. That you see this like halacha, the first legislate law. The legislate sometimes not only that the law should mirror biblical law, but sometimes actually even be stronger than biblical law. It's incredible. It's not about us. So it's still not finished. What is the status ultimately of anybody who's now going to get into it? It's not about us. He came into Bezi, Kasher Tzivesi, Kasher Tziva Hashem. So let's say, remember, so all the halachos of Aninos, as we know, the concept of Aninos, is no doubt from the death of Nadav. This episode will ultimately conveys to us all of these halachos. So the Gemara says, when you look at the Mashonas of the Psukim, there are three different phrases of what we call Siva or instruction. He came to this is what I was. As I was commanded, and okay, what that's the way I came to the Aninos Yochel. But it's the first thing that Moshe Rabbeinu says to Aaron. But Aaron knew your Kavanos even in a state of sacrifice to Aaron, may not apply to all. Right? Because halacha l'meisa Aaron is different gadol. So what's the Aaron? Like I said, they are very like the Gemara says. He came to this. The Aninos Yochel. Number one, Moshe to Aaron. He went to go ahead and he's about to keep in the state of Aninos. Hashtag CBC, as I commanded you, the Shas Maisa Amalah. Moshe was saying, Moshe was giving his over literally again the Shas Maisa. The Shas Maisa means in the midst of Aaron and Aninos. If you actually do this tomorrow, the Shas Maisa, the last white line, the She'ira Lahan Aninos, when Aaron literally again became older, Amar showed you not touch it. He was telling them, do not abstain. Moshe was telling Aaron, do not abstain from eating kosher. Show you have to rule Hashem. Oh, that color Aninos Hayom B'Kosher Misha'ar Yamim. B'Shashin Misrafah Amar Lahem Achol Tohu Osa. Hayom Lahem La'okot Hashem Yisiyas Kam B'Shash Masa. So when that doesn't have to be done, and Aaron and his sons, Allah used to remain, Allah and his Hamar were in the state of Aninos. Moshe Rabbeinu said to them, Hebron, you are to eat the Kavanos. Let's offer up the Kavanos and eat the Kavanos. So let's say, we're going to get into this a little bit later. We're going to see that some of them were burned, totally burned, some of them were discussed. So Moshe Rabbeinu will see that some of the Kabbalos were burned. First Aaron, and he says, why did you do this? I instructed you to eat all of the Kabbalos today. Okay, I'm alive. So that was going to go through the exchange between Moshe and Aaron. I'm alive. Hashem, see the Hashem. So first of all, Aaron says that this is to Aaron, I'm instructing you to go ahead and consume your karbanos. So there's two pieces. Number one, to be able to number two, to consume the karbanos, even in a state of Aninos. So the first thing that Moshe says to Aaron is, please understand, this is not my opinion. What I'm conveying to you comes to me from the Rebbeinu Shalom. I'm not saying this of my own volition, but rather I get anything that's open to you. So let's say three very interesting. So remember, we're going to see that there were a couple of different Kabbalas that we will get into. The carbon that Aaron burnt, that he did not consume, was the kratos of Rosh Chodesh.
I felt like,
Because remember again, all of this takes
because
place on
of
Rosh
the
Chodesh Nisan.
event
So every Rosh Chodesh there is a carbon carbon that Aaron decided not to
I'm
decide. We'll see
especially
why.
with an
The
exile
carbon that
fight,
Aaron
just
did
feel
not
to
eat.
change the fact that there was, I
Rather,
feel like there was an opportunity
But the
and
Nidea was
heat
the
that
process
was
of
a
Rosh
very
Chodesh. Why did he do
unprecedented
this? So the Gemara says,
situation.
Nipnei
just don't
Aninos
think Tyson was
Mitzvah.
Tyson
He burned
anymore
it
by this
because
time.
he felt that
I
he
think
was
he was
not felt,
a
because he was in
guy
a
by
state
this
of
time.
Aninus.
He wasn't
He
cut
thought it
those
was
crazy
important to
angles,
go ahead and turn the
slide
attack.
off to the side, grab the body, and go standing right in front of
Because
him.
like
He
this,
lost a
as
lot
was
of
like,
what
Ka'ila
made him
means Aaron
special,
saying,
which was the speed of
these
combinations.
things happened to
The
me.
movement is
How
a
did I
impressive
consume the
because
carbon?
you can
Alright, the story is going to come together in a little bit. How much more? So Kashio, Ha Ravida, Ha Ravinos. This was like Big Ravida, whereas ultimately again, the other guys will express the good Ravinos. Samuel, the Aninos Safua. Aaron did not go ahead and or did not feel, did not go and eat the sacrifice of those shoulders. He burnt it because of Aninos. The Kashmir, here are the Ravinos. So as it's in the family of the opinion, the reason that Aaron did not eat the sacrifice of those shoulders
This was on ABC Wireless Sports. I remember watching this at home. It's not just right in front of him, it's angles.
No, it wasn't because of Aninos. Why did he burn the carcass of Rosh Chodesh and not eat it? Because the covenant became tough. That's why he went ahead
That
and
was
burned
when
it.
he was the
So
champ. He wasn't the champ yet, but he was the champ. He
because
was
if
about
you
to
say
fight
that
Trevor.
Aaron burned the carcass of Rosh Chodesh because of Aninos, how you just rushed on to Yisrael, then what? And I want to say, should have burned all of the covenant. If they're going to see, you offered up 3 covenants. The only one he burned was the carcass of Rosh Chodesh. The other 2 he consumed. So what's the shot? What's the shot? It makes it in ultimately. Let's say, put out when I was 101 about 10 lines up from the top. So let's say, so again, if Halakha Lamaisa was a Zim in Aninos, then at the end of the day, he should have gone ahead and burned all of it. Why would he just burn the carcass of Rosh Chodesh? It must be that what happened, the carcass of Rosh Chodesh, which was coming. That's why Halakha Lamaisa went ahead and he burned it. Okay, the Gemara doesn't follow. Other possibilities. How you not even also know that they could have gone ahead and looked at even if you hold that they could have continued because of Aminos, as most Aminos last in their death. They could have gone ahead and waited and conceded that night. Another possibility is Pinchas they were the only Kohanim. Pinchas was also there, and even if Aaron and Lazar and Tamar could not consume the Kamanos because of Aminos, Pinchas was present, and Pinchas could have gone ahead and consumed the Kamanos instead. Now let's say that before we go on, take a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. You see Rashi in the Shema Nisrafa. So it's about midway down in the short parts. It's important Rashi. Rashi in the Nisrafa. Shenagava Tuma. Remember again, let's go through the facts that we know, right? So Rashi, first of all, just read a little bit further down. Rashi says, that's what brought them. Remember again, what they were talking about? Day of the consecration of the Shem. Right? Remember again, Bayom HaShmini, on the 8th day, Moshe Rabbeinu consecration of the first 7 days. Day number 8, which is the primary consecration, they Aaron and his sons take over. That day was Rosh Chodesh. Rashi points out there were 3 goats, 3 Sibir that were offered up that day. Number 1, Sibir Nachshon. And we'll say, what's Sibir Nachshon? Remember, when we did the consecration, there was a different Nazi, different tribal kings who offered up carbon that day. That wasn't their Nachshon ben Aminadab. Okay, so number 1 is Sibir Nachshon. Number 2 was Sibir Rosh Chodesh. And number 3 was Sibir Shabbat B'Shah. Was a special Sibir, special offering to mark the consecration of the Mishnah. So these are the 3 offerings. Again, Sibir of Nachshon ben Aminadab, Sibir of Rosh Chodesh, and a special inaugural Sibir. Okay, these are all facts. Everyone agrees on. What else is a fact? Aaron burned the Sibir of Rosh Chodesh to consume the other 2.
Yeah, but he did in that fight. In that
So
fight, he was
now what are we trying to figure out? Aaron, why did he burn the Sibir of Rosh Chodesh and not
212 to 220, pretty close.
This is in my focus. But the
It's
family
just
says
he
he
wasn't
didn't
the same
continue to
guy.
like
If
Kobe
you
Bryant
George
because he wasn't
Foreman
owning.
of that
Why
time
was he
fought
owning?
Cleveland,
Because
the
his son
Muhammad Ali
knows
that
that
fought
he
Cleveland
died.
Big Cat Williams.
That's
He's
what the
getting
family is saying.
getting
And he
pieced up.
said, no, it's not because of
Pieced up
Anilos.
from the
Because
outside.
it was because of Anilos then what?
Ali was
Then
just
what?
picking him
Then he
apart
should have burnt
and fought
all
straight
of the
away.
covers and not
He was
consumed
like
any of
nobody
them.
else
So
before
why
that.
did he
He
only
was
burn
so
one and
different.
consume the
So
other two?
different. But
It
those
must be
3
because the
years,
silver shoulder
when he had to
became
take a 3
stubborn.
year and he didn't train at
So
all, and he came back
that's what
and now
happened over
he's
here.
30.
Both sides. So that's on my
You know,
focus.
no
That's on my
strength and
focus.
conditioning for
So
3
the man
years,
said,
no
listen,
running,
Baba
no
Abraham says,
boxing.
no.
His body looked different. Who did he fight when
Both
he came
of
back?
these sorts of
But
no passion, there's no continuation.
no,
And the cut is short, and the cut is morals. Oh, those now watch this, watch this. Really, both of you effectively the bloody mechanic. There was and I remember there was a mechanic. And the mechanic both had to leave by Aaron burned the silver shoulders was because of Anilos. And they remember getting there, it's because of Anilos. It was because of Anilos. Then Halacha again.
What's that?
It was because of Anilos. Then
He didn't look the same, and I think
because
that
of the white did
that
to
3
burn
years
all
they
of that.
fucked him.
There was a season very
They
similar,
fucked him.
very
They
similar.
fucked him, and
Rocco
I
says
mean,
there's a
look, it made him a
distinction
cultural
between
hero
what we
because
call
he wasn't
Country
fighting
Shaw
Vietnam
versus
and
Country
you know,
Doros.
famously
Country
his
Shaw
body.
refers
It's
to those
different, man.
caballos
He's just
which
not the
are
same
unique
guy anymore.
for
He's not
man.
moving as
Versus
fast.
Country
And
Doros
Jeff
which
Quarry was just
are
like a
ongoing
really tough guy
sacrifices.
who was
So watch
famous
this. For example, in these three, Senior
like,
Rosh Chodesh is what
Ali
we call
didn't have
Country
the endurance
Doros.
anymore.
Because that
Like,
carbon
look
will be
at him.
offered in your
He's not the
session
same guy anymore.
for all future generations.
He was
Versus
a shadow
this year,
of what he
National
was
Melanie
before. He
Gaza,
still went
and
on
the
to win a
special
title,
inaugural
still went on,
year,
but
those
I
are
always
Country
wonder
Shaw. Brother
what
wants
he
to
would
suggest
have
like
been
this.
if those 3
Anilos
years were not
only
stolen from
impacted
him in
Country
his
Doros.
peak, in his
It doesn't
prime.
impact Country Shaw. Therefore, again, I did not eat this year of Chodesh because that was Country Doros. That was ongoing trouble. But he did eat the unique Kabbalah for this, as I know, it says this year, National Melanie Gaza, and the inaugural year. Very interesting. So we can take in the college the honeycraft. But I want to know you guys about rule honeycraft. So okay, so now you guys going to ask, how do you go to the Kenny and the Rabbanon interpret the above mentioned verses? So okay, here we go. Now we're going to actually go through the entire exchange, ultimately again between Moshe and Aaron. So watch this. So the Kenya, the guy is too hot. So the Kenya reads like this. But go so Moshe Rabbeinu confronts Aaron. So go to the again. What happened over here? They did not eat the seal of Chodesh. Aaron burnt the seal of Chodesh. The first thing that happens over here is that Moshe Rabbeinu confronts Aaron. Why did you not eat the seal of Chodesh? Amalot, Moshe Aaron. So Moshe says to Aaron, Shema Nitner, Zamal, Nitnai, for the king, maybe you made a mistake. And maybe you ended up bringing the blood of the Savior inside of the Kodesh. Right, now again, remember again, we've seen it before. What happens when you bring a Katos HaKiso inside, the blood of an outer Katos inside of the base of the Mishkan, or inside of the Mishkan? It disqualifies it. So it says, here's what's happening over here. Aaron burns the seal of Kodesh instead of eating it. Moshe Rabbeinu confronts him and asks him, why did you do this? Why did you do this? And Moshe Rabbeinu says, maybe did you make a mistake and accidentally bring the blood inside? Is that what happened? Amalot, he said, no. Aaron said, no, I didn't bring the blood inside. Okay. Moshe says, Shema puts the Mitzvah, so Yatzasa, which is maybe take the blood outside of the confines of the base of the Amalot, but Kodesh said, no, Aaron said, no, we're good. I did not take the blood outside. The Dilma, the Anilos Adibusa, did you really offer up in the state of Anilos and thereby disqualify from that? Aaron says to Moshe, if you hate it, do you think my sons offered this up? I need the craft. Ultimately, again, I offered it up. And what does it mean? I offered it up. And Aaron says to me, I offered it up. I need that. So I offered it up. Meaning I'm the Kohen Gadol, and I, the Kohen Gadol, offered up in the state of Anilos. Right? I would say, it's not that's really amazing. What is the fact that the Kohen Gadol offers up? The Kohen Gadol continues his avodah in the state of Anilos. Like what's the shot with that? What's the thing about this in just a moment, right? Kohen Gadol offers up in the state of Anilos. What's the shot? What's the shot? So let's say the tremendous Musahasco. The tremendous Musahasco is that sometimes in life we have things that have to get done, and you can't let anything get in your way. There are certain missions that are so important, so holy, and so sacred that there are no excuses. There are absolutely no excuses. And I will say, this is a tremendous insult because a lot of times in life, we take on certain responsibilities, whether it's with our learning, whether it's with our goals, whether it's with our family or stuff, and then whatever it is, we fill in the blank. And then it gets difficult. I don't know, I get tired, it's inconvenient, and we allow ourselves to make excuses for non-performance. There's no lack of excuses in this world for why you can't accomplish the things that you want to accomplish. The challenge is this: are you committed enough to work past the excuses? Are you committed enough to push through? The Koinonia represents a model where a person is so dedicated to the actualization of a spiritual goal that nothing can get in the middle. Now, this is, the Koinonia represents almost like an exaggerated version of this. The Koinonia is the standard that we are not held to. Aaron's children died. Aaron's children died. What does Aaron do in the aftermath of the death of his children? What does he do? Push forward. Push forward. There are no excuses. There are no roadblocks. There is nothing that stands in my way from accomplishing the things I need to accomplish in life. Now again, this is a different standard. This is a different standard. And we are not held to the standard of the Koinonia. But we have to hit our own standards. What are the things in your life? What are the things in our lives that ultimately have to get done? And if I have to get done and they're important enough that they're in life, then I have to be committed to not making excuses for non-performance. Not everything in life, but what are the couple of things in my life that have to get done? And once I decide those things, gotta pull out the stops. Gotta pull out the excuses. You have to pull out all of the impediments and be singularly devoted to the actualization of those goals. Such a tremendous idea. So I'm gonna let you. So what happens? Now let's bring it to the camera. Let me get this straight. Hey, who writes the Kodesh, right? Hey, who writes the Kodesh high stuff? I understand. The blood was not meant to be taken inside of the flesh. And it wasn't actually taken outside of the flesh. So ultimately, Moses says to Aaron, understand, so why didn't you eat the seed of Kodesh? Why did you burn it? Moshe Rabbeinu was actually quite beautiful also. Moshe Rabbeinu sees that his brother did something that is inappropriate. Or in his mind is inappropriate. You notice what does Moshe Rabbeinu do? Moshe Rabbeinu doesn't rush to judgment. Instead, Moshe Rabbeinu has a conversation. Aaron, I don't understand what you did. Because I understand why you burned the seed of Kodesh. You should have eaten it. Did you take the blood inside the mikdash? No, I didn't do that. Did you take the blood outside the mikdash? No, I didn't do that. I made you a mistake about Ninos. That's why you didn't eat it. I'm the Kohen Gadol. Okay. So then why did you burn it? Then why did you burn it? המבוא is ותקראנה עושית כאלה ואכלתי חסס היום הייתם כאלה שם. So Aaron says to Moshe, after these events occurred to you today, which events? Ultimately, again, the death of my children. I am in a state of unease. Do you think it would be appropriate for me to eat this tapas in Hashem? So Aaron says back to Moshe, I don't think it's appropriate for me to eat this. Why not? Shema lo shamato, ela b'kashay shah. Moshe, perhaps when you heard from Hashem that I am supposed to eat karbanos even in a state of aninus, maybe that's only Kachei Shah. Kachei Shah will say in American rock, those karbanos are unique for now. Not future karbanos. Leave a Kodesh, because if you think that I should be eating karbanos in a state of aninus, even for future generation karbanos, or for future karbanos, or for karbanos that apply throughout all time, how the Kohen makes that happen is how the Homer from my machine. Uma myself, how Homer told about how people only remember that like the Kachei goes for Kodesh. So let's say, you're not allowed to nice shame in the state of aninus. And a nice shame about that out of all like the consecrated items is considered to be the most elite. So if you can't eat nice shame in a state of aninus, then certainly again you can't eat Kachei goes. So essentially, ours is
shit about all that sloppiness.
And you heard a little bit differently from Hashem. And it's impossible that when you heard that I am supposed to be in a state of Aninus, that only applies to Kachis Shah. You need episodic karbanos for now. But for Kachis Doros, for Kavalos that can be offered up for future generations, you don't think in a state of Aninus. Rather, what do you do with it? You offer it and you burn it. Which is why I learned the Seir of Rosh Chodesh, because the Seir of Rosh Chodesh is supposed to be other to the Seir of Nachshon and Aminadav, and the inaugural Seir, the Seir of Rosh Chodesh is Kachis Doros, and therefore again I'm not going to eat that. Versus the other one, the Seir of Nachshon and Aminadav, the inaugural Seir, those are Kachis Shah, and I will eat it. So what's the word for this? Miyad, Vayishma Moshe Vayikav Be'ez. Moshe heard this. Moshe says to Aaron, right. Moshe Lomar Lo Shamati, Ela Shamati B'Shachar. That's also what happened. Moshe Rabbeinu could have easily said, Aaron, I don't know, I never heard that from God, but that makes a lot of sense. Right? And Moshe said, no one would have ever known what Moshe Rabbeinu heard or didn't get from God. And instead, Moshe Rabbeinu was humble and honest, and he said, you're right. Aaron, you're right. That is what I heard, and I forgot. That is what I heard, and I forgot. So just like a tremendous exchange between the brothers. So first of all, this is something really amazing. This is the recipe for how brothers get along. Right? Part number one, if someone does something and you don't understand it, ask. So someone does something I don't like, what do I do? I'm out of the gate, and nothing positive out of the gate is having someone understand why someone did something. You always think how that's happening. Something happened with the blood, was working the wrong way, then it goes outside. There's appreciation. And that enables Aaron and explains who did. And then ultimately again, we'll do the explanation. And you're right. Because ultimately again, with this dialogue, there's also a role for humility. And when there's room for humility, it's like a opportunity for someone to say, I was right, or I was wrong. There's only one thing that can happen. When you attack someone, there's only one thing that happens to attack. What happens when you attack? Everybody gives in. Just our nature is when I feel attacked, I'm going to get defensive. When I'm going to get defensive, suddenly again, it's not about resolution, it's about right. Listen, one of the secrets all involves problems is because we do this to each other all the time. I see something I don't like, I pounce, I attack. Okay, but because of the way that brothers spoke to each other, this is the secret to Achas and Klal Yisrael. We're not going to agree on everything. You see something you don't agree with, ask. But ask for the sake of understanding, not for the sake of shtucking. Yes, that is a verb, shtucking. Right? And not for the sake of shtucking. And suddenly, again, when there is dialogue, there's room. There's a conversation. And how does Moshe come out at the end? I forgot. Because of this dialogue, again, it opens the door for so much understanding and also humility. No one feels attacked. And when no one feels attacked, there's also an opportunity to say, I was wrong. Incredible. And you never should have made this type, So again, remember, this is no point of Nehemiah. Ultimately, again, Aaron does not eat the Seir of Rosh Chodesh because of Vaninos. So again, in the Nehemiah's model, so remember, if you have Rosh Chodesh that he doesn't eat, because Seir of Rosh Chodesh is Kachei Shah, it's Kachei Doros, is ongoing Kabbalah. So ongoing Kabbalah are not consumed in a state of Vaninos. Masha'inkin Kachei Shah, episodic Kabbalah, that's the Seir of Nachshon, and the inaugural Seir, are consumed. Either you don't change into the Kachei, you don't change in the mold, but the reason Aaron did not go ahead and consume the carbon was why? The Seir of Chodesh was because it became covenant. how do they understand this emotion? I'm supposed to watch this. Second, I do. But one of our customers that has not more Kodesh. So ultimately, again, same conversation. Moshe says to Aaron, why did you burn the seed of Kodesh? Why did you not eat it? Same conversation. Moshe says to Aaron, maybe you took the blood inside of the Kodesh. Nope, you didn't do that. Maybe you took it outside of the Mishkan. I kept it in the Mikdash yourself. Maybe you offered it up in the state of Aminos, that's why it's possible. Moshe, maybe if you blew up the possible to do Aminos, Moshe, who do you think offered up these kabbalas? You think my sons offered it up? My sons, well, maybe they'll go out and if they offered it up in the state of Aminos, it would be valid. I need to grab the house. I am the one who offered it up. I would give up. I got my rifle. I shot the little bit. I mean, it was a watch this. Moshe says to Aaron, maybe as a result of your greed, you were not careful with the kabbalas and maybe came from it. Wow. Moshe says to Aaron, maybe you just want to do it your sons. You've got a lot on your mind. Maybe you just weren't attentive to the kabbalos ultimately again, and therefore they became Kamei. It was ready for this. I love Moshe. Because it's so amazing. How do you get in Yakov? Is that what you think of me? Shani Medaze Kachi Shamari, that I am not careful with Kachi with kabbalos from
Glad we got together.
but to God see Kaila, you think that just because I lost my children, that even Eila Kaila, Ani Medaze Kachi Shamari. Aaron says, Moshe, is that what you think of me? That because I suffered this loss, I am not a lack of awareness? If this was to happen to me again, I still would not take my eyes off the ball. I would not allow, listen, just this to me, this all of Shas is worth it for a Gemara like this for a second. We're honest with ourselves. 9.9 out of 10 times the reason we don't accomplish the things we want to accomplish in life is because we take our eye off of ourselves. Because we are not made enough. Because we're not dedicated enough. Because we allow ourselves to make so many different excuses for not or that's it. There's some things we don't accomplish in life because of extenuating circumstances. But that should mean we're honest with ourselves, right? If we're honest with this season, for honesty, right? Let's say, so again, if we are honest with ourselves, right? If we're honest with ourselves, like if we're honest with ourselves, we'll say, this is so many of us, I can't say many of us, I know I'm not the person I want to be in life, and I know why it is. I could come up with a whole bunch of excuses, but they're not really valid. At the end of the day, I didn't try hard enough. I didn't work hard enough. I haven't been singularly committed to the actualization of my goal. Because the answer to Moshe, you think that I would take my eye off the ball because I suffered these losses? I could have these losses and more losses. And I would never lose sight of who I am, of what I am, and what I am to accomplish. Okay. Isn't that the most overwhelming thing you can learn? You can make a whole bunch of excuses for yourself. At the end of the day, most of them really don't hold water. You have to be honest with having a singular commitment. Nothing gets in the way of accomplishing what you want to accomplish. If you didn't get the blood inside, if you didn't get the blood outside, ultimately, yeah, I know lack of awareness, but why does it ever come? Why did it? You might have said, Yes, I was at the Moshe. Are you sure that I'm supposed to eat kachos? And future kavanos, will they have aninos? Maybe only I'm supposed to eat it. Right now, there's not a aninos from the following aninos. But yo, because if you can receive it by day, how the last time? That's not how Again, here's the problem. You're not allowed to use my exchange kavanos. So in this exchange, what Moshe is, yes, I am supposed to eat in the state of in the night following this. And Moshe said, Miyad, Moshe on the days, Bayita Veda. Moshe made it heard what I said. Again, you know what? You're right. Moshe says, Aaron, he could have said to Aaron, you know, all this is like that. Instead, he went over and he said, you know what, I did hear that, but I forgot. So he must be by the moon, the shade, and the slave art. When was he going to eat it? When was he going to eat it? That night. Alright, so what happened? So he said, two more incredible. So then the happening was, Aaron, so here's what you need that as Kabbalah's Aaron is still the now, even in the state of Aninos, on that day, but Kachis is going to eat that night. It offered an 8-year-old seer. It offered the seer of Kodesh, and they set aside the meat to eat that night. Meanwhile, what happened in the interim? The carbon became that's not going to come when they get word people to eat it. So the Mark stumbled up on our thing that said Hayom. So according to that, it makes sense why the Bible says Hayom, other than Nehemiah, my Hayom, because of Nehemiah, what's the meaning of Hayom? Hold on, with the application of Hayom. We're sure that Nehemiah had to say, Hein Hayom, and that one on my Hein Hayom. Sometimes Nehemiah makes sense why the Bible says Hein Hayom. These events happen to me today, and that one on my Hein Hayom. How can you come up with anything to say? Hey, did my sons offer it up? I need it back. Did you offer it? I offered it. Amranar, I use the buster, she uses it. So what's this number again? Now we're going back. So I'll say, so now, we have two different versions about what happened. Now, again, actually, I take it back. This is what happened. They offered up, I offered up three seers. Again, seer of Kodesh, the seer of Nachshon and Aminadab, and the inaugural seer. Two out of those three, the seer of Nachshon and the inaugural seer, was what we call Kachei Shah. You need Kabbalos for that day. One of those Kabbalos, the seer of Kodesh, is what we call Kachei Dolos. That wasn't unique to that day. That's offered every single Rosh Chodesh. Here's what we know happened. Aaron offered and ate the Nachshon and the seer of Nachshon and Aminadab, and the seer, and they burned the seer of Rosh Chodesh. That is what occurred. We do not focus now. Why did he burn the seer of Rosh Chodesh? According to the opinion, Aaron understood that the dispensation only for Kachei Shah, not for Kachei Dolos. And the other thing is that it ultimately, again, for the same type of distinction, but Aaron's plan was to eat the seer of Kodesh that night. He understood that, again, the dispensation for consumption and was only for Kachei Shah, not for Kachei Dolos. But before he got to eat the seer, it became Tonei, and therefore he burned it. Okay. So the Gemara says, Amanar, so it's very much close to the right of Amanar, are you the shotgun sheet? In reality, dinner Naninos, then he should have really been burned. By the way, we never done this. We get started last week. What were the three Kabbalos that were offered there? The Sanjon, Zorash, Moshe. So it says, remember again, so the seer Kachos, Moshe, they were inquired about. So when it says seer, what is seer? Versus seer Nachshon. Then a person said Nachshon. You know, once again, the offering of the tribal prince of that day. Katos, what is the Katos? Katos, this refers again to the unique seer, the unique Katos that was offered up to the inauguration. Jorash, originally inquired about, that
Cigarettes are
severe
a
shoulder
cognitive
problem.
enhancer.
That
They
refers
are.
ultimately
It's
again
fact.
to the Sierra
Nicotine
Club.
is a cognitive
The alcohol
enhancer.
rush
There's no
under
doubt
this.
about it. It's fact.
You want to plug it all
And
three
it
of them
does
with
things
it. And
to
we'll
your
go back
mind,
to
stimulates your mind in a way that very few other
one of
things
them
do.
was burned.
That's
After
why
this,
a lot of
a lot of trust
intellectuals, a lot of
and one of them was
professors
burned,
use
but
nicotine.
ultimately
A
again the
lot
other
of
two were not.
academics use
Remember this was
nicotine.
the Sierra
A
Club
lot
that
of
was
people
fully
apply
burned.
on their
But the
brains.
other
A
two
lot
were
of
not.
writers use nicotine. And there's different delivery methods that have different effects. Unfortunately, smoking has a very potent instantaneous effect. And
Why
that's
were
what
there
people like,
two
but it comes with
inquiries?
cost.
Those are the so really because there's two
Physical
questions
health,
that we got. I'm a little. If they
repercussions
mass
of
hack us
cigarettes
through
are no
Mr. Fox,
yeah,
that
no
even
good.
will
And
not
also,
us, or even will not us. So I said, so I'm
we had a doctor on
why did you
that regular cigarettes are not nearly like American spirits are not nearly as volume as
Easy. I was saying that interesting enough, from the inquiry of motion, here's what we know. Arrow didn't have burn one of them, and he like to actually burn one of them, and the other two were not burned. From the inquiry of motion, don't know which two were left and which one was burned. Maybe I get issue Omer.
What did
Also,
that
not some Latin was of an dog, but then the motion and says to Aaron, the carbon was given to you to a co-appointed congregation of the Omer Zed Seashore Kodesh. Ultimately, again, they're understanding that it was given.
Conspiracies back to the U.S. in 1785, original name, original American spirit.
Remember again, it's three of us, but that's because the Tatas is what is it called for?
Unadulterated tobacco, so much marketing languages and endears great cigarettes to again, believe that the natural tobacco makes them a healthy alternative. Despite cigarettes declining 17% in 2009, 2014, American cigarette sales increased 86% over the same period. Regulatory filing on the Reynolds American website states American Spirit is the leading cigarette brand in the top 10 best-selling cigarette brand, priced higher than most other competitive brands, and is differentiated from key competitors through its use of all-natural, additive-free tobacco, including styles made with organic tobacco, but with all-natural and additive-free. American Spirit's labeling of the suit says belies the fact that the ammonia to their cigarettes tax the smoker receives. The result, spirits contain significant freebase nicotine as major cigarette brands.
How do you know the awful additives in your cigarette?
If I smoke a cigarette, it's a lot.
Granted, you can't eat by day, but why can't you eat by night? You must not become a
Yeah, I was asking them, why do you like menthols? I said, I have the black man. He said,
I believe that that's
but
possible.
aminos of the night that follows the day of death is also the light stuff. Therefore, waiting until that night, ultimately doesn't do it. Another possibility is, although Pentecost, how you got in mind, those what about the fact that Pentecost was there? Pentecost was also a poet. So remember, Pentecost was not in the state of aminos. Remember again, Pentecost was the son of Elazar. Pentecost was Aaron's grandson. Pentecost's father was still up. Pentecost was not in the state of aminos. So why not allow Pentecost to come on us? Incredible bonus time. Pentecost actually hardly was in there.
What is the
Fascinating. Pentecost wasn't a poet. Remember originally, it was actually quite fascinating. This window was given over to Aaron and his son. Interestingly enough, Pentecost actually does not become the Kohen until when? It does not become a Kohen until after he kills Zimri, like Zimri and Husky. Remember again, also this is after there was this widespread immorality between the Jews, between the Jewish men and the brothers of Midian, and Pinchas goes ahead and engages in the act of religious zealotry, and goes ahead and kills Zimri and Karki. Only after that event did Pinchas become a Kohen. Amazingly enough, at the time of the death of his uncles, Nadav and Abihu, Pinchas was not a Kohen. Because he wasn't a Kohen, therefore Allah already said there was no one else to teach the Kabbalah but Aaron and his remaining sons. So the Gemara says, this is Bahai Salom Yezaro Acharov, Ris Kuhunas Hayah. As the Pasuk says again, when the Pinchas become a Kohen, after getting killed Zimri and Karki, then it says he will be to him and to his offspring an everlasting covenant of the Torah. Rashi says, Rashi Amar Shalom Ben Ashvatim. So in fact, interestingly enough, when this Pinchas become a Kohen, only once he made peace between the tribes. What was that? Ayushma Pinchas HaKohen Yisrael Ida Rashi Alpha Yisrael. So it's actually quite interesting.
Which may increase
And this is an episode in Yoshua, Rabbi Yoshua. To see what the Rashi, what does it mean that he made peace between the Shvatim? If you think of the Rashi, this is the first wide line of Rashi. Rashi says, Shesham Shalom Ben Ashvatim, B'nei Yoshua, B'sevit B'nei Gad B'nei Ruvain, Shabaru HaMizbeach Ve'ed HaYarden. So this is actually quite fascinating. Remember again, Gad and Reuben and half of the tribe of Manasseh settled on the other side of the Jordan River. So the Navi records a story where they made a mistake, they made an altar. But interestingly enough, the rest of the province fell that way said because they thought it was an altar for Adol Sarah. So what happened? They massed the army, and they were going to go to war against God and Bnei Reuben. The Lord saying, now what happened? Pinchas goes ahead and dispatches a message to Shebra. What are you doing? They say, hold on. It's not an altar for idolatry, it's an altar for idolatry. Pinchas quickly de-escalated the situation and averted war. So the Gemara says it was only after Pinchas made Shalom between the Shvatim that he was made the color. So either way, the point the Gemara is making over here is at the time of Hashem's time of the death of Nadav and Abihu, Pinchas was not a Kohen. Because he was not a Kohen, therefore the Gemara mentioned before that, hey, even if Aaron was an Anidos, let Pinchas keep the Kabbalas, that is not a valid approach. And the Gemara says, but what about the fact? So what is so this is an aside to when the Pinchas actually received the mantle of Yehuda. One of the things is that children in your custody. Other things is so what does that mean? So what about the fact that it's the section coverage of the funeral? Sibahu, the Quran was so that to be a funeral, Rabbi Pasuk is ultimately telling you that it's going to have bracha. And ultimately, when Pinchas gets, ultimately it's also going to be behind the door. Nami Hak Sishma Pinchas HaKohen. So what about everything that says? What about everything? What do the Bible says? Vayishma Pinchas HaKohen. Ultimately, again, that's to say that Halakha L'Maisa is going to have very bad his offspring going to be behind the Dolan. Ultimately, again, it's to give proper resources. Okay, so let's say, so bottom line is that Halakha L'Maisa, either way, Pinchas was not yet a Kohen at the time of the death of Nadav and Abihu. And therefore, Halakha L'Maisa, there was no one else to go ahead and keep the Kabbalah to set the iron aside. So everyone was like, just to kind of solidify, say, here's what happened, right? Day of the inauguration of Mishnah, Aaron's two sons, Nadav and Abihu, died. That we know. What happened exactly? So again, so now, what else we know? Three Kabbalists offered up that day. Three seals. One, Zero Chodesh. That's what we call Kachit Donos. That wasn't unique to that day. That is always going to be offered up. Carbon number two, Sir Nachshon Ben Aminadab, Sir Tribal Prince. Carbon number three, the special inaugural Seer. Here's what we know. Two of them, the Sir Nachshon and Sir ultimately again of the inauguration, were offered up normally. Sir Chodesh was fully burnt, not consumed. Moshe confronts Aaron, why did you not eat the Sir Chodesh? two different versions as to what happened. Version number one is that Aaron said to Moshe, I'm a Kohen, and I can offer and eat in the state of Anus, but only Kadshe Shah, not Kadshe Dolos. Okay? Version number two is I can go ahead and eat. The beauty is that I can eat, I can offer and eat, but ultimately I said to offer, but I'm only going to eat Kadshe Dolos at night. So therefore, again, the still of company is Kadshe Dolos, he's going to safely eat that night. What happened in between the time that he offered it and that night? He became covered. Became covered. The two different dramatic versions ultimately again about what happened with Aaron. Let's say just a little bit lighter than we thought. Alright, let's say get ready for this. Moshe Rabbeinu told Deborah. Moshe Rabbeinu actually, before the inauguration of Aaron on the 8th day, Moshe Rabbeinu actually operated as the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Kadshe Shemayim. And Moshe Rabbeinu actually again received a payment. Ultimately again in Kabbalah Shenemar, Ne'er HaNeruim LaMoshe Hayulamano. So let's say it's incredible. So before, remember on day number 8, when Aaron was officially inaugurated as Kohen Gadol, for the previous 7 days, Moshe Rabbeinu functioned as a Kohen Gadol. Basically, the Gemara says, so the Gemara said before, the Gemara asked, why did Aaron have to eat the Kabbalah? Let's think about it. Pinchas was before he was there. But if it's true that Moshe Rabbeinu was really a Kohen Gadol, then Esau, Lema B'Halo Moshe Rabbeinu Hayimai. Let it be Moshe Rabbeinu was with them. Noma, shining Moshe to part the Shekhinah. The Moshe is incredible. Even if Moshe Rabbeinu did function as a Kohen Gadol, at the end of the day, he would not have eaten Kabbalah. Why not? Because he was busy with the Shekhinah.
It's okay. It's February. Everybody feels a little off in February. It's darker. It's colder. You probably already gave up on some New Year's resolutions. But you don't have to wait till spring to get yourself right. And it all starts with making small changes to your routine. And one of those is eating more. It's not some big dramatic reset. It's one small thing you can do every morning to keep consistent when everything else is chaos. One scoop done. AG1 can help support your energy, your gut health, and can support you through the darker evenings. It gives that foundational support from morning to night, and it all comes down to getting your daily nutrition. There's more than 75 ingredients, including antioxidants, minerals, probiotics, and functional mushrooms to support your immune health and overall health. And this is the time of year when it can really help. If you want to check it out, go to drinkag1.com/Rogan and you'll get 3 AG1 travel packs, vitamin D3 plus K2, and other gifts free. You can welcome kit with your first subscription. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Salt is an essential mineral. You'll need salt to survive. Salt is not the problem. We associate salt with high blood pressure. Salt with this, salt is not true. It's bullshit. Protect the cells. Salt is not. Salt's not bad for you. First of all, there's iodized salt, which is actually good for it because it contains iodine. They add iodine to it, which is good for it. But salt is not a bad thing. I mean, you shouldn't have too much salt. Look, salt if you eat enough salt, you can die. It's a chopped off. That's not. That's not. If you're getting diabetes, it's usually for sugar. Because, there's been a lot of misinformation that's spread because of actual scientists that are bribed by the sugar industry. So the sugar industry, they paid a bunch of Harvard scientists and Harvard, right? They didn't even give a lot of money. Was it the 1950s, 1960s?
How Aminos ultimately again works, how Aminos is going to work ultimately again with
they tried to associate saturated fat and foods with saturated fat was being responsible for heart disease. And they did that to try to get the blame off of sugar. Because sugar is fucking terrible for you. It's terrible in basically everywhere, especially added sugar.
So why are all of these diseases that we speak of are more happening in the black community?
It's diet. It's diet. It's 100%. It's sugar. It's processed food. It's diet. It's sugar. It's sugary drinks. It's the amount of sugar. Like if you drink like a 1 liter Pepsi, the amount of sugar that is. Okay, let's find that out. How much sugar is in a 1 liter Pepsi? If you drink several of these a day, one of them, I believe, is more sugar than you're ever supposed to have.
Pepsi is the one that's
Well, it could be Coca-Cola, it could be Pepsi, Mountain Dew, name you poison.
I think it's one.
Well, Pepsi's, I don't know, does Pepsi have more sugar than Coca-Cola? I don't know.
All of our sponsors for this morning show
Coca-Cola is one of the only
our
things
couple
that's
of
still
sponsors for the
flavored.
month of August.
Sugar content, 115, 123 grams in a 1 liter bottle. That's a crazy amount of sugar. 25 teaspoons, 35 sugar cubes. That's 130%. 138% of the recommended daily value of sugar. That's where people are getting type 2 diabetes. They're getting it from excess sugar, specifically excess sugar. Like in a liquid form, your body doesn't not know what the fuck to do with that, because nowhere in nature do you get sugar in a liquid form. Like even orange juice. Like people think orange juice is good for you. It's not. Like drinking orange juice, yeah, you're gonna get some vitamin D, but you're also gonna get vitamin C. You're also gonna get a gigantic dose of sugar that has no fiber in it, but it goes straight to your bloodstream. You get fructose rather than high fructose corn syrup. Sugar for fruit is the best sugar for fruit because it's attached to fiber. And that's a slow release sugar, like if you eat an apple.
Fascinating discussion
It's a
regarding
natural way that
amylose.
your body
And
consumes sugar.
specifically again,
But there's no
the impact of aminos on Kabbalah, the impact of aminos ultimately again on the following night. And also remember again, the world of aminos, really 4 different stages of aminos. Aminos of the day of death, aminos of the night following the day of death, aminos of the day of burial, and aminos following the day of burial. So
Adam talked to God. Adam told God not to eat the fruit. There's nowhere in the Bible does it say that Adam went to eat fruit.
This is why we should start
the fact that you said before that the day of death, aminos on the day of burial,
Genesis does not specifically specify what kind of fruit Adam ate, only that it was a fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Yeah, so it's not necessarily an apple. We call it an apple. The text never names the species, apple, fig, etc. The Hebrew word is berry, a general term meaning fruit without a botanical detail. And the apple idea came from either time Jewish and Christian interpreters. Many candidates, including fig, grape, pomegranate, citron, and others, now common ideas that an apple developed later in European tradition, by word play in Latin and French where the words eagle and apple, fruit, sounded or spelled similar. So it's not necessarily the crazy thing is that I've found some recently because I've actually there's no reference whatsoever to Adam telling Eve you're not supposed to eat the fruit from the plant with the knowledge of good and evil. Yeah.
Again, the
Just,
diet
it's just Adam was just what happened was God created Adam. This is what Genesis says. God created Adam and then told Adam to go name all the animals. And then when he's done with that, Adam ate them. But he never said in the Bible Adam did not eat the apple. The problem with the Bible is, first of all, that it was an oral tradition forever. So it was an oral tradition for a long time before it was ever written down. And it was written down in a bunch of ancient languages. It was written down in ancient Hebrew. It was written down in Aramaic. And then when you translate ancient Hebrew to first, they translate it to Latin, and then they translate it to Greek, and all these other maybe Greek first. I forget which one was first. The translations miss a lot of the language, so it's very complicated. Ancient Hebrew is a very complicated language, and the numbers double as letters in ancient Hebrew. So ancient Hebrew doesn't have numbers. All their words have a numerical value to them.
This was unique to Aaron, but the future generations ultimately again, the aminos will extend both by day and by night. Rebbe says, aminos like that in the Torah element.
And then specifically, if you look at like the teachings of Jesus Christ, if you follow them, I think it'll lead to a better life. I think it makes you a better person. It makes you a better member of the community. It
which the Gemara says we all
great
know
forces
that
humanity. It's like a really
reality,
good way to
the
live
night
your life. So
following
I
the
think
day of
people
death
that
is
live that
Aminos
way, that actually live that way, they're better examples of human beings. So that makes it reinforced. But it's also people, there's a lot of other religions that people believe in that don't have those aspects to them. People want to believe things. People want to believe in things even if you like Scientology. People deeply believe in Scientology, and we know it was written by a science fiction author who was a bad science fiction author. L. Ron Hubbard made some terrible books. Like that guy would just bang books out. He never rewrote shit. He never was the first draft. Just clarify. He wrote more fiction than any human being that's ever lived.
Incredible.
And they also wrote Scientology.
What is the status of the Now we need to
like you said, people
became
want
to
to.
the sea,
And my life is full of different people want to know, so okay, this is my son, but not
whatever. So
this is going to get me
the
over
halachos of Aminos, as you know, the purpose of Aminos,
he just
is
did
learned out from the death of another
it was like,
Like this episode, don't you think they discuss all of these halachos?
like they get these
So
people.
the Gemara says, when we look at the Rishonos or Parsha of there are three different phrases of what we call siva or instruction. He came to they see this is what I was commanded. Kasher tzivisi, as I was commanded, and Kasher tziva Hashem, as Hashem commanded. Okay, what is this? He came to they see Va'aninos Yochulu. So ultimately, the first thing that Moshe Rabbeinu says to Aaron is, I was commanded to instruct you that Aaron, you are to eat your karbanos even in a state of anin. And then they're going to both say, so that which applies to Aaron may or may not apply to other people, right? Because halakha l'meisa, Aaron is a Kohen Gadol. So what works for Aaron, like I said, may or may not work for others.
I think it's a
So the
scam.
Gemara says, he came to the sea, Va'aninos Yochulu. Remember what Moshe said to Aaron? You want to go ahead and eat karbanos even in a state of Aminos, Kasher tzivisi, as I commanded you. The Shas Ma'aser Amalek. Moshe Rabbeinu was saying, Moshe Rabbeinu was giving this over literally again the Shas Ma'aser. The Shas Ma'aser means in the midst of Aaron's Aminos. Look at Rashi for just a moment. The Shas Ma'aser, the last word line, She'ira Lahem Aminusa. When Aaron literally again became an Omer, Amar Lahem Shlo Yimnu Me'akilas Chachim. He's telling them, do not abstain. Moshe Rabbeinu was telling Aaron, do not abstain from eating kosher. ושם יגבו השעות שאכלו כנינות היו בכותל משער ימים, וכשעה נשרפה, אמר להם אחוז תאכלו also. היה להם לאכול כאשר תשעו אצלם בשעת מלצה. So, when Nadav and Abihu died, and Aaron and his sons, 11 and Tamar, were in a state of Aminos, Moshe Rabbeinu said to them, better off, you are to eat the karbanos, from the karbanos, and eat the karbanos. So, we're going to see
So in that, if you win, you don't get all the money. You get the money over a long period of time. Right, but if you take the second option, it's a significantly example. Speaking of the
Aaron, and he says, why did you do this? I instructed you to eat all of the karbanos today. Okay, Amalahan. Level to know any between exchange between Moshe and Aaron. Amalahan. Hashem, Siva Hashem. So first of all, Aaron says to Aaron, I'm instructing you to go ahead and consume your karbanos. Eat there's two pieces. Number one, because you have a number two, consume the karbanos, even in the state of Aminos. The first thing that Moshe says to Aaron is, please understand, this is not my opinion.
What I'm saying is, Epstein won the lottery. His company sold trust won an $80 million lottery. And then they took the payoff. And the payoff was
I'm not going to follow.
take it or you
The ones that are making very easy cash out.
his company bought a ticket for the lottery. Yes, so road trust, which is his company. They won the lottery, which is very suspicious. But not only that, he won the lottery right after he was arrested. He went to jail for fucking kids or having sex or whatever it was. Sexual.
Because remember again, all of this takes place on Rosh Chodesh Nisan. So every Rosh Chodesh there is a carbon tax. The carbon that Aaron decided not to decide. We'll see why. The carbon that Aaron did not eat.
The company took the payoff. The payoff, that $80 million payment, the $80 million jackpot was only $30 million. So if you want the money, because they had there before, so not only did they take 50 out of the 80, but then Think about how many people spent money buying royalties way more than 80 million. So they make money off of that, and then they make money off the fact that you got the payoff instead of the
How could I consume the karma? All right, the story is going to come together in just a little bit. I'm going to talk.
stealing money from people that are desperate. It's legalized gambling where the
Whereas
household
ultimately,
is
again,
like, let's find that out. Like, let's say you find an average jackpot of megabucks and find out how much money actually goes into it, how much money people spend versus how much money the payout is. So
the reason that Aaron did keep the practice of Rosh Chodesh was because he was in a state of anger. You must say that Rabbi Shimon said, it makes Tumah Yisrafah. No, that wasn't because of anger. Why did he burn the practice of Rosh Chodesh and not eat it? Because the covenant became covenant. That's why he went ahead and he burned it. So he said, Shema Omer Ne'anim Yisrafah. Because if you say that Aaron burned the practice of Rosh Chodesh because of anger, how you would rush done Yisrafah? Then what?
They have to pay taxes on the 30 million, so they get money from that too. They can't fucking
the only one who burnt was the practice of Rosh Chodesh. The other two he consumed. So what's the shot? What's the shot? If it's a thing, ultimately, we'll say, put out the $101 that 10 lines after the top. So we'll say, so again, if Halakha Lamaisa was a thing in Aminos, then at the end of the day, he should have gone ahead and burned all of them. Why would he just burn the practice of Rosh Chodesh? It must be that what happened, the practice of Rosh Chodesh became covenant. That's why Halakha Lamaisa went ahead and burned it. Okay, you know, there's a follow. Other possibility, how you write the Oklahoma area. They could have gone ahead and was even if you hold, and they couldn't consume it because of Aminos, as most Aminos last to their death. They could have gone ahead and waited and consumed it that night. Another possibility is, Pinchas Hayulimai, they weren't the only Kohanim. Pinchas was also there, and even if Aaron, Elijah, and Tamar could not consume the Kabbalah because of Aminos, Pinchas was present, and Pinchas could have gone ahead and consumed the Kabbalah instead. Before we go on, please go quickly get Rashi in just a moment. You see Rashi in Shema and Yisrafa. So it's about midway down in the short part. This is important Rashi. Rashi in Yisrafa. Shenagah Tumah, the Kata Shasir Chodesh, the Kabbalah Bayram, Shekar Mishkam Rosh Chodesh, the Sun, the Hu Hayish Miri Rilo. Remember again.
So that's $200 million is what they made. They throw in $100 million for everybody. Of that prize pool, roughly 2/3 to 3/4 is allocated to the jackpot, with the rest funding lower tier prizes. So that means even if there's $200 million out of $100 million, only 2/3 of it goes into the big jackpot. And that means the jackpot is typically in the order of 1/3 of total ticket sales that run. And then out of that 1/3, so say if it's $100 million, or with the FCU case it was $80 million, he took the payout, which was $30 million, so they make $50 on top of that. And then on top of that, you pay taxes on that $30. It's a crazy scam.
There was a different Nasi, different Kabatin who offered up Kabanate. That was their Nachshon Ben Aminada. Okay, so number one is Sir Nachshon. Number two was Sir Rosh Chodesh. And number three was Sir Shabbat Shah. Was a special Sir, special offering to mark the consecration of the Mishnah. So these are the three offerings. Again, Sir of Nachshon Ben Aminada, Sir of Rosh Chodesh, and a special inaugural Sir.
Which is crazy. Whitey Bulger was a South Boston mob boss in the 1980s when I lived there. The 1980s and 90s.
So now what are we trying to figure out?
Yeah,
why did you burn the Sir of Rosh Chodesh and not
that Leonardo DiCaprio starred in?
This is in the focus. But in the Fenrir says he didn't consume the Sir of Rosh Chodesh. Why? Because he was in Onan. Why was he in Onan? Because his son,
that was based on Whitey Bulger.
That's the Fenrir.
Yeah.
The leader Bishop says, no, it's not because of Anilos. Because it was because of Anilos, then what? Then what? Then it should have burned all of the Kabbalah and not consumed any of that. So why do you only burn one and consume the other two? It must be because the Silver Kodesh became a covenant. So that's what happened over here. Both sides. So that's a Machokas. That's a Machokas. So the Gemara says this. Rava Amar says,
Yeah, he won the
so,
fucking
of these
lot.
first perspective views that we have, we must look at there's no
This is what
contradiction.
it says
Sunday
here.
Kadshe Shah,
What does it
Sunday
say?
Kadshe Doros. Notice now, watch this. Watch this. Really, both the things reflect the view of Rabbi Yechanan. The most of them are making words of the Hold. And the Kenny holds that the reason why Aaron burned the seal of Kodesh was because of Aninos. Remember again, yes, it's because of Aninos. Then what? Because of Aninos. Then Allah again.
It would show that this is where he got his income. Like these guys would all own businesses, but the reason why they would own businesses is so they can show why they drive a Cadillac, why they have a mansion, why they have this, because they have legitimate businesses. But really, these businesses are
Kadshe
scams.
Shah versus Kadshe Doros. Kadshe Shah refers to those Kabbalos which are unique for now, versus Kadshe Doros which are ongoing sacrifices. So watch this. For example, in these three, Sierra Kodesh is what we call Kadshe Doros, because that covenant will be offered in their
cash,
for all
50%
future
of
generations.
the winnings. Vulture
Versus
himself
the Seer
paid
Nachshon
Michael
and
Linsky
Aminadab, and the special
$700,000. He
anointing
lost
Seer,
money in the
those
deal.
are Kadshe
Really
Shah.
had no choice.
Brother wants
He
to
came down
suggest
to
like
selling the
this.
ticket or risking his
Anilos
life.
only
Yeah, so that's how
impacted
it usually goes.
Kadshe Doros. It doesn't impact Kadshe Shah.
Yeah.
Therefore,
He was a
again,
snitch and he got caught in Santa
I
Monica.
did not see the Seer of Kodesh because that was Kadshe Doros. That was ongoing covenant. But it did see the unique Kabbalah for this time right now, which is the Seer Nachshon and Aminadab,
Because he was
and the
turning
inaugural
other people
Seer.
in.
Very
He
interesting.
was a
Very
kingpin.
Tasty is Khalid's the Hanifah. But I want to maybe you guys thought Lul Hanifah. So it's not you was going to ask, how do both parts of the Hanifah and Rabbanah interpret the father mentioned verses? So say, here we go. Now we're going to actually go through the entire exchange ultimately again between Moshe and Aaron. So watch this. With Nehemiah, the time is too hot.
Not anymore. But that was
So Nehemiah reads like this. But do so Moshe then confronts Aaron. As well as over again. What happened over here? They did not eat the Seer of Kodesh. Aaron burned the Seer of Kodesh. The first thing that happens over here is that Moshe confronts Aaron. Why did you not eat the Seer of Kodesh? Moshe Aaron. So Moshe says to Aaron, Shema Nishna Damar Litnai Litin. Maybe you made a mistake. Maybe you ended up bringing the blood of the Seer inside of the Kodesh. Right now, again, Moshe, remember again, we before. What happens when you bring a half inside the front of an outer half inside of the base of the dust or inside of the Mishkan? It disqualifies it. So it's what's happening over here. Aaron burned the Seer of Kodesh instead of
kept their mouth shut because of
Moshe
that.
even
And so the guys
confronts
would go to
and
jail
asks
all
him,
the time. And
why
they
did
would
you
open
do
their mouth
this?
and they
Why
would
did you do this?
and
And
they would
Moshe
get
says,
out.
maybe
And
you
then have a
make a
party for him,
mistake and
celebrate. That's a
accidentally
good
bring
fellow.
the
Kept
blood
your mouth shut.
inside. Is that what
Said
happened?
nothing.
Ramon said, no, Cain Elohi Va'asdama.
That changed
Aaron
though,
said,
like with
no,
John
I
Gotti.
didn't bring the blood
Like
inside.
the Gotti
Okay. Moshe says,
No,
Shema
Samuel
puts
was
the
Samuel
Mitzvah
Bowles, and it
you
wasn't
should maybe
just
take
them.
the
Like
blood
they were all
outside of the
snitching on
confines of the
everybody.
Mitzvah.
It's like they got these
Amaro,
guys.
Makoda Shaisa,
We had
Aaron said, we're good. I did not take the blood outside. Did you maybe offer it up in the state of Aninos and thereby disqualifying like that? Moshe. So Aaron says to Moshe, my sons offered this up, I need it ultimately, again, I offered it up. And what does that mean? I offered it up. And Aaron says to me, I offered it up. So I need Rafi. So I offered it up. And Aaron said, I'm the Kohen Gadol, and I, the Kohen Gadol, offered up in the state of Aninos. Right? I just want to point out something that what is the fact that the Kohen Gadol offers up? The Kohen Gadol continues his avoda in the state of Aninos. What's the shot with that? What's the thing about this just a moment, right? Kohen Gadol offers up in the state of Aninos. What's the shot? What's the shot? So look at this. Tremendous Musa Haskell. The tremendous Musa Haskell is that sometimes in life we have things that have to get done. And you can't let anything get in your way. There are certain missions that are so important, so holy, and so sacred that there are no excuses. There are absolutely no excuses. And I will say, this is a tremendous insult because a lot of times in life, we take on certain responsibilities, whether it's with our learning, whether it's with our avodah, whether it's with our family or tzedakah, and then whatever it is, you fill in the blank. I know it gets difficult. I don't know, I get tired, it's inconvenient, and we allow ourselves to make excuses for non-performance. There's no lack of excuses in this world for why you can't accomplish the things that want to accomplish. The challenge is, are you committed enough to work past the excuses? Are you committed enough to push through? The Kohen represents a model where a person is so dedicated to the actualization of a spiritual goal that nothing gets in the middle. Now, this is, the Kohen represents almost like an exaggerated example of this. The Kohen is a standard that we are not held to. Aaron's children died. Aaron's children died. What does Aaron do in the aftermath of the death of his children? What does he do? Push forward. Push forward. There are no excuses. There are no roadblocks. There is nothing that stands in my way from accomplishing the things I need to accomplish in life. Now again, this is a different standard. This is a different standard. And we are not ultimate standard of the Kohen Gadol. But we have to put our own standards. What are the things in your life? What are the things in our lives that ultimately again have to get done? And if I have to get them done and they're important enough that they are goals in my life, then I have to be committed to not making excuses for non-performance. Not everything in life, but what are the good things in my life that have to get done? And once I decide those things, gotta pull out the stops. Gotta pull out the excuses. You have to pull out all of the impediments and be singularly devoted to the actualization of those goals. Such a tremendous idea. But I'm gonna let you. So what happens? Now, what's going to the guys? Let me get this straight. People who rest them up a Kodesh, right? People who rest them up a Kodesh, so Aaron's dead. If the blood was not accidentally taken inside the Mikdash, and it wasn't accidentally taken outside of the Mikdash, Achol Tachlan also, Kasher Yisi, so ultimately Moshe says to Aaron, so why didn't you eat the Seir of Kodesh? Why did you burn it? Moshe Rabbeinu, that's actually quite beautiful also. Moshe Rabbeinu sees that his brother did something that is inappropriate, or in his mind is inappropriate. You notice what does Moshe Rabbeinu do? Moshe Rabbeinu doesn't rush to judgment. Instead, Moshe Rabbeinu has a conversation. Aaron, I don't understand what you did. Because Aaron said, why you burned the Seir of Kodesh? You should have eaten. Did you take the blood inside the Mikdash? No, I didn't do that. Did you take the blood outside the Mikdash? No, I didn't do that. I may be in a state of aminos, that's why you didn't eat it. I'm the Kohen Gadol. Okay, so then why did you burn it? Then why did you burn it? Aaron says to Moshe, after these events occurred to me today, which events? Ultimately, again, the death of my children. I am in a state of aminos. You think it would be appropriate for me to do this effort in the eyes of Hashem? So Aaron says back to Moshe, I don't think it's appropriate for me to do this. Now, why not? Shema lo shamata. Moshe, perhaps when you heard from Hashem that I'm supposed to eat karbanos even in a state of aminos, maybe that's only kachir shah. Kachir shah will say, remember, those karbanos that are unique for now, not future karbanos. These are kodesh because Kishi's thinks that I should be eating karbanos in a state of aminos. Even for future generation Kabbalos, for future Kabbalos, so for Kabbalos that apply at all times, how the Homer Meitzak has, and you become a Homer from Meitzak Shenis. Uman Meitzak, how Homer Torah lost how people only Yemenim, that right, the country goes to culture. So let's say, you're not allowed to eat Meitzak Sheni in the state of Aminos. And now Meitzak Sheni, I will say, out of all like the consecrated items, it's considered to be the most religious. So if you can't eat Meitzak Sheni in a state of aminos, then certainly you can't eat kachir. So what's this? So essentially, Aaron's back to Moshe is Moshe is
girl, and she lives in
you heard a
Minnesota,
little bit
and
different
you live in
information.
California,
And
and
it's
you
a compliment
fly
when
to
you
California.
heard
That's
that
never
I am
happened.
supposed to be in the state of
I
Banos
don't think
that
that's
only
true.
applies to
I
Kache
don't think that's true
Shaw.
at all. I think
You
that's
meet
just
at the
flying a
Sadik
girl in that
Kabanos
you have a
connect.
relationship
But for
with.
Kache Yolos, for
Yeah,
Kabanos
but
will
that's
be
normal.
offered up for
Everybody does
future
that.
generations. You don't meet in the state of Banos.
Yeah,
Right away you
commercial,
do it, you
commercial
offer
sex act.
and you learn it. Which
Induced
is
by
why
force,
I
fraud,
Aaron
coercion.
version the
Well,
Sierra
coercion's crazy.
Kodesh
It's
because the
coercion. It's
Sierra
like,
Kodesh is
please,
supposed to
I'll
be
buy you
Avitu,
back.
Sierra Naksha
That's sex
Benaminada,
trafficking.
and the
So
inaugural
like,
Seer,
if
the Sierra
there's
Kodesh
a
is
there's a
Kache
girl like, what are you gonna do
Doros,
for me?
and
Like,
therefore again,
you
I'm
know,
not going to
shoes
do
you want.
that.
I got those shoes for you. Let's go
Versus the
shopping.
other ones,
Like,
the
that's
Sierra
kind of
Naksha
sex
Benaminada,
trafficking.
the
That's
inaugural Seer,
coercion,
those are
money.
Kache Shah, and I
Like,
will
if
be.
a girl's thinking
Once
about
again,
coming out to
Miat,
visit you, and
Miat,
then you go, listen,
Danish
listen.
Mamosha,
What are you
Danish
looking for?
Damper.
What do you want to
Moshe
buy?
heard
I got
this.
money.
Moshe
Come on,
says
let's go
to Aaron,
shopping. That
right,
kind of would
right,
fall into that
right.
category.
Hold up,
We're getting off topic.
Moshe Loma,
Let's go
Lo
back to the
Shamati,
topic originally.
Ella Shamati,
The reason why these comedians
I
are
don't say what
negative.
happens.
No, you're not going to get into it.
Usually starts. You know, Aaron,
That's
I don't know, I never heard that from God,
The reason
but that
why
makes a
these
lot of
comedians
sense.
are doing
I
it
will
is
say,
because
no
they're
one
never
will ever know
bigger
what
than the
you're
comedians they're shitting on.
At
1,000%. You know what it is, Joe?
And they're never good.
You're right. That
You know
is
what
what
it is,
I
too,
heard,
Joe?
and I forgot.
Is that
That
deep
is what
down
you, that is what I
inside,
heard,
they
and I
want to
forgot.
be that
So listen, so just like
And not too
tremendous,
more, they want to be in the
tremendous
position
change
that person's in is a
between the
better way of
brothers.
putting it.
So listen, so first of all,
I'll tell you this
you
story.
see
I
something
realize I'm
really
not going to say
amazing.
names, but there's so many people that can be
This
guilty
is
of
the
it.
recipe
This
for
is
how
the part
brothers
that I
get
hear
along,
that understands
right?
me.
Part number one,
That
someone does
disturbs me
something
is that
and you don't understand it,
the last people that bitch the most,
ask.
they at some point in their career,
So often in life, it was like someone does something I don't like, and what do? I'm out of the gate, and nothing positive ever happens when you attack someone. You don't understand why someone did something. Ask. You always have to ask, hey, Alex, I don't understand what you did, so we talk it out. Is something happening with the blood? Did you make you off person the wrong way? Did it go inside, outside? It's a conversation. It's a conversation. And that enables Aaron to go ahead and explain why he did the things that he did. And then ultimately, they will give the explanation. And most of them says, Aaron, you're right. Because ultimately, again, with this dialogue,
You get this all the time because you're right with Dave, and Dave's number one, right? So this is what you always get this label, even though you're a great comic, you get this label of being a coattail
There's
rider.
only one thing that happens when you attack someone. There's only one thing that happens when you attack someone. What happens when you attack? Everybody thinks it. It's just our nature is when I feel attacked, I'm going to get defensive. Or I'm going to get defensive, suddenly I'm going to find out resolution is about being right. Listen, you want to know the secret to all of Kabbali's problems? So because we do this to each other all the time. I see something I don't like, I pounce, I attack. Okay, every time there's no time. The way that brothers speak to each other, this is the secret to access of Kabbali's love. We're not going to agree on everything. You see something you don't agree with, ask. But ask for the sake of understanding, not for the sake of stuffing. Yes, that is a verb, stuffing. Right? Not for the sake of stuffing. And suddenly, again, there is dialogue. There's room for conversation. And how does most women come out at the end? I was wrong. I forgot. Because it is dialogue. Again, it opens the door for so much understanding and also humility. No one's going to chat. I was always going to chat. There's also other things to say.
You know what would happen to me if I paid attention to all the haters that I have? I would go crazy.
So again, remember, this is not going to be Kenya. It's going to be Kenya. Ultimately, again, Aaron does not eat the seed of a Kodesh because of Adinos. And again, about sex. So again, in the Kenya's model, so remember, it's the seed of Kodesh that it doesn't eat because seed of Kodesh is Kache Shah. Sorry, it's Kache Goros. It's ongoing Kabbalah. So ongoing Kabbalahs are not consumed in the state of Adinos. Mashiach in Kache Shah. Episodic Kabbalahs, like the seed of Nachshon, and you know you'll see it, are consumed. Ireland, you don't should make the cards. You don't should make holes. The reason Ireland did not go ahead and consume the covenant with water.
right on stage. That, you can't pay attention. You know what? I will say this. I hear you, Joe. I tried to focus on the show.
Mas uma
You
nova
had a
família
bad
essa
show.
casa,
You had one bad show.
então again, same conversation.
You had a bad show. You had that one bad show. Did you walk off the show?
Chama nós dá uma lembrada assim, same conversation. Don't sit down Aaron. Maybe you took the right side of the program. On the last block, hey, look who left come up. And I told you, no, don't do that. Come on, what's the episode? Maybe you took it outside of the gun. On the low, hey, but hold the pressure. No, I kept it in the mix of itself. The deal lost, but I knew it was happening with the hospital. Maybe you opened it up and it's taken a little back by muscle. I'm a Moshe. Hey, looking you up and possibly I knew Moshe, looking for what I did come out. My son opened it up. My son from the bottom, in a finale, pick up and it up and it's been about you know, it would be that way. I need to pick up people. I am the one who opened it up. I did no more. I got my life. I shot the movie coming. Once I watch this. Moshe says to Aaron, maybe as a result of your beliefs, you were not careful with the carbonos and maybe pain coming. Wow. What's the biggest? Moshe says to Aaron, maybe you it was two of your sons. You got a lot on your mind. Maybe you just weren't as thinking. So the carbonos ultimately again and therefore they became coming. It was a good place. I'm the love Moshe. This is so amazing. Is that what you think of me? That I am not careful with touching the carbonos contracting tumor?
Change my shirt. No more
But
triggers.
shout out to Kaila.
Shout out to Ben.
You think that just because I lost my children, but even if you Kaila, I need a dance at touching Aaron says, Moshe, is that what you think of me? That because I suffered this loss, I had a lack of awareness. If this was to happen to me again, I still would not take my eyes off the ball. I would not allow, listen, just this to me, this all of shots is what the poor people are like this. We're honest with ourselves. 9.9 out of 10 times the reason we don't accomplish the things we want to accomplish in life is because we take our eyes off the ball. Because we are not giving enough. Because we're not dedicated enough. Because we allow ourselves to be in so many different excuses. We're not important. That's it. There's some things we don't accomplish in life because of extenuating circumstances. But that we're honest with ourselves. Right? We're honest with it. It's the season for honesty, right? Okay, so again, if we're honest with, right? If we're honest with ourselves, like if we're honest with ourselves, we'll say, this is what, so many of us, I know, I'm not the person I want to be in life, and I know why it is. I can come up with a whole bunch of excuses, but they're not really valid. At the end of the day, I didn't try hard enough. I didn't work hard enough. I haven't been singularly committed to the actualization of my goals. Because the goal is to be Aaron says to Moshe,
Companies that stand for something from day one, not because it's trendy or because a calendar flipped. Black Rifle Coffee is one of those companies. America is turning 250, and Black Rifle Coffee Company is headed into 2026, making great coffee for people who get up early, work hard, and still care about this country. Roasts like Cactus Squatch, Weekend Neighbors, and Spirit of 76 are strong, straightforward, and not trying to be clever. Also, they have the really cool art on the bags that I love. And if you want something quick in the morning, they have cold brew cans in just black and vanilla, clean, strong, and easy around the way up the door. If you like energy drinks, check out Great X, their new grape flavored energy drink, 0 sugar, 200 milligrams of caffeine, and no nonsense. This isn't about hype, it's just a solid American company making good products and backing the people who serve. Go to blackriflecoffee.com/Rogan and use the code Rogan for 30% off. You also find it at Walmart, Target, Kroger, or you can look at Black Rifle Coffee Shop. Veteran founded, American roasted, Black Rifle Coffee is America's coffee.
Like the future Carbonos, during the day of Aninos, maybe you heard that only are supposed to eat it at night. Right now, it's not again, and it's on that ball. By Yom, that's confusing them to see it by day. How the Holy Max shot out. I think it got over Max Shini. Uma Max shot out. I'm going to rock up on the rail. College, again, here's the problem. You're not allowed to eat Max Shini in the state of Adios. If you eat Max Shini in the state of Adios, how can you eat Habanos? Moses, what I said in this exchange, what I was telling Moshe is yes, I am supposed to eat in the state of Adios, but maybe not by day, maybe only in the night following this. So what happened was in the yard, by Yishma Moshe on the days, by Yita Ve'inat. Moshe being heard what Aaron said, and he said, yeah, you know what, you're right. Lord Moshe, Moshe, Lord Shamati, Aaron Shamati, Shachachti. Moshe says to Aaron, he couldn't say to Aaron, you know, all that thing, he never heard that. Instead, he was humble and he said, you know what, I did hear that, but I forgot. So we must be vital. The Shiri in this labor art. The ultimate again is also what happened. And according to this version, Aaron was going to eat this Yom When was he going to eat it? When was he going to eat it? That night. So what happened? So the Gemara says, Tumah ba'oli b'asa. What ended up happening was, what ended up happening was, Aaron, so here's what Aaron touched him. Kutche Shah, unique episode of Kabbalah's Aaron, the still that he's going to eat now, even in the state of Adinos, on that day, but Kutche Dolos, he was going to eat that night. So therefore, they offered and they ate the seer of Nachshon. They offered and they ate the inaugural seer. They offered the seer of Kodesh, and they set aside the meat that night. Meanwhile, what happened in the interim? The carbon became coming. That's not the end. The carbon became coming, and they just weren't able to eat it. So the Gemara says, "Ishtam v'labana and yisid hayom." So when to Labana, they say by the part it says hayom, and then Netanyahu, my hayom, because the Netanyahu was the name of hayom. Kovas means the obligation of it. This one Netanyahu says, "Pain hayom." Now that I found on my thing, sometimes Netanyahu makes sense by the positive pain hayom. These are fantastic to me today. Now that I found on my pain hayom, how can come and even need to say, "Maybe you did my son offer it up? I mean it's not. Maybe you offered, I offered. Some or not. I use this much chance to use it." So let's just remember the analogy that Philip says, interestingly enough, we have two different versions about what happened. Now, again, after I take it back, everyone agrees what happened. What happened? They offered up, offered up three seer. Again, the seer of Bashodesh, the seer of Nachshon and another, and the inaugural seer. Two out of those three, the seer of Nachshon and the inaugural seer, was what we call Kutche Shah. The unique Kabbalos for that day. One of those Kabbalos, the seer of Bashodesh, is what we call Kutche Yolos. That wasn't unique to that day. That's offered up every single Rosh. Here's what we saw happen. Aaron offered and ate the Nachshon and another, and the inaugural seer, and they burned the seer of Rosh Chodesh. That is what occurred. We do not know this now. Why did he burn the seer of Rosh Chodesh? According to the first opinion, Aaron understood that the dispensation for Aminos is only for Kutche Shah, not for Kutche Dolos. And the other opinion says that ultimately, again, for the same type of distinction, that Aaron's plan was to eat the seer of Rosh Chodesh that night. He understood that again the dispensation for consumption of animals is only for Kutche Shah, not for Kutche Dolos. But before he got to eat the seer, it became Aaron, and therefore he burned it. Okay. So the Gemara says, Amanai, so this is not Gemara close to the Bible for Amanai. How you the shop saying in reality, you know that it's a din in Aminos, then all two should have been burned. Now, by the way, we've never done this before, so you just started nicely. What were the three Kabbalos that were offered that day? Yisrael, Arguin, Gad, Sira Katos, Yorash, Moshe. Yorash says, remember again, so the Sira Katos, Moshe being inquired about. So you want to see what a seer is, but who seer Nachshon. They refer to the Nachshon and another, which was again the offering of the tribal prince of that day. Katos, what was the Katos? The unique Katos, this refers to the unique seer, the unique Katos that was offered up to the day of inauguration. Dorash Moshe Rabbeinu inquired about that Seir Shorosh Chodesh. That refers ultimately again to the Seir Rosh Chodesh. Yachol Rosh Chodesh. You might have thought that all three of them were burnt. Talmud Omar, Yehidei Sorah. Moshe Rabbeinu saw that one of them was burnt. That's not Mitzvah, below 12 times. Only one of them was burnt. But ultimately, again, the other two were not. Remember, this was the Seir Rosh Chodesh that was fully burnt, but the other two were not. Or Dorosh Darash. So literally, again, it was that he inquired and inquired. Rishos Lama. Why were there two inquiries? So this is your two questions. I'm in the middle. The Neymar Chatas Zin Nisrafot, Ye'eva Munachas, or Eva Munachos. So Moshe didn't understand this Aaron. Why did you burn the Seir Rosh Chodesh, but yet you left the other two? What's the shot? So we must see the Indian there. Now, what's that? Interesting enough, from the inquiry of Moshe, here's what we know. That Aaron did not burn one of them, and he might be possible that he burned one of them, and the other two were not burned. From the inquiry of Moshe, we don't know which two were left and which one was burnt. Many of the ages, which you Omer, but also Nasan Lachem Moshe Amar Hidas, and then Moshe when he says to Aaron, the carbon was given to you to atone for the congregation of the Omer is yet Seir Shorosh Chodesh. Ultimately, again, you're going to understand that it was Seir Rosh Chodesh. Shabbat Hamelech. So now remember again. Remember, most of this goes back. Actually, remember again to the beginning of the Sefas Shavuot. Again, also remember again Seir Rosh Chodesh, which is a Sefas Sinopin. What is it called for? Tumas Misash B'Kadasha. Right? Any accidental or inadvertent transgression is too much to either again. Some kind of carbon. So what Moshe Rabbeinu says is that Aaron, you burnt this carbon that was given to atone for the congregation, which is the carbon that is given to atone for the cloud. Ultimately, again, that's the Seir Rosh Chodesh. Okay? So the Gemara says that in Henry Tamei Amar, Kachi Shah, no Pashtu Boanimus. And it'll say ultimately, on the Henry of the opinion, he says, Kachi Shah, you at the Sabbath carbonos can be consumed even in the state of animus. Therefore, again, I will say, so again, remember what happened, and everyone is agreeing with that. Everyone is, remember again, Aaron properly offered up two carbonos. You have natural enemy of God, and the inaugural seer will normally offer. Even though Aaron was in a state of animus, it was only the Seir Rosh Chodesh ultimately again that was not offered up. Amar, how you want to offer the Eric? Just as in the second point, not second point. Why didn't they just eat the Seir Rosh Chodesh at night? Granted, you can't eat it by day, but why can't you go and eat it by night? You must shop it coming like cassava aninos by the dollar stuff. This opinion must have held that halacha leisa, the aninos of the nighttime aninos is dollar. It's supposed to be circled back to the previous video as well. But not only is the aninos of the day of death dollar, but aninos of the night that follows the day of death is also dollar. Therefore, waiting till that night ultimately doesn't do anything. What about the fact that Pinchas was there? But Pinchas was also a Kohen. So remember, Pinchas was not in a state of animus. Remember again, Pinchas was the son of Allah. Pinchas was Aaron's grandson. Pinchas' father was so because Pinchas was not in a state of animus. So why not allow Pinchas to eat the karbanos? We got about what is kind of Pinchas Hashafat was Zimri. Fascinating. Pinchas wasn't a Kohen yet. Right? And again, remember originally, it was actually quite fascinating. The Yehuda was given over to Aaron as his son. Right? Interestingly enough, Pinchas actually did not become the Kohen until when he does not become a Kohen until after he kills Zimri, right? Zimri and Tushy. Then again, also this is after there was this widespread immorality between the Jews, between the Jewish men and the daughters of Midian. And Pinchas goes ahead and engages in an act of religious zealotry and goes ahead and kills Zimri and Tushy. Only after that event did Pinchas become a Kohen. Amazingly enough, at the time of the death of his uncles, Nadav and Avihu Pinchas was not a Kohen. Because he wasn't a Kohen, therefore Allah Kohen said there was no one else to receive the Kabbalah but Aaron and Bnei Yisrael. So the Gemara says, it says, V'hai Samo u'mezaro acharov, bris u'hunas ego. As the Pasuk says again, when does Pinchas become a Kohen? After again he kills him, because he never said he will be to him and to his offspring an everlasting covenant of the Goda. Rashi says, Rashi Amar, Shalom Shalom. So in fact, Jesus ended up when those Pinchas become a Kohen, only once he made peace between the tribes. That was when it was actually Amar, Vayishma Pinchas HaKohen Yisya Ida Rashi Alpha Yisra. So it's actually quite interesting. So this is an episode in Yoshua, Nabi Yoshua. If you take a quick look at Rashi, what does it mean that he made peace between the Shvatim? If you take a look at Rashi, this is the first white line of Rashi. Rashi says, Shesham Shalom Shvatim, he made Yoshua, the Shevet B'nei Gad B'nei Ruben, Shabbat on his death, Eva HaYarden. So he's actually quite fascinating. So remember again, God and Reuben and half of the tribe of Manasseh settled on the other side of the Jordan River. So the Navi records a story where they made an altar. That he just made enough, the rest of the tribe of Israel got very upset because they thought it was also for Avon Sarah. So what happened? They massed the army, and they were going to go to war against God and Bnei Reuben. The Bible saying, now what happened? Pinchas goes ahead and dispatches a message that says, hey, Pedro, what are you doing? They say, hold on. It's not an altar for idolatry. It's an altar for us to follow. Pinchas quickly de-escalated the situation and averted war. So the Gemara says it was only after Pinchas made Shalom between the Shvatim that he was made the color. So either way, the point the Gemara is making over here is at the time of Hashem, the death of Nadav and Abihu, Pinchas was not a Kohen. Because he was not a Kohen, and therefore the Gemara mentioned before that, hey, even Aaron is an animus. Let Pinchas keep the Kabbalah. That is not a valid approach. Incredible. The Gemara says, now you have to say, I saw no Mizarah Harav. The Gemara says, but what about the fact? So what do you say? So this is an aside, only thing I hold is as to when the Pinchas actually received the mantle of Yehuda. One of the things is actually killed him in Hasi. Other things is actually made peace between the Shvatim. So what does that thing say? What about the fact that it says that after Pinchas kills him in Hasi, it says that it will be for him as his descendants an everlasting covenant with the Yehuda. That actually is talking about again that passage is actually in Yehuda. Rather again, that passage is ultimately telling you that he's going to have bracha. Right? That ultimately, when Pinchas gets the kahuna, ultimately his offspring are going to be Kohanim Gedolim. Nami Hachse Vayishma Pinchas HaKohen. So the Gemara says, what about the other thing that says? What about the other thing? What is the passage that says Vayishma Pinchas HaKohen? Yachis Isaro Acharav. Ultimately, again, that's to say that Halachah L'Maisa, he's going to have very back up his offspring won't be Kohanim Gedolim. Ultimately, again, it's to give property. Okay, so bottom line is that Halachah L'Maisa, either way, Pinchas does not get a point at the time of the death of Nadav and Abihu, and therefore Halachah L'Maisa, there was no one to go ahead and eat the Kabbalah except for Aaron. So it's almost like, just to kind of solidify, so here's what happened, right? Day of the inauguration of the Mishnah, Aaron, his sons, Nadav and Abihu died. That we know. What happened exactly? So now, here's what else we know. Three Kabbalahs offered up that three series. One, Servo Chodesh. That's what we call Kachis Logos. That wasn't unique to that day. That is always going to be offered up. Carbon number two, Shemach Shabbat Aminot, the Sierra Tribal Prince. Carbon number three, the special inaugural seal. Here's what we know. Two of them, the Sierra Nachshon and Sierra ultimately again of the inauguration, were offered up normally. Sierra Chodesh was fully burned, not consumed. Moshe confronts Aaron, why did you not eat the Sierra Chodesh? Two different versions as to what happened. Version number one is that Aaron said to Moshe, I'm a Kohen, and I can offer and eat in the state of Aminos, but only Kachis Shah, not
cut shape donuts. Okay? Version number 2 is I can go ahead and eat.
Just be yourself. I'll just say
So this is that I can offer and eat, but ultimately I say I can offer, but I'm only going to eat cut shaped donuts at night. So therefore, again, the Sears accomplished with cut shaped donuts, he was going to safely eat that night. What happened in between the time that he offered it and that night? It became coming. So two different dramatic versions ultimately again again about what happened with Aaron. Most of this a little bit back to the whole stop. Alright, Moshe, get ready for this. Moshe Rabbeinu, Tony Goggles. So Moshe Rabbeinu actually, before the inauguration of Aaron on the 8th day, Moshe Rabbeinu actually operated as the Kohen Gadol. The Chodesh Shekatche Shemayim. And Moshe Rabbeinu actually again received a Chelek, ultimately again in Kavanos Shenemar, Me'er HaNeru'im LeMoshe HaYirmano. So also it's incredible. So before, remember on day number 8, when Aaron was officially inaugurated as the Kohen Gadol, for the previous 7 days, Moshe Rabbeinu functioned as the Kohen Gadol. Next day, the Gemara says, so the Gemara said before, the Gemara asked, why did Aaron have to eat the Kabbalah? That's Pinchas. Pinchas was the Kohen. He was there. But it was true that Moshe Rabbeinu was really a Kohen Gadol. And Esau, Lema B'Halo Moshe Rabbeinu Hayimai. Let it be say that Moshe Rabbeinu was with them. Loma, shiny Moshe was part of the Shekhinah. So Moshe, this is incredible. Even if Moshe Rabbeinu did function as the Kohen Gadol, at the end of the day, he would not have eaten Kabbalah. Why not? Because he was busy with the Shekhinah. He was busy with the Shekhinah. What does this mean? The Gemara says, Moshe Bahashkama Olov Ubahashkama Yara. He's actually referring ultimately to our Sinai. Like Moshe Rabbeinu went up on the mountain very early in the morning, and he came down from the mountain very early in the morning. Which means that Moshe Rabbeinu's preoccupation with the Shekhinah was ultimately again from early in the morning until late at night. And so even if Moshe Rabbeinu was functioning as the Kohen Gadol, at the end of the day, that was not his primary level. His primary level ultimately again was with which I will say is something so incredibly profound as well. What does it show you? Why was fantastic in this? That even in the world of spirituality, there has to be a hierarchy to the things that you're devoting your time to. No person has time for everything. And even in our spirituality, there are many important things. Moshe Rabbeinu might have been functioning as the Kohen Gadol, but yet with all of that, consumption of kavanos was not something that he was going to spend his time with. Why? Because he was primarily occupied ultimately with speaking with the streets. And I will say, Hashem is supposed to ask for us also. There's a limited amount of time, there's a limited amount of time. There's many beautiful spiritual things to do, but a person needs a spiritual plan, and a person needs a spiritual direction. What am I going to spend my time on in order to get me where I need to get to in life? See the Moshe Rabbeinu, he's a Kohen Gadol. Eat the Kabbalos. Yes, that's important, that's beautiful, that's holy. But I have a different mission. My mission ultimately is to speak with the Shekhinah. Even Moshe Rabbeinu can't do everything, and therefore prioritize the speaking with the Shekhinah over operating with the Kabbalos. Again, it is that hierarchy, it is that plan. Shukha Moshe Rabbeinu Shukha. So I will say, one second here for today. Again, there's more about tomorrow, so is much more about Moshe Rabbeinu and his function as a Kohen Gadol. Again, what I still owe you is how Aninos ultimately again works, how Aninos is going to work ultimately again with Kabbalos. We continue about that. Shkoyach. Okay, that's another great area.
Because the base that really likes him supports him like what he saw. But I'm making it, even though with Tony, with the situation, I consider Tony a good friend of mine for different reasons, right? That's why I wanted to have that moment to say that. But Rob Schneider, as much as they say I took away from moments on that show, he took away from that moment. I wasn't trying to be a bitch. I wasn't trying to solve it. I wanted to say, I apologize because sometimes friendships got to be stronger than that. That's where I was with that. And as much as I don't need the Kill Tony show, and this is what I always say about that show. I said, that reminds me, Kill Tony reminds me of the Def Jam era, right? And when I say that, there was
all right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking.
Never see
All of our responses for this morning shape the thing. Our counter responses for the month of Vegas have all been Sova, Pushy, and Mindy, Striper, in the switch for Pushy, and the other file, Ben, and Miriam. Martin Taylor, Martin Dynamic, Martin Sade, Yossi, Shlomo, Moshe, Shmuel, Ben, Jose, Yuda, Yarko, Fakala, Davis, Bethlehem, sponsored by David and Elizabeth Green, in memory of David Green's grandmother, birth of Pastor Psychon Rabbah, the Hope and America, for all the things from the South now, we have families in the cover, all those things that push out together with COVID ladies or have actually looking at the things to continue to serve civil society. So special welcome back for House Mary Esterson. He's back after getting up and stood up for his father, Psychon Rabbah. We of course dedicate our learning in the social work of the morning Esterson to have look good. There should be a made of seal shut and Mishpacha, and don't show should blanket the entire family with power and strength in the time ahead. We'll say that to let us begin. Today's dot is dot 100. We are picking up really great dots. We are picking up on side the customer days 99B, where the commercial is Rav Ashi Amarok Kasha Tantra Neslo. So it is pretty much right point in the middle of the page. In fact, the easiest way to find it is if you see Tosis, which is the right hand column, Tosis Onin, and you move your finger to the left in the Gemara, and then you move your finger 4 lines up, you will see it right there. Pretty exact. Right? Okay, so remember again, just to orient ourselves a bit, you are dealing with an interesting piece. The Mishnah said that Halacha L'maisa, an owning cannot receive a portion in a carbon to eat his capacity. Now, remember again, the logic behind that was as follows. From yesterday's back to creating the rule on good, well, being created. The Gemara created the rule. And the rule was that essentially, if you can eat 12 to 22 quantities, if you can serve, then you get a portion. And if you get a portion, you can eat. Which by extension means that if you can't serve, you don't get a portion. If you don't get a portion, you can't eat. And if you can't eat, it means you can't eat the food that night. For example, if owning who can't serve, right? Remember again, the only owning who can serve a relation is only owning on double. And the second thing, no one else is allowed to serve. So therefore, only who can't serve can't get a portion. Because he can't get a portion, he can't eat. The Gemara didn't teach us an instance. The Gemara said, yeah, well, you can interpret this as it's true. You can't get a portion. But that night, if the slaves were going to join them, holding them up the again, he could join them. The founding Gemara said is that Halacha L'maisa, we quoted the Brisa, and the Brisa said that most of you that makes it work to cover Pesach, but it will not work for other questions. Rav Ashi, said, Lokasha, Kanchanis Lamesh Ba'arbasar, Vikablu Ba'arbasar, Kanchanis Lamesh B'Shlosha Asar, Vikablu Ba'arbasar. So this is very interesting. Rav Ashi has 2 different questions together. And Moshe, remember, we're going to speak more about this today. So the answer is 3 issues. One is, let's say, Ruben, we call him Ruben, right? So Ruben's father Yaakov died. So what's the case? One is where Ruben's father died on the 14th, and they buried him on the 14th. So let's say, interestingly enough, remember, Amulos, and we're going to talk about this more specifically, Amulos is the day of death. Now, Mitra Banan, what we're going to see is that Chazal extended Amulos into the night following the loss. That is Rabbanan. So Basi wants to make the following distinction. When do we say exactly only can be Kabbalah speaking at night? That's when death and burial occurred ultimately again on that day on the 14th. Ultimately again, and therefore Aminos still extends into the night. In that case, you can eat Kavanesa, but it can't do other Kabbalahs. Remember again, Kavanesa is going to be different because failure to eat Kavanesa is a courage barrier. In fact, Kanshamis Lamesh B'Shlosha Asar V'Kablu Ba'arbasar. As opposed to when Yaakov, the father, died on the 13th. If he's not on the 13th, then what does that mean? The Aminos day is really land on the 13th, right? And now burial is taking place on the 14th. Here's what is most suggested. Everyone agrees. Most Aminos of the death extends into the following night. Aminos of the day of burial does not extend into the following night. Into the following night. So therefore, again, if Yaakov died on the 13th, right, and he wasn't buried to the 14th, in that case, Ruben would be free between the Korabanos and other Pesach and Korabanos only on the night of Pesach itself. Gemara spells it out. Gemara says, Yom Kivura, Lo Kapis Leilo Midrabanon. Ultimately, because the day of burial does not go ahead and include the following night for Nina's purposes. So let me just highlight to you what's just happened earlier, because by going to the strong on this, then we get Gemara. Remember, Midrash, and also understand that we use the word owning very differently temporarily than we do Gemara. And what he said, Aninos means day of death. Right? So Yaakov dies on Tuesday, so Reuben isn't owning that day. And now also the halachas are the assumption that generally death and burial will occur on the same day, which then means that Nabi D'Rabbanan we say that the following night, such as we call Wednesday night, like the night following Tuesday, ultimately there's also Aninos. But that Aninos is D'Rabbanan. Let me say what the Gemara suggestion is like this: if Yaakov dies on Tuesday, right, and he's buried on Wednesday, the only thing that Chazal extended Aninos into the night following the day of death, ultimately again, or actually the only time that Aninos is extended into the night is when it's the night on the day of the night following the day of death. But if the burial was delayed until the next day, everyone would agree that Aninos does not extend into the following year. That's the model that the Gemara is espousing right now. The Gemara says, okay, man kana Aninos by the Rabbanon. Please say that Aninos that extends into the night following the day of death is Rabbanon. First, the Gemara says that the Shani is the Tanya Aninos by the Rabbanon is a Yudah. The Yudah holds that Midaraisa Aninos is from where do you know that Aninos is a Midaraisa? We haven't covered that. We haven't covered that. Aninos will probably be Wednesday, Shachmarazah. So the Gemara says as follows: where do we know that Aninos, the nighttime Aninos, is Midaraisa? Where do we know that Aninos is the Aninos by the Rabbanon? I'm showing you the sign of Aninos by the Rabbanon. You the whole that the Aninos, right? The Aninos are the night following the day of death. That's Midaraisa. The Shimon says, no. Only Amos the Torah element of itself. The Shimon says not true. The Shimon says the concept of night and Aninos, meaning the night following death, is only D'Rabbanan. There you go. There we go. This Shari only over the also is this whole Arab about what was happening. Because again, and only in the table to go to the book, he is commentary chapter, but he doesn't speak other countries. Some of the shit that means like that on that actually the night Aninos again about the number. We got Aninos by law that refers to Aninos the night following the day of death. Is that true that Mishnah knows that one of our time either Mishnah says only in Shalach's Kabbalah and only cannot send his Kabbalah to the Beis my love about his Bakesa, especially that include even the Kabbalah. Slowly finding his that it means everything except Pesach. I got him children with plumbing. Just to the showing me the innovative issue of it. The Gemara is actually very interesting. You learn of a pair of words over here. First, you have coverage plumbing. When do you mean coverage plumbing? When you're shoving. When you're shoving, what is when you complete? What does that come to exclude? The Gemara says the innovative issue owning. Ultimately, again, he does not bring it when he is an owner. Which of us, by the way, is point out, is such a fascinating window into the profundity of loss. What happens when a person loses a loved one? What happens? They're not shoving. That's why loss is such a fascinating idea. That's why loss is not simply adversity, but loss is literally a person loses himself. Whenever you lose a loved one, there's a piece of I've lost a piece of myself. So the word says, I'm not shoving. I'm not sure it's incredible. None of that says I told them, how do I know? But ultimately again, it's also I can't bring it over, that I only can bring it over. But Mardani, as I told you, she came out, that was the fucking fun. And we told you, like we're showing that again, you must be eating the simcha, the stable simcha, like showing. And none of that says, oh, look, how do I know if it's older in this also? I'm going to say, the Neder, when you got to be showing. Older is like showing. Because in the same way that Shlomin comes ultimately in with a neder or nidava, so too doesn't all of neder avos b'chol ma'aser Pesach. I don't know if you include b'chol ma'aser Pesach. What do we say include? And include in the prohibition that the Holy Spirit to do it. Rather than b'chol ma'aser Pesach, I include in the b'chol ma'aser Pesach shekin inon ba'in al pei. Because ultimately again these kavaros do not come as sin offerings. Minayin ravos katos v'asham. How do I know to include katos and asham? Kavaroman deva. Good. Minayin ravos esa'opos v'hamanachos v'hayayin va'itzim balabona. How do I know to include all of these other sacrifice items? Birds, menachos, wine, even wood offerings. Lavona frankincense, Kamalomar, Shlomin, Karbanos, Kol Karbanos, maybe to showing, maybe the maybe to show. What's the Bible says, all Karbanos, Namish, all Karbanos. You can bring when you are showing, when you are complete, but you cannot bring them when you are imposing. There was an amazing enough, what's included in this list, Barbara. This Katani Miha, Pesach. Pesach is included in this list. So you see from here that you cannot go ahead and bring Karban Pesach in the state of Aninos. Which was on the Pesach today Naske. Today is Naske. What's the next word? So you might say, yeah, take that Pesach. But you might say, you know how it is when you start talking about Kabbalah, you just get really excited. Right? And you just start talking about all Kabbalah. So the nice again, so Pesach kind of gets brought up. What we call it today Naske. Today Naske just means in passing. But it wasn't not actually part of the list. So it could have had only the Pesach is actually the exception to this rule. And that's really the rule. What Shisha says, my Pesach, what does it mean when it says Pesach? Shana Pesach. That's an onin can bring Karban Pesach. Can bring Karban Pesach. The Gemara says, ultimately again, but what does Pesach refer to? Shana Pesach. Ultimately again, it means the shlomim that come along with Karban Pesach. If that's the case, then ultimately again, we should call that shlomim. Which the Gemara says, Matmas Pesach, the Tana Shvanim Rabbi Matmas Atzmon. The Gemara says, you're right. Rather, it's also the teaching that the Onim can't bring Shvanim that come together with Pesach, and also can't bring standalone Shvanim. Why need to teach both? You know, Shvanim Rabbi Matmas Pesach, because ultimately, again, if you would not touch Shvanim that comes as also current Pesach, I would have thought Olumak was Pesach or did you say the Pesach? I would have thought that the same that are only can bring Shlamim, because cans in Pesach can also bring Shlamim, which comes as a result of Pesach. Therefore, the Gemara teaches both Shlamim that come with Pesach and standalone Shlamim that it can't bring. So again, Halacha L'Maisa, the way the Gemara is kind of standing at this moment right now, is that Halacha L'Maisa, an onion can't bring any carbon. Why can't the onion bring any carbon? It's actually interesting. It's a drasha. What's the drasha? Shlomim. You can only bring a carbon when you are shoving, when you are. The exception to this rule is going to be, this was going to be carbon Pesach. Right? And the reason for that is why? Because remember, since Aminos of the night following the day of death, the rabbis suspended their halacha in a situation ultimately again of a situation of occurrence bearing infraction. Okay, good. Ramari says, Ramari Amar, what's the cap of coffee? 100. Ramari Amar. Okay, we're getting better. We're nearing the finish line here. Ramari, ignorance is Ramari Amar. No kasha. Kasha means no means you doubt it. The cover of you doubt it. Kasha means no means you know the cover of you doubt. So it's Ramari comes along. And also reiterate his previous description. Perhaps the way that the owning is actually covered is fundamentally dependent on when the death occurred. So we could actually just know, Kasha, in the Shurder, how did Tani Kaka owning Lomaisi Pesach, Kishuhu, Kishanis, the cover of the Gidal? The Mishnah is something that was listen to this. When do we say that owning? When do we say that owning? Doesn't bring cover Pesach? That's when death and burial occurred on the 14th. That thing better occur on the 14th. Because you won't say, because in that case, then perhaps it's still an animus on the night following the day of the primary animus. So the Gemara says, maybe, or obviously, this opinion is going with the idea that animus of the night that follows the day of death is the Olaisa. If animus of the night that follows the day of death is the Olaisa, then we can't drink of a Pesach. Masha'inke, if death occurred on the 13th, burial occurred on the 14th, everyone will agree that there is no animus on the night following the day of death. Right, when it's not the same day of death. So this is what but you might also the Rambari suggesting is, right, that animus in the Olaisa has two parts. The day of death itself and the night following the day of death. That is true whether burial occurred on the day of death or not. However, everyone is agreeing that on the day of burial, no animus except into the night following the day of burial. Therefore, the Gemara suggests like this. If Reuben's father dies on the 13th, right on the 13th of Nisan, right? So, and the burial is on the 14th. Everyone agrees that comes the night of the 15th, which is the night of Pesach, he can be carried to his house. He's good to go. If burial, if death occurs on the 14th of Pesach, even if burial occurs that day, that night, i.e. the 15th, is still animus d'oraisa. And because that's animus d'oraisa, therefore, local Mesa, we can't go ahead and eat covered Pesach. The Gemara says as follows, but the Gemara is not going to go do it. Next one, next year, God will say, I'm on 108, I'm a dollar, third line down. Next one, next year, God will cover be a dollar. So if Yaakov, remember again, you've got moving his son, Yaakov the father. If Yaakov died on the 14th of Pesach, and he was buried on the 14th, Yom Yisa Tofes Bigel the Doraisa. The day of death, always goes ahead and brings with it the following night as part of Animus. That's the way that it is. If on the other hand, Yaakov died on the 13th of Nisan, the cover of the Dalit, and then he was buried on the Dalit, we have the Drabanon, Inotopis Mizor Aaron Drabanon. It's very interesting. So remember, the day of burial, is also considered to be a day of Animus. It does bring along with it the following night as well, but only the Drabanon. And therefore, again, perhaps we'll be able to do Kabbalas, but when I say also do Kabbalas, incredible. I'm going to actually marry. The Allah Harbi Tani Amr Bishim and Zayda, Amr owning Tova Ba'ochel as Kisco, have a lot of questions. What about the following idea? What about the Rabbi Shimon said? In order to find that an owning, he goes to the mikvah and eat his covered mitzvah, but cannot eat other kosher. Namely, so why doesn't it say namely? Katim Lalacha Ana Yom Yisraisa. The Amish Yom Kura Drabanan. So why doesn't he answer? I'm talking about the Yom Yisa, which is Doraisa. Why? Remember again, we say Yom Yisa Doraisa, that Halakha L'Maisa, the Yom Yisa carries it to the following of the Doraisa, whereas the Yom Kura ultimately again will only carry with it to the following evening the Drabanan. Why not go ahead and mention that? Where it says Kasha. Okay, good question. Abaye says, look, Kasha, also a contradiction. Also trying to resolve the contradiction. Kan Shanis Kodin Katsalis? Conscious okay. So we just want to point out, right? The overarching issue that we still do not have clarity on is this concept of Aminos. How long does it apply for? The one thing that everyone agrees with, sounds like everybody agrees with, is that on the day of death, Aminos is the Oraisa. That's what everybody agrees with. What's a little bit unclear? Does Aminos extend into the night following the day of death? If so, is it the Oraisa or the Rabbanon? And if burial takes place the next day, does Aminos status extend into that day of burial? And furthermore, does Aminos status extend into the following night after that? Those are open-ended questions. Okay, now both the rabbi is going to come along and which is fast. Rabbi to look at short contradiction very good. Kan Shanis Kodin Katzos, Kan Shanis La'achar Katzos. Ooh, watch this. The Rabbi wants to suggest that the only ability to consume carbon Pesach on the night of Pesach all depends on when death occurs. If Reuben lost his father, right? If Yaakov died before Katzos, versus Yaakov died after Chatzos. What's the situation? Remember again, when does the obligation for Kabbalah Pesach begin? When does it begin? After Chatzos. So watch this. If Yaakov died before Chatzos, that means before this month of Kabbalah Pesach, Reuben was an animal. This is an animal precludes him from participating in Kabbalah Pesach. Whereas if the death occurs after Chatzos, already again by Chatzos, the obligation for Kabbalah Pesach devolved upon Reuben. If that's the case, then Aminos will not set aside that obligation. It's incredible. It's incredible. You might say, 1 second. That's Kodim Chatzos, it's the Pesach. Before Chatzos, where it was not yet this month of Kabbalah Pesach, highly Ali Aminos. Then Aminos could devolve upon Reuben. After Chatzos, after Chatzos, the Pesach was highly Ali Aminos. But after Chatzos, already, where there is the obligation ultimately again of Kabbalah Pesach, so Aminos will not devolve to Reuben. So fascinating. So fascinating. So essentially, the thing is like this: is in other words, before Chatzos, the status of Aminos is a primary status, and therefore again he becomes an Orein. That's a proof of eating Kabbalah Pesach that night. After Chatzos, the obligation of Kabbalah Pesach has already devolved. That obligation prevents the halakhic status of Aminos from devolving upon him, and therefore he's able to eat Kabbalah Pesach that night. Fascinating. This is where it's hold us. Umunat Tino is generally being called in Chatzos and after Chatzos. How do you not make that distinction between before Chatzos and after Chatzos? This time you're going to say, this is an incredible Gemara. This is an incredible Gemara. This time, we're going to buy some. Here it is, Lot and Tamar. Okay, so also, we're going to have a couple of different psukim over here. This is talking about by a Kohen. Stam a Kohen. Right? This is Stam a Kohen. Right? The other Kohen is incredible. Right? You know, it's like this. So why you talking against Ulah, Asaf is Ulah, Ravah, Elah, Shalot, Haisam, talking about who a Kohen is obligated to become coming for. So one of the people that a Kohen is obligated to become coming for is for his sister. For his sister, his unmarried sister. So the Gemara says, Lo Yitama, mitzvah. So it says, interesting. The Torah says, Lo Yitama means he shall become coming for her. Which the Gemara understands, it's obligatory. It's obligatory. Now what does this mean? Lo Ratzah, meaning what? Doesn't get Lo Ratzah. Let's say the Kohen says, you know what, I love my sister, but I love Hashem more. I want to do the Avodah. I want to do the Avodah basically. I don't want to become coming. I don't want to become coming. So I'm not therefore getting this idea. I want to become coming. But when you do, becoming also about Karl. We force them to become coming. This is the obligation to your family. We force them to become coming. So you know, it says, Maisa Yosef HaKohen, Shemeisa Ishto Be'erev Pesach. Listen to this. There was a story of Yosef HaKohen, and his wife unfortunately passed away at Erev Pesach. But Lo Ratzah becoming. He did not want to become coming from him. I won't say like, before you rush anything, who's doing that? Now it was like that. First of all, you don't know the story, right? Who knows? Who knows what the backdrop is? But, I'm sorry.
Because he was getting validation. Because he had the number one podcast with friends. Like I did his podcast, he did mine. We had a good time. Like hugging my seat. We had gone back and forth many times. His problem was his problem. Everybody else started to get good and he started dropping off.
There's no question. Definitely sounds a little bit strange, but again, who knows what the there's a tremendous amount of answer that in general. Even when stories sound strange, who knows what the backstory is? Okay, we don't know what the backstory is. One point over here is he did not want to become coming. Because if he became coming at the entire, the more going to happen, no Kabbalah Pesach. He just, whatever the question was, he didn't want to become coming. But let's become a, listen to this, and ultimately again, it's fellow Kohanim, like, look, literally the Indian means like they gathered together, like they put it to a vote, and they were becoming him. That what it means. Or they forced him to go to the Bible, and ultimately again become coming. Also, let's point out how incredible this is. Well, actually, let's finish up a little bit. I was going to say now, let's say, you should be a friend is what you're supposed to do. Because at the end of the day, your obligation to your family come before everything like everything else. That even the Ebola shall over himself says, I love you, I appreciate you, and I see how committed you are to me. You have a mishpacha. Those are the people in this world who rely on you more than others. And those are the people to whom you must exhibit your primary response. The point is that the Father says, I'm actually okay if you put your obligations towards me on the side in order to go ahead and care for your family. Not only is that okay, but ultimately, again, that's what I demand. Such a tremendous trust. At the end of the day, our family, our loved ones, really have no one but us. So the Baruch Shalom is all of humanity. So where there is a tension between taking care of my loved ones and ultimately attending to my needs, such as birth, was unfortunately giving a license. Be there for my mishpacha. It's incredible. One minute, the Gemara says, there is a cancer. Also, the Pasuk says to his sister. Now again, this is talking about over here a Nazir. Now remember, the Pasuk over here, remember a Nazir also has the six. Interestingly enough, a Nazir from a status resembles a Kohen Gadol, not a regular Kohen. Right? So the Nazir really doesn't become something for anyone, even if a close relative is Lach also. So the Pasuk says, so by a Nazir, really again, he does not become coming for anyone. Not coming over. So what is now? What's interesting is the Pasuk goes out of the say by Nazir to enumerate all of the different relatives. Why do you have to say all of that? They're not coming over. Hold up, let's go. Let's listen to this. Person was going to check his nose. After he gave a christening to his son. He showed him these lomies, and he heard that one of his relatives passed away. Yaakov. Ultimately, again, you would have thought that maybe you should become Tameh. No, you come up. Therefore, the Pasuk says, don't become Tameh. Yaakov became Shlo, you come along, so Kachim become an amazing son. So it says, you might have thought that Allah recognized in the same way that let's say the Nazir does not become Tameh, or one of these individuals else doesn't become Tameh for a basic stuff. I'm a little laugh also. Taking the positive for his sister. La Jose in the Tameh was having the basic stuff. He does not become something for a relative, but it does become Tameh ultimately again for a mitzvah. But again, definition of a mitzvah is someone like no one else could die. I do want to point out, let's say the Nazir's sister died and there's no one else to bury her. Obviously, she then becomes the mitzvah. One that uses the example of a relative, as much presupposes that if the Nazir doesn't do it, there's someone else to do it. But obviously, if there's no one else to do it, then that relative obviously becomes a mitzvah. That's not enough. So how do you understand this distinction? And let's be able to get this distinction. Ultimately, again, regarding Chavadesa, must be that everything is dependent on when the loss occurs. If it occurs before Chatzot, then the obligation for Aninos, the borrow is upon him. Ultimately, again, before the obligation for Pesach, that conclusive of the Chavadesa. Mashiach, again, if the death occurred after Chatzot, the obligation of the Chavadesa precedes Aninos, and therefore that even though it's Chavadesa, which versus Chadim already mind, Filma the older name of the Achar Chatzos. Maybe both cases of something like Achar Chatzos, the Hamishma, the Harabi, it's a different opinion. Or the Sanya, Law and Los discussing, Law and Sama. Once again, by Nosler. It says, Law and Sama, the Gemara says, Rishos is very small. Ultimately, again, this is a Rishos. This is a Rishos. These words are very small. It's optional. And here what it says, Kohar, notes obligatory. Sarai Khan, Shema says, Sarai Federation, that we got to keep a Katan law. So it says, I would have thought like this.
The reason why it doesn't work is
I would have thought like this. The Gemara says, I would have thought that since the beginning of the right hand value, this idea is the value, but it's not the right value, the assignment. But you keep it over, Nefesh, Ezo HaTzvot. So ultimately, again, when it says Nefesh, this is talking about the game. Kol Yimei Zero L'Hashem. All the days that he is in Nazir, Nefesh means Lo Yavo. So any deceased person you shall not expose, you shall not expose yourself to Shabbat. So the Gemara says, Nefesh, therefore, it's relative. Mace is a halachovic. Therefore, it's even why not related. La'avi, it says again to his father, he does not become coming. Time is the mace mitzvah, but he does become coming for a mace mitzvah. So first, why learn about it? What does it mean for his mother? Never said. So the one thing that here's the covenant of Sukkot. On one hand, the Pasuk says, Kol Yimei Naziro Lashem Hamehes Neitzloyamo. All the days that the Nazir is a Nazir, he should not become Tameh. Right? He does not come in contact with the corpse. Now, say, that Pasuk is a catch-all. Then the next Pasuk goes on and says, La'aviv u'le'imo, la'achiv u'la'achoso, la'yitamo. Then it says, again, for his father, for his mother, for his brother, for his sister, he should not become Tameh. So that's my question is why those specifically enumerated individuals? The which thing was, I'll tell you why. La'aviv doesn't become Tameh for his father, but it does become Tameh for his sister. What does it mean? How are you going to know this? Let's say he was both a Kohen and a Nazir. The emo who they in the Parama Hellenistic stuff. It doesn't become Tameh for his mother, but it does become Tameh for his stuff. They love also one of those. The higher Kohen Gadol who Nazir. Again, what's he like? Talking about additional elevated stages of Shidduch. If he was a Kohen Gadol and a Nazir, the Achim who they in the Tameh Hellenistic stuff. He doesn't become Tameh for his brother, but he does become Tameh for his stuff. So what's that? So not Tamar. What is going to teach me? Let's say he's on his way to check the currencies and he's on his way to circumcise his son. The Shama Shemeislam, any heard that a relative died. You might have thought he should become Tameh. Therefore, the passage says, no, he does not become Tameh. You might have thought that in the same way he doesn't become Tameh for his sister, he also doesn't become Tameh for his sister. Also, therefore, the passage also, he does not become Tameh ultimately again for his sister, but he does become Tameh for him. Rava says, it's possible that both cases ultimately are talking about after Chatzos. This is the close Hashio. Kan Kodem Shishakyo to this. Kan Kodem Shishakyo. V'zaklo Allah. Kan La'achar Shishakyo V'zaklo Allah. Oh, okay, watch this. So you might want to just before the maybe the whole relationship of the only with Kabbalah Pesach is fundamentally dependent on what? When did you get the Kabbalah? If you get the Kabbalah before Chatzos, therefore what? I mean, before the obligation of Kabbalah Pesach, and therefore the only is completed from the Kabbalah Pesach. But if the death occurred after Chatzos, then the obligation ultimately against the Kabbalah Pesach preceded Aninus, and therefore the Kabbalah Pesach that way. Comes on Rava says, no, that's not the distinction. What's the distinction? Did they already do Shita and Sita? I must remember again. So how does it work for Kabbalah Pesach? And you have to find out this way. How does it work for Kabbalah Pesach? Before the Kabbalah is shafted, you have to be part of a Kabbalah. Like you have to be part of a group. Remember, so Kabbalah Pesach is shafted on Erev Pesach afternoon, sometime after Chatzos. In order to partake of Kabbalah Pesach and Erev Pesach, you must be part of the Kabbalah already before. This is it. Gemara says, maybe I'm called to Shakti Zakwalah. That's the situation like this. When did the death occur? If the death occurred before Shkita and Zika of the carbon, then Aninus preceded your official membership in a Kabbalah, and therefore you can't eat that night. Whereas first they Shekta and did Zika, and then the death occurred, you're already vested as part of the Kabbalah. If you're already vested as part of the Kabbalah, then you could go ahead and eat Kabbalah Pesach that night. So fascinating. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. And also, and this is, by the way, according to this approach, it makes no difference whether the death was before or after Chatzos. Like, even if death was after Chatzos, if they didn't do Shrika and Zrika at your Kabbalah Pesach, Aninus, the food you can eat that night. Right? But if already Shrika and Zrika occurred, you're vested, and if death occurs after, you can go ahead and eat that night. That's clear of Adavar Master of the Rabba. After it's like the result right now, what you must have read it is, my Hava. Oh, that's the thing, all the shots. That's what she looks like. I understand. Halakha Maisa, they only give Zika and Zika. The Gemara says, Rabbi say, watch this. Maita Haba Haba means essentially, who cares about what happens afterwards? So what's done is done. Now, what is this? This is literal. You look at Rashi. Maita Haba Haba. The first, second short line in Rashi. Maita Haba Haba. הרי המים דקי אכילוסו, אני נוסע לרבון פרי נשאר חודש. Rabbi say, get ready for this. You might suggest, it looks like Carbonos 101. What's the equal of any carbon? Think of any carbon?
They was, I had so much fun.
Okay. Expect more than one person. Is that right? Okay, let's say so nice to get rid of Rico. Rico is Rico. Everybody do it. The times it is. Right? Rico is Rico. That is the website. Just more check. That's still a company set as well. And everybody wants to fix like this. Once Rico was done, like once Rico was done, essentially, these parents about eating the carbon that day. That doesn't matter. In other words, why would they say like this? Once Rico was done before aminos, that's what they get, right? Because Arabesa, Ruvain, spines is part of the Kabula, it's Rico. After Rico, now, Yaakov, Ruvain's father dies. So one says, oh, now we can make lucky countries after that night. The Gemara says, why? Just say no, you can't be Kevin Pesach. You can't be Kevin Pesach because of Aninos. But here's the good news. You could anyway. Why you could anyway? Because again, Halacha L'Maisa, you were part of the Kabul doing Zrika. And since you're part of the Kabul doing Zrika, you're good to go. You're good to go. So it's fascinating because never did we get to apply the Zrika method to cover Pesach. Because we always focus on Khan Pesach. For our purposes, what's the Iker of Khan Pesach? So what's the Iker? What's the Iker? Eating. That's what the Gemara says. No, Khan Pesach is just like any other kappa. And as long as you are part of the Kabula at the time of Zrika, you're golden. You can actually have full. In other words, say no, you can't eat it that night because of Aninos. It doesn't matter. Because you're part of the Kabula ultimately again by Zrika. But the Maita Haba Haba, I'm going to here's the problem. And the Akvam is another barat, you're right. Even though they stand Kavanas, Zika is the leader, I cover Pesach, you do need such. You have to eat it. Whereas Mizrah Baratuna, Simar says, later we'll do it on one of the already. Science might become a collapse, but we still have to say. Might Rabba, or what does Rabba say? The sign Yom Shua, you never did it, a little bit of the halakha. Yom Shua, Yom Shua, the mitzvah Shiva Ushosha, but it's what it says. Yom Shua, the day that you hear, this is what we call the Shua Krova. Shua Krova means that let's say a person is not present at the death of a loved one, but they heard about a death within 30 days of it. Let's see deepness that are head around these concepts, because Boston is like in an age of instant communication. But just know that for a very long time, it was quite possible that a person was losing loved one, and they would not hear about it until sometime later on. So there's what's called halacha shmua krova. Shmua krova literally means I heard about the death of a loved one. When I say loved one, someone I'm obligated to shiva for within 30 days of the loss. If that's the case, then the day that you is killed Kura, and this is shiva shloshim. So if you with the for days, you have to sit shiva and observe shloshim just like it was the actual day of it. Ulachiras sokim, he'll meet with that somewhere. But I will say, in terms of eating covered pizza, the day that you hear about the death, even if it's within 30 days, it's treated like the day, ultimately again, that you gathered the bones. So the halacha is like this. The halacha is like this. Make sure that's understanding. The day that let's say, just to give you an insight, we actually had this in more talking about it. Common burial practices like this. What people would do is they would go ahead and they would essentially bury people like in caves. Okay, they have like hollow areas. They place the body like a shelf in a cave. The body would decompose. Once the body decomposes, they then take the bones. And bones will often be used in family flowers. So the day that you gather the bones, that's called liquid assaults. There's a quasi-avedos on that day. But again, it's only limited to that same exact night, which is already been protection. So watch this. So let's say again, Ruben lost his father. Ruben was not there to hear that. Ruben hears that Yaakov, his father, died. He hears about it within 30 days. The day that he hears about it, that triggers an obligation of Shiva and Shlosh. However, for Korban Pesach purposes, you would be permitted to keep Korban Pesach that day. Because the day that you hear is collect the bones, but there's only a limited amount of Averos on that day. So we'll cut you out. And in either case, you go to the mikveh and you can eat Kabbalah that night. Once a year, the Kabbalah. You just can't do it for yourself. Under the one hand, you said, Yom Shmuel, Yom Kippur, Yom Mitzvah, Shalot. You just said that when you hear about the death, within 30 days of the death, the day that you hear is like the day of death, and you have to observe Shiva and Shlosh. And then you said, then you just said that for Korban Pesach purposes, the day that you hear about the death, even if it's within 30 days, is not like the day of death itself, but rather it's like the day that you collect the bones, which is a much more limited form of Averos. Niklau, first one, Niklau, the Yom Kippur, Listen, now what I can infer from that is that on the actual day of death and burial, you will not be able to eat Korban Pesach that night. The Hargitani, and then you said, then you said, actually, if you eat the case, you can go to the mikvah and eat kachin that night. So which one is it? Can you eat kachin on the night following death? Or not. Well, it's not really. That's what that was. Yeah, we were supposed to do a show that weekend. I got COVID previous week, and I was doing it in Arena. Tuesday or Wednesday. One case is talking about the third day after I got COVID, right before I feel fine, but we would cancel shows this weekend. And that's when all the shit happened. That was those really get the curve and better and ultimately again what is talking about the case of yes, and the most like and what is look in Rashi it's the wide lines 4 lines into the wide lines Rabbi Hulama Tashi Shamashmo Rasa Dr. Kalamas in the dark Samash Yes Hama Kalas Rashi because the Kulu of the culture the culture can pistol the Havile Erev Leil Yom Kula, the Leil Yom Shmua, the Leil Tzachim the Yom Mitzvah, the Shach Yom Kula, the Pachas Leil Akiva Midrabana, the Koshkin Yom Shmua, the Mikvah Batzamos. The other time you reach the Akiva Tzachim, the Mikvah Batzamos, you Yom Kula. So it's more just like this. Really basic. As follows. That's how viruses travel constantly, right? Yes. Well, that's how viruses generally grow. They become more transmissible, but less Aminos does not draw in the following night. Versus ultimately, again, halach l'maisa, halach l'maisa, if it occurred after Shkia, then obviously, again, a person will be precluded from Korban Pesach and all other covenants. Whereas in the after Shkia, the Hamanite, the Habab, understand, after Shkia, what is being discussed? Kalashmania, Achila, and Ma'ah. That was like, so again, the Gemara says, I don't say, after Shkia Sakama, then that means what? You already checked the Korban Pesach. You already checked the Korban Pesach, Ma'id the Haba Haba. Rather than say, what do you see from here? Coming full circle, what do you see from here? The Pesach is not like other Kabbalahs. In one sense, as whereas by other Kabbalahs, what's the acre? Rika. By Korban Pesach, yes, Rika is definitely the acre. However, you also need consumption. You also need consumption. That it is not enough just to be part of a Kabbalah, ultimately again, for Rika, but you must also be able to actually eat and partake of the incredible. The Rashi said, okay, so again, so that happens just to be interesting by Korban Pesach. That does not necessarily give us clarity with the rest of our whole ideas. Rashi says, my Echazeh, how the original means said, Apple Yom Shmuel, the Apple Yom Yishmut, only on the day what the Yom Shmuel means, you see that the day that you are the death of your loved one. We're sitting over here, but it's occurring within 30 days. So both the day of Shmuel, as well as the day that you collect the remains of your loved one, What's halacha? Tova va'ocha b'kach she'nehad. In both of those cases, you go to the mikvah, and ultimately you're doing it to eat kosher
Most
outside.
previous
I
generations
the
of
hundred
Israelis
Ashi
having
is
a
the statement of the
nationwide
Rashi producing
worldwide pandemic,
ultimately
everybody
is
freaked
instead.
out, and we didn't.
Mifti
Not only did we
alokai
didn't
is
freak out, we did show, we
Zeh.
had a good
Why
time,
do we
we
say
were out
Allah?
together.
She says
Those
Zeh.
after parties
I
were
was
really
standing
nice. We had a DJ, we
rather than
laughed
say what
and
is speaking here,
laughed.
the Rashi
We
statement
laughed till 2 or 3
ultimately
o'clock in the morning.
in my kanoi. And I will say, what is this my consciousness? Let's say, here we're going to do it. Now we're coming, we are approaching the finish line of this circle. What is this my consciousness? Here we go. This time, what's this? Now, we're getting, remember, all of this is about this entire sugya. You go, now you're all over the cover piece out. But this entire sugya really is rooted in this concept of awareness. God, I saw, did I fun on, and how long does it extend for? Here we go. At one side, this only come off. How long does Aminos extend for? George, the right says, color the whole day. The Lord said, what that means is like this. They say, like, Yaakov is living in Father Yaakov dies on Tuesday. So how long does Aminos extend for? All of Tuesday. Tuesday he's in Aminos. Rebbe says, no. It's not your mikvah. Right. So he comes along and says, no, the status of Aminos starts at the time of death and goes forward until the time of death. Okay, my ideas, so we're doing it over here. Evening of the Yom Nisa as well as so again. Now, here's the interesting case of it. When we say until he was buried, okay, how does this going to come up is, when is burial taking place? So I'm asking, evening of the Yom Nisa. So ultimately, you're going to say, if halacha l'maisa, we're talking about Yom Nisa, like the day of death, or embarrassing the day of death, meaning that the rest of the Yom Nisa, the toughest day of the Rabbanon, does anyone disagree that Aminos, that on the day of death, that Aminos goes into the following day into the Rabbanon? We'll say, I thought everyone agrees with that concept. We see Rebbe Omer told us to learn about it. Now, what the Rebbe says, Aminos goes, there's two questions over there, right? So Rebbe says that Aminos extends up until the time of burial. So what about the following case? Let's say Yaakov dies on Tuesday. Never dies on Tuesday. Let's say, so again, so remember, so the first thing you say, kind of conversation, Aminos extends the whole day. Rebbe says until Kivura. Let's say Yaakov died on Tuesday at 8 a.m. And then